Mother, you're in my way, the innocent voice echoed in her ears. Yu Qingji stood in the living room, stunned, her body still bearing the marks of relentless torment from the zombies. The agony akin to being torn apart had yet to fade. In the final moments of her memory, she had been thrust into the horde of zombies by her beloved son, all to save his cherished Aunt Susu. Meanwhile, her husband stood aloof, gazing down upon her fall with a cold indifference. Yu Qingji abruptly lifted her head, meeting the anxious eyes of her son, Ji Muyang, mirroring the same expression he wore when he had pushed her into the sea of zombies. The difference now was that those eyes were not filled with cold calculation, but rather pure impatience. She snapped back to reality, glancing down at her hands. They were unscathed, devoid of any marks left by zombie bites. In a flurry, she pulled out her phone to check the time. November 11th, 2035. She had inexplicably reincarnated 3 months prior to the zombie outbreak. An indescribable pang of bitterness and resentment surged within her. The excruciating pain from her past life, the despair of betrayal by her own son, and the callous indifference of her husband all washed over her like a relentless tide. "Mom, could you please move? Aunt Susu is about to arrive." Ji Muyang urged once more, his tone laced with excitement. He tightly clutched a beautifully wrapped gift box, which Yu Qingji had once believed was a birthday present for her. For this gift, she had secretly given her son extra pocket money. Moreover, while he was busy preparing the gift behind the locked door, she had thoughtfully prepared fruits and snacks before leaving. Little did she know, this was entirely her own delusion. This gift was meant as a welcoming offering for Aunt Susu's first visit. Aunt Susu? Yu Qingji echoed the name, each syllable forced from her lips. "Mom, Aunt Susu is really nice. You'll surely like her," Ji Muyang said, looking up with a hint of urgency, as if fearing that Yu Qingji would not accept his Aunt Susu. She merely curled her lips in a cold smile. Ding, the villa's door opened with a resounding click, followed by a familiar voice that slithered into her ears like a venomous serpent, causing Yu Qingji to shudder involuntarily. "I wanted to visit for a while, but never found the time today. I finally managed to carve out a moment." Shue Susu appeared, clad in a fitted brown coat, her hair neatly tied in a high ponytail, her eyes sparkling, and her smile radiant. A tall, aloof man followed closely behind her, striding into the house. At first glance, the pair seemed perfectly matched, as if they were the true couple. Yu Qingji clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding in her flesh, as she struggled to suppress the seething anger and the overwhelming sorrow threatening to engulf her. She watched this scene unfold, as if reliving a nightmare, her heart torn asunder. Perhaps Yu Qingji's gaze was too frigid. Ji Muyang was startled, immediately frowning in discontent. "Mom, Aunt Susu is visiting our home for the first time. Please don't look so fierce. Go and welcome her at the door." He seemed unable to contain his excitement, clutching the meticulously prepared gift box as he squeezed past Yu Qingji and dashed toward Shue Susu. "Aunt Susu, welcome to our home. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Shue Susu's face lit up with delight as she affectionately tousled Ji Muyang's hair. "You're such a good boy, Yang Yang. I also brought a gift for you. Come and see if you like it. I love all of Aunt Susu's gifts." Ji Muyang exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly tearing open the wrapping to reveal the latest limited edition robot inside. Yu Qingji observed this scene with an icy detachment. In a previous life, on this very day, Shue Susu had entered their home. Her son, fixated not on surprising his mother for her birthday, but rather on charming a woman intent on usurping her place. She found it difficult to reconcile such a disparity, leading to a fierce argument with her husband and son, her anguish reminiscent of a scorned wife. Instead of receiving an apology, they chastised her for lacking decorum and making a fool of the guest. Yet this time, Yu Qingji merely withdrew her gaze with composure and turned to return to her room. "Qingji, wait," Shue Susu called out to her, striding a few steps forward. From her exquisite handbag, she produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and extended it toward Yu Qingji, her radiant smile almost blinding. "Qingji, today is your birthday, and this is the gift I selected for you, a small token of my affection." Chapter 2. Preparing the divorce agreement. Yu Qingji lowered her gaze, suppressing her cold demeanor. The father and son of the Ji family exchanged a glance, momentarily stunned. as if they had just remembered that today was Yu Qingji's birthday. Thank you, Yu Qingji replied calmly. Would you like to take a look? Xue Susu said with a sincere smile, as if she genuinely considered Yu Qingji a true friend. I heard from Mr. Ji that you enjoy collecting various brooches. This is one I acquired at a national auction. It is said to be from the British royal family and should certainly please you. In her past life, Yu Qingji had been deceived by Xue Susu's facade of kindness, treating her as a close friend and caring for her deeply. Even during the apocalyptic escape, she had been willing to take Xue Susu along, sharing any morsel of food she managed to procure. In return, she was met with betrayal, akin to the tale of the farmer and the snake. Yu Qingji instinctively tightened her grip on the gift box as she nonchalantly opened it, revealing a dazzling brooch that sparkled under the light. It's lovely. Thank you, she said, closing the box and turning to return to her room. Xue Susu watched Yu Qingji's retreating figure, perplexed. Does Qingji seem unhappy? Ji Yanqi furrowed his brow, his lips pressed tightly together. Ji Muyang glanced towards the bedroom and muttered discontentedly, it's just that we forgot to prepare a birthday gift for Mom. Why didn't she remind us? Aunt Susu prepared such a beautiful present. What could possibly make Mom unhappy? His tone was filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. Ji Yanqi picked up his phone and coldly instructed his assistant, prepare a birthday gift for my wife and send it to the villa. Ji Muyang immediately turned to him, pouting in a haughty manner, seemingly torn about something. Ji Yanqi paused for a moment before continuing, prepare 2 gifts, one from me and one from Yang Yang. Ji Muyang instantly brightened, pulling Xue Susu towards the sofa. Aunt Susu, don't worry. Dad and I have already prepared gifts. Once Mom receives them, she will surely be happy. Aunt Susu, will you play with me? In the bedroom, Yu Qingji had now regained her composure. As she gazed at the brooch within the box, her fingers turned white from the pressure she exerted. In her previous life, she had adored this brooch, wearing it constantly. Whenever trouble arose, Xue Susu would conveniently appear to help her, deepening her trust in her. Yet, after the zombie outbreak, Xue Susu also happened to be present during her international resource negotiations, securing contracts that were rightfully hers. She had always believed it was her own inadequacy that led to these misfortunes, until one fateful day, when the brooch's reflection attracted a zombie attack. And as she attempted to remove it, her son Ji Muyang had cried out, preventing her from doing so. Mom, you have such bad luck. Thank goodness for Aunt Susu's lucky brooch. Without it, you would surely have been doomed. She tried to explain how the reflection could lure zombies, but her son remained oblivious, insisting she keep it on. In a bid to spare her son's feelings, she even foolishly contemplated sanding down the reflective surface of the brooch. However, she accidentally damaged it, revealing an exceedingly tiny locator hidden within, no larger than a sesame seed. Astonishingly, it was a design of her own invention. In order to evade detection by other devices, she meticulously crafted robust data encryption. It was then that she discovered her son had conspired with Xue Susu to surveil her, seeking to seize the precious resources she had painstakingly negotiated. Perhaps long ago, Xue Susu had similarly tracked her whereabouts, facilitating her clandestine rendezvous with Ji Yanqi. A cold laugh escaped Yu Qingji's lips, her heart swelling with animosity. She clutched the brooch tightly, as if intending to crush it. The blood-soaked lessons of her past life had taught her that to squander time on such scoundrels was to squander her own existence. With merely 3 months remaining until the global outbreak of the zombie virus, a cataclysm that would strike without warning, she had to act with utmost urgency. Resources, safe havens, and a departure from these wretches. Without hesitation, Yu Qingji dialed her lawyer's number. Prepare the divorce agreement. I wish to sign it immediately. Upon hanging up, Yu Qingji approached the safe and entered the code. She hastily gathered her bank cards, gold bars, and company shares, all her valuables, into her everyday handbag, meticulously restoring the safe before exiting the room. In the living room, Xue Susu was engrossed in play with Ji Muyang and Legos, while Ji Yanqi lounged on the sofa, perusing a magazine with his long legs crossed in a leisurely manner. He glanced up and gestured towards the coffee table, where 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes lay. Qingji, birthday presents. As perfunctory as in her previous life, he couldn't even muster a simple birthday wish. As if these 2 boxes could atone for everything. Yu Qingji smirked inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm. No need. Consider them a return gift for the guests. She picked up her bag and turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? Ji Yanqi's tone bore a hint of displeasure. Yu Qingji paused, turning her head with a frosty gaze. Why should I report my whereabouts to you? Just as Ji Yanqi was about to speak, Xue Susu's gentle voice interjected, laced with just the right amount of concern. I apologize, Qingji. It was my oversight not to give you advance notice. I thought today was your birthday, and I wanted to surprise you. How about this? I'll treat you to a sumptuous dinner to celebrate your birthday tonight. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, as if she genuinely had Yu Qingji's best interests at heart. Ji Yanxie regarded Yu Qingji. Since Miss Xue has suggested it, why not change your clothes and join us for dinner? It became clear that they had never intended to include her. Indeed, in her past life, they had abandoned her, taking Ji Muyang along for a lavish seafood feast. No need. You can take Yang Yang with you. I have much to do, Yu Qingji replied coldly. What could possibly keep you so busy? Ji Yanxie's tone suddenly intensified. A wave of desolation surged within Yu Qingji, mingled with an absurd sense of humor. What did he perceive her to be? A 24-hour caretaker? An accessory required to orbit around him and Ji Muyang? Indeed, whatever Ji Yanxie had decreed in the past, it had always been so. She is on call 24 hours a day, her temper refined by the doting of her adoptive parents, yet gradually tempered by their persistent demands. In the end, she found herself incapable of refusing their increasingly excessive requests. However, she is no longer the naive Yu Qingji, dulled by the constraints of marriage. I have far too many things to attend to. Yu Qingji raised her voice, each word resonating with conviction. I want to get my nails done, shop, and indulge in retail therapy. She deliberately overlooked the sudden darkening of Ji Yanxie's expression, lifting her lips into a mocking smile. Oh, by the way, I have an appointment for my nails at 10 o'clock. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and strode out. Ji Yanxie stared incredulously at the empty doorway, astonished that the typically obedient Yu Qingji dared to speak to him in such a tone. Xue Susu sighed softly, truly envious of Qingji for having so much time to relish life. Ever since I was reassigned to headquarters, my days have been a whirlwind, leaving no moments to visit my mother. Ji Muyang immediately dashed into Xue Susu's embrace, his childish voice offering comfort. Aunt Susu, I'll accompany you to see your mother. Xue Susu smiled, playfully pinching his little nose. Yang Yang is such a good boy. But do make sure to spend time with your mother too. It's her birthday today, and she seems a bit down. Yet, Ji Muyang scrunched his face in confusion. Mother has received our birthday gifts. I don't understand what could possibly make her unhappy. We can coax her later, as she is easily appeased. Let us hurry to enjoy a seafood feast, and then return home with Aunt Susu. Ji Muyang was wholly unconcerned about his mother because, after all, whenever she was upset, a hug or kiss from him would suffice. With this thought, Ji Muyang promptly dismissed thoughts of his mother, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. The heavy gates of the villa closed behind Yu Qingji, the biting cold wind slicing against her skin. Yet it invigorated her like never before. With 3 months remaining until the zombie outbreak, time is of the essence. She must seize every moment to create a safe haven for herself and her future. She was the first to arrive at the law firm, and at the moment she signed the divorce agreement, even the lawyer could not help but inquire in astonishment. Mrs. G, are you serious? Having signed, can there be any pretense? Time was pressing, so she instructed, ensure the divorce agreement is delivered to him today. Chapter 4, A Call for Help. After leaving the firm, Yu Qingji pulled out her phone, intending to jot down a list of supplies in her notes. Suddenly, she spotted an unfamiliar app amidst her files. It was entirely black, with 2 golden characters gleaming prominently, its design strikingly minimalist. Yu Qingji's pupils dilated in shock. She had never downloaded this app, nor had it ever appeared in her previous life. Could this be the golden key bestowed by her rebirth? Her heart raced with anticipation, sensing that this app might bring her immense surprises. Upon opening it, an advertisement popped up. Shantuan, your best resource manager. Resource manager. As the impending apocalypse loomed, those 4 words resonated more beautifully than any romantic utterance. Yu Qingji immediately took to the road, heading straight for the suburban villa. A legacy left to her by her foster parents, a secret even from Ji Yanxie. The villa stood desolate and covered in dust. In the heart of the living room, Yu Qingji exhaled deeply and activated the flash group. The interface within bore a striking resemblance to that of Matewan, yet more astonishingly, the items within could be procured with currency. She attempted to place an order for a chicken pot. The moment the payment was confirmed, a brilliant flash of white light appeared before her eyes, and a steaming bowl of chicken pot materialized out of thin air, the air infused with its delectable aroma. Yu Qingji's eyes widened in astonishment. After enduring the ravages of the apocalypse for several months, even resorting to scavenging for scraps with wild dogs, the sight of such a dish made her swallow her saliva with uncharacteristic eagerness. She swiftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Perhaps it was an illusion. But the flavor was explosively delightful, entirely devoid of the plastic taste associated with takeout. It surpassed any meal she had ever savored in her memory. Only when she could eat no more did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and perused other categories. Household items, metal tools, and medications were frantically added to her shopping cart until she was abruptly halted at checkout. The checkout button was grayed out, with a glaring red line of text reading, "Exceeded the purchase limit by 99,910. Yu Qingji suddenly regained her composure. Evidently, this golden finger was not omnipotent. She was compelled to select only the essential furniture items for her order, each piece manifesting out of nowhere, filling the once-empty living room. This surreal scene would have sent Yu Qingji spiraling into disbelief in times past. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 2. Increasing the daily purchase limit by 20. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 3, increasing the daily purchase limit by 40. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts have been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. A cacophony of notifications left Yu Qingji breathless. The upgrade in consumption limits was exhilarating. Her eyes sparkled with hope. If this continued, when the apocalypse truly struck, she could potentially amass a fortune of billions. She hurriedly delved into the rules, discovering that the higher the level, the greater the expenditure required for upgrades, with purchase limits increasing exponentially as well. Forethought was essential. Time to seize the opportunity to amass wealth. Yu Qingji sprang to her feet, racing into her study. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, a cascade of green code flowing down the screen. Within 5 minutes, 500 million in funds were credited to her account. This was the wealth held under her hacker alias. Before encountering Ji Yanxie, she had been a nationally recognized red hacker, having caught the attention of headquarters with a self-developed data encryption program, eagerly awaited by numerous experts and professors upon her graduation. However, a devastating fire had claimed her foster parents and nearly taken her life as well. It was Ji Yanxie who rescued her from the flames, providing her with warmth and support. Thus, she relinquished her promising future and chose the path of marriage. For Ji Yanxie, she devoted herself to the domestic sphere, willingly becoming a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. Yet, in the end, all she received in return was betrayal and manipulation. Yu Qingji shook her head, forcefully suppressing the bitterness that surged within her. Glancing at the 500 million in her account, she furrowed her brow. It was still insufficient. This sum was what she had saved during her university days by taking on private contracts, and now it seemed merely a drop in the bucket. She recalled a more pressing matter and immediately messaged her friend, a foreign architectural designer. "Vivian, I'm in urgent need. Please return to the country to help me build a safe house. The payment is negotiable." At this hour, deep into the night, Yu Qingji did not wait for a reply and hurried to a real estate agency. She decided to sell off all her properties except for the suburban villa. She needed money, an abundance of it. Simultaneously, the divorce agreement was submitted to Ji Yanxie. Chapter 5. He always seems to have endless overtime. The lawyer dared not present the divorce agreement directly to the esteemed Ji Yanxie, instead handing it over to Assistant Shun. Urging him repeatedly, "Assistant Shun, Mrs. Ji insisted that this must be delivered today. It is of utmost urgency." Assistant Shun, still recovering from a hangover, rubbed his aching temples and mumbled indistinctly, got it, just leave it there." With that, he grabbed the divorce agreement and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. In the late hours of the night, Yu Qingji, weary and drained, drove home. Presumably, Ji Yanxie had already seen the divorce agreement. She was not one to linger in uncertainty, and it was best to finalize the divorce matters with him that very night. However, upon returning home, she found the place utterly deserted. Yu Qingji frowned as she dialed Ji Yanxie's number, but the call was answered only briefly before being abruptly disconnected, followed by a message, "Still working late. Yang is at Miss Shue's house. You should rest early." Yet again, the same excuse. Yu Qingji scoffed derisively, too weary to reply, and turned off her phone. Whether he was truly working late or indulging in a romantic rendezvous, only Ji Yanxie knew in his heart. In her previous life, she had made countless plans for weekend outings, only to have Ji Yanxie inevitably occupied with endless work as the date approached. Later, in an album hidden away by Ji Muyang, she discovered joyful photographs of them with Xue Susu. It dawned on her that the meticulously planned outings were not due to a lack of interest on the part of the Ji father and son, but rather a deliberate choice to exclude her. With both of them absent that night, Yu Qingji surprisingly enjoyed a restful sleep. Previously, she would often rise in the dead of night to cover Ji Mu-yang with a blanket, as he was a restless sleeper, necessitating her to get up at least 2 or 3 times each night. Now, being able to sleep soundly until dawn left her refreshed. Upon waking the next morning, Yu Qingji pulled out her suitcase to pack her belongings, preparing to move to the villa. As she opened the wardrobe, the sparse collection of clothes momentarily left her in a daze. Since marrying Ji Yanche, she devoted herself entirely to her family, revolving around her husband and son. Though Ji Yanche provided her with a generous monthly allowance, it was predominantly spent on their father-son duo, indulging in designer clothing, limited edition sneakers, and expensive games. As for her, after years of managing household duties, she had little need for extravagant attire and preferred a more casual style. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this selfless dedication led Ji Mu-yang to disdain and scorn her, even regarding her as outdated compared to the fashionable Shui Susu. Yu Qingji slowly tugged at the corners of her lips as she tossed a few scattered garments into her suitcase. Just as she was about to tidy up her vanity, her exclusive ringtone chimed. Yu Qingji answered the call. Qingji, it's Vivian. I'm back in the country. Whenever you need me, just call. What do you think? Isn't that generous? The boisterous voice resonated. Hearing this, Yu Qingji finally revealed her first sincere smile since her rebirth. Wait for me. I'll come to pick you up. She hastily set aside her half-packed luggage, changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys, and stepped out. At the airport, Vivian donned a striking leather jacket, her obsidian earrings glimmering with a cold brilliance, and her chestnut curls were audaciously eye-catching. She approached Yu Qingji and enveloped her in a warm embrace, presenting the carefully prepared birthday gift. Happy birthday. 18. Yu Qingji gazed at the present in her hands. The metallic texture heavy and substantial, akin to Vivian's fervent heart. Her eyes instantly welled up, tears nearly spilling over. It dawned on her that someone had indeed remembered her birthday and taken the time to offer her a heartfelt wish. Vivian, thank you. Her voice trembled slightly as she fought to hold back her tears. Why so sentimental? I may not be as wealthy as your husband to splurge extravagantly on your birthday. So don't disdain the handmade bullet shell Eiffel Tower. Vivian chuckled heartily, giving Yu Qingji a playful pat on the shoulder, her tone teasing. How could I? This is the best gift I have ever received, Yu Qingji replied, clutching the present tightly. Gazing at Vivian's radiant and exuberant face, a wave of indescribable grievance surged within her, causing her nose to tingle. Chapter 6. A catastrophe for humanity. The husband and son she tirelessly cared for had forgotten her birthday, treating it with casual indifference. Yet, Vivian, miles away, remembered and thoughtfully prepared a gift. Reflecting on her past self, who chose to return to domestic life for love, she felt utterly foolish. Qingji, why are you crying? Vivian exclaimed, startled. In her memory, Yu Qingji had always been an optimistic, self-assured individual, even during their harrowing experience with extreme sports. When they were severely injured and stranded in the jungle, Yu Qingji had never shed a tear. Why now? Vivian narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning sharp. Did he bully you? No. Yu Qingji shook her head, suppressing her tears, pausing before adding, I just missed you after such a long time. After the zombie outbreak in her previous life, she had never seen Vivian again. Their last exchange of messages was a promise to live well and travel together once the apocalypse had ended. Yet, in her previous life, that opportunity had never come. This time, she was determined to protect Vivian. Let us go. I'll take you to the villa. Yu Qingji suppressed her tumultuous emotions and forced a smile. In the car, she briefly informed Vivian about the impending zombie outbreak in 3 months. Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, the headquarters in Huahua is truly tight-lipped. Such a significant event, and the United Headquarters has released no information at all. Yu Qingji was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she had yet to report such a monumental event to the authorities. Before marrying Ji Yanche, she had been balancing university with a part-time job in data encryption at the headquarters. Later, she had declined a formal job offer from the headquarters for the sake of her family, a decision unknown even to Ji Yanche. Only Vivian knew. And she had been furious, ignoring Yu Qingji for more than half a month. The apocalypse was not solely her concern. It seemed time to return to the headquarters. Upon arriving at the villa, Yu Qingji wasted no time. Vivian, I need you to transform this place into the safest fortress possible. The water and electricity must be flawless, capable of withstanding extreme conditions and violent attacks. The external security system needs an upgrade to effectively repel zombie incursions, including aerial threats. Yu Qingji recalled how, after the outbreak, Zombies initially moved sluggishly and attacked anyone they encountered, but they gradually evolved. Some became exceedingly fast, others immensely strong, and some could even fly short distances to swoop down and hunt humans. While the zombies evolved, humanity did not. They were scattered and defeated, retreating helplessly. This was a calamity that belonged to humankind. Yu Qingji's gaze hardened. She was determined to change the fate of humanity in this life. Vivian listened intently, not doubting the credibility of the information. To her, this was news from the National Defense Headquarters. Yu Qingji's seriousness indicated it was of the utmost secrecy. "You can count on me," Vivian said, her excitement palpable as she envisioned building an impregnable fortress. Her blood surged with exhilaration. "Just tell me what materials you need." Yu Qingji patted Vivian on the shoulder, then walked to the balcony. After a moment of contemplation, she dialed the long-unused number, expecting a wait. She was surprised when the call connected on the first ring. A man's voice, tinged with barely concealed excitement, came through. "Miss Yu, you have finally reached us. Are you returning to the headquarters?" The familiar yet strange voice stirred emotions within Yu Qingji. Years ago, she had resolutely left, while he had desperately tried to persuade her to stay, but her heart was set on returning to her family, and she ultimately departed. On the day she left, he hadn't even come to bid her farewell. "Qinggu, I have been gone for many years." Yu Qingji exhaled slowly, striving to suppress her tumultuous emotions. "No matter how much time had elapsed, Miss Yu, your position remains irreplaceable. As long as you are willing to return, the invitation from headquarters will always stand." Qinggu spoke with an urgent tone, fearing that Yu Qingji might reconsider. She let out a barely perceptible sigh. The most pressing matter at hand was to inform the nation about the impending outbreak of the zombie virus in 3 months, allowing the government to prepare defensive measures in advance. Yu Qingji's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Qinggu, what I am about to say is of utmost importance, and I hope you will convey it entirely to the higher-ups. The apocalypse is approaching. In 3 months, a sudden and unanticipated zombie virus will erupt globally. The virus is relentless, and human society will be on the brink of collapse. We must prepare swiftly to confront this crisis." On the other end of the phone, silence ensued. Yu Qingji was not surprised, after years of no contact, to suddenly speak of such madness would leave anyone skeptical. "I understand this sounds absurd. I understand." Qingji's deep voice interrupted Yu Qingji, his tone unexpectedly calm. Yu Qingji was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. "He believes it just like that? The Yu I know would never jest about such matters. Although I do not know the source of your information, I trust you, and I will relay every word." Before the call ended, Qinggu added in a soft voice, "Stay safe, and remember, we await your return." Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected. Yu Qingji suddenly recalled that in her previous life, she had indeed learned of Qingji's fate after the outbreak. It was through a broadcast, where a data encryption technician from the headquarters of Huagua bravely detonated 1,000 kilograms of explosives, burying himself along with a multitude of zombies beneath the ruins, sacrificing himself to protect his comrades. This lifetime, it would not happen again. Yu Qingji clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Upon returning from the balcony, Wei Weian was deeply engrossed in her designs, oblivious to her presence. Yu Qingji quietly purchased lunch for her and departed unnoticed. Just as she returned home to continue packing her belongings, she found Ji Yanxie sitting on the sofa, his countenance somewhat sullen. "Why did you hang up when I called?" The man questioned in a low voice, his tone frigid. Yu Qingji raised an eyebrow. She had just seen the caller ID and had received a call from her best friend moments ago. She had no desire to be disheartened during such a joyful moment, so she naturally hung up. "Did you not also hang up on me?" Yu Qingji scoffed. "That was for work." After a pause, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where did you go so early?" "I do not concern myself with your affairs, but you should also refrain from meddling in mine." Yu Qingji retorted mockingly. With divorce imminent, what right did he have to dictate to her? By the way, that agreement. Just as Yu Qingji was about to mention the divorce papers, Ji Muyang rushed out of the bedroom, excitedly exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm ready. Let us go." Yu Qingji frowned. Ji Yanxie rose to his feet and declared, "Tomorrow evening, the city will witness a meteor shower. Yang Yang has invited Miss Shui to join us. I believe she has extended an invitation to you as well, considering your luggage appears nearly packed. Regardless of your current sulking, since your belongings are ready, it would be best for us to go together." "Father," Ji Muyang interjected hastily, his tone laden with evident displeasure. He yearned for a moment of solitude with Aunt Susu, viewing his mother's presence as an unwelcome distraction. It was perplexing, he thought. Why his mother, who had planned to indulge in manicures and shopping, felt the need to accompany them to witness the meteor shower. Yu Qingji found the situation rather amusing. Here she was, on an outing with her husband and son, yet the mistress had issued the invitation. Truly, the world had turned upside down. However, the very mention of the meteor shower reverberated in Yu Qingji's mind like a thunderclap. Vivid memories of her past life flashed before her eyes, scenes of tragic intensity. Towering waves crashing toward her, heart-wrenching cries, and the chilling embrace of the sea. At that time, they had not even informed her of their plans but had instead set off with Xue Susu to the city. She had only discovered their rendezvous through Xue Susu's social media, learning they intended to witness the once-in-a-lifetime meteor shower together. Regret washed over her. She wished she had not quarreled with Ji Yanqi, though she had never considered that they had no intention of including her. When she hurried after them, imagining the surprise she would bring, Ji Muyang had not only failed to express joy, but had instead chastised her for disrupting the atmosphere, even throwing her carefully prepared coat harshly to the ground. In a rare moment of anger, she had rebuked Ji Muyang, only to spark an even fiercer argument. Consequently, they missed the prime viewing time, yet fortuitously avoided the tsunami caused by the meteor shower's deviation from its path. Ji Muyang, however, showed no gratitude. He blamed her for ruining what had been a highly anticipated trip and tarnishing Xue Susu's precious vacation. In this lifetime, she resolved never to offer well-meaning reminders again. If they chose to court disaster, it was no concern of hers. Yu Qingji snapped back to the present, her voice icy as she stated, "I shall not go. You may attend without me." Ji Yanqi abruptly lifted his gaze, his hawk-like eyes fixed upon her, suppressing his fury as he retorted, "Yu Qingji, I have already permitted your attendance. Why do you persist in this spoiled demeanor? Am I exhibiting a spoiled temperament?" Yu Qingji scoffed, as if the notion were utterly absurd. "Ji Yanqi, I am not your subordinate to be manipulated at your will. Do not speak as if you are graciously allowing me to join. I have no desire to go." Yu Qingji. Ji Yanqi ground his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. The wife who had always been docile and obedient now resembled a porcupine, each word sharp and piercing, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Ji Muyang, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brows in frustration and stomped his foot, exclaiming, "Mom, why won't you go? Aunt Susu has invited you." Yu Qingji cast a cold glance his way, devoid of warmth. "What right does your so-called Aunt Susu have to invite me? Accompanied by her father. I ventured out to witness the meteor shower. Must we require an outsider for an invitation?" The sarcasm in her tone left Ji Muyang feeling quite embarrassed. His face flushed, he retorted, "Aunt Susu is not an outsider. She is far superior to you." "Superior to me?" Yu Qingji suddenly chuckled, turning her gaze towards Ji Yanqi. "Do you concur? She is young, beautiful, considerate, and gentle. Hence, are you also eager to cast me aside? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Yanqi's face turned an ashen hue. Yu Qingji, weary of their quarrel, had more pressing matters to attend to and swiftly turned to leave. "Where are you off to now? Do you intend to abandon this home?" Ji Yanqi bellowed coldly. "I do not," Yu Qingji replied succinctly. It was rather amusing to question her after they had already signed the divorce agreement. Ignoring the man's volatile expression, she strode away. In her previous life, the meteor shower was deflected from its course due to a meteorite collision, plummeting into the ocean near the city and triggering a catastrophic tsunami. The coastal city suffered immense devastation, becoming a veritable hell on earth. In this life, those tragedies had yet to unfold, and she possessed the capacity to avert them. Yu Qingji made her way directly to the headquarters. Chapter 9. What a coincidence years had passed since she last set foot in the headquarters. As Yu Qingji stood outside, gazing up at the towering and magnificent structure, a wave of complex emotions washed over her. Initially, she worried about being denied entry, for this was the heart of national data secrecy, with stringent security measures in place. To her surprise, as she stood outside the gate, facial recognition and iris scanning effortlessly confirmed her identity, and the door swung open for her. Just as Qin Gu had mentioned over the phone, the headquarters had never relinquished their faith in her. Yu Qingji paused momentarily, inhaling deeply, and, relying on her memory, made her way directly to the director's office. However, she encountered Qin Gu midway. "Qingji?" He stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. You have returned?" Yu Qingji's expression was grave, her tone urgent. "I have an urgent matter to report to the director." "What directives does the headquarters have regarding the zombie virus?" Qin Ji's gaze dimmed. "I'm sorry, I did my best, but the higher-ups do not believe it. I understand. Yu Qingji responded, unfazed by the outcome. After all, this was a warning of the apocalypse, not merely a forecast of rain. Not to mention, she had sacrificed her voice in her marriage and family, having not returned for many years. Even those who worked at the headquarters for extended periods would likely be deemed mad for suggesting a zombie outbreak in 3 months. I'm sorry, Qingji. Qinggu began, but upon meeting Yu Qingji's eyes, which sparkled with gratitude, he fell silent. Qinggu, thank you. Your willingness to believe in me is greatly appreciated. In her heart, she had never received such unconditional trust, even from the husband and children she had devoted herself to, choosing to forsake her career to care for them. Within that household, in this life and the last, she perpetually found herself justifying her existence, time and again seeking validation. Even so, a single, light remark from Xue Susu could effortlessly dismantle all her efforts. Yet now, confronted with such an absurd prophecy, Qinggu believed it without hesitation, harboring not a trace of doubt. This trust was more precious than anything else. The smile in Yu Qingji's eyes carried a hint of sincerity. Just as Qinggu opened her mouth, intending to say something, she was interrupted by a gentle, laughter-infused voice. What a coincidence, Qinggu. And Qingji, what brings you here? Xue Susu, clad in a beige trench coat, approached with an air of elegance and grace. Yu Qingji could hardly suppress a scoff. Coincidence? Truly, it was a remarkable coincidence. In her previous life, Xue Susu always appeared at the most opportune times, in the most suitable places, wielding the most fitting words, gradually dismantling her family and taking everything from her. Quite the coincidence indeed. Yu Qingji responded coolly. Qinggu sensed the subtle tension between the two and discreetly positioned herself beside Yu Qingji, giving a slight nod as a greeting to Xue Susu. Is Director Hu around? Yu Qingji, wishing to avoid further conversation with Xue Susu, inquired directly about Hu's whereabouts. Yes, I'll take you to him. Qinggu immediately understood Yu Qingji's intent and turned to lead the way. I also have some matters to discuss with Director Hu. Let us go together. Xue Susu said, smiling as she pretended to be affectionate by linking her arm with Yu Qingji's. Yu Qingji subtly evaded her touch, her gaze icy. Miss Xue. We are not well acquainted, are we? Xue Susu's expression stiffened, quickly masked by a light cough as she withdrew her hand. Her gaze fell upon Yu Qingji's pristine attire, and she casually remarked, Qingji, your outfit looks lovely today, though it is a bit plain. A touch of accessories would complement your elegance. At first glance, her comment appeared to be a well-meaning suggestion. Yet it subtly hinted at Yu Qingji wearing the brooch she had gifted her. Yu Qingji smiled. Though the warmth did not reach her eyes, I shall consider it for next time. The trio arrived at Director Hu's office. Chapter 10. One day, you will regret it. The elderly man, with graying hair, was diligently engrossed in his work, as focused and serious as ever. Yu Qingji felt her eyes well up with tears. Director Hu was a professor she held in the highest esteem. In her youth, when she was straightforward and naive, she had boldly refused the position he personally offered her, declaring with pride, though I relinquish this role, I possess the most beautiful love. Our love surpasses all else in the world. It seemed that Director Hu foresaw her tragic fate, as he sighed deeply. Xiaoji, one day you will regret this. Yet she had been brimming with confidence, her tone resolute. I shall not regret it. Ji Yinja loves me. He has said that I am his destiny, and he will become my everything. Now, as she recalled those words, Yu Qingji felt a burning shame flush her cheeks, regret washing over her like a tide. Director Hu. She choked out softly, calling his name. Director Hu lifted his gaze from his desk, adjusting his glasses as he squinted at the visitor. His somewhat murky eyes suddenly sparkled, only to quickly dim again. Yu Qingji? There was a discernible edge of anger and disappointment in his tone. What brings you back? Is your love not more important than anything else? Yu Qingji lowered her head, thick eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing the tumult of emotions within. Shame clung to her like a parasite, gnawing at her self-esteem. She clenched her fists, inhaled deeply, and forced herself to regain her composure, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Director Hu, I possess crucial urgent information that pertains to the city and the safety of millions. Director Hu's brows furrowed tightly, and in the face of serious matters, he instantly regained his former solemnity and composure. Speak. Tomorrow night, a meteor shower is expected, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it will veer off course and plunge into the sea, triggering a tsunami that will devastate the city and cause significant casualties. This is of utmost importance, Director. I implore you to order an immediate evacuation. The air seemed to thicken, and the office fell into a profound silence. After a moment of contemplation, Director Hu spoke in a grave tone. Ordering an evacuation of the entire city is no trivial matter. I need to verify the truth of this information. He promptly instructed someone to contact the Meteorological Bureau. Before long, the news spread throughout the headquarters, drawing many leaders to the scene. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. This is utterly absurd, Vice Director Lin Haohui exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Currently, no technology can predict a tsunami with such precision within 24 hours. Not to mention, Yu Qingji, you have been away from headquarters for years. I recall you were not even involved in meteorological monitoring. Now you come back to spread alarm? Vice Director, human lives are at stake. I have no reason to jest about such matters. Yu Qingji's gaze transcended him, landing on Director Hu, aware that only he held the final authority here. Director Hu, please trust me. Director Hu's fingers tapped slowly against the armrest, his eyes deep and inscrutable. The meteorological department is already conducting tests. We will have results soon. Everyone, please remain calm. Such a blatant falsehood required no verification. It was a waste of time here. Lin Haohui, incensed by Yu Qingji's reference to the vice director, shot her a cold glance. Yu Qingji, I understand you regret refusing the headquarters invitation and now wish to return. But one should focus on their own abilities and skills rather than indulge in such theatrics. Is this woman out of her mind? Lin Haohui's gaze shifted to Xue Susu, his tone softening considerably. Despite being of the same generation, Miss Xue is far more accomplished. Immediately, others chimed in. Miss Xue is young, beautiful, and highly capable. Indeed, she is a role model for our younger generation. Xue Susu smiled gracefully, her demeanor humble. You flatter me. This is merely my duty at work, and I strive to excel as expected. She gently addressed Yu Qingji, who met her calm gaze. However, I believe that since Qingji is so certain, she must have her reasons. After all, it cannot simply be for the sake of drawing attention, especially when it has become common knowledge. Compelling everyone to drop their tasks and rush here. Hasn't the director already contacted the Meteorological Bureau? Perhaps we should patiently await the outcome. Lin Haohui, ultimately, chose to respect Xue Susu's sentiment and refrain from further commentary. The news from the Meteorological Bureau arrived swiftly. Indeed, a once-in-a-century Grand Leonid meteor shower was to grace the city tomorrow night, yet there was no indication of an impending tsunami. Director Hu hung up the phone, his expression clouded with concern. Qingji, could there be a misunderstanding regarding this matter? His tone, though softened, betrayed an underlying disappointment. Lin Haohui seized the opportunity, mocking her with a loud derision. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? It seems she is deliberately stirring panic to seek the limelight. Now look, what a disgrace. Xue Susu sighed at the opportune moment, her eyes filled with worry. Qingji, I understand your concern for the city's safety, but we cannot afford to be so. Yu Qingji furrowed her brow slightly. The meteor shower itself would not plunge into the sea, but rather, a deviation caused by meteorite collisions could lead to that. Given the current information from the Meteorological Bureau, it was evidently not feasible. Yet, she possessed no evidence at present. Any explanation would only come across as feeble and ineffective. I stand by my assertion. Tomorrow evening, the city will encounter a tsunami. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Her tone was resolute, unwavering. The crowd was taken aback. Was this woman mad? The data from the Meteorological Bureau had been released, and she was still spouting nonsense? Skepticism, ridicule, and disdain enveloped her like a swarm of arrows. Yu Qingji rose, nodding apologetically to Director Hu. I apologize for the disturbance today. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With the route from headquarters blocked, she had to forge a new path. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. As she turned to depart, Xue Susu called out, Qingji, wait for me. I'll go out with you. Xue Susu quickly stood, offering an apologetic smile to the others. You see, Qingji sometimes has unique thoughts. I apologize on her behalf to Mr. Lin, Director Hu, and everyone here. She did not intend to disrupt morale. Perhaps the recent pressure has been overwhelming, so I ask for your understanding. Yu Qingji chose to ignore her, continuing her stride. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, she spotted two familiar figures, Ji Yanche and Ji Muyang. Her pace faltered, a sense of confusion washing over her. What were they doing here? Ji Muyang craned his neck, eagerly peering into the courtyard. Upon spotting Yu Qingji, his excited expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Yet, he quickly waved his small hand, his voice bright and clear. Aunt Susu, we are here to pick you up. Xue Susu moved past Yu Qingji, scooping up Ji Muyang in her arms. tenderly ruffling his hair as she laughed softly. Yang Yang, you are truly considerate. How fortunate to have such a thoughtful little warm-hearted boy. She lifted her head and turned to look at Yu Qingji. Qingji, don't be too downcast. Everyone simply prefers to communicate and act based on evidence. It's perfect timing, as Yang Yang has been yearning to witness the meteor shower. Let's go together. The meteor shower is breathtaking and will serve as a wonderful distraction. Chapter 12. Then let us embark together. Upon hearing this, Ji Mu Yang's lips pursed in displeasure. His small face etched with reluctance. His mother had left without packing her luggage at noon, and one could only imagine his joy. He had meticulously planned a world of three with Aunt Susu and his father, and now his mother's sudden appearance filled him with apprehension that she might disrupt their plans. Yet, Aunt Susu insisted on inviting his mother along, and he did not wish to disappoint her or appear ungrateful. His mind raced, ultimately deciding to cautiously gauge his mother's attitude. If she chose not to go, it would be for the best. Mother, aren't you rather busy? If you can't make it, it's perfectly fine. I shall still enjoy the experience on your behalf. Throughout this exchange, Yu Qingji remained silent, contemplating how she could utilize her abilities to aid the residents of the city. Ji Yanche's penetrating gaze swept over Yu Qingji, his brows furrowing tightly. This was the headquarters of the National Command and Control Center. How had a mere housewife gained entry? He quickly connected this to the earlier argument he had with her, his expression darkening instantaneously. Yu Qingji, do you even realize where you are? You just waltz in to see Miss Shui, disrupting her work. What exactly are you attempting to accomplish? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yu Qingji's lips as she regarded him with a semblance of amusement. Upon witnessing this, Shui Susu promptly interjected, Mr. Ji, you misunderstand. Qingji is not here to see me. Rather, she paused, as if wholly concerned for Yu Qingji, weaving a fabricated tale. She is here to see you and Yang Yang. She heard you were going to watch the meteor shower and wished to join, but felt too shy to speak up. As Shui Susu spoke, she gently patted Ji Mu Yang's head. Yang Yang, Annie understands your concern for your mother. Why don't we all go together? More company makes for a livelier outing. A cold laugh welled up within Yu Qingji. She couldn't help but admire Shui Susu's art of persuasion, seemingly considerate in her explanation. She had, in truth, painted Yu Qingji as someone relentless, disregarding the feelings of others. Upon hearing this, Ji Mu Yang immediately clung tightly to Shui Susu, burying his face in her shoulder and muttering, but I've already made plans with Dad and Aunt Susu. He deliberately mentioned his father and Aunt Susu together, subtly excluding Yu Qingji from the equation. Ji Yanche's expression darkened further. He coldly interrupted Shui Susu. No need to speak on her behalf. I know her well enough. He furrowed his brow and warned Yu Qingji. This time, I will overlook it, but there will be no next time. You will not be able to bear the consequences. Dad, it's getting late, Ji Mu Yang urged, eager to rid himself of his mother and enjoy a moment alone with Aunt Susu. Ji Yanche glanced at the time and then coldly addressed Yu Qingji. You should return home now. Return home for what? Yu Qingji's gaze swept over Ji Yanche's sullen face before landing on Ji Mu Yang's wary expression. With a smile, she said, Did Miss Shui not just invite me to watch the meteor shower? Let's go together. Ji Mu Yang's expression instantly fell. However, not wanting to appear ungrateful to Aunt Susu, he pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. This display of restraint made it seem as though Yu Qingji was the real villain. Yu Qingji had long ceased to care for Ji Mu Yang, so even if her son harbored disdain for her, it could not wound her. Presently, the swiftest route to the city was to board Ji Yanche's private jet, and she certainly would not decline such a convenient offer of transportation. Then let us depart together, Ji Yanche declared, his dark eyes as profound as a cold pool, casting an inscrutable glance at Yu Qingji before striding toward the parking lot. Chapter 13. Not worth her investment. Ji Mu Yang immediately took hold of Shui Susu's hand to follow, deliberately slowing his pace as he whispered to her, And Susu, I know you've just returned to the country and haven't had the chance to buy a car. Traveling alone must be quite inconvenient. So I specifically asked Dad to come pick you up. His tone brimmed with pride. Shui Susu gently patted his head. Is that so? Yang Yang, you are so considerate. And is truly touched. Kiki, as long as Aunt Susu needs us, we are always at your service. Yu Qingji lingered at the back, observing with a cold eye. Ever since her return to the family, she had rarely driven, spending her days engrossed in household chores and caring for her husband and son. When she did venture out, encountering inclement weather made hailing a cab difficult. Even when she called Ji Yanche for a ride, he would arrive late or simply send a driver. To her surprise, he was quite eager to pick up Shui Susu. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yuqingji instinctively walked toward the passenger seat, only to be abruptly pulled back by Ji Muyang. Mom, you should sit in the back. Aunt Susu gets car sick. And the front seat will be more comfortable for her. It's all right, Yang. I can sit in the back. Let your mother sit in the front. Xue Susu quickly waved her hand in a gesture of modesty. Aunt Susu, you needn't be so polite. You've worked so hard. Of course, you should sit comfortably. Ji Muyang insisted, pulling Yuqingji's hand and forcing her to the back seat. Is this such a difficult concept for me to explain, Mom? His tone was laced with dissatisfaction and impatience, almost unrestrained, though he wished to sit beside Xue Susu, ensuring her comfort took precedence. Reluctantly, he decided to endure the cramped back seat with his mother. To make himself more comfortable, Ji Muyang promptly removed his shoes and leaned against Yuqingji. She frowned, but ultimately refrained from pushing him away. Rubbing his eyes, Ji Muyang gradually felt drowsy. He had played too exuberantly at Aunt Susu's house the previous night, not retiring until the early hours. Naturally, he slid his head under his mother's arm, resting it on her soft thigh, inhaling the faint scent of soap on her, which inexplicably brought him a sense of peace. In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he pondered how delightful it would be if his mother were less nagging and more like Aunt Sue, who was both admirable and gentle. Yuqingji lowered her gaze, her eyes icy. The son she had once cradled in her hands with affection now only remembered that Xue Susu suffered from motion sickness, failing to recall that her own affliction was far worse. Were it not for the desire to keep Ji Yanche and the others from discerning any hints, she would never allow Ji Muyang to rest his head upon her lap. This ungrateful little wolf, unworthy of even the slightest of her devotion, suppressing her disgust. Yuqingji seized a moment to message Vivian. Vivian, once the design is complete, please compile a list of materials needed for construction and send it to me. I will procure them. Vivian replied instantaneously. I can finish the overall design today. I will send you the materials list tomorrow. Yuqingji responded. All right. I will buy some items to send to the villa shortly. Please be attentive to receive them. Seated in the rear, with no one able to see her phone screen, Yuqingji opened the flash group and procured a substantial quantity of medicines, along with some metal arrows, crossbow bolts, and other weaponry. These items were in high demand in the apocalypse, and there was never enough, even if today's needs were unclear. She could not afford to waste her purchasing quota and upgrade opportunities. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 4. Daily purchase limit increased by 80. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 5. Daily purchase limit increased by 160. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts have been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. Chapter 14. Words of Wisdom to a Wretched Soul. Rapidly exhausting her purchase attempts for the day, Yuqingji powered down her phone. Upon raising her eyes, she encountered the probing gaze of Xue Susu in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met in silent communion, and Xue Susu was the first to smile. When boarding, Yuqingji walked at the back, instinctively moving towards the nearest vacant seat. Just as she prepared to sit, Ji Muyang suddenly rushed over, forcefully shoving her aside. There are people here, move away. Yuqingji was caught off guard by the sudden force, stumbling forward and colliding heavily with the seat in front, a sharp pain radiating from her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, she was transported back to the instant before her demise in her previous life. It was yet another unexpected shove that had propelled her into the surging tide of zombies. As the undead's fangs enveloped her, she distinctly observed the cold, calculating, and even somewhat gleeful expression on Ji Muyang's face. In that moment, she comprehended the depth of her son's loathing for her, and she, like a fool, had cherished him as her heart's delight, constantly protecting and yielding. How utterly absurd. Ji Muyang completely disregarded Yuqingji, hastily seating himself beside the accommodating Xue Susu, saying, Aunt Susu, I want to sit with you. Yuqingji abruptly regained her composure, inhaling deeply to suppress the icy turmoil within her. Standing tall, her stomach churned, and she bit down hard on her lip to stifle the urge to vomit. Ji Muyang occupied the seat beside Xue Susu, leaving the remaining 2 adjacent seats for herself and Ji Yanche. Yuqingji had no choice but to silently take her seat. The effects of motion sickness were becoming increasingly overwhelming, forcing her to endure the discomfort while gazing out the window. Ji Yanche glanced at her, hesitating to speak several times. Yuqingji caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass, understanding his unspoken intentions. However, she had no desire to discuss the divorce agreement at that moment. Finally, Ji Yanche spoke in a low voice. Qingji, you are no longer a headstrong child. You must consider your actions more carefully. Consider what? Revoking the divorce agreement? What nonsense! Yu Qingji rolled her eyes inwardly. Ji Yanche observed her defiant posture, seething with frustration yet feeling helpless. As the private plane landed in the city, night fell. Aunt Su, the seaside hotel Dad booked is fantastic. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a view of the entire bay. Ji Muyang excitedly tugged at Shui Su's hand, eager to head towards the arranged vehicle. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, President Ji. There was no need to go to such lengths. I merely wish to spend more time with Yang, Shui Su replied. Following his lead and turning to smile gratefully at Ji Yanche, he nodded slightly, his tone gentle. Your willingness to spend time with Yang is commendable. And you deserve the best hospitality. Exactly. Since Aunt Su is here to have fun with us, she should stay at the finest hotel. Ji Muyang nodded vigorously, completely ignoring Yu Qingji, who trailed behind. In his mind, his mother's presence was as natural as air and water, easily accessible at all times. Therefore, he could carelessly overlook her, pouring all his enthusiasm into the dazzling Aunt Su. Are you planning to stay at the seaside hotel? Yu Qingji seized upon the key point, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Ji Yanche's brows furrowed tightly, an undercurrent of impatience flickering in his eyes. Are you not intending to accompany us? The hotel is already booked. Where else would you like to stay? Under the oppressive gaze of the man, a surge of anger ignited within Yu Qingji. Was he suggesting she follow them, catering to both him and his son, as well as Shui Su? She was not that desperate. I will not stay by the sea, Yu Qingji replied coldly, adding a reminder. The meteor showers are beautiful, they are merely falling meteors. Be cautious of the potential for a tsunami should they plunge into the sea. You may not have time to escape. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop with the absurdity. Ji Yanche, with limited patience, warned in a deep voice. Even if you wish to act petulantly, there should be boundaries. Yu Qingji shrugged. Fine then. Stay wherever you wish. I shall find my own place. Good advice is wasted on the damned, she muttered under her breath as she turned to leave. Hearing the commotion, Ji Muyang turned around, and upon seeing Yu Qingji's retreating figure, he stamped his foot in annoyance. Mom, what's wrong with you? We finally have a chance to have fun. Can you please not spoil it? Even though she relinquished her son, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a needle. She inhaled deeply, resolutely averting her gaze from Ji Muyang's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Yanche's look of disdain, and strode away. Qingshi Shui Su called out anxiously. Don't worry about her, Ji Yanche replied, his expression darkening. Let her go wherever she pleases. Shui Su furrowed her brow in concern. Mr. Ji, perhaps we should let Qingshi accompany us. I cannot bear the thought of her being alone. And Su, you don't need to worry about Mom. She can manage on her own. Let us go to the seaside hotel. The view there is magnificent. After a moment of irritation, Ji Muyang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was truly splendid that his mother had departed. This way, his plans would remain unscathed. Besides, his mother had come this far. Even if she did not join them, she would still be able to witness the meteor shower, albeit not as splendidly as by the sea. But this was a choice she had made for herself. Chapter 15. This is our secret. Yu Qingji, guided by the memories of her past life, reserved a hotel situated in a safe suburban area. Once settled, she retrieved her laptop from the suitcase, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code cascaded down like a waterfall. Since the headquarters refused to issue an evacuation order, she would not hesitate to employ her own methods to save these innocent lives. Though, it must be said, her approach was somewhat unorthodox. 2 hours later, Yu Qingji rubbed her sore neck and dialed the hotel hotline for coffee. As she waited, she rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Even from a distance, the vibrant city skyline sparkled gloriously in the night, while the seaside appeared dreamlike. The artificial blue tears mingling with the relentless waves, preserving romance eternally along the coast. But who could have anticipated that such a tranquil and romantic evening was brewing a catastrophic disaster? After tomorrow, the city would cease to exist. Yu Qingshi shook her head, filled with regret. The coffee arrived, bringing her scattered thoughts back into focus. She sipped lightly, the bitter taste sharpening her muddled mind. Returning to her computer, her slender fingers resumed their swift dance across the keyboard. This was the only method she could conceive to save more lives. Meanwhile, on the private beach of the seaside hotel, Ji Muyang excitedly pulled Shui Su's hand, barefoot on the soft sand. And Su, look, the blue tears are so beautiful. They resemble stars. Yang, slow down a bit. Don't trip. Shui Su hurried after him, her face radiant with joy, her elegance accentuated by the glow of the blue tears, like a sprite that had escaped from the ocean. Ji Yanche stood at a distance, his gaze fixed upon Xue Susu, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to see the former Yu Qixi, equally bright and cheerful, always clinging to his side, sharing her joys with a buoyant spirit. When had Yu Qixi ceased to smile? Ji Yanche's heart sank abruptly. He could not help but take out his phone to glance at it. Aside from messages from his assistant and friends, there was nothing from Yu Qingji, which caused him to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call her. Just as his finger was about to press the number, Xue Susu's voice interrupted. Mr. Ji, why don't you call Qingji to check on her? She is all alone in an unfamiliar place. Has she settled in well? The beach is quite enjoyable. It would be lovely if she could join us. Ji Yanche paused his finger, put away his phone, and replied calmly. No need to call her. She is accustomed to an early bedtime and may well be asleep by now. That's right, Aunt Susu, no need to worry about Mom. She can take care of herself. Let us continue splashing in the waves. Ji Muyang exclaimed. His little face flushed as he tugged at Xue Susu, chasing after the blue waves. Xue Susu laughed. Mr. Ji, you should come play too. The waves here are not cold at all. As Ji Yanche observed Xue Susu's radiant smile, it reminded him of many years ago when Yu Qingji would smile and wave at him under the dim light. His expression softened as he approached them. Yang, slow down. Don't tire out Miss Xue. Dad, if Aunt Susu gets tired, will you carry her back to the hotel? Ji Yanche was momentarily taken aback, instinctively furrowing his brow. Xue Susu glanced at him and immediately blushed, playfully chiding, Yang, and can walk by herself. No. Every time Mom runs with me and gets tired, Dad carries her. So if Aunt Susu gets tired, let Dad carry her too. Ji Muyang ran to Ji Yanche, pulling on his hand in a coaxing manner. Dad, you said boys should be gentlemen. So if Aunt Susu is tired, will you carry her? Ji Yanche found it hard to refuse his son's request, as he never denied him anything. Carrying her for a moment seemed inconsequential. All right, I'll indulge you today. But we mustn't let your mother know. Yay, that's wonderful. This will be our little secret. Ji Muyang joyfully jumped up, fully aware that if his mother found out, she would be furious, as she never showed any understanding. Chapter 16, Ghost. Their essay Ghost. In a hotel on the outskirts. Yu Qingji sat before her computer with a furrowed brow, her slender fingers tirelessly tapping on the keyboard. The city's network defenses were more formidable than she anticipated. However, this posed no challenge for her. It merely required a bit more time. 3 hours later, done. With a sharp sound of the enter key being struck, the code on the computer screen scrolled rapidly. After a few flickers, it abruptly halted, plunging into darkness, deep as ink, instilling a sense of unease. Slowly, a ghastly white skull emerged, with crimson blood gushing from its dark eye sockets. The hollow eye sockets stared fixedly at the person in front of the screen, evoking a primal fear. Red letters pulsated on the screen like a warning from the depths of hell. Leave the city before 4 p.m. tomorrow or face death. Suddenly, the screen was inundated with a multitude of skulls of varying sizes, convulsing violently while emitting a chilling cacophony of laughter. He die. Ha 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 die. Yu Qingji, having observed the spectacle, nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive, indeed. It had achieved a distinctly intimidating effect. What remained to be seen was whether the desired outcome could be realized. No sooner had Yu Qingji's words faded than chaos engulfed the city. Every resident's mobile phone, computer, television, and all other internet-connected devices simultaneously succumbed to a black screen, replaced by ghastly skulls and spine-chilling warnings. Ah, a ghost. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. My phone. It's possessed. Good heavens. My tablet has gone mad. My television switched on by itself, displaying terrifying messages. The entire city erupted in pandemonium, panic spreading like wildfire. Emergency calls flooded in, overwhelming the lines. Yet, all that could be heard through the receiver was the eerie laughter of the skulls. He die? 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 It was as if a death knell from the depths of hell relentlessly assaulted their nerves. To flee or to remain. This dilemma hung like a sharpened blade over the hearts of every citizen. I dare not take the chance. What if it's true? The timid had already begun to flee. Their vehicles jamming the highways in a desperate exodus, horns blaring in a cacophony of terror. Meanwhile, in the opulent suite of the seaside hotel, Ji Muyang, who should have been resting, was engrossed in his video game. Typically, his mother would not permit him to play for long, but with her absence, he indulged freely. Just as Ji Muyang was reveling in his game, the screen abruptly went dark. How strange. Had it malfunctioned? Curiosity piqued. He murmured to himself when, out of nowhere, a frenzied, Terrifying laughter erupted, and skulls flashed across the screen, accompanied by blood-red letters that left Ji Mu-young frozen in terror. Ji Mu-young, paralyzed with fear, hurled the device away, where it bounced off the plush carpet. In the next moment, the television in the room sprang to life, broadcasting the same horrific imagery. The skulls seemed poised to emerge from the screen, malevolently fixated on him. A ghost. There's a ghost. Ji Mu-young scrambled out of the room, barefoot, racing down the corridor, his cries of distress echoing throughout. Dad. Aunt Su-su. Help. Help. There's a ghost. Simultaneously, Ji and Che and Shue Su-su burst forth from their respective rooms. Ji Mu-young, spotting his savior, dashed into Shue Su-su's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Aunt Su-su. Wah. There's a ghost. The television is full of them. It's so frightening. They want to devour me. Chapter 17. This hacker is quite impressive. Don't be afraid, Yang. Annie is here. No one can harm you, Shue Su-su comforted, holding Ji Mu-young tightly, gently stroking his back. Ji Yin-che's phone had spiraled out of control, a blood-red skull with its mouth agape silently howling, accompanied by a chilling soundtrack that seemed to threaten to emerge from the screen. His expression darkened as he endeavored to disregard the ghastly wails of the skull, coldly remarking, "What a farce." Remembering that Yuqing Ji was alone and about to attempt dialing a number, he was interrupted by Shue Su-su's voice. Mr. Ji. These skulls appeared suddenly. They resemble a premeditated cyber attack rather than a supernatural event. The sole intent of the perpetrator seems to be to drive everyone from the city, which is quite peculiar. Just a prank, Ji Yin-che dismissed, feeling no threat from the skulls, yet his curiosity about the hacker who could infiltrate even his phone piqued. This hacker is rather skilled. Shue Su-su's gaze flickered. She suddenly recalled the tsunami prophecy that Yuqing Ji had reported to Director Hu. Realizing that both she and the hacker shared a common goal of urging the city's residents to evacuate. Could it be she quickly dismissed her own speculation? After all, her phone was safeguarded by the headquarters data protection network, yet still had been compromised. How formidable must the technology be? Having been a housewife for many years, how could she possess such advanced skills? She was simply overthinking. Mr. Ji, perhaps we should leave here and regroup with Qing Ji. She may also be frightened, suggested Shue Su-su. Daddy, I don't want to stay here. It's so scary. Ji Mu-young looked up with teary eyes, pitifully gazing at Ji Yin-che. Terrified to his core, he didn't even dare glance at the skulls. At that moment, he surprisingly yearned for his mother. Ji Yin-che felt a pang of sympathy for his son and gently embraced him, whispering, "All right, I'll go get the car." After much commotion, Ji Yin-che and the others finally arrived at the suburban hotel where Yuqing Ji resided just as dawn broke. Weary and disheveled, they entered the lobby and unexpectedly encountered Yuqing Ji ascending the stairs with breakfast in hand. Mom. Ji Mu-young was the first to cry out, breaking free from Shue Su-su's hold and rushing toward Yuqing Ji. He had intended to tell his mother about his fright, seeking her comfort. However, upon seeing that his mother appeared entirely unperturbed and even in the mood for breakfast, realization struck him. You knew all along that the seaside hotel would be haunted, didn't you? You deliberately didn't tell us, just to watch me get scared. You're not a good mom. You're mean. Yuqing Ji, having spent the night awake monitoring the city's network, was utterly exhausted, her temples throbbing. At his words, her expression darkened. From the very beginning, I said not to stay by the sea. You insisted on it. Now that something has happened, you turn around and blame me? You could have repeated it more times. If you had, I would have listened. Ji Mu-young's face flushed red, a mix of grievance and fear transforming into anger, all directed at Yuqing Ji. He completely forgot how adamantly he had insisted on staying at the seaside hotel. Yuqing Ji was so exasperated that she almost laughed, her eyes icy. Indifferent to the incomprehensible remarks of the inexperienced, she ascended the stairs with determination. She surmised that the trio had likely received her surprise the previous night. Unfortunately, they had chosen to leave the city, prolonging their existence. What a pity. Qingji, Ji Yin-che reprimanded sharply, his brows furrowed. Yang was terrified last night. What is your attitude? Yuqing halted, casting a cold glance at him, a mocking smile gracing her lips. She mirrored his demeanor as he treated her. But you are the mother. Shouldn't a mother be accommodating? Ji Mu-young's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his small face etched with grievance. He was so frightened. Yet his mother showed no concern and spoke to him this way. Was she truly his mother? I hate my mother. That mother. Chapter 18. No such words about mother. Ji Mu-young stamped his foot and shouted, dashing away with tears in his eyes. Yang Yang. Xue Susu immediately followed, soothingly saying, Yang Yang. Dear, please don't cry. Auntie will take you upstairs to rest, all right? Ji Yanqi cast a long, contemplative glance at Yu Qingji, his lips pressed into a thin line. Before hastily pursuing them, Yu Qingji shook her head and continued her ascent, returning to her room. She nibbled on something before resuming her monitoring of the evacuation status of the city's residents. Despite the intimidation, many remained reluctant to leave. It's merely a prank. It feels all too real. The youth today truly know how to have fun. Having resided in the city for decades, he had witnessed numerous storms. What was there to fear? At that moment, not only had the special police intervened, but the headquarters had also been alerted. Yet, the source of the skull emblem remained elusive. Although the terrifying information circulating online had been suppressed, the atmosphere of panic continued to spread. Xue Susu received a communication from headquarters, requesting her assistance in calming the public's anxiety. She promptly opened her social media account and posted a message to all residents of the city. Regarding the unusual situation that has arisen today on the city network, please remain calm. Relevant departments are conducting a thorough investigation, and normalcy will be restored shortly. The city is currently safe. Please trust official announcements and refrain from believing in rumors. Her account was officially verified, exuding authority and credibility, boasting millions of followers both domestically and internationally. Once the message was disseminated, the pervasive panic was significantly alleviated. Auntie Susu is so impressive. Auntie Susu is everyone's goddess. Ji Muyang gazed at Xue Susu, who was intently focused on the computer, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Xue Susu smiled gently, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The screen filled with a flurry of intricate code. After observing for a moment, unable to comprehend, Ji Muyang scampered over to Ji Yanqi and whispered, Daddy. If only Mommy were half as capable as Auntie Susu. Ji Yanqi frowned. Yagong, no such words about your mother. Ji Muyang pouted, but Mommy is truly useless. She is even envious of Auntie Susu's talent, scowling at us the entire way. I'm small, yet not foolish. My mother, on the other hand, is foolish, clumsy, and rather petty. Ji Yanqi's expression darkened. Xue Susu paused her work and gently raised her head, saying, Yang Yang, no matter what, your mother is still your mother. You must treat her well and not be harsh with her. Understand? Will you apologize to her later? Ji Muyang felt reluctant, but since it was Aunt Susu's request, he could only nod begrudgingly. I understand. Yu Qingji had been nervously monitoring the situation for 10 hours and had inadvertently dozed off at her desk. When she awoke, it was to the vibration of her phone. Picking it up, she saw a message from Ji Yanqi. Come to the restaurant for dinner. Yu Qingji set her phone down and instinctively checked the evacuation status. To her dismay, she discovered that many residents, spurred by Xue Susu's comments, were returning to the city. Her expression darkened, her brows knitted together as a wave of helplessness washed over her. She promptly made her way downstairs. Before Yu Qingji reached the restaurant entrance, she caught a glimpse of the scene inside through the glass window. Ji Muyang was clinging to Xue Susu like a little koala, his small head nearly buried in her embrace. Xue Susu held him with one arm, while her other hand flew over the laptop, typing rapidly as complex codes danced across the screen. Ji Yanqi sat opposite her, engrossed in his phone. Have you found any information on that hacker? Ji Yanqi inquired. Chapter 19. Too late. Xue Susu shook her head, her brow slightly furrowed. The other party has strong counter-surveillance capabilities. We currently have no leads. She paused, her tone growing serious. However, their methods bear a resemblance to someone who vanished many years ago. Ji Yanqi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Xue Susu elaborated. There was a highly skilled technician in the headquarters network department named, who specialized in maintaining network security. One was a do-gooder, the other a nefarious figure. They were infamous in the cyber world as the Black and Red Duo. 7 years ago, they both disappeared without a trace. Rumor has it they met privately and perished together. Yu Qingji stood outside the door, a cold smile gracing her lips. Pardon me, but I am quite alive. Little did they know, both identities, hers and that of the technician, were, in fact, hers. One identity facilitated her service to the nation, while the other allowed her to undertake private work for profit. A memory from 7 years ago flashed through Yu Qingji's mind. She had just completed a significant mission and excitedly approached Ji Yanqi, asking, Yanqi, what type of woman do you like? Ji Yanqi, tenderly stroking her hair, replied with a doting tone, I like a woman who is family-oriented and needs my protection. I do not wish for you to be too formidable, as that would burden you. I want to protect you as a husband and provide you with a future. In retrospect, each of those gentle words felt like sharp daggers piercing her heart. Thus, she had refrained from revealing her true profession to him. After marrying Ji Yanche, she ceased to utilize these two accounts. Even in dire need of funds, she refrained from withdrawing a single penny. Had it not been for her rebirth, which unveiled the true nature of this man, these two accounts might have remained permanently dormant. Mother Ji Muyang noticed Yu Qingji standing at the doorway and instinctively called out in a hushed tone. Yu Qingji regained her focus and approached. Ji Muyang immediately retreated into Xue Susu's embrace. Xue Susu gently patted Ji Muyang's back, encouraging him with her gaze to apologize. Ji Muyang, with a reluctant expression, turned his head away, pouting as he muttered, "I'm sorry, Mom." His dismissive demeanor was evident to anyone observing. Yu Qingji scoffed coldly. "An insincere apology is of no value to me." Ji Muyang abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yu Qingji. He had apologized. How could his mother not forgive him? Surely, she desired his affection and embrace. Wasn't he going to give in? He would wait for his mother to regret her decision and come to him for a hug and kiss. At that moment, he would not forgive her. Yu Qingji disregarded Ji Muyang and turned her attention to Xue Susu, stating bluntly, "Xue Susu, could you please retract your previous statement?" Xue Susu appeared momentarily taken aback. Her expression filled with regret as she replied, "Qingji, I apologize, that was for my work. Furthermore, it was on the official account, and it is inconvenient to retract." Ji Yanche furrowed his brow tightly, admonishing, "Qingji, stop being foolish. If you do not understand, ask more questions instead of making reckless statements that affect Miss Xue's work." Ji Muyang secretly rolled his eyes, knowing his mother was ignorant. Even he, a mere child, understood that content posted on an official account could not be retracted. Yet his mother was oblivious. Yu Qingji glanced at the time, her expression growing increasingly grave. There was no time left if you do not retract it. It would be too late. It was 11 o'clock. In 5 more hours, the tsunami would arrive. Had the Meteorological Bureau not detected it yet? At that moment, at the headquarters of Hua Country, director who stood beneath the massive screen displaying rolling code, inquiring of the technicians, "Have you found anything yet? Who was the hacker that instigated panic in the city last night?" The technicians, pale-faced, typed frantically on their keyboards, but could still find no clues. This individual was far too powerful. He possessed an extensive understanding of network encryption, resembling an insider. The deputy director slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Once we identify this person, I will have him torn to shreds." Just then, an operator stood up with a phone in hand. "Director who? It's the Meteorological Bureau on the line." Chapter 20. The city is about to face a tsunami attack. Director who snatched the phone. "This is Hu Yuanshan." A hurried voice came through the line. "Director who, urgent situation. The meteor shower that was supposed to pass over the city tonight at 8 has suddenly been struck by a larger meteorite, altering its trajectory, and is set to fall into the deep sea within the next 5 hours. According to our calculations, the coastal region of the city is set to face a catastrophic tsunami within 5 hours. The entire city will be affected." Director whose complexion changed drastically, and his heart sank. "What?" In the suburban hotel and restaurant, Ji Yanche gradually grew impatient. "Qingji, enough. Stop your unreasonable antics. I will take you home first." He stood up, grasping Yu Qingji's wrist, intent on leading her away. Suddenly, Xue Susu's phone rang urgently. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression instantly turned serious. "What orders does the headquarters have?" The voice on the other end was brief and urgent. "Team Leader Xue, immediately issue a correction statement through your account. The city will be struck by a catastrophic tsunami, and all residents are required to evacuate at once." Xue Susu tightened her grip on the phone, her eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. A tsunami. She abruptly turned to Yu Qingji, her expression complex. Taking a deep breath, Xue Susu spoke into the phone. "Understood. I will execute it immediately." After hanging up, she looked at Ji Yanche, her voice grave. "Mr. Ji, the situation has changed. The city is about to face a tsunami, and I need to issue an evacuation warning right away." Without waiting to gauge the expressions of those present, she promptly sat down and began operating her computer. Given the gravity of the matter, Xue Susu swiftly published the evacuation announcement on her social media account. "Dear citizens, according to the Meteorological Bureau's predictions, a tsunami will strike the city within 5 hours. Please evacuate swiftly." The time between her two announcements was too short, causing an uproar among netizens. "What is happening? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago?" "I knew it. Those skulls couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Why are you still looking at your phones? Hurry and run. Life is paramount. Once the announcement was released, numerous highly upvoted comments of complaints flooded in. Shue Susu pressed her lips together, replying with calming messages from her verified account while urging everyone to evacuate. Ji Yinche's pupils contracted sharply, shock flashing in his eyes, as if recalling something. He suddenly cast a doubtful glance at the silent Yu Qingji beside him. He remembered that Yu Qingji had mentioned a tsunami last night and had just insisted that Shue Susu delete her comments, reassuring the residents. He had not anticipated that she would inadvertently hit the mark. Ji Muyang paused, suddenly widening his eyes and leaping from his chair. There's a tsunami. Dad. Aunt Susu. Let us run. I don't want to die here. Amidst the chaos, Shue Susu took a moment to smile reassuringly at him. It's all right, Yang Yang. We are far from the city. This is a safe zone, and there is no danger. Ji Muyang patted his chest, exhaling deeply in relief. And only then did he feel at ease. Seeing Aunt Susu so busy, he sat beside her, his little face radiating admiration and adoration. Aunt Susu is truly remarkable. She remains composed even in such a critical situation. Yet, thinking of those terrifying skulls, he couldn't help but shiver. Immediately, he inquired in confusion. So that hacker who scared us with the skull is actually here to save everyone? At present, it appeared that the individual had indeed performed a commendable act. Ji Yinche remarked, yet his brow remained furrowed. Ji Muyang rested his chin on his hand and nodded, suddenly feeling that the skull was not so terrifying after all. Upon reflection, that enigmatic hacker could be considered an ally of Aunt Susu, a good person. However, if both his father and Aunt Susu, despite their exceptional abilities, were unaware of the impending tsunami, how did the hacker come to know? Could it be that he possessed the ability to foresee the future? Ji Muyang pondered. Shue Susu's fingers paused momentarily on the keyboard, instinctively glancing at Yu Qingji. Chapter 21. Mistaken for an unmarried lady. Yu Qingji had even learned of the tsunami before the hacker. Could it be that she had some connection with that mysterious hacker? Shue Susu averted her gaze, concealing her emotions, and softly stated, now is not the time for entanglements. There are many others who require my assistance. Mr. Ji, I must trouble you to look after Yang Yang for the time being. All right, you focus on your tasks, Ji Yinche replied, yet his gaze immediately fell upon Yu Qingji. As if caring for the child were her inherent duty, Yu Qingji caught the implied command in his look and smirked internally. Don't look at me. I am quite busy myself. She coldly interjected, snapping her fingers at a passing waiter. Excuse me, could you bring a menu? I would like to place an order. Certainly. Mississippi, please hold on for a moment. The waiter's address caused Yu Qingji to raise an eyebrow. It seemed that since she was not seated at the same table as the three, the waiter had assumed they were a family of three, while she was regarded as an unmarried lady. See, even the waiter can discern their relationship, yet some people remain completely oblivious to the need for discretion. The term miss also caused Ji Yinche to frown. He wished to say something, but Yu Qingji completely ignored him, focusing on her order. Pan-fried sole, French escargot. White wine braised mussels, whatever is the most expensive. After all, it would be charged to Ji Yinche's account, and she felt no qualms about it. In 3 months, she would no longer have the luxury of enjoying such delicacies, so she intended to indulge herself while she could. In contrast to Yu Qingji's leisurely demeanor, Shue Susu's brow was tightly knit as she busied herself. Despite her best efforts to reassure everyone, many still challenged her following her confident assertions. Just a moment ago, you claimed it was foolproof. What now? Ah, if I am swept away by the tsunami, you must accompany me in death. Shue Susu pressed her lips together tightly. Her face a shade paler. She was merely following the directives of her superiors. She bore no fault. No one could have anticipated that a meteorite would collide with a meteor shower, a probability of 1 in a billion. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? She consoled herself with these thoughts. After taking a long breath, she logged out of her account and turned to manage the paralyzed network. Ji Muyang observed the industrious Shue Susu, then glanced at the relaxed Yu Qingji, pursing his lips. Aunt Susu is preoccupied with saving lives. And yet my mother still has the presence of mind to order food? Does she not comprehend the terror of a tsunami? How can she be so oblivious? Yu Qingji submitted the menu and immediately picked up her phone to check for updates. As for the evacuation of the city's residents and their survival, she had done her utmost. The rest was now in the hands of the state. The tsunami was merely 4 hours away. In a state of panic, many citizens fled in disarray, leading to a series of traffic accidents. Consequently, the city's transportation system was severely paralyzed, with traffic police manually directing evacuations. The subway and buses were not spared either. People rushed to escape, pushing and shoving, resulting in frequent stampedes. Even though the tsunami had yet to arrive, chaos had already engulfed the city, with several casualties reported. Various related videos flooded the internet, and one could almost feel the palpable terror and despair emanating through the screens. Yu Qingji sighed inwardly. She had already saved them. Why must she return? She lowered her gaze, her expression grave. The tsunami was merely the beginning. In her past life, it was precisely at this moment that a myriad of calamities began to unfold. Tsunamis, earthquakes, droughts, and cold waves, natural disasters struck with relentless frequency, leaving humanity in profound suffering. The government, mistaking these for mere natural occurrences of Earth's rotation, failed to take them seriously. Thus, 3 months later, the zombie virus erupted on a massive scale, leading to the collapse of the nation. Humanity was swiftly driven to the brink of extinction, struggling desperately for survival. Just as Yu Qingji was lost in her thoughts, her phone vibrated, interrupting her reverie. A concerned message from Vivian appeared. Qingji, are you all right? I just saw the tsunami warning for the city. Are you safe? Can you evacuate in time? Chapter 22. We won't leave you. Qingji's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression softening. I'm fine, currently in a safe area. So don't worry. At this moment, she had no intention of leaving the city. Aside from the transportation issues, there were far more pressing matters to attend to. Vivian evidently misunderstood her intent and teased. That's true. After all, with your families Ji and Yang there, they will surely protect you. I'm just being overly concerned. That was not the case. Yu Qingji mentally countered. Ji Yanchen and Ji Muyang would hardly be worried about her. Their only concern was for Xue Susu. However, to alleviate Vivian's worries, Yu Qingji simply replied with a cute emoji, providing no further explanation. 3 hours remained until the tsunami struck. Ji Yanchen received a message from his assistant. Sir, the private jet is ready and can take off at any moment. He closed his phone and spoke calmly. The plane is arranged. We can leave now. Ji, you all should go ahead, Xue Susu said, lifting her head and pointing to the computer where codes were rapidly scrolling. I need to remain here to maintain the network system. Otherwise, it could collapse at any moment. This is a directive from headquarters. Since I am in the city, I must stay on duty. As Ji Muyang approached, he tightly embraced Xue Lin with reluctance. Gazing earnestly at Ji Yanche. Daddy, can we not leave? I want to stay and accompany Aunt Susu. Besides, didn't Aunt Susu just say that this is a safe zone? Even if a tsunami were to come, we would surely be fine. Noticing Ji Yanche's silence, Ji Muyang ran over and tugged at the hem of Ji Yanche's shirt, playfully pleading, Please stay with me, Dad. Aunt Susu would surely be scared all alone. At that moment, he cast a fleeting glance at Yu Qingji, refraining from uttering any words of persuasion. He could discern that his mother disapproved of Aunt Susu and certainly did not trust her capabilities. Moreover, his mother was rather timid. She had previously refused to stay at the seaside hotel. If an opportunity to escape arose, she would undoubtedly abandon them without hesitation. Conversely, Yu Qingji had no intention of leaving. She continued to elegantly slice her steak, not sparing a single glance at the trio at the adjacent table. Ji Yanche, his gaze profound, glanced at Yu Qingji before nodding in agreement to Ji Muyang's request. All right, then we shall not leave. Yay, Aunt Susu. Don't be afraid. Daddy and I will stay here with you. Xue Susu ruffled his hair and replied, Thank you, Yang. Aunt Susu is truly touched. Yu Qingji remained unfazed, even finding time to inquire with Wei Wei and about the materials list. Wei Wei and promptly sent over a document. Many of these materials are aerospace grade, not only costly but also hard to procure. Qingji, there's no need to rush. Just choose what's available. Yu Qingji glanced at the list, a smile gracing her lips. No problem, leave it to me. With her flash group at her disposal, she was untroubled by the prospect of acquiring these items. Based on the list provided by Wei Weian, Yu Qingji swiftly placed orders through her flash group. In order to enhance the villa's defensive structures, it was imperative that the foundational integrity of the villa met standards. Steel-reinforced concrete, aerospace titanium alloy steel. Yu Qingji paid no mind to the prices, placing her orders without hesitation, her bank card being charged with ease. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 6. Daily purchase limit increased by 320. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 7. Daily purchase limit increased by 640. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts have been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. Yu Qingji exhaled deeply, only to be interrupted by Xue Susu's serious voice. This is bad. There's a problem. Chapter 23. I have no choice. What happened? What is wrong with Aunt Susu? The voices of the two, one large, one small, resounded simultaneously. With only 2 hours remaining until the tsunami's eruption, the city's traffic was completely gridlocked, yet some individuals remained trapped in the city center, unable to evacuate swiftly. Time was running out. Xue Susu's voice grew hoarse. Ji Yanche's expression turned grave, while Ji Muyang's small face paled noticeably. An atmosphere of profound silence enveloped them. Many citizens still stranded in the city center frantically sent out messages for rescue online. However, the traffic is now utterly paralyzed. How can we rescue the situation? Xue Susu despondently lowered her head, her hands clenched tightly by her sides. Suddenly, she recalled the reassuring message she had posted 2 hours ago. Had it not been for her message, which prompted some citizens to return to the city, perhaps the present chaos could have been avoided. Yet, as this thought surfaced, she forcefully suppressed it. No, this was all an order from headquarters. She was merely following orders. In the face of the panic instigated by hackers, was it not paramount to calm the public? Everything she did was for the nation and its people. Xue Susu abruptly lifted her head and strode over to Yu Qingji, her tone urgent. Qingji, you must have a way to facilitate everyone's swift evacuation, right? Ji Yanche and Ji Muyang exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Yu Qingji. Ji Yanche furrowed his brows, his dark eyes profound. Ji Muyang could not help but murmur. How could Aunt Susu ask Mom? Mom is so foolish and ignorant. She doesn't even understand the dangers of a tsunami. How could she solve a problem that even Aunt Susu cannot? Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Yu Qingji remained unperturbed, simply shaking her head in regret. I, too, have no solution. How can you have no solution? Xue Susu raised her voice. Her tone laced with urgency and accusation. You clearly knew a tsunami was coming and even warned us. How could you be unprepared? Yu Qingji's gaze grew colder. Her voice tinged with mockery. Miss Xue, since you remember that I warned you, you should also recall how you distrusted me at that time. With less than 2 hours until the tsunami strikes, it is too late. In her previous life, the tsunami's sudden onset prevented the entire city from evacuating swiftly, leading to utter devastation. Only those situated far from the coast managed to escape, totaling tens of thousands. In this life, her forewarning had allowed hundreds of thousands to evacuate in advance. She had exerted her utmost effort. She felt no guilt. Xue Susu bit her lip in frustration, staring at Yu Qingji but unable to articulate a rebuttal. Ji Yanche's sharp gaze was fixed on Yu Qingji, his brows tightly knit. Yu Qingji unexpectedly met his eyes, not missing the skepticism and indifference reflected in his gaze. A cold smile flickered in her heart. At this moment, he was likely contemplating how to restore his Miss Xue's reputation. After all, Xue Susu's flawless image had been tarnished due to her withholding of information. Xue Susu turned once more, addressing Ji Yanche. I apologize, Mr. Ji. I know my forthcoming request may seem abrupt, but the situation is extraordinary. Speak, Ji Yanche replied promptly. Taking a deep breath, Xue Susu continued. Could you allow Shuguang Network, a subsidiary of your company, to assist me in maintaining the city's network? I understand time may be of the essence, but lives are at stake, and I wish to make one last attempt. Certainly, Ji Yanche answered without hesitation. Yu Qingji's gaze suddenly turned icy. Chapter 24. Tsunami approaches in half an hour. The Dawn Network Company, though nominally a subsidiary of the G Group, is, in truth, the legacy left to Yu Qingji by her adoptive father. Her father was a distinguished cybersecurity expert who contributed immensely to the nation. Following his demise, Yu Qingji took the reins of the company and entrusted the management to Ji Yanche solely because he had once expressed an admiration for considerate, family-oriented women. Little did she know that the lover, once so intimately close, had now grown distant. The fruits of her father's labor had become a mere instrument for Ji Yanche to curry favor with Xue Susu. Thank you, President Ji, Xue Susu exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. I believe that with your assistance, we will surely save more people. This is wonderful. Everyone will be saved. Ji Muyang cheered enthusiastically. Throwing his arms around Xue Susu's, he bounced with joy, proclaiming, and Susu is truly amazing. Instinctively, Ji Muyang glanced at his silent mother, only to be met with the icy glare of Yu Qingji, which made him instinctively retract his neck and mutter softly, Why is mommy so fierce? Isn't it a great thing that daddy's company can help save people? Ji Yanche paused momentarily. his deep gaze resting upon Yu Qingji as he offered a rare explanation. This is to save lives. Yu Qingji replied flatly. Were it not for the sake of saving lives, she would have opposed this vehemently. She could discern the gravity of personal grievances against the lives of innocent citizens. In her previous life, even without a city, Xue Susu had sought the assistance of the Dawn Network Company. Moreover, she had repeatedly relied on its support to achieve one astonishing feat after another. It can be said that Xue Susu's rise to prominence as an irreplaceable pillar of the headquarters was significantly aided by Dawn's contributions. Yu Qingji later learned, in this apocalyptic world, that her husband had been silently supporting Xue Susu from the shadows, utilizing her resources. In this lifetime, their aspirations were indeed naive. Only this once. Yu Qingji said with a frigid tone. Even with Dawn's help, it was impossible to rescue all the citizens trapped in the city center within a mere 2 hours. However, at the very least, they could ensure that communication networks remained operational. With only half an hour remaining before the tsunami struck, the previously clear sky gradually darkened, and distant rumbles of thunder could be heard, akin to the roars of a colossal beast hidden within the thick clouds. With a sudden crack, the hotel was plunged into darkness. The power had gone out. Xue Susu closed her laptop, her expression grave. I have done all that I can. Now we must await the outcome. Aunt Susu, don't be afraid. I will protect you, Ji Mu Yang declared loudly, gazing out at the ominous clouds. Though fear gripped him, Xue Susu tousled Ji Mu Yang's hair, saying, Our Yang is truly a brave little man. And he is not afraid at all, with you here. As Ji Mu Yang received praise, he immediately intensified his performance, his small face radiating a boldness that seemed to declare, Who else but me? Aunt Susu, let us go outside and take a look. It's too dark here and rather dull, he exclaimed, grasping Xue Susu's hand and heading out. Ji Yanche followed suit, but as he passed by Yu Qingji, he paused slightly and said in a low voice, Let us go out together. Yu Qingji remained seated in the shadows, unmoving. At his words, a mocking smile curved her lips. Who, after all, was more oblivious? A tsunami was imminent. And yet one dared to venture out. Did they wish for a swift demise? Nevertheless, the thought of what might transpire next piqued her dark sense of amusement, prompting her to rise slowly and follow suit. On the balcony, the wind howled fiercely, and dark clouds loomed ominously, rendering the human form remarkably insignificant. In the distance, the coastline surged violently, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. Yu Qingji narrowed her eyes, exhaling slowly. The apocalypse truly was upon them. In the near future, the tsunami, an almost cataclysmic disaster for humanity, would no longer seem so conspicuous. It appeared as though the world was indeed coming to an end. Ji Mu Yang gazed at the sky and suddenly exclaimed, ISNT at the end of the world? Yes, the apocalypse is imminent. Your carefree days are about to conclude. Yu Qingji replied, her tone devoid of any hint of jest as she cast a detached look at Ji Mu Yang. His face paled, and he shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want the world to end. He felt he had not yet lived enough. There were countless amusement parks to visit, games to play, and animated shows to watch. The thought of the apocalyptic scenes depicted in films, where countless lives were lost, terrified him. He did not wish to perish. His small hands instinctively clutched the hem of Xue Susu's garment tightly. Xue Susu crouched down, softly soothing him. It's just a tsunami, a mere accident. Yang, do not be afraid. Even if the world truly were to end, Aunt Susu will protect you. After saying this, she turned to Yu Qingji, expressing her disapproval for the first time. Qingji, Yang is still young. Refrain from scaring him with such talk. It's detrimental to a child's mental health. Nestled in Xue Susu's embrace, Ji Mu Yang glared at Yu Qingji in secret, his eyes brimming with indignation and grievance. Mommy is mean, always muttering and deliberately scaring me. He resolved not to speak to his mother for the rest of the month. No matter how many apologies she offered, Ji Yanche's calm gaze swept over the three, before settling heavily once more on the surging waves in the distance. Yu Qingji paid no heed to Ji Mu Yang's words, her gaze directed toward the horizon, her eyes deep with contemplation. Xue Susu, too, could not help but follow their line of sight. Before disaster struck, an ominous sense of foreboding enveloped everything. Even Ji Mu Yang, who still felt wronged, fell silent in that moment. The wind screamed, thunder rumbled, and the waves surged to a staggering height with alarming speed, inducing a sense of dread. Deep within, Ji Mu Yang felt an uncontrollable surge of fear, instinctively turning to find a place to hide. Unbeknownst to me, I caught a glimpse of Yu Qingji unexpectedly retrieving an umbrella from behind her. An umbrella? When did Mother acquire such an item? Has she even opened it? How absurd. We are on the balcony. Who would use an umbrella here? Is Mother not in her right mind? Just as I was about to mock her, a colossal wave crashed down upon us with ferocity. The icy, briny sea water struck my face like a massive, foul-smelling palm, filling my mouth with a bitter taste. The saline water surged up my nostrils, causing tears and snot to flow freely. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Ji Yanqing and Xue Susu were not spared either. Caught off guard, they were drenched to the bone by the sudden deluge. Only Yu Qingji, in a moment of elegance, had opened the black umbrella she had purchased in a flash sale just a second before the wave struck, perfectly shielding herself from the onslaught of seawater. Mother, why do you only provide shelter for yourself? I gasped, choking on the seawater, my voice hoarse as I cried out, my trembling finger pointed at Yu Qingji. You are so selfish. I'm cold. I feel awful. My clothes are soaked. Yu Qingji glanced at me, her tone icy. It's not as if I asked you to come out. Your being drenched in seawater is of no concern to me. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder interrupted my retort, sending me into a shudder, and I fell to the ground. Unable to contain myself, I burst into tears. Ji Yanqing and Xue Susu had no time to attend to my distress, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed ahead. The normally gentle waves were now consuming everything in their path with ruthless force. Buildings, shops, and parks were obliterated as if made of paper, swept away in an instant by the tsunami's fury. The torrent carried with it remnants of destruction, vehicles, and trees, accompanied by chilling sounds of collision. Panicked screams and desperate cries echoed all around. My face turned pale with terror, my small body shook uncontrollably, and I momentarily forgot my sobs. I witnessed individuals being engulfed by the towering waves, disappearing without a trace. Xue Susu's complexion mirrored my own, yet she forced herself to remain composed. Biting her lip as she declared, "We must evacuate to higher ground immediately. The tsunami is upon us. There is nothing we can do now. The plane is on the top floor. We need to go there." Ji Yanqing spoke in a grave tone, bending down to scoop me up, still trembling with fear. Xue Susu followed closely behind. Yu Qingji cast one last glance at the ominous sky before joining us. Chapter 26. A demand for funds. The atmosphere within the hotel was equally tumultuous. Guests bore witness to the horror of the tsunami, and a palpable sense of panic spread throughout the establishment. What do we do? We are surely doomed. I saw the cars outside being swept away. We will be trapped here. Yu Qingji absorbed all the sounds around her. There was no way to resist the wrath of nature. It had always been beyond human power. The thunderous roar of the waves relentlessly battered the hotel, as if seeking to reduce the entire city to mere dust. A sense of despair spread through the air like a virus, striking each heart with a fierce blow. Ji Yanqing and the others returned to their rooms to change into dry clothes before continuing their ascent to the top floor, with Yu Qingji silently trailing behind. Currently, the city's transportation was paralyzed, and the quickest way to return to the urban area was via Ji Yanqing's private jet. Though she had the means to arrange for a private plane, she was reluctant to squander her resources on such an expense. With each upgrade in the Flash Group, the required expenditure doubled. At her current level of 7, she would need 1.28 million to reach level 8, not to mention the astronomical sums required for subsequent upgrades. She had to be frugal and resourceful. Yu Qingji's gaze rested on Xue Susu and Ji Yanqing's figures, a profound smile gracing her lips. The plane awaited them on the small helipad atop the building. Before boarding, Yu Qingji took a small vial of seawater as a sample. She recalled vividly that in her previous life, natural disasters heralded the outbreak of the zombie virus. She was uncertain whether the seawater contained the virus. But in this new life, she had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring she seized every opportunity for survival. Only after boarding the plane, leaving behind the hellish scene, did the group feel a genuine sense of having survived a catastrophe. Xue Susu, still shaken, leaned back in her seat, her inquisitive gaze fixed on Yu Qingji. "Qingji, how did you know about the tsunami beforehand? Even the Meteorological Bureau could not predict it. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would not have dared to believe it. Could it be that Yu Qingji possessed some extraordinary means of forecasting such disasters?" Not only she, but Ji Yanqing also regarded her with a questioning look. Yu Qingji curved her lips into a casual smile. "Curious, are we?" She raised a hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together, her smile deepening. "You'll need to give me something for that." Xue Susu narrowed her eyes but pressed on. "How much?" Yu Qingji extended 3 delicate fingers, shaking them slightly. 30,000. Xue Susu raised an eyebrow. "Miss Xue, Is life-saving information truly so undervalued? Yu Qingji chuckled lightly. What about 300,000? Shui Susu inquired again. Yu Qingji shook her head once more. With gritted teeth, Shui Susu declared, 30 million? Fine, I'll buy it. However, to her astonishment, Yu Qingji continued to shake her head, leisurely stating a figure, 3 billion. What? Even with her mental preparation, Shui Susu was taken aback by this staggering number. 3 billion. It was an outrageous demand. She looked at Yu Qingji with a complex expression, her tone laced with incredulity. 3 billion for outdated information seems rather excessive. Is it? Without this information, you might have perished in the tsunami. Yu Qingji languidly leaned against the back of the chair. Her voice barely above a whisper. 300 million, for your 3 lives, it is undeniably a profitable transaction. Shui Susu's expression shifted slightly before she quickly regained her elegant smile. Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Qingji. Without you, we would have surely perished in this calamity. She refrained from mentioning money further, yet the yearning in her eyes was unmistakable. She was exceedingly eager to learn how Yu Qingji had foreseen the tsunami, for it held immense significance for her. Qingji, do not jest. What news could possibly be worth such a fortune? Ji Yanjia furrowed his brow, his tone a warning. Yu Qingji cast a glance his way. Was he so quick to defend himself after just a few words? It appeared that Ji valued his own life so lightly. Yu Qingji responded with a cold laugh. Ji Yanjia's expression darkened instantly, an aura of icy intensity surrounding him. Unfazed, Yu Qingji remained relaxed against the chair, even preparing to close her eyes for a brief respite. Ji Muyang, however, blinked with wide eyes, secretly observing Aunt Susu's expression. He could sense her deep desire for this information. If he could assist Aunt Susu, surely she would grow more fond of him. Mama. Ji Muyang immediately nestled beside Yu Qingji, tilting his small face upwards, revealing a rare and endearing smile. Yu Qingji lowered her gaze, her tone indifferent. What is it? If you want to tell Aunt Susu and Daddy, can you tell me in secret? Ji Muyang tugged at Yu Qingji's sleeve, pouting. I can exchange it for kisses and hugs. In the past, whenever he acted charmingly, his mother would acquiesce to his requests. He naively believed this time would be no different. Chapter 27. Transactions are final, no returns. Yu Qingji rolled her eyes in exasperation, unceremoniously pushing his hand away, naive. How much is your kisses and hugs worth? Ji Muyang stood frozen, incredulous, his eyes wide with disbelief. His mother actually rejected his kisses and hugs. Hadn't she always cherished them before? If you can, I want to ask you for them anymore. A wave of grievance and anger surged within him, causing him to tremble, his eyes reddening. He glared at Yu Qingji, each word laced with bitterness. You said this. Do not regret it. Yu Qingji merely curled her lips, too indifferent to offer even a glance. Regret? The only regret she harbored was having once been blind enough to bear such an ungrateful child. Ji Muyang was utterly wounded by her cold demeanor. He turned and dashed into Shui Susu's embrace, sobbing inconsolably. He would never forgive his mother again. He despised her. Shui Susu held Ji Muyang tenderly, casting a reproachful glance at Yu Qingji. Qingji, it's fine if you are unwilling to share the source of your information. But Yang is just a child. Is it truly right to hurt him like this? Then Miss Shui should offer him some comfort, Yu Qingji replied with a smile. In Ji Muyang's heart, it was Aunt Susu who represented the mother he truly desired. She was merely a dispensable, unpaid caregiver. Shui Susu's expression stiffened. Yet she held on to Ji Muyang tightly. Yang, darling, don't cry. Mommy is just a bit tired. She is a bad mother. She doesn't love me at all. She won't even tell me just a piece of news. Ji Muyang vehemently condemned Yu Qingji, sobbing uncontrollably, refusing to leave her embrace no matter how Shui Susu coaxed him. In desperation, Shui Susu turned to Ji Yanjia for help. Ji Yanjia furrowed his brow at Yu Qingji. 300 million? Yes, CEO Ji. Are you willing to provide it? Yu Qingji readily retrieved her phone, opened a special payment code, ensuring the funds were sufficient. Come. Skin here. Ji Yanjia gazed deeply at Yu Qingji, pulled out his phone, and completed the transaction. A chime resonated, announcing the arrival of 300 million. Filling Yu Qingji with exhilaration, she was not at all surprised by Ji Yanjia's promptness. The woman he cherished and his beloved son were both awaiting this news. How could he refuse to part with the money? The esteemed CEO Ji lacked nothing but funds. With the payment settled, she declared, Now, I shall speak plainly. Clearing her throat, she paused deliberately. Shui Susu instinctively straightened her back, holding her breath and straining to listen. The previously wailing Ji Muyang also stifled his sobs, awaiting Yu Qingji's next words. This news, which I purchased for 300 million in my dreams. Yu Qingji, Ji Yanche's countenance shifted dramatically, veins protruding on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Are you toying with us? Yu Qingji shrugged innocently. CEO Ji, a deal is a deal, no returns. Besides, I saved your lives. 300 million for 3 lives. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Were it not for me, you would have already been fish food at the bottom of the sea, with even your bones untraceable. The cabin fell into a heavy silence. Ji Yanche stared intently at Yu Qingji, only averting his gaze after a prolonged moment. Upon landing, Yu Qingji grabbed her luggage and walked away without looking back. She did not return to the Ji residence, but headed to the villa in the eastern suburbs. In the days to come, she would devote herself entirely to preparing for the impending end, leaving no time for theatrics. As soon as she got in the car, a call from Qin Gu came through, his tone complex. Qingji, Dean Hu wishes to see you. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Ji Group's president's office, the assistant clutched the divorce agreement signed by Yu Qingji, pacing anxiously. Due to the heartbreak from a couple of days prior, he had been in a daze and had forgotten such an important matter. Now the president was returning shortly, and he had yet to devise a plan to present this hot potato. In deep thought, Ji Yanche approached quickly. Why are you standing there? Bring in the documents that need processing. With no other choice, the assistant steeled himself, placing the divorce agreement atop the stack of documents, and entered with determination. All here. CEO Ji. Ji Yanchen adjusted his bow tie, and under the anxious gaze of his assistant, reached for the topmost divorce agreement. Chapter 28. The mess one creates. One must clean up. The cultivation level of the second senior brother had already reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, just a step away from entering the realm of human tribulation. However, after being imprisoned for decades, he bore numerous hidden injuries, and it was evident that he would require some time to recuperate. When you have time, I shall assist you in leveling up. Chen Yi contemplated various forms of a date, ultimately deciding that a leveling up session was most suitable for Su Fani. The goal was to absorb all the chaotic energy present under this blazing sun, akin to the hidden power of an 8-headed serpent drawing strength from within. Strangely enough, after the 2 chosen individuals commenced their journey together, the disturbances at Yuhan Mountain ceased. With the stability restored, He Yunyang immediately relinquished his hold, allowing the vexatious girl to walk unaided. Although Harry was not versed in military organization, he understood that only a fully structured and regulated army could be deemed a true fighting machine. Relying solely on sheer numbers to charge forth was no different from banditry. No matter how arduous the path, as long as there is direction, one will ultimately reach their destination. Xiao Yi had resolved to unravel the secret of the statue before entering the tower. Failing to do so would render entry a mere death wish. At the edge of the Dead Sea, he had searched extensively yet found no passage. The silence suggesting that the peak of the eastern extremity was not located in this vicinity. My instincts tell me we should find shelter from the rain and have something to eat, Li Tao remarked, glancing at his watch. So what if that's the case? Harry realized he was not the first contestant to register without a magical badge. Harry, aren't you usually the most talkative? Why have you turned into a silent lump today? Mo Fan mischievously glanced at Lilith. Qin Zheng struggled to suppress his urge to interrogate Qin Xia. Since Shizi was unaware, it was better to pretend nothing was amiss. If the truth was indeed as he suspected, he preferred to remain oblivious. Mina, equally bewildered by the unfolding events, turned pale with fright, disregarding her unsteady legs as she limped hurriedly towards the scene. Old 8, grinning widely in gratitude, returned to hand over the reins, feeling a mix of helplessness towards the old man. Was it truly necessary for a father and son to act this way? Old 8 understood the reason behind the old man's actions. This way, he could still nominally oversee the internal affairs without having to assign him new tasks. It seemed the old man still harbored concerns about him. Zhang Zijie stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, shielding Coco behind him and casting a cold, piercing gaze at the man who had troubled her. On this parched, cracked earth, fissures snaked across the ground, as if something might emerge from below at any moment. As for Boss Fong, he appeared in good spirits. After all, his power was overwhelming. Each flick of his feather duster cleared the bones before him. Yet he did not wish to be embroiled in a constant battle with these remnants. What he sought were the treasures within this cave, the legendary Himiko. Regarding the previous Ningqing Super Tournament, it indeed garnered tremendous attention and was a spectacle to behold. Alas, that was a matter of several months past. At this moment, Lao Ba felt as if he had been doused from head to toe with filth, utterly unblemished, yet entirely sullied. After enduring a prolonged period of diligent study, Ron ultimately received an exceptional opportunity extending an olive branch to him, inviting him to partake in the Mars exploration mission aboard the spacecraft Hermes. To document humanity's inaugural landing on Mars as the accompanying documentary director, capturing the entire journey. Ku Xiangbao had managed to escape from home. Yet tranquility eluded him as he was once again besieged by incessant admonitions, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Jiang Bai, wishing to decline, caught a glimpse of Luo Hong's gaze, which prompted him to hastily attend to the stains upon his attire. For Wei Zhuang, victory remained his ultimate aspiration. The discord with Guan Ye was insurmountable, and he was resolutely unwilling to become a mere vessel for Guguzi. In pursuit of dignity and control over his own fate, Wei Zhuang was indifferent to the nature of the journey. Yet Qianjia had already triumphed in the medical competition, successfully ascending to the position of head of the Qian family in Zhejiang province. Despite this, Qian family's second uncle remained undeterred, dispatching others in an attempt to eliminate Qianjia at this juncture. Lu Ling paused her current tasks, repositioning her mouse to the dialogue box to respond. Luo Qima lay on the bed, tears suddenly cascading down her cheeks. Did she truly lack charm? I had someone park the car below. Linen, please assist her down. And let South head to my place tonight. Luo Heng instructed succinctly. No need for excessive formalities. I hadn't anticipated that your martial prowess, Jiaoyu, would be so formidable, Ouyang Lai remarked, gazing at Jiang Jiaoyu with admiration. The impact of this strike was vast, spanning a diameter of 5 meters, causing Gue Gu and Ren Maoshin to retreat over 10 steps, distancing themselves. Proximity to the epicenter evoked a palpable sensation of burning from the thunderous force. Not to mention the figure cloaked in black immersed in an endless storm of lightning. The intimate relationship between Xian Yin and Song Keqing was no secret within the witch sect after Xian Yin ascended to the position of Bloodmaster. The disciples were already well aware that it was Song Keqing who had personally brought him to the sect. However, there has been a significant incident inside, one that poses a threat no less severe than that of the Pearl Vine. I implore the elders to allow me entry, Long Ling beseeched, humbling himself in earnest. A person of vast knowledge dared to act defiantly before me, and within the confines of the Xianyuan building, no less. Impossible. What on earth is this? The chieftain of the Kumon tribe observed as the massive tree loomed before him, yet his powers of the law merely stripped away a few leaves and branches. Ultimately, both parties reached a compromise, and the King of Hell permitted the blissful divine realm to establish a territory within his domain, overseeing the reincarnation of the souls of the Western populace. Shu Haoran smiled faintly and remarked, "You wouldn't believe it, but I actually brought 2 along, intending to show Dad." With that, he reached into his computer bag, instantly materializing an efficient missile handgun and a 12-round explosive pistol from within. Chapter 29. Is this the husband you chose after much deliberation? As the words escaped his lips, he realized with a start that his voice was unexpectedly hoarse, and the memories of the previous night surged forth like a torrential flood. She later returned to the inn, hoping to inquire if those 2 enigmatic figures had uncovered any news. However, after waiting for an extended period, she grew uneasy at their absence and resolved to venture outside for a look. Upon seeing their savior approach, Sun Yichen and Lu Jinjia boldly opened the car door and helped the fallen Zhang Sanfeng to his feet. "Director, please speak," Lin Yuhao said as he approached Shen Huijun. Since he had never referred to Fang Zhenghao as uncle, he had also refrained from calling Shen Huijun aunt, believing that director was a more fitting title for her within the confines of Shen Garden. "Teacher, you refer to it as a phenomenon. Is its existence truly so commonplace?" Chu Ning inquired with a hint of confusion. Even those unfamiliar with directing could quickly grasp the techniques of the director, Tang Shiji, through his accessible language. It seemed that whether as a director or an educator, Tang Shiji excelled remarkably. Such a talent, if never to step into this realm, would undoubtedly be a waste of potential. The snowball sprang to life, its vigorous movement rendering it as though it had just been retrieved from the depths of water, its entire form drenched and exuding a pungent odor of sweat, prompting me to cover my nostrils. The Black Wolf's biting force nearly shattered his shoulder blade, blending muscle and blood into a chaotic mass. Yet, at the moment Lu Su made this move, the Black Wolf suddenly loosened its grip, gazing upward in bewilderment. Lu Su merely held the wolf's head, resting his cheek against its jaw, trembling incessantly. The Sand Serpent Demon was deliberately left behind by Li Jinglong and Longxi after the group concluded their journey to Dunhuang. That day, when Li Jinglong returned to the city with Hong Jun, he left him in the bathhouse while he attended to this matter. He released the Sand Serpent Demon and instructed it to head to Chang'an. delivering a flaw to the prison of the Xia. Previously, as everyone spoke in hushed tones, Yi Zifeng had paid no heed, and thus had not recognized her. Now, he was certain that the Shinshi beside him was indeed her. The subtle fragrance emanating from her seemed to linger perpetually in his vicinity. Shortly thereafter, the shadow clone that had narrowly evaded a sword strike made its move again, swiftly turning the long sword to stab toward the ribs of the white-haired dark guard. If one does not nurture, a father is but a mere figure. To harbor malice against others, this young master has specially come to pay a visit to your esteemed parents, to prevent minor troubles from escalating into great calamities. As for her skills as a thief, one must credit Bai Hongji. A blend of innate talent and diligent effort had enabled her to traverse rooftops for years, motivated significantly by a desire to entrap that scoundrel Bai Hongji. The unusual beauty that arose from her connection with another man sent a chilling sensation through Fan Chong. Until now, she once again felt the sensation of being cared for and cherished, a warmth that stirred her emotions to the point of tears. With a slight shake of her head, she pointed toward a mid-level inheritor, causing the blood within the latter's body to erupt, transforming into a long red sword that fell into the hands of the blood spirit corpse. Very well, it is indeed her. Please arrange 2 exquisite guest rooms for my brother and me, and summon that enchanting water maiden to my chamber. Rest assured, money is no object. Jun Machuan revealed a wicked smile, producing a handful of gold and tossing it before the brothel keeper. Since these two display no concern about being discovered or captured, why should she worry? At worst, they could escape together. Once the voice faded, Ling Yun calmly stowed away the conch shell and remarked leisurely, "These are your own words. I merely keep them as a token. Thus, no matter what I do to him in the future, be it life or death, you have no grounds to question it, do you?" Dr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with indignation. "How dare you? Do you know that I have practiced medicine for decades? I entered the Imperial Medical Institute at the age of 17, and you, a mere girl, dare to claim my vision is narrow and my knowledge shallow? Such audacity is outrageous." Do-do. The young lady awaited the principal's words with eager anticipation, only to be met with the unexpected sound of the call disconnecting. A moment of shock followed, and perhaps in a fit of impulse, she dialed again. Indeed, there was something to discuss. Yet Lin Yi did not foresee it would pertain to Li Xiong. Truth be told, Captain Mu Zhe had only informed her that Li Xiong was currently in a secure situation, providing no further details. It seemed Lin Zizong possessed some intelligence after all. The young lady, however, became increasingly displeased. Could having connections justify whimsically determining the fates of others? Could one simply dismiss others at will? Clearly, she was incensed, disregarding her surroundings as she spoke her mind. Lu Shuang, undeterred by the thwarted demonic flames, executed a one-armed twist, channeling the essence of martial arts into a spiraling force, once more striking against the protective barrier formed by the jade pendant. Yet this time, Lu Shuang's martial intent seemed to embody a different transformation. Bai Pa swayed vigorously, striving to distance herself from Funius, buying time for the two. Just as Su Ying's words lingered in the air, a foreign-accented exclamation erupted from behind them. The accumulated fortunes, after being transmuted through the Crimson Pillar of Fate, revitalized countless destinies, rendering them more substantial. Yinshin felt a stirring within, as a glimmering magic, akin to bioluminescence in the night, emanated from his palm, merging into the classical artifact. Upon absorbing this magic, the artifact radiated a brilliant red light, conjuring a magical array that materialized out of thin air, revealing a faint silhouette amidst the dissipating glow. A piercing pain coursed through his entire being, coupled with an overwhelming oppressive force that enveloped Song Buyo, leaving him both astonished and enraged. Chapter 30. I kicked him although the fourth and fifth brothers were twins. It was evident that the fifth was somewhat more astute than the fourth. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the ripples surged once more, the black hand slowly dissipating. This strike, while causing the seal to tremble, failed to shatter it. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, as the dark figure unfurled its magnificent golden wings. It soared into the sky, cradling Lu Yuxuan. When the opponent's palms descended, Luo Ping also extended his hand, casually countering with a single strike against two. Although I once possessed the ability to teleport, I had since exchanged my equipment for golden artifacts, thus losing that skill. The teleportation gear had been entrusted to Enlingxi. Despite my disdain and aversion towards this individual, I felt compelled to maintain a faade of decorum. Thus, Wang Bo reluctantly rose to greet them. The sound of insects was crisp and clear, surprisingly melodious, which both astonished and perplexed Luo Ping further. The recent bombardment had claimed the lives of approximately 15 to 1,600 soldiers of the Jin army, disrupting their command structure. Nearly half of the central troops had perished, causing the remaining soldiers to scatter chaotically, some fleeing towards the main camp, while others pressed towards the flanks. "I shall take charge," Li Tianzhao declared, demonstrating his competence. During prior training, he had acquired skills for emergency self-treatment of common injuries. Later, while contemplating at the Luyun Temple, he studied numerous texts and dabbled in Taoist medical practices, particularly in surgery, developing unique methods for treating severe injuries. Kong Haotian addressed Luo Ping, and after speaking, he directly pulled Luo Ping and Jin Nan away from the courtyard. Their loud plotting had evidently caught the attention of Xiao Chuang, who seized Jiang Qin with one hand, glaring menacingly at him. Zheng Suo spotted Zhu Biao instantly, exclaiming, "Yes, it is them. I recognize that flock of birds." He fumed, for skeletal demons encircled a central avatar, which slowly opened its eyes. The main body entered the formation, waved its hand, and the surrounding skeletal demons vanished, allowing the main body to sit opposite the avatar. Following the temporary markings from the previous night, most of the discomfort in his body had dissipated, yet that did not imply he felt entirely at ease. When one errs, one must shoulder the consequences. I, Jiangchen, am not Yin Hong's guardian, nor has he ever called me father. So why should I assist you? During this ordeal, Guan Sheng remained curious. Utilizing an ordinary sword was ill-suited for cavalry combat, especially considering his weapon was exceptionally long. Of course, if one's mood was fine, every day could feel like this. However, Shu Lan had not encountered a series of misfortunes for many years. Strolling through the military camp, Wang Xingxin basked in the mild sunlight following the early summer rain, heralding the approach of summer and the impending heat. Historically, it has been said that benevolence and righteousness are the foundations for peace. Yet, in this world, such virtues are conspicuously scarce. Which dynasty or era did not seize power through violence? As for the subsequent implementation of benevolence and righteousness, they merely served as tools for stabilizing the realm, mere slogans. After finishing their meal and taking a leisurely stroll outside the tavern, they found themselves devoid of conversation, opting for a slow walk down the street, appearing aimlessly idle. Before them, like the spine of a great dragon lying in repose, stood an ancient and imposing city. A fleeting glimpse of a mesmerizing sword light shot forth, obliterating the numerous branches of the ancient tree demon. Even the seemingly indestructible trunk bore a profound and sinister gash, nearly severing it in twain. Yuncheng suddenly startled, his frigid countenance stiffening slightly as he narrowed his eyes. A spark ignited within his gaze, and an inexplicable smile curved at the corners of his lips. The malevolent spirit, the water tiger, remained motionless. As the leaping force ascended, the surrounding water shield collapsed, and its body disintegrated into countless fragments, vanishing into the ether. "Oh my heavens, you terrified me. Luihan, what are you doing? Why the sudden change of heart? You have taken my possessions. How can you so easily turn against me? Will you truly be untrustworthy?" Peng Yufei pounded his chest, questioning me. Logically, one who ascends to the rank of a military commander ought to possess a degree of gravitas, yet the reality is known only to those within. It appears their control is substantial, but how could they possibly lead evolution warriors like the Storm Brigade? The entirety of command lies firmly within the purview of the regiment-level officers. Having discerned the underlying meaning in the words of the other division's commander, the county governor seized upon the most critical point. No. Among ancient warriors, strength reigns supreme. Your cultivation has reached the realm of heavenly martial arts. You are indeed worthy of being called a senior, the elderly man in traditional garb promptly declared. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian's slender form seemed to grow immensely tall and imposing at that moment, as he strode forward, unyielding in the face of adversity. Song Tiana was pursuing her own path. The quest for her ancestral home was merely a pretext. Beyond knowing her origins lay in Song Yuan, she possessed little else. Even if she arrived in Song Yuan, what could she possibly uncover? Seated in the vehicle, she glared gloomily at the truck driver, her teeth clenched, ready to unleash her frustration. Yet, upon observing the faint hint of a smile on the driver's face, Yi Yuzha suppressed her anger, striking her fist against the domineering car window, choosing silence instead. Though the colossal wooden beast harbored some fear, Zhou Ming had provoked it to such an extent that it could not refrain from action. Just as Zhang Song was on the verge of losing consciousness from the constriction, a series of gunshots rang out from below. Shaosun remained silent, The Jinming Palace was filled with his father's trusted confidants, and he harbored no concerns about the information being leaked. However, the smile on Xiao Sun's lips failed to reach his eyes. The exalted position was far from as easily maintained as one might imagine. The emperor's intentions placed both his father and himself in a precarious position. Chapter 31. Is General Ji really going to divorce Yu Qingxi? A being dwelling in the mundane world, a half-step into the cave realm, would inherently find their strength diminished to a lamentable state, even if they could utilize the incomplete cave sky for assassination. Extreme realms, indeed. After reading this passage, Yi Yang shook his head, a great weight lifted from his heart. Yet he felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Before he could finish his thoughts, Feng Hanchuan snorted coldly, accelerating his freezing speed, completely encasing Tu Mao in ice. With a single punch, ice shards erupted, and Tu Mao was obliterated, body and soul. It is remarkably simple to bribe these repairmen, as most of them are merely migrant workers, with the pursuit of monetary gain being their paramount concern. After a considerable duration, Bai Yuanyu closed his eyes, relaxed his hand, and the divine dragon sword transformed into a stream of light, re-entering his body and vanishing. Every magician, including Benjamin, prefers to be undisturbed during their experiments. While Fang Shan was puzzled about whether Jiang Han had been possessed, his gaze had already fallen upon the shadow cast upon Jiang Han. In truth, Jiang Xie could have forcibly departed, yet such an act would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. How could the strongest antagonist flee and engage in such cowardly behavior? Fortunately, the Emperor, being the Emperor, possessed a considerable supply of life-saving elixirs. Even after consuming a purple healing pill while critically injured, he quickly regained a fair amount of vitality. Albeit at the cost of being somewhat weaker than the current Jiang Xie, Huang Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, noticing that although only a wall separated him from the outside, the air carried an entirely different scent. Previously, he would not have perceived the scent of the air, but now he could. Xian Ku, with an injured leg, could not possibly reach the opposing sniper's position in a short time. The only option was to manipulate the distant solar forces to strike, which necessitated an adept control of the illusory gate and the swift shadow gate. The audience, both on and off the stage, was utterly astonished, nearly unable to believe the events unfolding before them. No wonder I questioned why no rescue teams had arrived after waiting for so many days. It turns out these individuals had been slaughtered. Lu Yu suddenly understood. The two collapsed onto their chairs, white foam slowly trickling from their mouths, a grotesque and repulsive sight. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian felt relieved. Yu Jia Yanba was practicing the moon evil technique, thereby mastering the moon hex, which was exceedingly powerful. Are you leaving just like that? Yang Jin was taken aback. Watching Zhang Yu's retreating figure in confusion, Lu Yi could only marvel. With a single strike, he had annihilated over 40 intermediate ferocious beasts, equivalent to more than 40 mid-level experts of the Hunyuan realm. Su Yueming, Yang Qintong, the Long family, the Su family, and the He family were all bewildered by the grand display upon their arrival. Previously, Jiang Ling had been eager to locate the Imperial Garden. Her thoughts not on the girl, and having tested her with telekinesis multiple times without detecting any fluctuations in her cultivation, she presumed her to be of no significance. However, with her unusual behavior now, Jiang Ling pondered and began to sense something amiss. Liu cast a glance at Qin Yufei. The girl was merely anxious about his absence. Feeling lonely at night, without companionship, they exchanged a knowing look, which was immediately noticed by the keen-eyed Xia Yinyan. I conferred with Uncle 14 and Elder Yuseo, and resolved to first head to Mount Shu to remanufacture this magic binding chain. My unwavering desire to forge this chain is motivated by my sister, Zili. Princess, please do not touch the prince consort. Taoist Wu Wei suddenly opened his eyes, warning me. Due to his hasty words, the aura of Taoist Wu Wei was disrupted, causing him to spit out copious amounts of blood. It was then that I realized that Taoist Wu Wei had also sustained severe injuries. As the situation unfolded, it became evident that the provocations directed at Fan were escalating, inevitably drawing the attention of the party committee. Given that Wu Tian was one of the central figures in this incident, he would be manipulated by Fang Yongs, while Wu Tian found himself in a passive position with no solid ground for counterattack. Upon hearing Luo Hao's words, Yu Yin immediately grasped the situation. Her two senior brothers, Morong Jun and the others, had yet to break through to the heavenly origin realm, making them suitable companions for the journey to Wanzi Spirit Lake. In terms of both character and strength, they were trustworthy candidates. In an instant, all traces of drowsiness vanished, and a flash of inspiration illuminated my mind. It was akin to the Dark Knight venerating the radiant Heaven Emperor as his faith. Dian Feng, too, had once idolized the Time and Space Emperor, only to later harbor a desire to confront him. Jian observed my demeanor, realizing that I was not as out of sorts as she had anticipated, leaving her somewhat perplexed, though such matters were trivial now. Although I could discern that Yu Rong's concerns were largely feigned, there was a glimmer of genuine joy on her face when she saw me awaken, an emotion she had never previously displayed before me. This subtle change indicated that Yi Rong's perception of me had begun to shift. Descending from the carriage, Old Yao and Wei Qi followed suit, while the two generals and their elite troops awaited us in silence. Under normal circumstances, for the vast majority of Wu Heng soldiers and even the lower-ranking cavalry leaders, figures like Qiu Li, legendary personages, would only be within reach after attaining a certain status. His smile bore a hint of sorrow. After a long pause, he continued, "I am better off than him, for no one has ever cared for me." Shen Sanyong remarked, "Is it truly a stroke of luck to be unmonitored?" Yi Kai merely smiled in response, saying nothing further. Surrounding us were the two great forbidden areas of Tianzhou, the expansive ocean, the wondrous mountains, and the elusive sects, alongside formidable noble families that traversed the landscape. No, this is the entrance, but unlocking it requires a key. Elder Huan briefed Lin Chong on the situation regarding the Wing of Stone, which had been discovered here initially. Listening to the furious roars of the Stone Chamber's master, the person in charge found themselves at a loss. The individual was indeed missing, and there was no immediate way to locate them in the vast expanse of Tokyo. Such is life, an endeavor to evade pain and injury. Whether I have once lingered or drifted away, those remnants cannot abandon me. Although some events cannot be revisited and certain memories cannot be unraveled, some entries must remain eternally buried. In this moment, I willingly place you in the position of a friend. Lin Yang too found it peculiar, inexplicably fixating on the less fertile land at Haishanku, which the government had already allocated to Bolong. Was there something else worth developing at Haishanku? The line of thought is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Chapter 32. Relinquishing Custody of Jimu Yang. Well said. In a fervent and impassioned speech, Lung Feng drew forth an enthusiastic response from the crowd, their cheers echoing like thunderous applause. According to Li Yu's perspective, the individual most shrouded in suspicion was undoubtedly Ling Long. Ling Long had left behind ample evidence attesting to her presence during the era of King Mu, and Li Yu harbored a belief in her capabilities. Zhu Yao, momentarily taken aback, reconsidered his views. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a shadow emerging from the layers of toxic mist, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. The noxious fog appeared to thicken further. After several fruitless attempts by Yuing, it was ultimately Yu Yin who executed a hand gesture, causing the bowl to crack open, thereby liberating both individuals. Meanwhile, the students of the Dragon King Kingdom retrieved their soul jade plates, gazing contemplatively at the flickering red light. After such a prolonged search, they had still been unable to locate Lung Feng. Was a return the only option? In the ensuing days, Ma Xiaoyao devoted all his energy to the quest for Chun Yunhu and Fairy Yun, laboring tirelessly without any success, as if they had vanished from the mortal realm. This matter, when recounted, had been nearly a decade in the making. He recalled that the area had initially been designated by the city as a public park aimed at encouraging local residents to engage in physical exercise. But shortly after its opening, an incident had occurred. Zhu Yao pondered the situation regarding Shui Ling, without hesitation stepping outside, only to suddenly hear Zizhan's voice. "You should abandon this notion at once." Zhao Jinliang waved his hand, declaring, "This piece of Yuan stone has been acquired by the Dalian Kingdom." Zhao Jinliang, displaying his astuteness, refrained from claiming personal acquisition, instead attributing the act to the Dalian Kingdom, thereby amplifying the intimidation factor. He was confident that this group would not dare to antagonize the kingdom over a mere piece of Yuan stone. Regarding Zhu Lengxi's concerns for Yun Yang's life, that was nothing short of a jest. No one understood Yun Yang better than she did. Unless the so-called master, the enigmatic figure behind the scenes, made an appearance. She harbored no worries about these individuals, whom she deemed utterly insignificant. Her words were directed towards Yun Yang. Had Gerard been focused on ball control moments ago, he would have certainly found himself toppled to the ground by Raul Garcia's tackle. The intent behind all of this was abundantly clear. Long Wei, who comprehended the implications of Long Lang Rue's actions, his expression darkening, as it seemed Long Lang Rue had long since recovered. Or perhaps had never been foolish at all. Li Qingyao was undoubtedly in the know, and Long Wei, who directed a piercing gaze toward her. Without accumulation, to rephrase, overcoming a challenge would yield one Western cauldron, with a maximum of 10 attainable. In reality, as Yi Haidang had knelt just moments ago, she had stealthily propelled a fine needle toward Xiao Riyue from her sleeve, and Xiao Riyue, in rising, had narrowly evaded it. This needle likely bore poison or possessed some nefarious purpose. What if I don't perish and instead become an ancient monster? Wouldn't your fate be even worse? The shameless individual displayed an unabashed demeanor, lacking any semblance of imperial decorum. Meanwhile, the Green Reeds in the West finally recalled that their purpose was to facilitate the blossoming relationship between Nayland Rongrua and Guan Qingwei, yet how could they evoke such sentiments? After pondering for an extended period, I found myself devoid of any lead. As I turned around, I chanced upon the exceedingly dull and somewhat resentful Guan Qingwei, languidly seated upon a stone bench. Initially intending to inquire about the unfolding events, I noticed the girl who had been lounging about finally making her appearance. Manchester remains unsatisfied. Having acquired attacking players and midfielders, it is now imperative to bolster the defense. Moronku, once a paragon of excellence, at the pinnacle of his youth at 20, was renowned to the extent that his name could instill trepidation in those who heard it. Yet, before he could illuminate the heavens, he plummeted like a comet, fading into obscurity. This kiss was unlike any other. Lu Jingran's kiss was profoundly intense, as if he sought to engulf Lin Shu entirely. Alas, the moment of realization struck Ba Jie, who quickly emerged from his reverie, seizing his rake and soaring forth. The Pope remained silent. For him, Yaoman could endure the pain of relinquishment, but Hole could never be forsaken. Hole was the sole heir of the Bismarck Empire and maintained a robust rapport with the War Temple, ensuring that Hole's ascendance would further solidify the temple's standing within the empire. "Huh, you dream of one day defeating me? How laughable." De Luo bellowed with raucous laughter as he approached Hao Jian, raising his right fist once more. Qing Ning furrowed her brow, poised to speak. Yet Qing Lin tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was well acquainted with this layer, and within a mere day, she managed to locate Bai Lu just before he challenged Lu Suiyun. "My esteemed mentor," He Yefeng, feigned grievance and called out. Yet it did not elicit a glance from Wang Chongyang. "I must first recuperate. Please assist me in arranging Gu Xian's identity. Once I have regained my strength, I shall impart the celestial demon art to you," Bai Lu stated calmly while observing Panan Fei. Thus, aside from certain hostile factions and the divine adversaries of the temple, it is generally accepted that other temples may execute tasks within their sphere of influence. This is an unspoken rule on the Sini continent. Moreover, the figure of Qing Lin depicted in that scene bore a striking resemblance to the true Qing Lin. So much so that even a cultivator might struggle to discern the difference. The Black Tempest collided with the warped space, most of its force dissipated entirely, and the ancestral body of the unintentional realm found the heavens and earth abruptly shattering, leaving him pale and bloodied at the corner of his mouth. The families of these auxiliary soldiers resided in Keelung, exchanging letters monthly, well aware that their loved ones now lived prosperous lives. Thus loyalty was never a concern. In a moment of desperation, Fangzhe had no choice but to compress the innate realm with all his might, causing the flow of true essence within to surge like a torrential flood. Chapter 33. Let them gaze enviously as she feasts. "So, Brother Hu, why do you not accept those legacies? Instead, you choose to remain solitary in this place?" Tianxing inquired, pondering who could resist such temptation if immense benefits were at stake. The fourth brother primarily focused on gathering intelligence. What he possessed was not merely information about the team, but rather that of the entire National Security Department. Such a person willingly chose to remain in her ranks. As Fengling turned to leave, Tianxing hesitated, contemplating whether to follow. He noticed a disciple's stifling laughter, seemingly amused by the ambiguous relationship between Tianxing and Fengling. In the air, three men who had just emerged from the palace stood aloof, their imposing figures overshadowing the surroundings of Luo Yu and Dong Tianwang. One of them abruptly exclaimed, "Whom are you conversing with? That elusive fairy. The line is perpetually busy, with endless conversations." The other, with a wry smile, replied, "Who else could it be? Spare me the mockery." They shared a knowing chuckle. Yet, even if Jiang Yi had foreseen the reason behind this, he would likely not have shown complete faith in it. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar as they remained in a standoff, save for a certain mesmerizing fox demanding Gao Zhan and Mo. She to avenge her. Under the weight of her profound spiritual energy, A thread of pure yuan power, sharp as a needle, finally formed at her fingertips. One might muse that had she nodded in agreement back then, her child would surely be capable of running errands by now. Post-marriage, she would not have been wandering in the wilderness, nor would she have traversed to this cursed era. Earlier, during the nurse's examination and amidst family inquiries, she found herself speechless, the intensity of her discomfort overwhelming, only now beginning to subside. Ice Jing approached the disciple, gracefully placing her wrist upon Miju's hand, channeling pure energy into her, continuously purifying the demonic influences within Miju. As she gradually awakened, Miju softly murmured, "Tian Xian." Ice Jing sighed silently, shaking her head without uttering a word. What constitutes destiny? The flourishing of the Buddhist sect is indeed a matter of fate. Yet why must the Taoist sage transform the barbaric into the enlightened at Hangu Pass? Why not allow the disciples of the Xianmen sect to firmly shut their mountain gates and disregard the affairs of the primordial world? It is evident that the concept of destiny holds little weight for the sages. Ahead, Wang Shun had already changed horses thrice. Yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit of the fleeing soldiers, determined to completely vanquish Zhang Yang's forces. With his saber slicing through the air, he targeted the waist of the retreating troops. Each swing cleaved enemies in twain. His previous remarks were intended for Mu Fanqin's ears. But should he truly invest 2 million in the stock market, that would be sheer folly. Li Ling nodded slightly, convinced that the otherworldly and undead creatures were likely just beyond the hill, not too far from their location. Considering the weather, it would be a journey of less than 3 days. Chen Xiao instinctively reached into his pocket, feeling the warmth of over 300 remaining coins. And upon confirming their presence, he heaved a sigh of relief. The appearance of the Ziwei Emperor's decree was akin to the mighty presence of the Ziwei Emperor himself. Any disobedience would be met with divine wrath, rendering one's life and death beyond their control. Song Jingyun sighed, reflecting that where there is one instance, there will inevitably be another. This fool was increasingly prone to tears. Following this battle, many of the subordinates of the 3 Fierce and 6 Yama had defected to the 13 Protectors, with some even seeking refuge with Dong Gu in Binhai's northern town. Is your boss lady, store manager, or supervisor around? Who is in the store? Li Ji inquired, scratching his nose and turning back to ask. Li Tianyi sat in the office, diligently studying the relevant materials and the personnel arrangements from. On just the first day, Ningkong City had already secured over 100 billion in investment funds. One could only wonder what further financial opportunities and projects might emerge in the coming 2 days. The anticipation was exhilarating. Worry was inevitable, while helplessness stemmed from the knowledge that the world was on the brink of collapse, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Although Zhang Shengming had mentally prepared himself to be a scapegoat, he still hesitated to fully entangle himself in the situation. Thus, when issuing orders, he chose his words with utmost delicacy. The role of Wanding commercial loan in Li Mingji's scheme remained unclear, at least on the surface. It appeared that Sun Chonglai had willingly borrowed money from Wanding. "Come here, follow me." Qiu Guanghua glared with fiery eyes, his facial muscles twitching as he pointed at Yang Ling, beckoning him with a flick of his fingers. Yet, what was the source of such excitement? Li Ji felt perplexed. He couldn't be deceived by the exuberance in Wang Ruihu's eyes upon entering. Surely, there was something else that had stirred her, much like the previous encounter with Yajun. Hao Ge found himself cornered again. Confronted in this tight space, Chen Yaling delivered merciless blows to Hao Ge, who could only shield his head with his arms, defensively enduring the onslaught. This was merely an eye, lacking eyelids, thus devoid of any blinking. However, the eyeball spun and, to his astonishment, crawled onto him. Following the ghostly blade of the town, Zhang Warren cast a glance and acknowledged his understanding. He then unwrapped a package, mixing the gold paint. Glancing at his watch, he remarked, "There's still some preparation time. I'll handle the first floor with Lao He, and you take care of the second floor, is that all right?" Chapter 34. Another scam involving Ji Yanche and his good friend. This was a young man in his early 30s, donned in a suit, emanating a rugged aura, complemented by a pair of glasses for nearsightedness. Blake slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Am I dead? Is this heaven or hell?" Before he could finish, the old man had discovered him and was pursuing him. Just then, an explosion echoed. As the words faded, a powerful energy surged forth. A wave of faint blue light rippling and intensifying, gradually coalescing into threads that intertwined behind the elder, forming a 3-dimensional seal. In the hospital, A heavy atmosphere resonated with the glaring surgical lights at the door. Left Wheel, with red eyes, sat on a chair, while Tang Muyang nestled against Milan. Other comrades displayed a myriad of expressions, waiting at the entrance. Tomorrow, or perhaps later, updates might be sparse due to the military training scheduled for the 21st. With 7 days of training, it was likely that updates would be interrupted. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned his gaze to the middle-aged man below. If there's nothing pressing, you may leave now. I need to ponder this matter further, he said, lowering his head and tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. As time flows, the second movement approaches its conclusion. After a brief pause, Guan Yinfei resumes playing the third movement, her exquisite notes cascading from her fingertips, cleansing the souls of the audience. Silence. You are not permitted to call Chun Gongnan brother-in-law. Anin was evidently irritated, teetering on the brink of fury. Yang Ziyu, aware of his sister's formidable nature, obediently fell silent. Our purpose here is to learn and observe. We wish to visit the training ground, said Xiao Wei. The clash of their energies reverberated with a muffled thud, a visible shockwave erupting at the center of the collision, as debris tumbled and cracks spread across the ground. Yet, the disparity in their realms was apparent. How could Qin Feng's holy tier aura withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Mad Lion War God? Rest assured, I drink tea daily. And I am not regressing, Qin Zhenggang replied with a smile, boiling water to cleanse the tea utensils. Upon seeing John bowing to lead the way, the man laughed heartily and approached him, revealing a familiarity between them. It seems that upon returning to Funyo Mountain, it is necessary to inquire of my elder brother whether the Chun family possessed any secular enterprises or if any descendants held significant positions within them. Listening to the discussions behind him, Jiang Kairan couldn't help but shake his head. Were these individuals so certain that Yao Wang would triumph? Had the adage, there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people, been forgotten? At that moment, a sudden gust of sword energy surged into the arena. Ah! A cry of despair echoed as the foremost evil sovereign of level 96 was struck first, the sword energy piercing through his chest. When the elders recognized the profound path mastered by Xiao Yin, an overwhelming astonishment surged through their hearts. They could scarcely fathom that he had comprehended the path of the void. The slain magical beasts not only had their bodies destroyed, but their divine essences obliterated, leaving no corpses upon the battlefield. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, said the visitor, who was none other than Captain Sun Kai-Shin of the narcotics team. At this moment, if Lu Xian were to call Zhao Wu, he would have to comply with his wishes. Zhao Ziming had heard or seen old comrades complain more than once. Today, as company lacked the vitality of its entrepreneurial days, transforming into the very entity they once loathed, growing larger, with increasingly complex processes and assessments. Lu Chong guarded the boundary bridge, due to limited forces. He was unable to launch an offensive. Thus, he could only prepare supplies during this time, transporting provisions and arrows from Xindu and Gongling. The green-haired Gong Shenkuan was clearly inebriated, his speech slightly slurred, yet instinctively he could still sense the authority emanating from the two present. We are also aware of the eventual fate of these two nations. The wolves that could not be tamed were utterly assimilated by the Han, while the Chong people still retain some remnants. Regardless, since Han Hang calls me brother and I have an affection for this sister, the extent of our relationship shall be discussed after graduation. However, throughout the entirety of the ordeal, the essence never once considered that simply shattering the protective barrier could lead to effortlessly defeating the formidable Zhang Chong before them. Cheng Yuanhao serves as a prime example of this. If they were to allow Su Hao to build his company without any intervention, it would undoubtedly be them who would face the repercussions. Ling Yu, with her pure white wings, gracefully danced in the air, her lithe form soaring up and down as she drew back her longbow, 100 paces to penetrate a hawk, releasing countless arrows with precision. Once the applause subsided, the host invited Su Hao and the others to deliver their acceptance speeches, and after receiving a round of applause, they descended from the stage. Liu concurred with Shui Yinling's opinion. Although Gong Qianro and the Black Mysterious Demon Lord were both formidable cultivators of the Divine Emperor rank, they were not indispensable figures within the Minghuang clan. He Guerin, startled, immediately sat up, her delicate curves barely concealed by a thin layer of undergarments, quivering softly under the moonlight, driving any healthy and mature man to madness. Tan Shihua glanced at this disappointing soul heir, lamenting his sparse progeny and realizing that his only adult son was merely a companion to Lian Yi. Entrusting such a vast legacy to this heir filled him with profound anxiety. Chapter 35. Would you care to compare with me? When no one was paying attention, At the moment Nangong Hao tore through space and was about to step into the void passage, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, causing him to furrow his brow and glance in a certain direction. Tony shot him an impatient glare, while Roddy, feeling helpless, could only point towards a full suit of shining silver armor. In Qin Tian's hand, the sword of the underworld transformed into a speck of starlight at his command, resembling a jewel that radiated a black yet resplendent glow. This is why Ling Xian has been sitting alongside Ning Jing as the most popular figure in the class. Many desired to share a desk with her. No need to worry, just remember to pack the salt and chili powder for tonight, said Lu Zhonghua. In all fairness, Hua Junyu was not particularly remarkable. There were certainly others of equal standing. Hua Junyao did not believe in fairy tales, which only existed on television. 3 days later, Yu Fei had become well acquainted with the soldiers and had grasped the sentiments of the army. Subsequently, Yu Fei and Yu Yun led 5,000 troops, along with 500 surrendered Yuan soldiers, northward to Jiulu, preparing to cut off Yuan Shao's retreat and extinguish the last flicker of hope for the Yuan army. After a busy day, Klaus, the deputy head of the German National Socialist Party, departed from the headquarters building, hurrying home. However, just as Zhongli attempted to employ the same tactic to eliminate Ling Xian's character, suddenly, all the lights in the hall, including the television, flickered and went dark. Anxious and angry shouts echoed as the thick fog rolled in, rendering Yun Xian's vision increasingly blurred. Eventually, Yun Xian could no longer discern the specifics of the battle. Several breathless individuals rushed up, still recovering from their exertion, and upon raising their heads to look at Wu Feng and Hua Qin, their faces turned ashen. Since the establishment of the Jinkong regime, or to say since ancient times, the openness and generosity towards foreign tribes displayed by the young people is unparalleled by any other ethnic group. Nevertheless, it is essential to maintain a sense of deterrence. Yang Chai was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to kick him from behind as a reminder, but he couldn't reach from the couch. Enough, everyone rise. I am not fond of this display, Yang Yi expressed with resignation upon seeing the two still kneeling. Observing Zhao Zhougao's calm and confident demeanor, the disheveled youth found Zhao's true nature increasingly inscrutable, his face adorned with an exaggerated display of flattery. As both parties engaged in confrontation, Yuan Qing, who had been suppressing his fury, could no longer contain his anger and shouted loudly. The 16th elimination round had concluded, resulting in the elimination of over 1,000 players. And Lin Jian suffered another defeat. Looking at the 8 soul-gathering jades, Wu Feng beamed with joy, unperturbed by the dismantling of a support artifact. To him, a useless artifact was worth less than the contributions he could make from its disassembly. What is the matter? Wu Feng sheathed the destiny sword, securing it behind him, and slowly turned around. However, just as Yi Tang was about to leap forward, Kunlun's ancestor unexpectedly tossed an object toward her. Upon seeing the object, which resembled a banana, she instantly understood its purpose, flushing crimson with embarrassment as she hastily dodged, missing the opportunity to pursue. On the first day of the new year, the snow that had been fluttering in the sky finally ceased, and the sun illuminated the earth, bringing boundless vitality and vigor. It was barely past 8 o'clock when Lu Yong, who should have been nestled with his wife in bed, received a call from his superior, instructing him to queue at Su Fu Ji for porridge. Xiao Xian, this place resembles Guangyang City, where you were born, though Guangyang is considerably cleaner. Do you find it familiar here? Yang Xiaofan remarked, patting Xiao Xian, who was still surveying the world around her. The casino's revenue sharing is calculated based on shares, and their shares are significantly less than those of Zhou Yuan. With a casino deficit of 70 million, they would require double, or even more, of the time Zhou Yuan needed to recuperate the losses. Mother, please stop. If you continue. Suddenly, Wan Dou, perched by the bellows, with one hand resting between the bellows and the stove, appeared to be in great distress. The server began to sweat nervously. There were murmurs about the service fees starting from the 7th floor, which were of a different nature altogether, and the reservation methods varied significantly, with limited qualifications to enter. The service approach had changed in style, proving to be far more complex than initially imagined. After he hung up the phone, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, in a luxurious mansion far away in the capital, stared blankly at his mobile device. Although he claimed to have forgotten, anyone with discernment could see that Rong Yuan's words were insincere, still harboring resentment. Gao Yuan's formidable palm strike resonated as if it had struck iron, producing a loud clang. The python instinctively closed its massive jaws, yet its head remained unscathed. Do not wait any longer. I shall ensure your demise now. Zhang Yitian grinned maliciously, striking Xiao Long's face with a flurry of slaps, leaving it swollen and puffy like a steamed bun. But what was her true intention in confronting him? Did she aim to sever the bond between himself and Zhang Menghan? Yet, if that were indeed her desire, a motive would be requisite. What could her motive be? Gao Jun ascended the stairs. The elevator halted at the designated floor, yet he exited and veered into the stairwell, ascending to the topmost level. He had once harnessed the power of the Annihilation Thunder to successfully ambush and grievously injure a formidable adversary at the Celestial Spirit Realm. And had the timely assistance not arrived, he might have slain that Celestial Spirit expert. Back in the living room, Li Ji sensed a notable increase in his strength. Approaching the power tester, he unleashed a punch. The intricate patterns inscribed upon it were not yet fully engraved, yet cracks swiftly appeared on the jade token, widening with alarming rapidity. Chapter 36. Completely off target. Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Lung Ji, dismissing the latter's threatening words entirely. The Nirvana Realm expert, Shui Wanchong, had perished at his hands. How could he regard the Nirvana Realm experts of the Heavenly Fire Hall with any degree of respect? Left with no alternative, he relied upon the moon-chasing sword in his grasp and his ethereal agility to engage in an intense melee with Shun Yunpa, whose fighting style was both vigorous and unrestrained. Yifan remained motionless until the assailant drew near, at which point he swiftly countered with a slap, sending the youth hurtling backward into a wall several meters away. Upon hearing Li Yishuan's words, the young players united in unwavering confidence, responding with spirited enthusiasm. Reflecting on this, he found clarity. Nurturing the spark of ambition was essential for his progress. It was no wonder that as his spark ascended, so too did his abilities. However, such thoughts were mere aspirations, for neither the commander of the current operation nor the leader of the dark cult was her. What right did she have? Guoduo Jili inhaled deeply. As a martial artist aspiring to ascend to the Huanglong realm, he could not cower before any opponent. Previously, Han Bing had successfully stirred the latent discord between Zhu Mo and Zhang Yong with mere words. At this moment, leniency was not an option. His subordinate expressed willingness to take the lead in battle against the 9 chaotic realms, asserting that even the 3 ancient heavens would not intimidate them. The man declared fiercely. Wang Yingdao, undeterred, displayed an audacious thickness of skin, boldly and exaggeratedly writing with grand gestures. Master, why have you adopted such an unconventional style and adorned yourself with these tattoos? Zisha inquired, observing the Dragon Clan's sealed vessel before Rod. Fan Mier's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice trembling involuntarily. Li Dongsheng felt the weight of despair. He had witnessed the changes in Chunin. Although his cognitive development far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he still found himself at a loss in addressing Chunin's predicament. A radiant circle of light emanated from Rod's feet, enveloping him instantaneously. At times, it shimmered with hues of a rainbow, and at others, it radiated with a pure white brilliance. As it quivered slightly, the light dispersed in all directions, and an unparalleled aura gradually ascended from within. When the azure cloud arrived at the designated gathering place mentioned by the Equal King, he realized he had underestimated the significance of this Yama conference. Upon hearing the praises of elegance, beauty, grace, and unparalleled charm, which crowned her the most exquisite in the world, Fang Yi felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Little did she expect that the conversation would take a turn, rendering her utterly disparaged, which left her face pale with fury, almost losing her composure. Qin Gu Yue beheld an altar constructed entirely of ivory-colored jade. It was neither tall nor adorned with the grand statues or symbols one might envision. Instead, there was merely a simple staircase of white jade leading from the base to the summit of the altar, appearing excessively modest. The Wild Gang sword technique required the infusion of the laws of death to unleash its full potential. Although at present, Hua Xinqing could only wield a fraction of its might, it still far surpassed other sword techniques of the same rank. Thus, this ambiguous relationship persisted from Cloud China to Cloud Capital, only culminating in conflict after the incident involving Su Su. Su Xiao, feeling perplexed, opened the door and chanced upon a passing disciple of the Flying Immortal sect, whom he summoned for inquiry. Wu Leshan chuckled and remarked, "Here lies the ancestral tablet of the Qinglian sect, yet our actual abode is not here, but by the Yaoqi." Su Xiao and Lon Phoenix then breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Shun recalled the previous day, her hand trembling as she grasped her chopsticks, fervently hoping not to encounter that unfaithful man again. Su Xiao's internal injuries had yet to heal, though he was not at his weakest. His internal energy was far from what it had been moments ago. He struck with all his might, but could only disarm the young man in the yellow robe. Guchenza took a deep breath, overwhelmed with the impulse to lift Zhou Yu and toss her onto the bed, rendering her immobile. "Wretched girl, you scoundrel." Song Rongyue felt utterly embarrassed. She had never faltered before her imperial grandmother and uncle, yet her voice had trembled moments earlier. Just as the county prince departed, that insufferable girl, Ahuan, returned to mock her. Above, on the massive trunk, intricate patterns subtly emanated 9-colored mystical light, as pure energies were absorbed by the roots, coursing up the trunk towards the crown. "Uncle Dongfang," Su Xiao bellowed, extending his arms and shaking his sword, shooting toward Ji Tian like lightning. Arriving ahead of Ji Tian's iron palm strike. After my analysis, my friend suddenly grasped the situation, and just as he prepared to expose Meng Ying's deceit, I snatched the phone back. As for Huazin, indifferent to whether it was his research or not, this pill had long been a formidable challenge for alchemists across the continent. Historically, no one had succeeded in crafting a 7th-tier red pill, while outsiders reveled in the spectacle. They remained oblivious to the fact that this pill would directly impact the alchemists of the entire continent, particularly the most formidable among them. What remains is the radiant light left by the ancient Buddha, a source of extraordinary benefits, though its true advantages remain shrouded in mystery. Despite Shangguan Kei's initial skepticism towards this notion, he ultimately found a semblance of truth in it and nodded in silent agreement. In a state of resignation, the soldiers had no choice but to lead their troops, bearing the remains of fallen comrades and the wounded, away from the encircled forces of Xining. Amidst the layers of siege, only Duan Lang and his 18 loyal guards remained. As the conversation progressed, the fervor of Gu Yun began to wane. Seemingly lacking confidence in the success of this treasure-seeking expedition, Huazin observed Mo Ma with a sense of unease. Enveloped by an inexplicable feeling that suggested Mo Ma was both dangerous and extraordinary. However, aside from Mo Ma's peculiar physical condition, Huazin could not identify any other distinctive traits. Possessing the strength of a mid-tier martial emperor and an eye-catching physique akin to a bombshell, one could not help but be drawn to him. Wang Sheng, upon pointing out, discovered a rolled-up bamboo scroll that had fallen beneath a shelf on the left side. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was not a first-tier confidential document at risk. Wang Sheng hurriedly retrieved the scroll and replaced it on the shelf. Chapter 37, A Windfall, 100 Million. Today, Chun Dongxing sealed off the Yumen Tower, preparing a lavish feast on the 3rd floor to welcome a returning adversary from overseas. Presently, even Shinsan dared not utter a word within the Wang family, leaving the inept Lin Yin with little recourse. The prevailing concern was that chaos might arise from within the Su family itself, given the varying agendas of its members, which could easily lead to complications. "Your creation is so exquisite that it has attracted a bid of 100 million, Lin Yin remarked. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Luo Lan's eyes reflected a tinge of sorrow. She seemed profoundly affected by Chu Feng's background, casting a sympathetic gaze in his direction. The basement of this building served as an excellent refuge. Although it was situated in a low-lying area, it was equipped with a large iron door that could effectively shield against the wind and sand when closed. After she loosened the garments of the vagrant, she discovered that beneath the tattered clothes lay not the flesh that one would expect. At that moment, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity to flee. Not out of fear of the mutated monkeys, but rather due to the trepidation he felt towards the leaders of the Black Crow organization and their formidable allies. Though Zhang Yang's ability to reverse time was remarkable, it was not invincible. His power proved ineffective against mental afflictions. "I am truly grateful to you." Yang Zixing expressed his thanks, recognizing the overwhelming number of disaster victims and the insufficiency of manpower within the city. As the clock struck 4:50 in the afternoon, the sky darkened, and at the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, the two finally arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Regarding the ginseng that had remained undisturbed on the mountain, its discovery by this child upon arrival attested to a unique connection between them. It was evident that even others might have struggled to unearth it. Thus, the old village chief supported any actions taken by Zhou Zikai. Consequently, he lent his assistance to Yang Xiran, allowed Lu Hong to strike decisively against the Eastern Palace, and resolved to ensure victory on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. The former emperor was reluctant to meet her, and she, in turn, had no desire to see him. Instead, she ventured into the city of Yangzhou with the accompanying imperial concubines for leisure. The concubines discreetly donned the attire of common folk, rendering them inconspicuous as they wandered the streets. The two swiftly adjusted their stances to counter the assault from the Yuan spirit beast. Fatine's gaze remained fierce, undeterred by the challenges ahead. You have always been the one to attract trouble, and Boreal tugged at Elushur's ear, leading her up the crystal staircase amidst the crowd. The foundation-building cultivators had already entered a state of fasting, although the seal contained no spiritual energy for cultivation as long as her lifespan had not yet expired. Even if she were to be sealed within the formation, a path to survival might still exist. Presently, Yishu encountered this flame upon refining it. The Three-Yang True Fire would amplify its potency by at least a factor of 2. At that point, he could further develop an auxiliary fire technique. As a magic engineer, he was exceedingly vulnerable in close quarters, and the progression of the battle had taken him by surprise. With his elaborate illusions proving ineffective despite the considerable magical energy expended, he resorted to employing the earth element spirit to buy himself some time. Fortunately, his extensive knowledge allowed him to recognize the terrifying array. Otherwise, a tragedy could have ensued. Logically, the nine-tailed demon's life was hanging by a thread. Should the blade descend without delivering a fatal blow, the second emperor would likely execute him for treason. The arrow had already been loosed and could not be recalled. The national master swung his blade down, and with a sickening sound, the head rolled onto the ground. Captain Seal continued, "You must be quite curious as to why there are so many Allied soldiers within the camp. This is ostensibly the domain of your Latin alliance. Yet so many Americans have emerged, a matter stemming from the nuclear explosion in Kashmir. It was not flesh that ached, nor bones, but rather her tendons, a pain ineffable. Yet her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Ha ha ha, there's no need for you to know my name, for you shall soon be a corpse." Zhang Tong laughed heartily. In stark contrast to his distraction, Jiang Xinlan was unwavering, her spear slicing through the air like a dragon, aimed directly at Feng Yu's face. Zhang Tong quickly realized that the heavens had not closed the passage between celestial and mortal realms merely to protect him. Upon reaching the front lines at the Southern Merchants Association, their true intentions were revealed. They aimed to become merchants accompanying the army, their caravans trailing behind the imperial forces. They would acquire the spoils of war from frontline soldiers at low prices and subsequently sell them at exorbitant rates in the Han, reaping tenfold profits. "Gaba, are you still going?" Jiang Tiantian inquired, her mouth full of the heavenly nurtured chess pieces, her words somewhat garbled. "Tease you? Surely not," Jin Yong, despite being a rogue. "Wouldn't dare," Xiao Han asked in astonishment. She issued orders to relinquish the garrison authority of Tungwu Pass, thereby ensuring the complete reassurance of the Western Wu King. As a token of gratitude, he dispatched envoys bearing provisions and resources. Concurrently, she reorganized the southern border, placing members of the former Shi royal faction within the largest tribes across a dozen territories to preempt unforeseen events, while continuing to implement low-tax domestic policies to establish a system for the demon race. Wu Fengtian turned pale, recalling how Yu had indeed sought him out multiple times in the past, eventually returning to the capital with the entourage for the marriage alliance. Wulik listened quietly, recognizing the three individuals present. However, it was indeed unexpected that the legendary thief, Ramir, would confront someone directly. When Shihui returned with Caixiang, Li Qingmu was sprawled awkwardly on the bed, his entire face buried in the bedding. In the face of life itself, even after causing her to lose her child, she could not help but save him and care for him. Yuan Hong spoke of events from years past, as if recounting someone else's story, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Various spirit beasts had appeared. The newly birthed universe was not a realm conducive to the survival of the weak. Thus, initially, no feeble creatures emerged. Hey, what is this attitude? Aren't hospitals supposed to heal and save lives? Why does it resemble the old societal gatekeeping? No money, no entry. Qinhu could no longer contain himself and interjected. Taking advantage of Liao's momentary distraction, Yui swiftly withdrew his right hand. It was imperative to clarify the situation, otherwise Brother Liao might unexpectedly channel his battle energy to me again, resulting in another thunderous display. But that was earned through my own hard work. It has nothing to do with you. Boli Lingming was naturally displeased with her request being rebuffed and immediately began to argue her case. Chapter 38. Raising the stakes, Li Shimin toasted with tea, sharing 3 cups with everyone. He then assumed the role of a benevolent figure, showing no intention of interference. However, despite their small number, the 5 possessed an undeniable presence, Amidst the throngs of people, they shone like luminous pearls in the night, exuding a striking aura that was both captivating and confident. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback as he watched the bracelet roll beneath the sofa, and upon raising his gaze, his eyes brightened. A man of few words, he had already spoken more in a week than usual, making today a considerable effort. Fang Xiaoxue was indeed a senior to Mo Chun, and their past relationship was profound. However, for Fang Xiaoxue, Mo Chun was simply a close junior and not the couple rumored within the school. Just beneath his mouth, precisely at the center of the talisman array, was where Hua Bao currently stood. I understand, Brother Yanzi. I will inform Annie and Uncle right away. With that, Hua would dash towards the Yi family to deliver the message. As Chao Guang finished speaking, a shooting star erupted into the fiery sea before Guhong, transcending in a breathtaking display, dissolving into nothingness amidst countless wide-eyed spectators. Do you know the background here? How dare you speak such words? The server replied coldly. At that time, Jin Chong had already made a name for himself in the martial world, having encountered numerous people and events. However, upon arriving at the Luo family, he felt an inexplicable strangeness emanating from everyone, whether it was the servants tidying the courtyard or the family head, Luo Han. Although Xiaoming Shan yearned for this collaboration, he was not one to be trifled with. Recognizing the inherent flaws in the situation, he deftly shifted all responsibility onto Xiao Mo, ensuring that any subsequent occurrences would not implicate them. Lei Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, wishing he could turn back and confront Yishou directly, engaging in a fierce battle. When had he, Lei Jinyu, ever felt so constrained since his innate abilities manifested? He had always been the pursuer, never the prey. Su Yang understood that slaying the 7 fiends beast outright was no simple task. Perhaps the best approach was to force it back into the spatial passage. He had contemplated this strategy long beforehand. Hey Hechuan, are you foolish? You disregard such a golden opportunity. How long do you intend to wait before you can take the initiative to pursue your own desires? Xiao Mo persistently urged Hechuan from the side. Why are you here again? I will not allow you to enter, Shun Pingan stated firmly upon seeing Yang Fan. Young Master Zhua. During my last request for you to plead on behalf of Number 1, what was Number 1's response? Situ Xiao inquired in a low voice. As the chief of the Qifeng City Police Department, Wang Haishan's every action was for the betterment of Qifeng City. He felt compelled to scrutinize every incident occurring within the city to ascertain how to proceed next. It was only 7 in the morning. Yet the venue for the trade fair was already teeming with people, a gathering of affluent individuals and jade merchants, along with numerous tourists drawn by curiosity. Hechuan disembarked from his vehicle, opting to walk over for safety, ensuring that his surveillance would not be detected by Chen Yihui. The Jiang family's enterprises, spread across the land, had summoned a coalition of wealthy merchants to establish a transport route to the Tianxi Piyun Pass, resulting in a continuous flow of traffic. It was not merely due to Hualingxia, but rather the adorable entity in her mind that alerted her to the escalating disdain Hualingxia felt and the jealousy that Rong Ping harbored. The military and political discussions were held in the side hall of the Zikan Palace, where all the ministers had gathered, and Emperor Li Longji along with the regent prince also arrived. What a heart-wrenching scene of mutual affection. It would be remiss not to act given the villainous persona at play. However, as the figure of the Bone Princess gradually emerged from the ground, her hands gracefully manipulated a multitude of bones in a mesmerizing display. Yet, despite the internal struggle within Xin Z, her rosy lips instinctively inched closer to the handsome visage before her. The sound of the zither was rich and melodious, resonating far and wide. She had diligently practiced at home for many hours to make a stunning impression at the flower appreciation banquet. Do not worry about money, father. Remember, we still have a ginseng that remains unsold. Xia Yutong quickly reassured her father, sensing his hesitation. Xuanyan responded with a brief wait for me, before hastily ascending the stairs to cleanse herself, meticulously rolling a lint remover over her entire skin. Rongin, equally incensed, seethed at the audacity of that despicable man who feigned ignorance of her presence. She vowed to confront him upon her return. Ultimately, amidst the torrential downpour, a fierce clash of deep purple and pale azure erupted, unleashing waves of ethereal energy that even stunned the raindrops within a 10-meter radius, creating a semicircular area free from precipitation. This illustrated the unspoken rules of high society, where every established regulation is imbued with profound significance. Arthur chose not to eliminate his adversary, but instead allowed him to fully experience the military life he had previously neglected. The skin on those exquisite legs glimmered with a pristine radiance, leading me to momentarily believe I beheld the limbs of an unparalleled beauty. The four individuals appeared as a family, yet their expressions bore a haunting sorrow, as if they were evading something formidable. Xinyang found little enjoyment in remaining here. Those who had once mocked him were now eager to curry favor, their fickle nature rendering them utterly repugnant. This contingent of soldiers not only delivered an abundance of cotton clothing, trousers, and boots, but also brought the whale oil and medicines that Wang Yi had specifically requested. Now acutely aware of Jiang Luo's significance in his life, he was at a loss on how to face Jiang Xinqing. Chapter 39. Today's financial task has been accomplished. After the ceremony concluded, Ziwei gazed at Hong Yuden with a smile that made the latter uneasy, wondering what had provoked the princess's mirth. She hurriedly masked her own trepidation with a facade of obsequiousness. "It's nothing," Su Zifeng waved a hand, signaling the troublesome pig to cease speaking. For several cameras were now aimed at them. Any crudeness would tarnish their image, and the pressure of public opinion was no trivial matter. He wished to avoid having the fervent fans of the spicy hot pot direct their ire at the troublesome pig. She had no choice but to remain silent. Jean Shower lamented that she could neither outweep nor overpower her, and within the confines of the Yuan Marquis' residence. She was utterly powerless to retaliate without losing her own dignity. Was it merely a matter of slightly superior skills? It couldn't possibly be as exaggerated as Sister Mengting had claimed, thought Xingzhui, clearly reluctant to accept the notion. He pressed the horn, initially tapping it gently, but when he saw her remain motionless, he honked it insistently. That uncle appeared remarkably cool, akin to a helicopter in its sleekness, evoking a wintry chill. He bore no resemblance to his father, who radiated the warmth of spring, smiling upon encountering others. Evidently, their efforts were not in vain today. The princess took the initiative to deliver medicine to the young master without waiting for him to pay his respects. This ointment was a rare offering from the Shiliang kingdom. I could only marvel at the audacity of this child, who boasted of himself, leaving me speechless and compelled to smile in silence. Just as I intended to speak further, Yu Minghui slipped into my being. With his fervent thrusts, a searing sensation enveloped me, as though I were soaring amidst the clouds. Lost in a state of bewilderment regarding my whereabouts, communication among the individuals was rendered ineffective, resorting to mere signals for interaction. Su Zifeng emitted a signal while en route. "Your Highness is indeed wise," Pei Ju declared first. Yang Neng was not merely consulting them. A decision had already been made, and they were merely informed of it. Urged to be discerning and cooperate well, the assembly felt perplexed. Those seated in the VIP section were prominent figures. Yet Yi Tairang seemed oblivious to their identities unless they were intruders, which would suggest extraordinary martial prowess and courage to defy the demon sect. Seizing the cover of night to break through, Xieli resolved firmly, acknowledging the peril of night battles. However, the darkness would provide a cloak for their safety, contingent on the absence of ambushes ahead, while the pursuers would surely be unable to catch up. He remained unaware of the nearly millennium-spanning temporal chasm between them, believing he had encountered a rare talent, nurturing aspirations of imparting his knowledge. Yet, he regretted his previous absolute declarations, finding it difficult to broach the subject of apprenticeship once more. The drum and bell towers flanking the stone tablet appeared somewhat subdued, while within the Hall of Heavenly Kings, a golden Methriya Buddha statue radiated a benevolent glow. The group led their horses to the front of the relay station, only to discover a carriage parked there, suggesting that others were also ascending the mountain for leisure or to offer prayers. The carriage was finely adorned, likely belonging to a wealthy family. Yet the absence of any insignia left its origins a mystery, especially on such a chilly day. The thoughts of the situation moved Changyue and Xiao deeply, perceiving him as a man of responsibility, evoking a sense of security. After roughly 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Xian suddenly recalled the unusual events of the evening, halting in her tracks with unease and glancing back. Lin Yang found it both amusing and perplexing, wondering if this fellow was overly self-assured. However, unleashing him could lead to countless casualties, with many innocents potentially falling victim to his actions. He must not be allowed to roam free. As the sun rose, Long Tianyi set forth, and the profound figure, precise to the second, maneuvered in the opposite direction, initiating a pincer movement. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that her leg had cramped. Since her condition had progressed, she had been experiencing cramps intermittently. Typically, it was Mama Yu and a few others who would massage her, but today she had dismissed everyone, allowing him to attend to her personally. The Desert Shield. A level 176 guardian clad in a complete set of infernal judgment armor, wielded a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. He was tall and robust, appearing to be of a similar age to myself, with a languid expression as if still awakening from slumber. Having digressed somewhat, let us now discuss the matters of the heavenly prison sect, the elder remarked with a smile at Qing Shui. Task description: eliminate the Swamp Knight Lock and retrieve his heart to deliver to the leader of the Sword Rain Knight Brigade, Roger. Exclusive mission, limited participants, 5. Level requirement, above 55. After summoning all individuals, spirit beasts, and spirit birds into space, Yi Lingxi then instructed the Snow Wolf King and the spirit birds to take their respective places to rest, before finally handing the demon refining cauldron to Rong Tian. She summoned the myriad beasts to join forces with Rong Tian to confront Wen Zhenfeng and his associates, ultimately vanquishing them in a vivid display. Each scene unfolding like a cinematic masterpiece. It is evident that the black-clad figure unleashed his full strength in that kick, showing no restraint. Determined to eliminate Hua Tianyang without hesitation, an accord was reached. Shen Lixing and his entourage left 100 taels of silver for Madame Sure before proceeding as previously arranged, intending to explore along the way. Suddenly, a thought sparked in her eyes, illuminating her expression with a cunning smile. It is clear that the two must have had a dispute, leading to the struggle I previously deduced. It is unlikely that it was solely E's doing, but rather he was extorting alongside A, acting as an accomplice to F. Longjin could not bear to witness a person of goodwill being slain for bizarre reasons before him. At the foot of the mountain, there lay a crystal-clear lake. Upon our arrival, Li Yoshue stood solemnly by its edge, her expression grave, without a single servant in sight. Chapter 40 truly portrayed one who fancied herself the mistress of the house. Her voice, calm yet unexpectedly imposing, instilled in Yi Shiyun an inexplicable pressure, rendering her speechless. Each time she became aware of this, she would promptly immerse herself in a specially prepared pool of cold water to regain her composure. Moreover, soul techniques, akin to martial arts, possessed their own hierarchy, with each level categorized from strong to weak, denoted as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the exception of the celestial rank, which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. In such circumstances, although the Academy City appeared unchanged on the surface for those dwelling in the shadows, it was akin to a living nightmare. Tang Zhao's wife had passed away many years prior. The sudden reappearance of a deceased individual was undeniably alarming. This demeanor caught the attention of many, and Wang Yin casually took her place beside the emperor without the need for formalities, making it evident to all how significant Wang Yin was in the emperor's eyes. After all, a person with a normal sexual orientation would likely feel angered by such suspicions, wouldn't they? Tang Yi descended the stairs, preparing to drive to the office. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a familiar vehicle from the previous night and approached it with curiosity, only to see the occupant step out. In truth, without Song Zhanqing's prompting, Cheng Jingwan had already conveyed her needs regarding the medicine and its administration, but she could no longer sustain herself and succumbed once more to slumber. The term cat litter had long been distant from Hein's thoughts, causing her to momentarily fail to comprehend. After a while, upon grasping the meaning behind Chuchin's words, Hein's eyes widened in indignation as she huffed, lifting her chin defiantly. Being an open kitchen, Lin Yu busied himself while Lan Yuer observed. A death waiver was even established at the entrance, indicating a voluntary entry, absolving the heavens of responsibility for life or death. What audacity must one possess to dare sign such a document? He carefully tucked her in, leaving the adorable Coco Meow in the room to keep her company, while he descended to the kitchen to personally prepare porridge. In truth, the storyboard was a notion proposed by producer Zhou. The two directors convened to discuss the storyboard matters, discerning who possessed genuine skill and who merely feigned competence. Their dialogue yielding little substance. Xiao Yuan rushed outside the cave entrance, where the torrential rain had ceased, revealing a cerulean sky adorned with brilliant sunshine and a resplendent rainbow. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu, lying in bed, fluttered her eyelashes a few times before gradually opening her eyes. Upon recognizing the crowd gathered by her bedside, she was startled enough to tumble from the bed to the floor. How could she be here? Just as Feng Xiaoyu's words fell, Feng Shihua's voice echoed in response. Feng Lianqi's attention was immediately captivated. Due to the dormitory number reported, no one knew which dormitory it signified. Xiao Yuan shook her head, unwilling to relent. grasping his hand and rolling up his sleeve, revealing a jade bracelet of a delicate yellow hue, which she discreetly slipped into her sleeve. From that point onward, El-Heezy chose to no longer dwell on such matters, for the more he obsessed, the deeper he felt himself descending into the abyss of perversion. Given his grandfather's advanced age, even if he erred, he would merely offer verbal admonitions. Li Lanhua had seen enough news to know that elderly individuals rarely faced imprisonment for transgressions. Her grandfather's issues were likely manageable. "I apologize, he came to see me," Nong Xiangling declared, noticing Gu Xiujin's assistant approaching, instantly concluding that they sought her. No one anticipated that El-Heezy would utter such a statement directly, causing Director Du, who was reciting the list, to visibly alter his expression. Busy with weight loss, at 170 to 180 pounds, how can one possibly shed that? Qin Sini remarked, smacking her lips. He slightly focused, his gaze locking onto the eye momentarily, as if his thoughts were transported to another realm. Overall, if no changes occurred, things would continue to progress slowly, step by step. The spiritual energy within him had already coalesced in his arms, poised to unleash at any moment. Ready to claim Xinyan's life, and Luoyue was prepared for any confrontation. The more improbable, the more eerie, the more perilous. Listening to Gu Hongming's phone call, Gu Hanxiang sensed impending misfortune. In the late autumn of Hengshan City, the crisp autumn breeze swirled the falling leaves, while the chill of winter drew near. Chen Ning's Danning Clinic commenced its operations amidst this deep autumn. Approaching Lingbao, Luo Di circled around, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Qin Kexia furrowed her brow in confusion, her gaze pausing on a photograph, a black and white relic, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Han Yunyang observed clearly from the side that this opulent manor was beyond her reach. Her only recourse was to convey the truth to Cheng Huaner. The pharmacy was indeed bustling with patients. Han Yunyang immediately busied herself attending to them, yet her mind lingered on the elder's request. Thus, after seeing her last patient, she promptly sought an excuse to leave the pharmacy and headed towards the Kaikai money exchange, preparing to find a place to rest. Luo Di did not mind where she lay down. Long Yuan, having no need for slumber after so many years, preferred to remain awake. Today, she seemed unusually obedient. If memory served him right, she was on leave from the hospital. Yan Kai casually swept her outstretched hand through the air and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply. Watching Luo Di walk away with the two of them, Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief and retrieved a long black sword from behind, striking a provocative pose. Yin Xuan did not immediately present evidence, but observed her quietly, as if assessing her emotions and pondering her thoughts. After a considerable time, Yin Xuan lowered her head and produced a stack of photographs from her pocket, handing them to Qin Kexia. If someone were to recover while one remained frail, no matter how many treasures were amassed, they would still be left wanting. The path to spiritual sanctification involves the strengthening of the soul in the realm of earthly immortals, and upon reaching the celestial realm, one can manifest countless avatars and ascend. After finishing her meal, she returned to her bedroom for a shower, donning a matcha green silk robe over a delicate camisole. At that moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly rushed over in tears, attempting to embrace Xiao Rui, who quickly evaded her, causing Xiao Xiao to stumble and collide with the edge of the coffee table. Chapter 41. Pursuing a career, is it not delightful? You deceiver. You promised to play with me once you finished your work, yet I just overheard my brother say you are leaving soon. What a liar. Baiminta scolded, feigning a fierce demeanor, though to Bai Zhou, it sounded more like a childish whine. While it sounded simple, Bai Zhou could not directly approach someone to inquire about their identity and purpose, so he had to rely on his keen observation. Liang Guaning was exceptionally formidable, with outstanding military prowess. If history remained unchanged, he would have been promoted to commander during the Northwest Army's campaign in the Northern Expedition and subsequently to military leader before the Central Plains conflict. Undoubtedly, he is recognized in later history as one of the renowned generals in the resistance against Japan, commanding a formidable unit known for its valor. Han Yolu's face turned ashen. A single word flashed through his mind: tank. Yet, the entire republic possessed only a few tanks under Zhang Zuolin's faction. Now, encountering dozens felt like a twist of fate, a fortune that plunged him into despair, shattering his will to resist and any hopes he harbored. Moreover, like Li Wan and others, she was an ardent fan of Xia Chu, admiring her immensely. Yi Ming carried only a monetary gift for Su Xing, packed according to the standard for a wedding banquet, totaling 600 yuan, which was considered generous in Xianlong. After hanging up, Fan Binbin instantly sprang from her bed, the fatigue that had weighed her down seemingly vanishing. She kicked off her high heels and dashed toward the bathroom, her anticipation for AIC's arrival beginning to grow. Amidst the hundreds of spectators, Jiang Minjing and Park Shanying led their members in waving moonlit white glow sticks, enthusiastically calling out on Sunjiu's name while fervently raising his support placards. Upon his return to his residence, just as he was about to open the door, it swung open abruptly, and Zhao Jiaqi nearly leaped into Zhou Ming's embrace. And Chen Yu rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and took a couple of steps forward. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced back at Zheng Jiayan, who was tidying up for him, and coughed lightly. Jiayan, did I not mention? No jumping. Meanwhile, he listened intently while exiting the classroom. Finding a secluded spot to lean against the window, gazing at the doorway and absorbing Judy's words. Pray tell, what brings you to the inn? Helian Xuanyu's cold, piercing gaze seemed as if it could draw blood, instilling a sense of dread. Yes, grandmother, Milan replied reluctantly, retreating to her room, unable to dispel the resentment swirling within her. Although one might argue that what is said is not necessarily the truth, Lu Ming still felt he might be overthinking matters. Today marked the inaugural day of classes at Kyoto University. Since the venerable Mr. he had consented to allow Chenxi to attend school, he would not hinder her from doing so. Chenxi arrived punctually for her classes today. After all, the gang had billions of gold flowers that remained unutilized, and keeping them in the account yielded no interest. Transferring them to a real bank would incur handling fees, and taxes would also need to be prepaid, hardly worthwhile. Lan Zi, an experienced veteran, could not overlook this dilemma. She was unafraid of risks, yet she pondered whether the potential reward justified the gamble. Ding Yi spoke up. I have made my decision. But before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was seized tightly by Yi Chuyun, who had her brows furrowed deeply, veins prominently visible. Of course, these were mere digressions. My primary purpose this time is to elucidate the truth behind the Feng family's downfall. The ethereal dream fairy delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. Yamamoto Kazuo was also injured by a flying knife, which pierced his palm, while 3 knives embedded themselves within Baijia's body. If your thoughts are adrift, let us discuss precisely where your mind is faltered. The figure in white stated expressionlessly. Roughly counting, there appeared to be around 130 individuals. With such a multitude of Earth-level experts, was there to be a martial arts assembly? As Shui Huai's words echoed, the languid atmosphere in the room shattered, creating an odd tension, even causing Shangwan Wanner beside him to instinctively furrow her brows. Shen Yunyu, do you wish to kill me? You lack the capability. Shen Yunqi stood up, gently wiping the blood from her lips, her tone icy. Shen Yunqi bit her lip, rain trickling down her cheeks and into her mouth, carrying a briny taste. This time, no one intervened. She persevered through the pain radiating from her ankle, yet her steps remained somewhat unsteady. What do you intend to do? Shi Shilan retreated in fear, pressing against the trees, her face paling. She sought to vindicate her parents, who were far away in the palace, to elevate her family's status, and to hold her head high before Su Lianrong for once. Yan Ziming was acutely aware that the people of Baiyun Kingdom were forbidden from marrying those of Nanling Kingdom, especially when it came to a princess and a prince. He believed that even if the emperor wished to protect Ling Yue, it would be an impossible endeavor. Ma Qingfeng's ability to contend with Earth-level masters relied heavily on his formidable true essence. Once that essence was depleted, his only recourse would be to flee. This was the dying wish of his master. Tang Lichuan spoke, turning towards the urn of Zhang Jiao's ashes behind him. 2 against 1 now seemed exceedingly ample. Thus the 2 monkey brothers effortlessly captured the old Taoist. Su Huan, anxious and restless, shifted positions on the sofa, her movements accompanied by the occasional rustle of fabric against the leather. Upon hearing, Zhen Jiao let out a hearty laugh and proceeded to introduce Tang Lichuan to him. However, Shui Yin appeared indifferent to anyone outside of Zhen Jiao, disregarding them entirely. Paget's powerful punch struck the sand shield, the immense rebound force nearly shattering his wrist. Su Huan conversed with her father about various aspects of Su Li's life in the city. After dinner, her mother engaged her in conversation, which, although similar to what her father had discussed, required her patience to reiterate. Deng Yuhao gradually reined in his smile, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhao Wei, extending his right index finger in a gesture that seemed to challenge him. It's this beast. I can't believe he actually gifted it to you. It seems you are in cahoots. The voice sounded familiar, yet Harry could not recall who it belonged to. Had Ku revolted? Chen Kong observed the situation near the base, surmising that Zhao Tongfeng's lack of strength had allowed Ku's forces to encroach upon his doorstep. Chapter 42. The Infrastructure of Huanyu. It is widely known that the correct translation of Yumi Dai in Japanese is not don't, but rather don't stop. Whenever this scene crossed Yang Qifeng's mind, a surge of anger welled up within him, swiftly followed by a resurgence of fighting spirit. The most terrifying thing in the world is to be disregarded. Wang Yimou was aware that there was a treasure chest spawn point near the ancient ruins. However, being an elite-level treasure, he found it unworthy of his time to pursue, knowing that he would not uncover anything of value, and sitting idly was equally unappealing. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. Priest Weirden gazed at Captain Rollins, seemingly rummaging through his mind for a memory lost in a forgotten corner. The swift Jin Fengyu indeed possessed a significant advantage in speed. Although his strength was inadequate, the arrival of Old Feng somewhat alleviated Gao Feng's predicament. Zhong Sun Kong, Yang Han, Feng Shen, and Zhou Hang had ceased to pay attention to others. As the Purple Sun Marquis called out the names of those who had excelled in the half-year assessment. What use is it to ask me? I lack experience. You are in charge here. Manage it yourselves, stated Dong Fengxing. It remained uncertain whether success was attainable. Feng Shen felt anxious. Despite having devised a plan and earnestly practiced it, the outcome remained an enigma. Zhao Mingjiu was drenched in blood, his body marred by countless wounds. With his sword hanging low and his arms continuously oozing crimson, he had transformed into a figure of blood, his original visage rendered unrecognizable. Surrounding him were fierce and menacing Slavs, and in that moment, it seemed as though he was the only soul left in the world, solitary under the blazing sun and vast sky. At this juncture, the Dragon Tree Sisters were poised to transform into weapon spirits. While Yi Ting remained incapable of wielding the enchanted artifact, the combat prowess of the Demon Sisters had thus become crucial, as it would not do for every matter to fall solely upon Yi Ting and Yang Mei. In the back row of the classroom, Yi Yifan appeared to be in a frenzy, his temples throbbing violently, and his expression contorted into a grotesque mask. His words erupted like a wailing cry, sharp and discordant. I quietly exhaled, preparing to greet him, when suddenly my mother's words from the previous night echoed in my mind. I was struck with a sudden hesitance to speak, fearing that my mother might still be out there. The wind-wild demeanor of the soldier was imbued with a fervent spirit, standing steadfast like a coastal rock unflinchingly facing the tempest. His aged form, though weathered, was imbued with latent strength, boldly confronting the onslaught of 3,000 warriors. The furniture crafted with the power of creation bore a rugged feel, yet once templates were employed, the outcome was transformed entirely. 2 centuries passed. Could it be related to the gathering of the 7 Kingdoms emperors? As Yuni contemplated this, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, a rare fear surged like a tide, drenching his once clear forehead with perspiration. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, concentrating as he directed his flying sword toward a distant oceanic expanse. He could not engage in battle, as that would only summon more water monkeys, leading to his own demise. Chun Sheng spoke uncertainly, noticing the faint traces of spiritual energy swirling within the chili. Is there any way to revert Liang Jie back to an ordinary person? Zhu Edging inquired, desperately wishing for his old friend to return to his former self. Yi Sang, how old are you? Pretending to be dead is no trivial matter. He slapped Yi Sang's face, unable to discern the color of her complexion due to her makeup. Do not worry, I will not seek him out again, Jishi stated coldly, perhaps still grappling with unresolved issues in his heart. Gazing at the 3 vigilant hunters, Tanya scoffed, glancing at a dry twig beneath her feet before stamping down with force. Yun Er, upon hearing the command from Han Yueqiao, could only muster the strength to begin running. Beitang Yeshuan, witnessing this, couldn't help but show a glimmer of joy, hoping that Yun Er would soon falter and voluntarily withdraw. The teacher gently tapped the desk with a teaching rod, and instantly, the applause ceased, signaling the prelude to a speech. If he, Qin Yu, were unwilling, no amount of persuasion would suffice. As for threats, that was utterly out of the question. It was already remarkable that Qin Yu did not resort to intimidation. She merely hoped that Aunt Chu would soon prepare her false identity, freeing her from the troubles of this place. After all, once she became the crown princess, all attention would shift to her, leaving the tavern behind. Did you come here merely to listen to stories? Don't tell me you plan to sit idly by and do nothing. Yao truly could not comprehend. Lu Zhidao conceded defeat right from the outset. Although he harbored intentions to eliminate the violent elder, the realization of being bound by chains rendered him immobile. A wise man avoids immediate loss. Thus he promptly acknowledged his defeat. While Qiram spoke eloquently, the Shiyang clan was indeed the nemesis of the demon race, nurtured by the demon lord who had intricate schemes and arrangements in place. Lu Xi hastily declared that this outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yet the minister's display of tact in navigating the situation was nothing short of commendable, compelling him to accept it. Long Kuei swung his staff once more, plunging Xian Wu Dao back into the abyss. With shattered ribs, Xian Wu Dao coughed up blood. Had it not been for the demonic energy coursing through him, safeguarding his corporeal form, he would have perished. Particularly, Long Kuei had more to say and spared Xian Wu Dao's life. Aunt Gua sighed helplessly. Having spent years away from home, she suddenly felt devoid of purpose and could only roll up her sleeves to tackle the chores meant for Lu Juing. The cloaked figures surged forward. Temporarily oblivious to Bai Yi's presence, they redirected their focus to their sole target, their only adversary. As Qi Tao sought vengeance on Chao Hua, Guqing Luo and Jiu Shao were en route to a trip with their production team. However, his claims contained a kernel of dishonesty, for he was not the one cooking that evening. It seemed the Hylid people were resolute in their intention to annihilate the Flower Forest tribe's elves. Yet, the more determined they became, the more they could instill fear in other tribes, serving as a cautionary tale. The discussions ranged from seasonal analyses to player rankings, encompassing everything from campus gossip to romantic guidance, effectively opening a new realm for the emotionally inexperienced cyborgs. Shangwan Qingluan bounced over to find a man, exclaiming her immense joy at the prospect of reuniting with her father, albeit uncertain if he would remain as talkative as ever. Chapter 43. I won't seek him out. Oh. Still shy, are we? Call me Sister Yu, and I shall treat you as my brother. What is the harm in me bathing my younger brother? I am 4 or 5 years your senior. The response from the mature lady seemed irrefutable. He started the car towards the Wu residence, arriving at the villa's entrance, where he smoothly halted the vehicle. Observing her still with her eyes closed, he gently exited and opened her door, wishing not to awaken her. He bent down, intending to carry her back to his room, but the moment he touched her, she opened her eyes. Jin Taiyuan, ranked 10th in the global assassin realm, hailed from the nation and possessed extraordinary taekwondo skills alongside ancient martial arts and impeccable marksmanship. His ascent to the top 10 was no mere coincidence, as his formidable prowess and the lives claimed by his hand exceeded double digits, a testament of ironclad proof. The Elfin clan temporarily distanced themselves from peril, their faces alight with excitement, signifying they could enjoy a prolonged period of peace, thus spontaneously organizing celebratory activities. By the way, what brings you back at this hour? As he held her, Wu Yutong gradually relaxed, recalling that he should still be at work at this hour. She loosened her embrace slightly, lifting her gaze to meet his. Among several iron towers, the one in the center stands tallest, exuding an aura of menace. A multitude of disciples congregates before this tower. Could it be that the sect leader resides within? And as for me, Master Li, if you wish to indulge in intoxication, we shall accompany you in your revelry. Murong Shui also lifted a bottle of Maotai, taking a hearty swig. Jian Ming has always been accompanied by his blade, even when he fell into the dark waters. He did not forsake it. Even when hiding naked amidst the straw, he clung to it. What is it that draws her to him so fervently? Observing her as she turned away to continue washing dishes, I was genuinely curious about what aspect of Chen Mo captivated her so. Is it delectable? If you find it delightful, I shall generously offer you more. Huang Fuichen stepped forward slowly, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Wei and the others. With a commanding tone, Zhuang Jian pointed decisively at the black finger coalesced from the ancient goddess essence, which radiated an aura of annihilation. The sunlight streamed into the room, rendering the events of the previous night akin to a mere nightmare. Yet, Su Xia vividly recalled the laughter from that dream, as though it tugged at the deepest strings of her heart, spreading through her limbs and rendering her a mere puppet. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zixiang returned, reporting no significant findings before setting off towards the base. Although that laughter could no longer dictate her actions, it retained its grip on her body, becoming increasingly piercing, until it felt like a fine, sharp thread piercing from her ear directly into her mind, inducing a throbbing headache. Within the evil spirit tribe, I only cared for my exceedingly benevolent mother, my seemingly stern yet deeply caring father, and my indulgent elder grandfathers. Jesse, you are truly humorous. His wit alleviated her earlier tension, allowing her to relax instantly. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed before the ninja, firmly jabbing my finger into his chest before delivering a powerful punch. The boss remarked, "Humph, do you think I cannot handle you just because you point a gun at him?" He too aimed his weapon at the henchman. Taisai Ci. Catching a glimpse of Cui Yuaner's sweet smile from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of joy and a touch of pride. As Meng Yao uttered her final words with gritted teeth, the king of the underworld raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. There will be no next time. This time, he was at fault and had to endure it. Indeed. Xu Qingyu had been preoccupied with devising strategies against Lin Qingxian these past few days and had yet to incorporate the gold essence into the flying sword. Xiaofeng stated, "While we defend our homeland, we cannot impose burdens unduly nor allow those who offer goodwill to suffer loss. My proposal is that any contributions exceeding the stipulated burden be documented and post-conflict, converted into shares for future dividends." The sudden disappearance of two masters from the Wangfu left the Songlong feeling quite troubled. Fortunately, the 8th prince remained to oversee matters at the War King's residence, providing cover for Mo Jingxian. Zhang Rang dispatched individuals to announce the decree, due to his meritorious service in suppressing bandits. Feng Hao was promoted to the rank of third-grade general and bestowed the title of Duke of Che, due to his meritorious service in eradicating bandits and curing ailments. Xiaofeng was promoted to the rank of general and conferred the title of Marquis of the Interior. Tai Shirzi, having assisted commendably, was elevated to the rank of third-rank general and granted the title of Cheho. I joyfully approached the venerable Taoist, inquiring where I might catch a bus back to the city. From a shadowy corner, Yang Yuding emerged slowly, casting a cold glance at Gui Ying, his arm transforming into a blade as he viciously struck towards Gui Ying's neck. Li Jian encountered an opponent and, fueled by excitement, launched a series of fierce thrusts with his silver spear, the 5 hooks of divine flight. Though his moves were not complex, they bore immense power. Xiaofeng did not dare to underestimate him. The 8 scenic spirit sword parried while occasionally countering Li Dian's attacks, giving the impression of 2 formidable adversaries. In a brief moment, they exchanged blows over 20 times. Lin Qingxian shook his head in silence, secretly channeling his techniques, which instantly heightened his hearing tenfold, allowing him to overhear the officer recounting the events at the bun shop. They felt as though they had just emerged from the gates of hell, their bodies drained of all strength. The green lotus plunged into a sea of blood, erupting in a brilliant radiance that stung the eyes of those present. Many of lesser cultivation closed their eyes to ease the discomfort. However, to their astonishment, Xia Xian remained standing, and Yang Shui showed no signs of intoxication. After completing her tasks, Ning Xianxian instructed me to meet her promptly. She leaped onto the back of the great bird and soared towards the inner city. Lin Haiyan was taken aback, realizing that his threats had failed to have the desired effect, instead provoking his opponent. Yu Chubei embraced him, filled with joy and eager to share countless words. Having forgotten all grievances, she had decisively abandoned her unharmonious marriage, consumed only by thoughts of him. What? There's another young man? Did Li Zhe not use the soul-despairing powder? The owner of the thunderous voice, a middle-aged man, expressed his bewilderment. Chapter 44. We only hear from General Ji. The tip of the falling void sword finally touched the lake bed, and Chu Jiang came to a halt. Lying low in the accumulated silt, quietly sensing the flow of the water and gauging his distance from the spring, he spoke of influence rather than strength. And it was uncertain whether Tang Yifan had noticed this detail. However, it was clear that Mo Dongui had no intentions of collaborating with Tang Yifan at this time. Now, I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, such extraordinary events defied conventional logic. The melodious voice of the youth echoed throughout the hall, and upon hearing the voice of his longed-for son, Prince Sheng could no longer hold back his tears, which ultimately streamed down his cheeks. The emergence of mysterious realm energy indicated the presence of a micro-level rift. At the guard's headquarters, detection instruments reacted to reveal the location of the rift. The intricately carved balustrades and soaring eaves complemented the solid wood flooring, adorned in vibrant crimson hues, the ground immaculate and unstained, with lit candles flickering on both sides, casting a perpetual glow. In ancient times, jade was often the material of choice, with the peak of its popularity favoring Hittian jade. Yet, was it really mutton fat jade? Thoughts of the ring slipped rapidly through my mind. Once again, with unabashed persistence, I approached my mother, requesting some thread and needles, filled with eager anticipation as I delved into the art of fishing. After hearing Tong Tong's explanation, Dandan sprang to her feet, embracing Xiao Zifeng's neck with a cacophony of joyful cries. At the moment the dish was placed on the table, Xia Ruo beheld the emergence of a crimson glow enveloping the mapo tofu, casting a red hue throughout the kitchen, a light that harmonized beautifully with the red peppers within the dish. Grandpa Wu pouted, aware that the empress considered her words exaggerated and misleading. Thus seeking to confront Sai Xiao for clarification, Alona, without hesitation, swiftly scoured the entire scene at a staggering speed of 37 Mach. Yet found no trace of Qinshi and Yukana's remains, leaving no evidence behind. Just as things had settled, the Chu family unexpectedly reverted their prices to the original, igniting yet another frenzy of purchases, as the previously calm Shin family market was once again overwhelmed with throngs of people, prompting the Shin family to close their market and cease sales. His words once again elicited a chorus of cheers from the crowd, as if the battle had long concluded and they had claimed all the spoils. The seductive demon wore little, and being a normal man, I feared losing control in her presence. But fortunately, Xian Yun was unconcerned, directly lifting her by the thigh and hoisting her onto his shoulder. I carried the divine Shenong and Luoye while he bore the enchanting demon and the god of prophecy, hastily making our escape. However, what Lu Dan did not realize was that the greatest danger lay not with him, but within the general's residence, which was closer to annihilation than it had ever been since its establishment, the fate of the Ni family resting precariously on the head of the family. Chenggu, you finally appeared. Several reporters have been searching for you, a security guard informed Chenlin. Yet, as long as there exists a door, there will undoubtedly be some wondrous legends associated with it. Zeet sought out the village chief of Maida village, inquiring about any extraordinary tales that might reside within the community. Wang Xiang harbored significant hostility towards Junshamai, with 8 luminous guns suspended behind him, and with a swift motion, he grasped one. The two exited the vehicle, greeted by an expansive beach where a large bonfire blazed brightly on the white sands, illuminating the night like daylight, creating a vibrant atmosphere across the sea. After a moment, Jingyan let out a long sigh, suggesting, I think I shall retire to the guest room tonight. Though spoken, he hesitated to act on it. His rough hand slowly roamed across her waist and back, exhibiting an unsettling inclination. The seductive demon's form swayed violently, nearly collapsing under the strain. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she struggled painfully to maintain composure. Aijing. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Zhongqi rushed towards Aijing with deep concern. This is the Upper Virtue Palace, not the Priest's Hall. Ruo Bing held her purple sword, emanating light and poised in a defensive stance. In my recollection, Xiao Lianshan was characterized primarily by his obstinacy, complemented by his integrity. However, I had never witnessed him exhibit such ferocity. His gaze imbued with a palpable sense of lethality, this was a version of Xiao Lianshan entirely unfamiliar to me. A thunderous crash resonated as the single door collapsed, revealing that Dai Si's power was on a completely different echelon compared to the three of them. Guang Yin, too, acutely perceived this disparity. What is this? Bai Rong inquired, gazing at the pale yellow syringes. The others turned their attention as well. Tan Jiaowei hesitated, pausing for 2 seconds before reluctantly stating, I cannot bear to see Chu Chu in distress, and then he moved on without lingering. In the center of the lawn pavilion, several long bamboo benches were arranged for reclining and gazing at the stars. It was at this moment that she noticed the pavilion's ceiling was made of transparent crystal, with the celestial stars appearing to cascade down upon the lawn pavilion, far more radiant and massive than when viewed from outside. Surrounding the pavilion were railings and long benches. She chose a bench to sit upon, lazily leaning against the railing as she gazed at the magnificent view of the shrine. She attempted to stretch her limbs, realizing that her divine powers had not been sealed anew by wombing. This revelation invigorated her spirit, prompting her to leap from the bed and hastily select a long dress before dashing away. When the true self traversed into the world of deification, everything underwent a transformation. Embarking on a path of reversal, commencing from the primordial era, through the initial calamities of the Dragon Han, the war of the witches and demons, the tribulation of deification, the journey to the west, and subsequently the emergence of Mount Shu, what lay ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shui Wu understood the entirety of the preceding events and pondered for a considerable time, her emotions reflected in her complex gaze. Lu Quan struggled to suppress the chill that gradually rose within her heart, urging her horse to gallop forward with fervor. The extreme yin-yang sphere was a treasure forged from the amalgamation of celestial power and various materials, its potency escalating with one's realm. At her current level, its might would multiply exponentially. Let them expel me if they wish. It is far better than lacking resolve and losing one's dignity, Fang Jiashue remarked with displeasure. It was not difficult to shake them off. All she needed to do was slip out the back door, and with the carriage still waiting outside, it would be manageable. Unconsciously, she cast a glance at Qingfu, who was aware of her identity. Surely he would inform Xiao Hanyu, would he not? After the black radiance severely injured Tuda, it did not relent. Instead, it performed a twist and charged once more toward the retreating Tuda. The golden cicada goo thrived on toxic substances, and upon encountering this black blood, it became exceedingly excited, its little green eyes sparkling with fervor. It first glanced joyfully at Rugio, and upon receiving a nod of approval, it rolled and spiraled, diving eagerly into the veins of that Persian man. Chapter 45. Let Ji Yinshe bleed a little. What he did not see was that after his departure, the butterfly lingered in midair, quietly observing the direction he had taken before fluttering away after a long moment. Eileen drove her green off-road vehicle, roaring with the wildness of her youth. She pushed open the door and entered the hospital room. Xiao Yonghui had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing Jianxi, his eyes sparkled with immediate brightness. The eerie voice of the demon echoed throughout the realm, sounding like a mocking laugh, yet also resembling a sorrowful cry. As Xiaoman suddenly found herself engulfed in darkness, her body swayed precariously, and for reasons unknown. Memories of that year when she first laid eyes on Rong Rong surfaced in her mind. Lu the judge approached with measured strides, bowing repeatedly to invite Mu Yin inside, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable air of reverence and flattery. Your Majesty, I am not exaggerating. Your discerning eye for my elder brother is truly commendable. Remarkable, indeed. Fang Ling Shu exclaimed, raising her thumb in approval. She had to step out, for if she did not bid her overbearing brother farewell, he would surely punish her. Being confined at home for half a day would be the least of her worries. Should he freeze her bank card, she would find herself destitute. His expression darkened slightly as he suddenly raised his hand, sending a flare soaring into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display. I shall return, he declared, before lowering his gaze to attempt a kiss upon my lips. I swiftly evaded him, but he bore no resentment. His icy kiss landed on my jaw instead. Fear not. I have located your sister's whereabouts. We shall proceed forthwith. As they stepped outside, Linwu suddenly conceived an idea. Why not let Yunhai perform a heroic rescue? He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. I, too, wasted no time in gearing up, for it seemed this night would not be in vain, at the very least. I had acquired a silver belt, and perhaps the final encounter would yield some extraordinary artifact. This, of course, was a mere fantasy. If a relic were to materialize now, Ice Feather would surely seal the door for good. At last, I still possess a sliver of vitality. I continued to engage in those tedious, repetitive actions to maneuver and strike. Having plotted against her for so long, this time she would deftly turn his ambition against him, escaping the capital and returning to Luoyang. The cunning one understood, turning to a corner to find 2 empty chairs, and sat down with old Lu. He Xunyang cast a glance my way without further inquiry. Let us go. The car awaits at the entrance. I have been chased out by the security several times, and each re-entry is fraught with risk, he remarked, placing a hand on my shoulder. His voice lacked a roar, replaced instead by a plea. His eyes held no fierce battle spirit in the face of formidable foes, only a hazy sorrow for his impending loss of a companion. Zhao Huan possessed keen hearing. At such close range, it was as if he had spoken directly to him. Yet, he could not hear a word of what Ba and Qingjin discussed, indicating that this individual was far from ordinary. By the way, Guapian had mentioned that Long Jing had indulged in a rare mushroom, transforming into a being completely opposite to his true nature. However, his temperament now seemed excessively negative, as if he had undergone a complete soul swap. Have they already beaten him to a pulp? This junior sister, can you not speak? Chen Kursen chuckled. Su Jingmu had not encountered the meteorite beast and could only imagine its terror. The most fearsome entity he had witnessed thus far was the demon within the ancient ruins, accompanied by a blood-red spirit snake, equally terrifying in its own right. No one complained or expressed dissatisfaction. This is the world of martial arts, where the strong reign supreme. The individuals who took action this time were evidently powerful, not only in their own right but also belonging to esteemed families that stand among the ranks of many hidden clans. Schwerengao, though quite young, placed a measure of trust in the elderly Chu Liang, thus instructing someone to invite Yu Li in, personally unbinding him and offering gentle persuasion. Nevertheless, the city walls must not be abandoned, should the Liao army gain complete control over them. They would exploit the height advantage to unleash relentless volleys of arrows upon the city, rendering even deities powerless to defend the southern gate. In simpler terms, we are mere slaves to the elite, laboring tirelessly without reward, while still obligated to pay monthly taxes. Gu Chongqing's face was a mask of indignation. Zheng Hanru divided his troops into 3 routes, yet unexpectedly, all 3 factions found themselves encircled, each location dominated by followers of the Five Grains sect, creating an atmosphere that filled him with trepidation. Cheng Qingrong's gaze fell upon Cheng Yi, and though he opened his mouth to speak, the words faltered at the threshold of his lips. Nan Wudi nodded. Despite being an ancient and formidable beast, he was merely a step below the highest rank, and he believed he would earn the respect he sought. As the unwavering confidant of Xie Tianxian, Xie Quan was well aware of his master's intentions and thus ventured a remark, hoping to advise Luo Gong to temper his brilliance. Once she had regained her composure, Jiang Lian sat beside Shen Yifeng, observing his sharply defined profile as his eyes lowered in contemplation. Lung Yixio's concerns were valid. Wagering a child's health and an adult's life on a mere probability was indeed an unwise gamble. As for the slow pace of the donkey, the idea of renting an ox cart to return had escaped Yi Man's consideration entirely. Yi Chenxi, do you take such pleasure in abandoning tasks midway? Do you have any conception of the financial investment I have made in this television series? Are you aware of the daily expenditures required by the production team? Gu Xingzi remarked. Song Xingchen, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. In this era, for those with power and wealth, human life could be reduced to mere words. Lin Yuxing swallowed hard as his heart raced. Having thought hope had vanished, he found himself unexpectedly imbued with a sense of renewed life at that moment. The man, noticing that Yan Hao had grown compliant, stepped out from the rear seat, moved towards the trunk of the vehicle, and retrieved a medical kit before returning. Chapter 46. Crumbling under pressure, the figure emerged slowly from the shadowy corner. Yao gazed at his dark satin boots, her heart racing with alarm as images of the elderly gentleman singing moments ago flashed through her mind. It couldn't be, she reassured herself. Had he not saved Washiu? Just then, a sword gleaming with a violet light descended from the sky, striking the plaza before the flying heaven temple with a resounding clang. Radiating dazzling brilliance in the sunlight, Liangsu collapsed on the arena, his body riddled with fractures, losing consciousness and leaving the audience in shock. The underground fighting arena of the Lin family lay beneath a hotel, accessible only to the powerful and affluent individuals of Longzhou. The nature of these contests was one of life and death. Only by vanquishing their opponent could the participants emerge victorious. Yuan Hong promptly informed Lin Fei of the location of the palace dungeon where Yuan Yushi was imprisoned, prompting Lin Fei to hasten towards that destination. Closely followed by Qiu Qiming. Below, the green-skinned spectators, witnessing the ancestral deity in combat, had just erupted in cheers when they were suddenly struck dumb, rooted to the spot. Hua Yuan understood Gao Deng's intent. By eliminating Song Tianquan, even if Zhong Tianxian entered the fray, there would be no fear. If not now, when would they fight? Without further contemplation, he seized his sword and charged forward. Li Yihong dodged the first strike mid-leap, but could not evade the second, which struck true into his left arm. Ignoring the pain, he seemed to glide away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Uncle Fu, keep an eye on her. I'll step out to buy her a snack. Li Feifei instructed Uncle Fu. The revelry continued until the early hours. Qin Feng distributed 2 jars of imperial wine, then poured the remainder into a large water tank, diluting it with water to mimic ancient customs where soldiers drank together. This act deeply moved the Red Turban Army's officers, many of whom resolved to follow their leader to the death, a sentiment that took Qin Feng by surprise. Moreover, if Han Qilu were to part ways with Xiang Monkui, it was uncertain whether he would develop feelings for himself. Reflecting on this, he realized that voicing such thoughts would yield nothing but harm. The celestial emperors of the alliance bellowed, aware that they had already suffered countless casualties. Should the enemy's retreat be a ruse, none dared to pursue. Follow me. The monarch spoke calmly, and in an instant, the surroundings shifted. Chu Chun found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by an endless expanse of black ocean, with islands nowhere in sight. Chu Lingdian, having attained a comprehension of creation, had forged his own terrifying path of destruction in swordsmanship, the sword in his heart. His heart is the sword, capable of annihilating all in the heavens. Had it not been long ago that old Du would speak to him in such a harsh, almost accusatory tone? After countless attempts to rest, Meng Yinshan finally located the residence of the leader of the Fishmouth tribe. This courtyard, somewhat larger than others, was, in truth, a place where only beggars would dwell compared to the houses of the Moon Continent. It was astonishing that it belonged to a tribal chief. An invisible aura radiated from Yulan Mu, expanding outward and stirring a wave of dust at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Simultaneously, he swung his right fist to collide with the opponent's fingertips. I've had enough. What can you do to me? Ban Fu declared defiantly, tilting his face skyward, nostrils flaring. The warrior of the demon clan, eager to retort, was promptly silenced by the elder beside him, who discreetly conveyed a warning that rendered him utterly mute. Regardless of his status as the esteemed prince of the Jinwu clan, he was not a figure to provoke. In a corner of the ancient pond park, Go Rishin vigilantly surveyed his surroundings before swiftly darting across the road and concealing himself within the thicket. Within the confines of the park's protective zone, a cacophony of anguished cries sent chills down his spine. Recalling the green-faced specter he had abandoned, Go Rishin could not restrain himself from returning. Surely, words would soon clash within moments. The old matriarch would not find such occurrences pleasing. With a voice resounding and clear, the familiar tones reached Han Xiaobao, who found himself at the heart of the encirclement, recognizing it as belonging to his elder brother from Zhuan. Xiao Ming lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the towering trees above, their intertwining dark green branches forming a foreboding canopy that weighed heavily upon him. Wounded and weary, Go Rishin nestled against Xiao Ming's shoulder, unknowingly succumbing to a light slumber. Li Mu cursed vociferously, voicing her grievances, which displeased Du Mu upon hearing. Tang Fouqing, quick to comprehend the situation, hastily restrained Du Mu, who was prepared to confront Li Mu. Hu Lijian, mounted on horseback, gripped the reins tightly, urging his steed forward with great speed. The enormous hooves trampled mercilessly over the fleeing white figure, whom he regarded with indifference. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on a middle-aged man ahead, his back turned in flight. The iron chains ensnaring his feet were chillingly frigid, rendering one leg nearly numb. In his struggle to free the other leg, he found himself unable to escape. The pain coursing through him ignited Go Rishin's fury. Based on the archers and local militia of the county office, a thorough investigation of the inns and residences within the county was conducted. Under the leadership of the clerks, the elite soldiers summoned from the provincial office were tasked with scrutinizing every household, while simultaneously securing the county office to deter any advances from the Western brigands. Chapter 47, 500 million received. Although Jiaxing Media has signed artists like Su Zhen, to date, they have only secured this one artist and have no intentions of signing more. Brother, how long have we been under closed management? You still get to go home. You chose to stay out, so you can't find me, Liang Xiao replied helplessly. The 5 types of zombies were unprecedented, truly remarkable in their strength. Yet, Li Bin was no weakling. He battled against the 5 types of zombies along with the elite superhumans nurtured by the company for 3 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to their relentless onslaught during a torrential downpour. Hey, is that peanut butter you have in hand? Just what I need. I'm too lazy to search for it, he remarked, spotting the server holding a bottle adorned with the peanut butter emblem. Reflecting on the past 5 years, he recalled being merely 12, lost in youthful naivety, scarcely grasping the profound truths of life. Upon hearing his words, the cloaked figure paused, silent, merely trembling the knife's tip before forcibly pushing the spiritual core into his body. Yet, in an instant, she compelled herself to regain her composure. As her son had said, she was a person who had weathered great storms and could not afford to act impulsively. The unicorn rhinoceros possesses formidable defensive capabilities and a powerful charging attack. It adeptly capitalized on the breach created by Shui Wu to infuse the power of ice, yet unexpectedly, it resulted in the explosive dismemberment of half the unicorn rhinoceros's body. These enigmas may perplex Yulan, but they simultaneously serve to enlighten her. However, the current Yulan remains unable to comprehend them fully. Nevertheless, unique hidden weapons necessitate specialized methods of usage. Otherwise, the impact of identical weapons wielded by a knowledgeable individual vastly differs from that in the hands of an untrained one. When Xiao Zhen uttered these words, he exuded an air of dominance, causing Sheng Xinyue's eyes to sparkle with admiration and warmth in her heart. In my youth, I was not as capable as you. I was merely Lao Luo's assistant and remained oblivious to much of the core research, Lin Bin lamented. Had he truly understood how to develop a treatment for hepatitis C, he would not have been tethered here by Qin Shilong for such an extended period. The courtyard was rather expansive and tranquil, adorned with simple yet elegant arrangements. This place was unfamiliar to her, likely rescued by a stranger. To think someone would spend money to purchase his sword? Was this individual somewhat deranged? He had always been the one to use money to belittle others. This was the first time in his life he had been insulted with currency. Qin Anqing gazed into Su Luo's eyes, where tears swirled, and his heart softened momentarily. He sighed, rising to his feet and approaching her direction. But what of Yuan Chang? Why did he seek to prevent Lai Yanjun from speaking? What was it he wished for me to remain ignorant of? Although the servants in the room regarded Su Xinwei with great caution, she felt that diligence would afford her an opportunity to escape. Desiring to avoid further discussion on this tedious topic, she found neither the house nor its inhabitants appealing, and she lifted her skirt, preparing to depart, only to notice when Ruodong's intent to follow her. After speaking, Sheng Tian removed the watch from his wrist, fearing any noise might disturb those above. Very well. Since the ancestor has given orders, I shall proceed without hesitation. The red-robed Taoist, with no other choice, gritted his teeth and, sword in hand, surged forth from the pinnacle of the barrier, charging directly at Zhang Tianxi. Yet, no one anticipated that this comedic performance would attract foreign spectators. And even more astonishing was Xiangdong's ability to captivate these international guests. He was truly remarkable. As the ethereal being with a pristine white body and golden scales approached the enchanting fairy Mingyu, she seated herself cross-legged and, unbeknownst to her, produced a jade flute, bringing it to her lips and beginning to play. While Jiang Ning bent over to catch his breath, the knife-wielding man refrained from attacking as he had initially, instead locking his gaze onto him intently. Xiao Qitian had never witnessed a true dragon or a celestial phoenix and could not ascertain whether such beings truly existed. Jiang Xiaoxue surveyed the crowd, revealing no intention of taking over, pondering, are they attempting to curry favor with me? On the following morning, the master and disciple rose early, preparing a bowl of plain noodles for breakfast, consuming a modest amount before heading to the club, as the theater remained closed for business that morning. Chen's mother, dissatisfied, pinched Chen's father's waist with considerable force, causing him to stop laughing in pain and look at her in surprise. Chen's mother shot him an angry glare, and he immediately softened, lowering his head in silence. Crafting such items was his forte, and he was eager to showcase his skills whenever the opportunity arose. Just as he was preparing to boast, he was interrupted by Jiang Xiaoxue. They dared not harbor resentment towards that mysterious powerhouse, for the latter's formidable strength instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Even a century later, they would still be no match for that enigmatic figure. As long as we are alive, let's speak inside, Zeus remarked, pulling Poseidon along as if this were his own abode. The arrival of Qin Yongin undoubtedly added a touch of levity to the somber atmosphere in the hospital room. I was swiftly kicked away, my lower back crashing heavily against the tea table, rendering me numb in mere seconds. Chapter 48. May I accompany you? After all, it was a rare opportunity to collaborate with the general players. How could one not see such a chance? As she spoke, Erin extended her right hand, and the wound that had been bleeding moments ago had inexplicably vanished. What? Malfurion exclaimed in shock. The rocky layer above the Dark City, fortified by millennia of magic, had become as resilient as steel. Even if the Black Dragon could penetrate the rock layer, it would be utterly exhausted, rendering any siege attempts futile. Were these Black Dragons truly insane? Erin's audacity was striking, yet Ming Fei harbored no doubts about her words. In the face of absolute strength that overshadowed all, any stratagem appeared utterly ludicrous. Where, then, did Erin's premonition stem from? To be frank, the dazzling Yang fire mirror of the pure Yang Great Array, manipulated by Chao Rong, was an utter waste. Such indiscriminate illumination was merely a rudimentary application intended to deal with large numbers of ordinary people, and thus its potency was correspondingly minimal. After listening, Su Wei carefully bandaged Long Shan, and soon she had finished. However, barely a minute later, blood began to seep through the white bandages, prompting Zhang Hu to exclaim in alarm at the stained fabric. An unsettling silence fell between the two, as the noise from outside the thatched cottage grew louder. The uninformed werewolves, dissatisfied for not receiving their share of the ale, clamored restlessly. Wudong suspected that there were indeed werewolf leaders inciting unrest under the direction of the sorcerer and chieftain. Should we address how to remain in school in the future? Lei Mingxian spoke up. Known for her decisiveness, she now regretted acquiescing to my request, feeling unable to remain indifferent to my situation. Nevertheless, it is pressure that fuels motivation. And Li Min was the embodiment of resilience under immense stress. Observing that lightning could not immediately obliterate Bao Daoyi, he felt a stirring within as he recognized the unmistakable and familiar effects of Bao Daoyi's sound energy transformation. Two individuals held a tray, each cradling 3 exquisite celadon jars, seemingly destined for the chambers of Mo Yen. Initially reluctant, Feng Wu, feeling unaccustomed, decided to relinquish her grip, allowing Fei Wen to guide her with cheerful conversation. While she maintained a gentle smile, responding occasionally, one can envision how this explosive revelation would swiftly permeate through Jinghua University and subsequently the entire Jinghua city, Yanhuang, and even the globe. The ancestral lands of the divine clan are shrouded in mystery, enveloped in chaotic energies, with ancient caverns manifesting in myriad forms, inscrutable and elusive. The atmosphere around him was charged with ferocity and thunderous roars. In an instant, the heart of the fire bug shattered, as if paralyzed by fear. In a primal instinct, the fire bug ignited the fiery energies within its own being. However, others perceived a formidable presence that could rival Kuna, and Gu Ye's calm demeanor garnered unanimous recognition, especially from those seated at the champions table. It evidently slipped from its mind the prowess of Gu Yi, harboring deep resentment. Yet, in this turmoil, the bond between Liu Lu and Gu Yu reached an apex, culminating in Liu Lu's evolution amidst fury, his brilliance thwarting the assault of the great tooth shark. Meanwhile, the fish and shrimp within the lake, startled by the turbulence of the dragon turtle, soared from the water's surface, only to meet their demise. Overwhelmed by the dragon turtle's imposing aura, the fiery gaze of Wan Shan pierced the depths, sensing that the source lay within. Could it be the tremors of a treasured artifact erupting? Subsequently, countless figures ascended from the core of the Azure Island, shooting towards this direction like a meteor shower, halting in the void parallel to the forces of the Crimson Moon Pirates. "Are you all right?" His concerned gaze upon her instilled an otherworldly sensation. In that moment, she resolved firmly not to betray the depth of that gaze. Either Long Jiao is within the human-shaped statue, or he resides in the golden coffin, Mr. Jean declared solemnly. A monarch forged from abundant resources, both in cultivation and combat prowess, was nearly worlds apart from a true sovereign. To put it plainly, he was merely slightly stronger than one at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Is that so? Yi Qingshuang pressed, her eyes locked onto his, attempting to penetrate his innermost thoughts. The might of the dragon engulfed heaven and earth. The golden dragon's roar echoed mightily, an unstoppable force. As the golden dragon aura overwhelmed the entire sky, Qin Ming let out a bitter smile, surveying his surroundings. The dense forest thrummed with life, the chorus of insects creating a desolate ambience. For Lin Zihan, achieving such a feat was hardly challenging. While not as simple as eating or drinking, it was not far removed either. Qin, whose ancestors were among the 4 dukes and 28 lords who founded the Great Yu, 3 months prior, upon his father's passing. Qin, who inherited the title, becoming the new champion lord. Luo Xian cradled his head, kissing his face, tears salty and heavy, burdening her heart. "Did you not declare long ago that upon failing the trials, I would perish and vanish from this world?" I stated calmly. His thoughts were rather straightforward. Even if he could not acquire anything of great value, he could still vanquish some hostile adventurers. Those who managed to set foot on this island undoubtedly possessed numerous treasures. However, Chu Tianyu's world was beyond Ming Su's comprehension. Many matters were not as simple as they seemed, and Ming Su's smile was merely a reflection of his own arrogance. Chapter 49. Do you believe in my intuition? Previously, Li Xiaoqin had considered asking Wan Ran to investigate, but she had clearly stated that they would not meddle with the black market or the dark web. The 3rd-generation ghostly blade left a circle of wounds on his arm, akin to a surgical incision, fortunately only piercing the outer layer of flesh without damaging the tendons or bones. Fate is an elusive concept. It exists for those who believe in it and remains non-existent for those who do not. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, many things are preordained. Most people do not believe in destiny, yet they remain shrouded in its influence. Yunshu was not in a hurry. If she could strategize for more cultivation resources within the permissible limits, she would let them stir up trouble. However, in Aodwa's class, the situation was different. He dared to speak, and he would undoubtedly act, even to the extent of indirectly expelling a student. It was entirely possible for him to do so. Yet, before things could completely shatter, the power of the fruit of fusion flowed from Barrett's feet, restoring the already fragmented platform to its former glory. After much contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and feigned wakefulness, slowly opening his eyes. Even if those loose cultivators had little to offer, they still presented a portion of their more precious belongings in such a setting. As Gao Kerson's voice faded, Xiang Yibai and Li Qichen exchanged glances, both understanding that Gao Kerson was attempting to sow discord. In conclusion, Yao Bo was essentially pleading with Lu Dan to refrain from wagering on the health of old Master Yi any further. Su Qin was aware of the disdain Fu Xin held for her, so she silently embraced the role of the diligent worker, remaining silent while Age found the offerings more to his liking, unaware of Su Qin's influence. On this day, a peculiar phenomenon occurred at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. As numerous soul masters surged towards the competition platform symbolizing the 30-level soul ancestor battle zone. On the Moon God Team's side, they noticed Akali was isolated, seemingly preparing to eliminate her first. Mithraya's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, allowing no respite. In this match, both sides were fiercely competing. And within just over 10 minutes, 6 kills had already been recorded, marking the second wave of team battles. Suddenly, Zhao Qianglu fell from the horse, clutching Ying Chang'an, who stared blankly at Zhao Qianglu beneath him. The man grimaced slightly in pain, his elongated phoenix eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Xiaomin secretly sighed in relief, soon followed by a twinge of embarrassment. Yibai was her own, so how could she casually doubt him? The Rakshasa god could no longer conceal his astonishment. Upon seeing that purple phantom, his raspy voice nearly faltered in fear. However, the true force capable of shaking the world arises only amidst chaos and the suffering of the people. Suddenly, a chill swept across the back of his hand. Upon lifting it, he discovered a flurry of snowflakes drifting down from the sky, which had unbeknownst to him transformed into a heavy snowfall. The courtiers endeavored to diminish their presence. Even Mo Li Zi dared not exhale too audibly. It was over. Their king was angered. This marked the end of Idrian's life as dictated by Carmuno, and simultaneously, the genesis of Carmuno Flanders' existence as the Bishop of the Black Rose. It is for the best that he is dead, otherwise, he would have troubled us further, sighed Li Shao. Huan Nongyu glanced around at the fellow players sharing her plight, suddenly feeling a wave of compassion. Just as she prepared to speak, an incongruous voice disrupted the scene. The room was bright and clean, the air fresh, with a pot of hanging orchids on the desk exuding a vibrant green aura. Zhao Li promptly bowed and assured, "My lord, rest assured, we shall diligently oversee and devise a strategy." Lu Hou was indeed generous, for when he promised rewards, he delivered them in substantial measure. "You need not worry, we will arrange everything for you. Take the money, and someone will escort you home. Remember, do not speak of our conversation to anyone, lest you comprehend the consequences," the man stated, placing a handgun on the table. They inhaled deeply, drawing in an endless swirl of dark clouds and lightning, transforming him momentarily into a demon, his blood-red eyes fixed upon Shun Long Xian. Meanwhile, outside, several factions were embroiled in chaotic conflict. Zhou Yang noticed that no one seemed to be paying attention. With a flicker of thought, the freshly fallen red crystal morphed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into his palm. As he spoke, several battered nail swords lunged at him, exploiting the gap left by Lawrence's swing. This time, he was utterly unprepared. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The demonic cult merely serves as a precursor. Those prominent sects are all astutely cunning. How was the great Yin dynasty established if not by selecting the most promising faction and nurturing it? Someone shook their head. Snader and Cambiasso joined in. And even centerback Lucio eagerly wished to showcase his skills as a defensive player. With 9 fierce eyes glaring at Lu Xian, a massive head surged upward, opening its gaping maw to pounce upon him. Nualan secretly exhaled in relief. Then, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "If we do not send them away, then I suppose you may keep the 2 sisters." As she spoke, she wiped her eyes, though no tears were present. Just as Nualan was about to rise, I embraced her tightly, fearing that if I let go, Rualan would slip away from me. She understood the harshness of the world, knowing full well that many lives were lost due to forcible demolitions, which typically occurred only when negotiations failed. In the human settlement, Alicia, spurred on by Lilith, hesitated for a long moment before ultimately resolving to venture out. Minutes later, she returned, her face etched with disappointment. As they listened to Gu Chen's words, these individuals disregarded his counsel, instead scanning their surroundings. To their dismay, they found no trace of the sovereign, causing their brows to furrow slightly. It is no wonder that the Shifeng sect and the Yinshan sect have designated this area as the utmost forbidden zone, forbidding anyone from approaching within a kilometer. Not even core disciples like Hong Da. After a while, it seemed that even the bat spirit grew weary of this stalemate. As it turned around and slinked away towards the distant crocodile spirit. Despite being in the mid-stage of concentration, Bai Shuang had yet to commence her training. While the monkey possessed only a slight advantage in strength, were it not for his recent breakthrough, he would likely have been unable to withstand her strike. Hua Zijian held a deep-seated disdain for the bank, which thrived on the nation's monopoly. Nevertheless, he often found himself compelled to feign cordiality, for without the bank's support, Yanghe County could not hope for significant progress. In other words, there was no necessity for Li Ming to personally hunt by merely implementing these plans. Various mutated beasts would naturally be delivered. A cloud of sand swirled through the air, obscuring Su Zheng's vision. Seizing the opportunity, the night owl produced 3 bone-piercing nails that glimmered coldly, launching them towards the sand. Simultaneously, he moved with the dark weapon, his hands morphing into claw-like appendages as he reached for what lay beyond the sand. However, upon hearing the reason from Kanna, he felt compelled to offer her an explanation. Director Chen initially intended to intervene, but hesitated, curious as to the unfolding events. He found it quite inappropriate for Chao Xinye to leave without acknowledging him, the director. The aftermath of the battle persisted, permeated by a somber atmosphere within the entire army, most of whom remained oblivious to the true nature of the events that had transpired. Moreover, 2 sharp, red, curved horns had sprouted from his head, emanating a surge of demonic energy. Ten wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "It's nothing. It just feels a bit stifling here." He placed a hand on his chest. Loli picked up a torch, scrutinizing Tan, noting a thick, dark bruise on his back. She gently prodded it, eliciting a grunt from Tan. In the living room, Xu Etching invited Xing Chu to sit. Xing Chu ran his hand over the broad chair, feeling its warmth and smoothness, intricately carved to life. Zidi and Tiandel barked a command, at which point 4 cultivators simultaneously appeared at his side, each grasping different parts of his body and forcefully pulling him outward. Hongxia ceased her tears, nodding as she declared, "I will not take you with me, nor will I return. Once the sacrificial rites are complete, I shall return to the central region." With her worries alleviated, Hongxia felt a lightness in her heart, viewing everything in a positive light. As Xia pressed the blade inward, Liangzi felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to an electric shock, rendering him motionless out of fear that she might inadvertently slice his throat. "What can I do? I am but an ordinary mortal." Lu Shuang was suddenly struck by this revelation, yet instead of joy, he was enveloped in confusion. Mo held Zhou Meiqing tightly, yearning to merge her essence with his own. Alongside this profound affection surged an irresistible wave of self-reproach. While his own contributions may seem minimal, the energy accumulated over countless years proved to be immensely beneficial to his present self. Conversely, the gathering pearl held significant value for his family. Its restoration speed was not particularly slow, yet time was of the essence for Li Yi. Yin Ying would undoubtedly afford him little opportunity to mend his injuries. Contemplating this, Mo smiled broadly and employed the neon lock to summon a refining furnace. However, the furnace was somewhat heated, and he was uncertain if it would remain stable when cast into the Qiankuan bag. An idea sparked within him, prompting him to utilize the ice domain to cool the refining furnace before proceeding. Nangong Yu gazed at Xiao Fei with a cheerful smile. Observing her clad in a pristine white robe, her dark hair loosely fashioned into a casual bun, adorned only with a single white flower. From head to toe, she embodied an unadorned elegance devoid of any color. Should she truly endure a life of darkness for having shielded him from peril, what could he do? He could not bear to witness her misfortune, yet now, her aversion to hospitals posed a dilemma for timely treatment. Xia Yi had awoken, weakly leaning against the hospital bed, her delicate features pallid and devoid of color. We strained our ears to listen, and amidst the stillness of the grand hall, the sound of metal scraping against the floor echoed, as if something was being dragged across the ground. After a prolonged moment, we discerned that the noise emanated from the fire escape within the hall. Mu Feng and the others exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging that their presence here was linked to that tomb. Zhang Fan, having repacked some clothing and silver into a backpack, lit his pipe and set off toward the oasis in the distant desert. The frozen corpse bug lay sprawled on its back, less than 10 meters away, its frost having melted halfway. At that moment, we could see that the blood-sucking vine seeds, resembling eyes, were mostly in motion, a sight both unsettling and eerie. Upon hearing this assertion, Belle hurried to find Yu Tong, who soon approached me in a flurry, joining me in gazing toward the distant figures. Seeing Ying Zheng in the throes of nausea stirred sympathy within me for the unfortunate child, who, having been touched by such a hand, would surely suffer nightmares each night. Su Man covered her ears, unwilling to hear any further, desperately trying to escape the memories of the past and the emotions once felt. Tang Luo, consumed by indignation, continued to scrutinize the atmosphere of the gathering. Gu Jin's gaze flickered uncertainly as she recounted her year in America in a few casual words, though the reality was 1,000 times more challenging than her description suggested. When he uncovered these discrepancies and witnessed He Lingyu gesticulating wildly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gu Qi, plagued by an unfortunate disposition, finds himself ensnared the moment he steps outside. Despite Mu Nanshu having dealt with the factions in both the domestic and European realms, one cannot guarantee that a few lunatics won't emerge. Akin to the previous pair of brothers, prior to joining the military, Thunder had consumed gene pharmaceuticals, elevating himself to a godly level, surpassing even the strength he exhibited during the summer. Li Ting, bewildered, pondered her actions. However, now was not the time for such concerns. He had already shed his garments and activated the shower. They had indeed encountered a Na-Ve country girl, which, in retrospect, proved advantageous for them. Su Yuanfang was taken aback, lifting his shoe to inspect it. Just moments ago, he had walked within 2 or 3 meters of the French fries, and yet, there were 2 flattened insect corpses adhering to the sole. Remarkably, the fries lay undisturbed, devoid of any crawling pests. Chapter 51. No longer need to feel sad. I had thought that the solitary hunter's creed was a belief held only by our forebears. Jia Xiao stepped over a remnant of crumbled wall. As far as the eye could see, most structures had been reduced to mere knee-high walls, with a few stone beams and columns still standing, becoming strikingly conspicuous. This was the supreme Nine Dragons' fist, embodying ultimate strength and vitality when mastered to its zenith. One could shatter the void with a single punch, traversing the myriad realms freely. The wound on his left arm continued to emit flames, burning fiercely without any sign of waning, rather intensifying. Wei Shang persistently wielded the golden shield, yet the lightning of the 4th round relentlessly assailed it, causing the shield to crumble. However, this time, the ping-pong ball unexpectedly struck Wei Shang's racket without dislodging it, instead pausing before descending. Though King Li, the pagoda, commanded 200,000 celestial soldiers, in truth, the prowess of the 3rd Prince Neza, the 2nd Lord Yang Jian, and the dragon subduing Arhit far surpassed that of the celestial army, for the true battle of Jile Mountain was fought amongst the elite. Observing that their strongest strikes failed to inflict any damage upon the grand formation, a flicker of fear appeared in the eyes of the trio. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the light screen to Ku Huan's left abruptly opened, revealing a corridor constructed of gray-blue stone bricks. Watching Su Xian, in his human immortal form, tirelessly directing 2 celestial beings and numerous earth immortals, the two felt an uncanny sense of unreality, as if they were ensnared in a dream, a scene that could only manifest in slumber. The words spoken by Jin Bai were almost identical to those from his initial visit, further deepening Niu Ling's confusion as he pondered what this old fellow was truly scheming. This was already the 2nd time Shen Siyu had expressed such sentiments. The first time, Yun Shen suspected Shen Siyu was deliberately tempting him, but upon her second assertion, he began to sense something amiss, as this was not characteristic of her demeanor. Shen Wuba, is this truly your intention? Brother Wu inquired, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his gaze. Stifling a yawn, Chi Hao appeared rather languid, a smile gracing his face, an expression that was undeniably charming. As the black line writhed, the gray butterfly appeared to endure immense suffering, struggling desperately. The ancestral figure of the Jing nation, closely linked to the butterfly, instantly sensed its anguish, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. However, despite his lips moving, he remained silent. Through conversations with the slaves, the group gained insight into yet another extraordinary new world. This realm of ocean, shaped by the reorganization of the world, harbored practitioners of varying levels and cultivation methods, predominantly divided into 2 mainstreams. One utilizing the cultivation of divine and demonic pills for advancement, and the other honing unique inherited abilities. Zhang Bo, listening from behind, felt a stir in his heart, silently exclaiming that it was quite a coincidence that they were disciples of the Wu Yun sect. Wang Haoran finally grasped the situation and rushed over, attempting to snatch the phone from Chi Hao, but his efforts were in vain. Wu Xiangtao's status needed no elaboration. As a core expert and senior scholar, it was nearly impossible for him to return to the hospital after his night shift, especially under such tense circumstances. To put it plainly, Qin Lin served as a cautionary tale for students, a stark contrast to Dong Yu. There was truly nothing more to say. Wang Yongqing's eyes glinted coldly. He had heard of Jiang Ani's favored status by the emperor. If Jiang Ani were to go to the capital to report a grievance, the matter could indeed take unexpected turns. This child must not be allowed to remain. He turned to Li and Ma, the two captains behind him, exchanging a knowing glance. It was indeed a frank observation. What if the method was flawed and resulted in the subject becoming a vegetative state? Wouldn't that lead to profound regret? Luo Yixuan furrowed her brow, her sensitivity alerting her to the malicious intent in the gazes of some individuals present. She pondered whether there might be an issue with the current program. Chief Mu, how much longer until the construction of this space is completed? Helian Nua inquired eagerly. Turning to observe the gradually emerging structures, Caius shyly waved at the Flame Sovereign, rendering him somewhat bashful about bullying his opponent. With so many enhancement spells, even delving into the depths of the ocean, the Flame Sovereign was confident he could eliminate those few insignificant foes within 5 seconds. Outside the Kinwater Cauldron, after a fruitless assault by the 3 great demon kings, the Black Demon King calmly paused, deep in contemplation. Wang Yi was perplexed. The wall was not merely hard, but it seemed someone had crafted the entire maze into a formation. Attempting a brute force assault would be akin to tackling the entirety of the labyrinth with a single punch. The scenery was enchanting, and the atmosphere evocative. Yet, amidst this emotional ambience, Mi Duo couldn't help but think. Moments ago, they had called her sister, and now, having received assurances, they turned back to call her Duo. Was this the world of children? Before Lu Qingyu could recover from the profound shock, a massive and pure energy began to erupt from the depths of the blood-essence stone, akin to lava spewing from a volcano, swiftly surging along the veins of the crystal towards Lu Qingyu's body. The plan to retreat received the approval of the majority of the leaders of various factions, with only the one-eyed Dragon York and the church still opposing it. The Dragon Knight Core must retreat, and the loss of the Green Dragon signals inevitable punishment for Captain Dax Duo. The outcome remains uncertain. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves and take a moment to relax. After Luo Peng finished speaking, he entered a nearby bedroom. The solitary figure, with a long physique, stood motionless behind her, his lips twitching slightly. Chapter 52. The child born in secret, he regarded Shan Yutong, who had come to rescue him, as an adversary. Just as Shan Yutong reached out to assist she, the latter bared his sharp teeth and bit down on her arm. The restaurant's private room was lavishly decorated, and the dishes were delightful. However, the atmosphere for dining and drinking remained tepid. Silence. The Beast Emperor's expression was decidedly grim, as if he had consumed a dead fly. She certainly recalled that during the midterm exams, Zhang Xinxing had initially sought to join her team, only to later abandon her without hesitation for Ning Guang's group when danger arose. A dark wind enveloped him, lifting him to the same height as Jun Luo. A flash of light in his palm revealed a skull staff, adorned with a grim visage. A crisp sound resonated as the cursed door split open, accompanied by a golden-white radiance that gradually transformed into a sky full of ashes. Suddenly thrust into the ground, 3 golden arcs of lightning flashed successively from his body, erupting outward in 3 concentric rings. After Yi Wui departed, the medicine fairy reverted to her former demeanor, and Yin Hong was finally able to regain his composure. Indeed, this was the aloof and ethereal medicine fairy he remembered. Lin Yu lay there like a dead fish, motionless. Wei Jinan sat beside him, pulling him closer. Lin Yu leaned against his shoulder and gulped down half a cup, regaining some vigor. Faced with this situation, Ji Hai immediately pondered how the speaker had conveyed their message in such a manner. The prevailing view among urban children regarding foxes is one of foul stench, attributable to the mismanagement at the zoo, where the foxes had become accustomed to such odors and a life of confinement, existing at the lowest tier of existence merely to survive. As she contemplated why she had grown increasingly lethargic and excessively drowsy, an ominous feeling crept in. Mr. Wuxin couldn't help but wonder, could there truly be individuals born with innate knowledge? Yi Yixing's gaze bore little resemblance to that of a typical 16-year-old. It resembled that of a seasoned official, weathered by decades of political strife. Thus, I shall not harm this child. Even a glimmer of hope is something I must grasp tightly. She smiled with narrowed eyes. Shall I escort you home? I want to intrude upon your residence. Wang Yuqian delivered this line with a palpable sense of grievance. At that time, Everyone believed that the Shen family had been exterminated, only to discover that Shen Chengwang's only son, Shen Junjie, had fortuitously survived, receiving protection from Mr. Wuxing. Indeed, the development structure of the Chunming Society bears a striking resemblance to that of a commercial association. However, the former is centered around individual practitioners, each of whom must possess particularly remarkable skills and representational qualities. She cried out loudly, her voice immediately drawing the attention of those nearby. Intrigued by the commotion, a crowd gathered to witness the unfolding events, prompting those who had been observing the spectacle to inquire further. Li Mu gazed in astonishment at Murong Yudi before him. He was not surprised by the news, for he had heard of Yin Luoqing's incident from Shangwan Ziyun 7 months prior. What piqued his curiosity was how his junior sister had come to possess such information. Of course, Naren proudly wiped his nose, grinning foolishly as he spoke. Huan Chang was about to offer words of advice, but upon catching sight of Qingding's fervent gaze, he promptly swallowed his words. Zhaoan presented the roasted hare before the youth, who hesitated slightly. Zhaoan gently nudged the hare closer to him once more. Subsequently, the butler naturally took over guiding Watson, as he was far more knowledgeable about the affairs within the residence. This does not imply that Su Zizhan believed Zhao Gongming was reluctant to part with the Jin Jiao scissors. After all, the Hanyuan Golden Dipper had already been delivered. What need was there to fret over the scissors? Although the likes of the Celestial Lord and Buddha Tathagata cast envious glances at Yang Jian, they dared not act against him. Watson scrutinized his counterpart, who was similarly attired in loose, casual clothing. As a high-ranking practitioner, he could sense that his companion exuded a formidable presence. Understood. Niji Huashinkan sighed, explaining the situation to the fifth water shadow, Terumi Mei. Upon receiving her consent, Niji Huashinkan and his companions encircled her. The methods and processes of handling matters differ greatly between foreign and domestic contexts, and many had witnessed the incident unfold. The event at the farm placed substantial responsibility on the farm owner. The crowd gathered before Nangong Xiaozai to peruse an extensive official announcement. While Ellis came to comprehend what would transpire next, she collapsed in agony, the area where she wore the demon-warding talisman burning painfully as her silk pouch seared her. Many members of the Dragon Gang rallied behind Su Yuanqing, while others supported Yi Xingchen. This was merely the beginning. At first, there were mere glances exchanged, and later, on several occasions after class, I would occasionally spot a person of varying heights, weighing around 500 pounds and sporting red hair, feigning to pass by our classroom. Contemplating the auxiliary equipment for capturing blood eels, Jiang Ning decided to weave a fishing net using golden silkworm threads, reminiscent of the one used at sea that day. Although this was an extravagant choice, given the agility and speed of the blood eels, he could think of nothing more suitable. Foolish child, I sense your doubts. There is no need for further inquiry. The reason I left behind a remnant of my essence was to await your arrival. Today, you have finally come. Confirming that your strength has reached a certain level, Jian Jingtian proclaimed. The old man was engaged in business, and it was entirely normal for the dough figurines to be sold. Both Azur and I intended to shift our focus to the next figurine. However, this time, the figurine was not taken away as usual, but was instead presented to Azur by a hand. Chapter 53, To Hell with Men. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Lei and Gong Yuhan lingered in the bedroom, entwined in enjoyment, before lying down to rest. After establishing contact and learning of the other's current whereabouts, she ended the call. Subsequently, Yi Yuqin also made introductions, and after everyone acquainted themselves, Meng Meng proceeded to form a team, appointing He Zun as the captain. Soon after, Li Lei led the unicorn into the passage. Upon entering, they experienced a momentary dizziness, but quickly regained their composure once inside. As the orders were relayed, the artillery crew's gunners became alert, changing the charge of their shells and adjusting the angle of the main cannon. This was a true test of a gunner's skill. He felt a sense of defeat and wariness towards Li Lei, as the two seemed unruffled in this strange situation, leading him to sense that today's events were quite ominous. When she heard the gentle whispers of Feng Bufan, Xue Mingyao could not suppress the tumult of emotions within her and began to weep softly. He channeled his internal energy to its utmost limit, which surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, relentlessly pouring into the blood jade dagger. The flames flickered continuously, and the temperature of the cauldron rose steadily until it reached its peak, with the flames below serving to maintain warmth. Han Bai and the others exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving only the old man and Han Song inside. Feng Han, having never served as the primary shooter before, felt his heart race at the sudden, heavy responsibility. The bandits, akin to hunters pursuing their prey, did not immediately seize Qin Ling, seemingly relishing the chase. She was a strong and proud individual, and thus her decisions would not be easily altered, much like her tenacious pursuit of research. In an instant, the Beast King, Tianyuan, and Situ Feiyang recklessly merged their sword origins into that singular point of the sword. But Sister Feng, such places are rife with villains. Brother Honglai would never allow us to go there, Ye said with considerable difficulty. Li Ji was indifferent to who governed the slave market. His audacity to create a ruckus was merely a means to draw out the influential figures here. In truth, both Yitan and Ilian were not in the mood for amusement. But for Guogua's happiness, they had no choice but to attend. Design a blueprint now and hand it to Wang Ruhu for production, whether in bulk or otherwise. Let him decide, but I need a product ready for me to use, Li Ji said with a smile. Training was a monotonous ordeal. Each morning, before 4 o'clock, Mo Shaoxing commenced a day of rigorous practice. From 1 o'clock to 5 in the afternoon, during the free time, he chose not to observe the deathmatch of the warriors, but instead devoted all his hours to rigorous training and discreetly investigating the malevolent nature of those warriors. Contemplating this, his heart gradually found tranquility, and he felt it was only natural. If he were not so remarkable, he would not be the ancestral dragon. Observing his parents, who wore expressions of calmness, he wondered if they had known all along. When did this occur? Did it not require her signature for confirmation? Song Qianan found herself bewildered moments ago. When she was about to stab Wang Lin's heart, she felt a powerful force strike her sword. However, Lin Tianyao remained indifferent to these matters, his primary concern being the impending battle with Yi Jingqi, a source of great excitement as he anticipated dueling with a person of transcendent cultivation. The red and blue demons observed the scene, thinking that this was the perfect moment to eliminate Lin Tianyao, yet upon glancing at the situation, they hesitated, uncertain of the fate of their lord. The Qiankuan void body, inherently suited for combat, grew stronger with each fierce encounter, and he sensed his combat prowess escalating. Beside him sat a man in his mid-50s, his left cheek a ghastly green-black hue, evoking fear in those who beheld him. Suddenly, the person in his arms trembled and opened their eyes, revealing a flash of grief and anger, pushing away the individual before them with all their might. Previously, Lin Tianyao had treated his peculiar ailment in a manner he had never witnessed before, and out of respect for Lin Tianyao's privacy, he refrained from questioning the nature of the treatment. Behind them stood 2 bodyguards who appeared distinct from ordinary ones. There was a certain spirit about them that was absent in regular individuals, radiating an aura of authority. Li Yu, already exasperated and restless, could hardly contain himself, hastily consuming a few drinks before bidding farewell to the guests and rushing towards the bridal chamber. Today, I found myself once again at the police station, where they resumed beating my father. I witnessed the towering figure of the man I once held in the highest regard now lying on the ground, assaulted, and my heart twisted in anguish. Eventually, they abruptly ceased their violence, and a man named Li Weichong stepped out to make a phone call. Due to the infusion of spiritual energy, Chun Yun's cries and excruciating pain gradually subsided, fading into silence. Some of the spiritual orbs surged towards Chun Yun's soul, while others were absorbed by the inner elixir. It was the month of June, the onset of summer, and the air conditioning in the vehicle was set to cool. Yet, Su Yuan endured unbearable pain in her abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Li Juanxiu, concerned that she might catch a chill, draped a blanket over her, and upon noticing her closed eyes, he quietly exited the vehicle, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 54. Clinging to this cash tree, he furiously reproached Zhou Chao, realizing that what had initially been a casual excuse had unexpectedly been exploited by Zhou Chao, becoming a pivotal factor in securing victory. If Dai Mubai's assertiveness incited her anger, then Tang San's change in tone and gaze upon his departure served as an even greater provocation. Wu Daxiang stood frozen, his face oscillating between shades of blue, white, and crimson, unable to articulate a single word. However, should the city lord become aware of this, it would spell considerable trouble. For he would not only uncover Zhou Chao's deception but also his vulnerabilities, potentially leading to Zhou Chao's subjugation at the hands of the city lord. Matsumoto Kazuo exhaled deeply, his entire being gradually relaxing. Lin Zhou reflected that even at concert performances, Su Qingmei had never donned such an exaggeratedly low-cut attire, and given their recent frequent agricultural endeavors, She seemed to have indeed undergone a second maturation. So you clearly could not remain for long. In 10 days, he would be transported elsewhere. Indeed. I am now an 83rd level Soldolua, yet since Sui Sui made her appearance, I have been unable to discern her current cultivation level. Only sensing that her aura has significantly deepened. Flander chattered away. The supreme state of transcendental Zen radiated from Ing Yuan's body as he extended his right index finger, gently pressing it against Ning Kei's brow. After surveying these mountains, I shall venture into the depths of the sea. I am aware that the underwater world is a vast treasure trove, with its riches rivaling those found on land. The slightly portly figure of Wudama trembled as if sifting grain, her speech less clear than that of the tearful Hong Shaner. It is not that Luo Qingying seeks to bolster others' aspirations while diminishing his own prestige. Rather, he possesses a keen understanding of both parties' strengths. Those assigned to guard the inner residence are undoubtedly top tier in skill, and their loyalty is unquestionable, far surpassing that of the attendants in the outer courtyard. Qi Yin and the yellow flag on the other side felt a jolt of apprehension as Nordland's dark red energy appeared altered, not in color, but in its essence. At that moment, the spectators surrounding them quietly ranked the 30 or so individuals based on the number of opponents each faced. However, this obstruction forfeited the opportunity to evade the attacks of the pale-skinned man, who was already approaching Rui Lin, the intense flames in his hand magnifying in his gaze. Fleeting clouds danced in the wind. 8 years had passed, yet it felt as if an eternity had elapsed. A gentle breeze brushed against Tang Yaoyan's face as he gazed down at the vast world beneath him, a surge of emotions swelling within him. The Tianyuan continent. A place akin to a dream. What surprises and tribulations would it ultimately bestow upon him? Shui Lengyu initially harbored a tinge of reluctance, but upon witnessing Murong House's gaze, her anger surged forth. Striding forward, she raised her hand to strike his face. Caught off guard, Murong House's head tilted slightly as a crisp sound rang out, revealing 5 distinct fingerprints on his dust-covered cheek. This cultivator appeared rather frail, and a violent coughing fit caused her to expel several mouthfuls of blood once more. Upon finishing her sentence, Tang Zheng lifted the curtain with one hand and, without glancing back, alighted from the carriage, leaving Hua Ziyu alone inside. Somewhat entranced by the lingering words of Tang Zheng, Old Dong, witnessing this scene, was immediately filled with trepidation. Aware that both Xiongyu and Xiao Yaozi could no longer engage in battle. If the 3 cloaked figures approached, they would be hard-pressed to escape with their lives. Everyone was momentarily bewildered by Zhang Sunyuan's actions, and as they regained their composure, some stepped forward to intervene between the two. The transaction had concluded, and Lin Tuo subsequently agreed with Yi Erge to procure a portion of the next shipment. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao promptly exited to summon Sima and the others for a meeting, and soon 10 individuals gathered, exchanging perplexed glances. However, Shui Xiam merely cast a fleeting glance at the bowl I offered, turning her head away with a swift motion, leaving me momentarily stunned. At that moment, a bespectacled elder with a white beard, appearing anxious, was inquiring about something ahead. Perched upon my shoulder, he embraced my head and suddenly leaned forward, his expression one of confusion. Those who primarily practiced the fire arts often engaged in such endeavors. Such formidable individuals typically consumed and merged their powers, followed by a period of recuperation before attempting once more. He waved his sleeve, pivoting his body to unleash the blood calamity needle in a full 360-degree arc. Although the adversary was invisible, it did not imply they could not be harmed. Besides these 2 items, I surmised that the underground of the Song family likely concealed solar stones, continuously emanating scorching solar energy to counteract the absorbing force that passed through. Unprepared, the crowd was knocked senseless, and the unluckiest among them heard a crack as their flying sword was severed in 2. The tempest intensified, and the seabird could only continue to soar, enduring the storm's onslaught. Zhu Hu and Xiao Bao, having discovered a new avenue, were elated, while An I Mu appeared even more exhilarated than they. I had just utilized my powers to stun them. Zhu Nong dared not disclose his peculiar abilities, instead deflecting with a more acceptable rationale. Nurse Zhang, please administer an additional half dose of the special medicine to the patient in room 28, Dr. Liu instructed. Record the intervals of each fever. It could be considered so, though there are indeed matters at hand. I sought my disciple because she is currently the commander of the Chunfeng Shirley server battle team, while my master is a notorious swindler. You can still find tales of him in the forums, known as Dog Dan, Yutanchi remarked. 3 blood-red characters, Mighty Ghost Gorge, were inscribed. appearing crooked and as if countless vengeful spirits were sealed within. Reflecting on my prolonged neglect of external affairs, I contemplated for a moment before summoning Yun Feiyong, Shu Qianying, and others. Uncle, we cannot stand idly by while these individuals scout our encampment. The reasons should be clear without further explanation, I stated. Chapter 55. A new dawn is about to rise. Yet, she is, after all, the beloved consort of the great Tang, the emperor's lawfully wedded wife. How could she be called to arms? Blood spirit he, having stored away the bloodthirsty divine steel, grew increasingly solemn as he grasped the intentions of the crowd. Afterward, at Jason's request, Yi Feng and others found themselves seated in a nearby hotel, sipping drinks while admiring the local customs and scenery. The gaze of the stone-faced gentleman grew increasingly peculiar, his eyes widening as if they might pop from their sockets. The arc of lightning raged, and the second bolt of tribulation instantaneously thickened severfold, subsequently splitting into three, descending in a furious onslaught. A roar accompanied a dragon's cry as the Grim Reaper, wielding his scythe, soared through the air upon a dark dragon transformed from the spectral beast. The fiery nine-tailed fox likewise ascended, completely disregarding the presence of the beast god opposite. Mu Qianxuan, unable to decline, reluctantly accepted. As a transient acquaintance, she had already imposed enough on the Shadow's patience, and it would be ungracious to let him lose face before the townsfolk. Du Lu Shi urged Ningyo to fetch the bracelet for her, secretly severing the string so that it would scatter to the ground upon retrieval. Captain Li, lost in thought, chuckled to himself, reflecting that despite the youth of his opponent, he felt no trepidation in their encounter. The second deputy had become too relaxed, his mind dulled, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to counter Chen Jing. Standing there in a daze, aware of his own faults, He remained silent, as did Su Kuang. Both steadied their weapons, circling around the warrior Dian Wei in a tacit display of offense and defense. Clearly, Xian Ting held a deep nostalgia for that era, speaking with great emotion and eloquence. Captivating Su Yiqing, who eagerly interjected questions about the rural life, allowing time to pass effortlessly. However, the serpent was cunning, residing in the treacherous peaks of Dangshan, part of the vast mountains of the 6 counties in the western city, making it exceedingly difficult to capture, thus increasing its rarity. Luo Xia wore a perplexed expression. Realizing that this was her true concern, "Marissa, your focus seems misplaced." She assured Chen Jing, "Rest assured, my application of the medicine will be much gentler than yours. Your fingers are rather thick, mine are more delicate," exuding confidence. After gathering opinions from his advisors, Yuan Shao was astonished to find that his strategists, Zhu Shou, Gua Tu, and Pang Tong, unanimously advised against mobilizing troops. However, regarding the integrity of Lady Meng, should she wish to pursue the matter further, he had no authority to stop her. Given that Lady Dong was Lady Meng's younger sister, and the involvement of the Dong family was entirely reasonable, Jing'er, while indulging in celestial fruits, was startled by the scene. As a member of the Celestial Demon Clan, her transition into the martial sovereign realm was unlike that of ordinary individuals, as she naturally completed a rebirth through blood transformation. Upon uttering these words, Li Er delivered a kick to Simon's back, sending the still erect Simon sprawling to the ground. He then turned and kicked a water bucket containing a fish into the river, struggling to suppress his heavy breaths, before seizing Simon by the nape and lifting him back to the ground. Extending this notion, was it not this shared experience that connected him with Guan Yuxia, Yi Hongling, Cheng Yuro, and even Bei Gong Lingyu? Although Zhao Hao was entirely confident, having nearly united 2 major platforms, claiming millions of sales of Minecraft, he firmly believed that it would not be surpassed by LEGO World. However, Zhao Hao was still eager to witness the essence of the game. Niu Jin led his troops to storm the Qin army's camp, only to find it shrouded in darkness, the gates wide open, stirring a sense of doubt within him. He contemplated retreating but found himself reluctant, wishing instead to send scouts to ascertain the truth. How could there be so many self-righteous individuals in the world? Suddenly, he recalled the strategist Yamamoto Bairu from the Wolf Gang. Clearly, those who betrayed Henry belonged to this category as well. As for the Buddha, he could not compare to the divine beings under his command, who were similarly unprepared when events unfolded. Afterward, they dispatched personnel to investigate, but the information obtained was scant. The broadcasting rights in Japan had been sold for an impressive 700,000 RMB per episode, setting a new high for such an offer. Were there similar chapters? Alas, I may have sent the wrong message. My apologies to everyone. Just moments ago, Liang Xiaoying had made it abundantly clear that there would be no further entanglements between them. The reason being simply a lack of feelings, a mere 4 words that abruptly extinguished a profound relationship. For cultivators, the transition from the thought realm to the golden core realm represents the most significant watershed. The swirling white waves of energy surged forth, generating ripples that spread into the infinite distance, creating formless waves that sank deeper, resembling the weight of Mount Tai pressing down. Qin Ge glanced around. Of the survivors, there were still around 4,000, undeniably elites among them. Li Xing laughed heartily. Do you still intend to kill me? He continued to summon the heavenly demon Xiong'er, his 8 arms extending to capture Huang Sheng effortlessly. At that time, my grandfather recounted how the monsters had completely blocked the village entrance. The hills were teeming with ferocious spirits and beasts, enough to induce a sense of dread. The villagers, upon witnessing such an overwhelming presence of demons, immediately thought of the monk, believing him to possess profound Taoist skills and thus would not be intimidated and would surely have a solution. He had just gazed at me intently, with a gluttonous hunger. I thought he might strike at any moment, prompting me to instinctively activate my protective talisman. Wei Suo nodded at the cultivator who had just shouted. Chapter 56. You come to deliver our meals. Rest assured, Marshal, everything is within my calculations. Li Qiho said with a slight smile, his handsome features radiating confidence. Gu Yuqi was in a state of anxiety, eager to assist her mother in healing. But upon seeing Lu Manqing's poor condition, everyone hurriedly pulled Gu Yuqiao away. Xiao Zhe's face displayed a moment of joy, yet soon after, his expression turned grave as he forcibly suppressed his energy. However, he was not inclined to interfere in this matter, setting aside how Feng Yinxiu was. Just recalling his previous conversation with Ling Qianni, with that chilling aura, he felt a shiver down his spine. Qihua nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Linger was far too eloquent, claiming to assist others. He was no benevolent soul. A river separated the 2 shores. On one side lay the Jiangnan Provincial Examination Hall, and on the other, the renowned brothels of the southern district, aptly described as a 10-mile pearl curtain, the essence of 6 dynasties' opulence. The winemaker Qihua is rather unremarkable, ultimately residing in a modest Zhiyuan, which, though not expansive, is meticulously maintained. Li Qingho clenched his teeth, channeling his internal energy with utmost concentration, relentlessly assaulting the fissures of his martial shackles with his cultivated prowess. On the periphery of the forest, Qian Renxue awaited Li Qiho and his companions with a contingent of soldiers from the Tiando Empire, presenting the personal token bestowed upon him by Qian Renxue. Li Qiho commanded these imperial soldiers. I apologize, Mr. Ivan, are you suggesting that our THAAD missile defense system is inadequate? The representative from Raytheon, one of the manufacturers of the THAAD system, could no longer contain himself and interjected. Meanwhile, as Gu Yuanyu and busily prepared a hangover remedy in the kitchen, her neighbor was unceremoniously ejected by Lu Song. A voice, elusive and wavering like mist, echoed around, now hovering above, now trailing behind. This was Kane's voice, disorienting in its inconsistency. It seemed the occupants of the airship shared similar thoughts, leading to a growing throng on the deck as they surged toward the rear of the vessel. Anxious, he scrutinized Su Qingqiu, and only after ensuring her well-being did he exhale in relief. Su Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled how, months prior, her uncle had seized a parcel of land from her family, justifying it by claiming Yin Mingxian would not cultivate it. They intended to farm it themselves and remit a portion of the profits as rent. Nevertheless, Lu Haochu's elusive steps rendered him invincible at his level, capable of dispatching adversaries in an instant once unleashed. Jianqi, feeling a pang of desire to partake in a drink, hesitated, recalling her earlier inquiries and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she mounted her horse and galloped toward a direction where the Chang'an army might be found. Bailon, believing her home to be ordinary, felt a stirring in her heart upon witnessing places far more destitute than her own. Courageous, meticulous, and adept in medicine, one could only surmise that she excelled, especially for daring to confront the third prince so boldly, truly commendable. On the dueling platform, the 2 combatants had been locked in fierce struggle for quite some time, without a clear victor. However, Gongsun exuded an impressive aura, evidently still possessing considerable spiritual energy, while his opponent appeared somewhat lethargic. The crane doused itself with water from its beak and vigorously shook its wings, splattering droplets everywhere. Su Ying admired handsome men. Though not overly ostentatious, she never concealed her appreciation. Madame Gu made no effort to speak kindly of Situ Tranqian, her gaze heavy as it rested on Gu Jinan. Moreover, the angle of the scene was particularly cunning, evoking the impression that she was obstructing Qin Jinyan from departing. His voice, devoid of warmth, resonated with an emotional coldness that sent a shiver down Dong Ru's spine even before she laid eyes on him, as an inexplicable chill, more frigid than frost or snow, gripped her heart. As a sovereign, he could perceive the circumstances of battle within the snowy mist across endless realms of time and space. What a being he was! Observing Dong Moshuan's actions, Gong Lin perhaps had yet to fully comprehend the previous conversation, instinctively drawing closer to his side and inquiring with a tone of familiarity. Her voice trembled with emotion, as if the scene before her conjured images of officials kneeling in despair, weeping and lamenting, pleading against his resignation. The jade pendant, adorned in hues of red and white, gleamed with a crystalline brilliance, while his jet-black eyes sparkled remarkably and his elongated fishtail flowed gracefully, almost as if animated by life itself. Luo Lai cast a glance at the luggage rack and noted the absence of several items, including his own suitcase. In ancient times, officials typically addressed one another by their official titles during social interactions, particularly when the relationship was not intimate. Of course, if the person in question was a teacher or elder, it was acceptable to refer to them by their given names. As was the case with Xing Jia's prior explanation, aimed at preventing any misunderstandings with Zhong Nan. He then lowered his hand and abruptly reached aside, his 5 fingers piercing through space to seize his biological father, who had been drinking alone in his room, by the nape of his neck. In the current realm of Xianzhou, the average land price is highest in Jinyu City, yet the pinnacle of land value undoubtedly resides in Liantian City. The most prosperous area of Jinyu City boasts land prices scarcely distinguishable from those along Chaxiang Avenue. It is likely that such areas have long been monopolized by large guilds. In the legendary game of yore, not only was the Corpse King Hall dominated by these guilds, but even the third layer of Woma was similarly claimed. Countless warriors congregated at the entrance of the third layer, ever ready to launch a coordinated assault, particularly after He Zheng acquired this secret martial art from the Faceless Man. He couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. This technique was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Its initial training required the deliberate dislocation of various joints in the human body, starting from the shoulders and progressing to the elbows and all joints in the hands. "What have you done?" Chen Bizho exclaimed vehemently, his voice booming, intent on drawing the attention of others in the distance. For he sensed that the seemingly ordinary young man before him was far from simple, and perhaps beyond his capacity to manage. Outside the sealing stone, it was rumored that Xie Yu had also entered, prompting Shinigami Chiharu to hastily arrive, standing guard alongside her sister, Shinigami Wankue, before the sealing stone, ensuring that no one could enter the room. Chapter 57. What do you intend to do with such a large sum of money? As his palm approached, the tides of heaven and earth surged, and a scroll of the galaxy unfurled, revealing phantasmal stars plummeting within, which swept Jiang Chihai away. The man, his nostrils and mouth reeking of red wine, felt his rage boil, and as he lifted his gaze, he spotted Xia Shi fleeing the private room. Weak and bloodied, Lu Hao lay on the ground, smiling at Jiang Cheng with a sense of liberation and righteousness. A visage of terrifying Shura, clad in a striking red gown, appeared both enchanting and eerie in the depths of night. Su Yujun cast a glance at Jiao Yu as he uttered these words. Jiao Yu surmised that the method of deciphering the pearl he was aware of was likely the same as that spoken of by the Lord of the Underworld. It seemed that progress on Cheng Shi's end was not proceeding smoothly. Mu Qinghan slightly furrowed his brows and spoke in a subdued tone. I knew it. You are simply greedy." The cold mist gently pushed Jiang Yanqing aside. After this playful remark, she settled beside Huanbing. "How is it that, like chives, once one is harvested, another grows back? With such remarkable prowess, other realms should think twice before encroaching upon the netherworld, shouldn't they? The broken sword differs greatly from the exquisite Dao artifacts, currently. He finds it challenging to unleash the full might of the latter. However, the broken sword is rather unique, devoid of Dao patterns, yet possessing formidable power." Chu Chaofei expressed a desire to meet Du Chao in advance. Naturally, Yun Weishan would not refuse this request for her only beloved son, the future heir of the Yun family. She promptly instructed Steward Lu to escort Chu Chaofei to the disguised ruins. "I too wish to know how many among the beastmen possess the caliber of Xiongba. My great blade has long been eager for battle." Gently caressing the mid-grade Xian artifact battle knife, gifted by Xian Yu, Zhang Yi murmured softly. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's order, Liao Hua spurred his horse to the front lines, fixating intently on the darkened street ahead. After enduring this battle, their perception of Heir Zhu Yang's threat level had escalated significantly. Even if they were to enlist the power of the Ma family, it was entirely justifiable. It was time to employ the techniques they had mastered thus far. Suddenly, a snow-white, translucent wall arose between the Wind Wolf and the Spirit of the Sword. The latter was thrust backward by the force from within the wall, only regaining balance in midair by unfurling its black wings. Let us go, Aisha Camila. I shall lead you to them. Noticing the gratitude reflected on Aisha's face, Ivanli decisively interrupted her impending words of thanks and began walking towards the temple's exit. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered. Another Deluo had appeared. Could it be that Shiryu harbored some ulterior motive? The wild deer leader displayed an expression of profound desolation. The fire leopard had inflicted numerous terrifying wounds upon him, blood pouring forth and staining his yellow fur crimson. His strength was rapidly waning, and he had completely succumbed to despair. I entrust you with a total of 300,000 elite guards. They are the finest among the Demon Legion. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not be deployed. Should they suffer losses exceeding half due to your mismanagement, there is no need to discuss further. Ball's demeanor grew increasingly grim with each word. What truly astonished Xie Haoran was that Qin Mu Yun, whom he had scarcely regarded, had left such a remarkable gift for the Song dynasty. However, Jia San, an unknown ruffian, and a master rank just beneath the four great captains of the Six Doors, were utterly incomparable. Wei Fei found himself at a loss for words. Xian'er was so kind that she could tolerate others sharing her man. How could they challenge the fixed guild battle? How splendid it would be to challenge the non-fixed guild battle instead. You see, I frowned, sighing with a look of regret. I have investigated it. However, we cannot act against her lightly. Long Jiqing contemplated deeply before finally voicing a few words. Family matters. What troubles you, your majesty, regarding family affairs? I have observed the royal princes and princesses growing up, each one remarkably intelligent and capable, bringing a sense of ease to those around them. Xuerengui keenly caught wind of the word he longed to hear and subtly steered the conversation toward his desired topic, maintaining an outward appearance of a simpleton. The person you seek has long departed. Even killing us would be futile. A voice suddenly cried out from the convoy. Lin Tian realized that any disruption would likely prove ineffective. Perhaps his presence would even motivate Jiang Feng to strive harder. Thus, he made his way toward the only building that had recently appeared beyond the square, a structure that emerged only after he received the Qilin seal. Despite knowing he could not rival Lin Lei, Peng Zhu would not resign himself to inaction, unleashing various tactics in an attempt to alter the course of fate. Yet, against Lin Lei, who commanded the laws of the universe, all efforts were in vain. Tong Tian also took action, summoning his dark sun, which loomed ominously above the head of the Redwood Elder, its black light cascading down, causing the Elder's defenses to crumble incessantly. Chapter 58. Must you proceed in such a manner? The Red God, unaware of the secrets at play, was momentarily taken aback upon encountering the demon. After spotting the cat-like creature, he was further astonished, bursting into joyous laughter and forming hand seals to cast a spell upon the demon. The critical points of the scorpion-style battle pet lie in its head and tail. The front embodies intellect while the rear serves as its energy source. Both ends featuring entrances and exits, with the front being more spacious, leading to a more complex head structure that necessitates enhanced protection of the pincers. Transforming into a super scion, Zheng Pan let out a thunderous roar, his body erupting with a pale yellow aura, causing any encroaching dark energy to dissipate upon contact. In a mere swing of her sword, Lu Er dispatched several men. Witnessing her formidable prowess despite injury, the remaining men were momentarily stunned, their advance slowing. Can Jiulang and San Chuan were fighting side by side when they were suddenly attacked by Qiu Baba, controlled by the reincarnated dirt. Can Jiulang immediately retaliated with his puppet scorpion, prompting Qiu Baba to recall regrettable memories upon seeing the scorpion before her. Having led troops into battle for many years, he rarely encountered an opponent like Ling Tong. As the Han soldiers prepared to assist, he gestured for them to halt while maneuvering his warhorse. The captain of the execution squad and the general approached, beginning to inspect the prisoners ahead. His theft of gold indicated a desperate need for money. While the Wasp warriors were not in such dire straits, even if they lacked funds, they had not sunk to the level of stealing gold. A well-crafted fighting game typically features dozens or even hundreds of characters, showcasing a vibrant array of choices. The two sides engaged directly in combat, the spawning monsters exhibiting their usual fearlessness in the face of death, while the multinational forces, fueled by burning vengeance, launched into an exceptionally fierce battle. The massive red sword transformed in midair into a sweeping arc of crimson light, striking down upon the azure divine sword conjured by the fierce wind beast. At the special seating area, the hosts shook their heads at the sight before them, lamenting the squandered opportunity presented by such promising conditions. Muyang stretched languidly before strolling over to a nearby patch of flourishing grass, commencing to uproot it. However, even if someone dared to sit there, Wen Yuansheng would promptly evict them, as this spot was intentionally reserved for Leng Yin. Being affectionately addressed as baby in front of others made Lang Yin wish for a crevice to hide in. The man had an extraordinary ability to render her speechless with mere words. Muyang understood the underlying sentiments, considering the prolonged leniency previously granted. Watching less capable trainers collect direct badges from the gym must have irked Gu Liuli, regardless of her outward indifference. Thus, expressing her frustrations through official channels was hardly inappropriate. Lu Shui contemplated the rarity of Yao Junyi's initiative to invite her, feeling compelled to accept. They all recognized that only the skilled individuals beside Li Huan stood a chance against the formidable man before them. I simply wish to know his fate. He has caused me great distress, and he should not escape unscathed. The mention of Song Chongming immediately transformed Long Sujin's demeanor into one of clenched teeth and fury. Outside, though tranquility reigned, the carriage remained stationary. Luo Li could not resist pulling aside the curtain, catching sight of a vivid yellow figure atop the city tower. Perhaps it was divine intervention, or perhaps the heavens had guided Han Aoshue to the grave of her predecessor. After nearly 7 days traversing the desert, Han Aoshue finally located the underground passage where Granny Hua had once imprisoned Haoyan. Yet, all was in vain, even if some of the Xian Huang attempted to rescue him. Facing the onslaught of 3,000 water swords meant that even a successful rescue would not guarantee their safety. But isn't that item unstable? Never mind. I shall give you the item, and you provide him with the enhancer, Wen Jieli instructed Shuxiu. Next time, whatever you bring me, you can simply advance it for me. Yang Yuxiao hoped he would no longer need to scour the jewelry store in the future. Presently, he was likely the lowest-ranked individual in the entire Huaxiao battle zone. Merely at level 3, a fact that he found somewhat embarrassing to disclose. However, in Jinzong, aside from Manda, he had no acquaintances. And with Manda having departed, who could possibly assist him given his insufficient cultivation? Fortunately, he evaded the attack in time. The sword energy struck the wall, shattering it into fragments. Yet Man Hai's blade hovered dangerously close to Li Qiangyuan's throat. Once those individuals departed, Zhang Chunsheng gazed at the smoking office with a sense of resignation. Though Yi Haoshuan appeared youthful, he was, after all, a formidable master who had attained the 5th level of the immortal realm. The number of monsters surrounding the treasure chest was limited to 4. 2 were ordinary swamp sludge creatures, while the other 2 were elite monsters of level 50, known as Swamp Men. Just moments prior, the war god Hall had engaged in a fierce battle with such creatures. These goblins excel in commerce, their business reach extending across all races, even penetrating the most desolate regions to extract profit. Their prowess in trade is not solely attributable to innate talent. The goblins are also renowned for their integrity. Upon arriving at Mengxiangui, Zhang Yi entrusted certain goods to the stronghold, with part transported uphill and the rest concealed in the intricate valleys to the east. To establish a stronghold at Mengxiangui, he must implement a strategic flanking maneuver, with the inner line being Mengxiangui and the outer line encompassing the surrounding valleys. Haha, Deputy Commander Wang, what I seek is not your apology, but rather your assurance. You cannot deceive me. In future confrontations with the Japanese forces, both you, Commander Yi, and the 3 battalion leaders must wear steel helmets. If you can commit to this, I shall share a toast with Commander Yi, Lu Lang chuckled. In Jinwu's eyes, Duan Yiping's cautious nature made him an excellent choice for this mission. Duan Yiping was self-aware. Despite his seemingly cold demeanor, he was inclined to overthink. This exemplifies the disparity between the internal and external situations. The Northern Song dynasty fared slightly better, with the Hebei defensive line perhaps weaker from south to north, yet not significantly so compared to the north-south axis. In contrast, the Liao and Western Xia were markedly different, with at least a 3-fold disparity in both directions. Approaching the Eastern Emperor Bell, Yi Haoshuan slowly extended his hand to touch it. Indeed, If it were not for the undying emperor's body, such a level of toxicity could inflict considerable harm upon Lin Feng. However, with the undying emperor's body, this persistent damage could only pose a threat if it surpassed the recovery rate of the undying emperor's body. Otherwise, it could never truly harm Lin Feng. Chapter 59. Seizing the moment before he is discovered, swift action is necessary. He realized he seemed to be dragged along, having traversed quite a distance. The prolonged absence of familiar sights outside instilled a sense of fear. The crowd turned in unison, astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than the Cool King, Ao Jingtian. Their minds struggled to comprehend. Had the world truly altered? Two of the four lords of the great Qian Empire chose to oppose the emperor? It was precisely due to such dramatic changes that the system intensified its energy output, further accelerating the invasion. At this juncture, the system's infiltration of this world had reached 80%, meaning that, aside from the most critical areas, the vast majority of this realm lay under its control. In the room, you were reclined on the bed, pondering the words left by Gu Ruobai. You will understand in due time. Her thoughts drifted further away as she forced herself to cease contemplating Gu Ruobai. After all, his choice to marry multiple consorts was of no concern to her. Casually selecting a cup of iced coffee, the refreshing chill invigorated her as it mingled with the relentless cool air from the air conditioner, effectively dispelling the oppressive heat and granting Wu Yong a sense of revival. Second brother, third brother, just wait and see. This Urs dance will be unparalleled. Yi Changfeng exclaimed, lifting the beaded curtain of the room, excitement evident on his face. Gu Ruobai subtly gestured towards the right edge, prompting Yuer to discreetly glance over. A youthful figure caught her eye, and she couldn't help but marvel at the presence of such a young contestant, seemingly no more than 15 or 16 years of age. The protagonist fled in disarray, having failed to retrieve his belongings, while Yun Tian mistakenly believed he had stumbled upon a great fortune, only to discover his assumptions were misguided. I haven't taken your things. I've just arrived. Why should I be the one you blame for your loss? Yi refused to yield. At that moment, a sinister smile crept across Han Dong's face as an extraordinary surge of vitality erupted from within him. With a single step, he left behind a series of afterimages, hurtling directly towards Yi Feng. Kill me, uttered a person whose body had begun to mutate, speaking in anguish to his companion beside him. At this juncture, the Supermaster-S army would descend, completely taking over the planet and transforming it into a breeding ground for superintelligent life forms. Where is the Forbidden Forest? Li Dan observed the clear reaction from Tian with a hint of astonishment, yet for him, it was now a matter of little consequence. He possessed an innocent appearance and a good heart. Otherwise, with his strength and robust physique, he could have easily thrived in the underworld. The burly man at the end of the long table removed his hat to offer a gentlemanly salute, but his clumsy physique rendered his gesture awkward and unnatural. Jiang Yi retrieved 2 safety helmets from beneath the car, personally placing one on Mushi before donning his own. Long live the Fox King, he bellowed, as 8 tails emerged behind him, coiling around the spear's shaft, exerting force together to counter the thrust of the weapon. Moreover, he intended to disembark this time. With him by Chun Rant's side, although Chun had advised against unnecessary gunfire, he would be the first to draw his weapon should Chun find himself in peril. Is it really that difficult? Just a quick stitch. I'm not asking for much, Jiang Yu said, approaching Mushi with a needle in hand. Knight Shuyao's delicate features were mere inches away, and Zhou Yuan, entranced, cradled her porcelain face, poised to lean in for a kiss. Different from before? Rong Qian's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she let out a soft hum. Then I shall trouble you, Master Tianji. With that, she made her way to the central platform and took a seat. The other half of the Bagua compass resided with Yao Lifeng, and its spirit possessed the ability to devour, actively drawing Yao Lifeng away. Heaven knows whether this spirit would consume other souls. Should it behave like its Shishan Villa, it would become overwhelmingly powerful in the blink of an eye, leaving one with no place to lament. The horse neighed in agony, driven to madness as it galloped wildly, forcing the surrounding horses to retreat in panic. Li Wei's silhouette stiffened momentarily, yet he did not turn back. A tumultuous wave surged within him. One could only say that the current standoff was entirely instigated by the foolish actions of that imbecile Miller, a classic case of someone who would continue to cause harm even in death. Do not forget, I am an immortal orchid master. Do remember to provide me with some energy crystals upon my return. Carl, however, smiled indifferently. Don't go. That is the whip of death. As the leader of a formidable mercenary group, Lien Yang was well versed in the ways of the world and immediately recognized the sinister nature of the weapon. After scanning the surroundings with keen perception, he began to piece together the unfolding events. His words stirred a palpable excitement in Boy, who seemed to glimpse a future that filled him with yearning. It appeared that she had forgotten the quarrel they had just endured, as they worked in perfect harmony during this critical moment. Fortunately, with agility intact, Nan Rua executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself back to the tree trunk. However, upon witnessing the source of that ominous sound, a look of shock and fear washed over his face. He was no benevolent soul, having endured enough curses to know that the mysterious forces that had aided him last time would not come to his rescue again. The only way to silence the cursed words was either to seal his lips or sever his tongue. "What, Miss C? Are you reluctant to leave the side of my cherished feline?" Gu Chenxi remarked with a sidelong glance at Ziying Xue, a smirk playing on his lips. His voice was barely audible, and had one not observed the movement of his lips, those present might have remained oblivious to his apology. Li Yide pondered deeply, ultimately deciding to relay this news to Luke. After all, in Beiji City, the only means to contact his superior was through the telephone at the Lord's mansion, which had been brought over from Moonring Island. "I need to find a place to stay, I need to eat, I'm stuck with an ineffective husband, and I have to figure out how to pay for the baby-S formula." I believe everyone can relate to that feeling. At times, it is quite heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, life must go on. Upon exiting the resort, she lifted her gaze to behold the starry sky above the ocean. Due to the city's overwhelming brightness, such a celestial view could only be appreciated by the sea or in the tranquil countryside. It was splendid, much like her current mood. After shedding the gloom, a rainbow would inevitably emerge. Chapter 60. The Black Card of Shui Bao Season Yen Che. Yet, they were no match for Nkong. In just one round, all the soldiers' weapons were wrested from their hands. Nkong discarded the blades into the river, leaving the soldiers bruised and battered. Finally, when the vibrations and roars of the icebreaker ceased after days of turmoil, the sealed cargo hold slowly opened, and the folding ramp extended to its full length upon the solid ice surface. Lin Luo provided a rough estimate of time. He himself was uncertain about the maturation period of the second-generation product, but a month seemed reasonable. In this lifetime, faced with Princess Jia, he discerned that she harbored peculiar sentiments towards Meng Ke. The young students in the academy engaged in meditation following Nkang's methods, which was essentially a form of collective practice. "I didn't mean to. I truly did not intend to doubt you," Su Rao apologized. The sight of Jiang Quan in this state filled Su Rao with trepidation. She gasped softly, eyeing him warily. Once again, seated atop the lofty building, the meal had yet to arrive. Curiously, Yan Qi showed no inclination to change out of his official robes. Fang Qi had rarely seen him adorned in such a vibrant crimson hue, and this time, the chill surrounding her remained unmitigated. "Oh, why is my brick soaring through the air again?" Song Qiushuang gazed in bewilderment at her brick levitating above her. Well, once Lin Zimu was mentioned, Wanwan felt utterly helpless. Jiang Chuj was her superior's employer, and she dared not act impulsively. It was evident that Lu Jinyang, though silent, was quite displeased with Hu Miao's actions. In such a barren locale, what they desperately needed was merely a simple road. With a road, they could reach farther destinations and embrace more opportunities within legitimate industries. Rather than being confined to this isolated area, laboring for survival, risking their lives for mere employment to support their families. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingxiao, if Han Baimo's orders dictated that she must accompany Xia Qingxiao, then even if General Hua had to bear her away, he would do so. She could only rationalize. Perhaps hunger had caused a dip in her blood sugar, leading to some disruption of systemic functions. Such realizations were quite disheartening. Wang Lu sped along, not returning to his studio, but instead took Sun Yifan directly to the hospital. Boom, boom. The two vehicles on the right collided with those on the left, bringing them to an abrupt halt. The aroma of porridge wafted through the courtyard. Early in the morning, Zhao and Siwen were bustling about in the kitchen. In recent days, the morning meals included several freshly made oil cakes, so amidst the fragrance of porridge, the delightful scent of the cakes lingered. The boys commenced their first match in the blue faction, with top lane Fiddlesticks, jungle Crystal Vanguard, mid lane Ocean's Disaster, and bottom lane Tristana alongside Alistar. Han Baimo's gaze fell upon her arm, the fair, smooth skin reflecting in his eyes, and suddenly, his breath seemed to hitch. Sun Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tu Dimming, clearly taken aback by the unexpected words. "Let us introduce them first, regardless of perceptions." Sometimes, fate is not dictated by age or background, Director Scale remarked with a smile. Ling Tianfeng did not oppose. If it were Zhao Xiaoyan or Chen Wei requesting him to stay, he would undoubtedly find an excuse to decline, firmly refusing to stay overnight. Jin Nanwei silently scoffed, thinking, it seems he truly raises his son as if he were the heir of the Jia family, considering every detail so thoroughly. No wonder Jiang Qi, though titled a marquis, lacked the requisite demeanor. I watched in amusement and intrigue. Perhaps it was because, despite always bickering with Jiejio, I had never witnessed him truly scolding me. Now, seeing him reprimand by Zoke was oddly entertaining and inexplicable. Tan Shuer lifted her head, gently grasping his hand, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed intently at him. Upon returning home, Qiao Beijia pulled Jiang Yuguo to sit on the sofa. Bored, they turned on the television and searched for the latest variety show featuring Tan Shuer. Qiao Beijia quietly observed from the side, discreetly taking out her phone to record the tender moments shared between the grandfather and grandson. How is the investigation progressing? Elder Jiang inquired, finishing the last sip of pear soup and wiping his mouth. Shen Yutong felt a slight sense of relief. As long as her superiors were willing to grant her an opportunity, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Even when life plunged into darkness, she refused to succumb to despair, instead actively strategizing for her dear friend. Not a single shadow was detected, nor any trace of spiritual fluctuations. It appeared that some form of concealment had been employed. Downstairs, a multitude of guests soon gathered, chattering excitedly, spreading the news and expressing curiosity about the long-dormant fairness pool and its potential efficacy. Jiang Linglong was upset, feeling aggrieved, while Lin Yi maintained a light-hearted demeanor, prompting her to reveal her two little tiger teeth in a playful threat. Smile again, and I shall bite you. At that moment, Tu Tianyuan gently swept his gaze, and Bai Zhi's countenance was as if a gentle breeze had caressed it. She stared in astonishment at Tu Tianyuan. Him? Before long, the sound of clattering bones transformed into a rhythmic tapping, resembling a deliberate beat. Observing this, Lu Ying nodded in satisfaction, her gaze towards the officials brimming with confidence. Jiang Lianyi, disappointed, covered the tile she was about to leave behind, only to inadvertently crush a piece, producing a crisp crack. Zhuge Nye could hardly believe that such an ordinary punch, devoid of any spiritual energy, wielded a power far beyond what he could endure. Listening to Lu Ying's tone, which remained as calm as ever, LG couldn't help but smile faintly, instinctively pulling Lu Ying's hand closer. Blood splattered. Had it not been for the Dragon Wolf King's resistance to the slaying demon sword, the injuries inflicted by Xiaoso alone would have been sufficient to render him too weak to fight back. The others gazed intently at the sea, yearning for their master to appear, yet he remained elusive. Upon exiting, the throng marveled at the bustling modern market, their attire a stark contrast to the unusually cool early summer, yet they did not experience the same sense of wonder as Lu Laolao wandering through the Grandview Garden. In the tavern, Cruyff excitedly whispered into Tim's ear about the spoils from the previous night, boasting about the collection of exquisite treasures and the substantial amount of fragrant gold and silver acquired. A lucrative venture, indeed. Ironically, neither of them managed to secure the rebound. Instead, it was Nash, the least likely candidate, who seized it. Suddenly, Shen Chong, crouched on the ground, forcefully pushed against the surface, launching himself upright with his right hand raised high. This scene was not confined to Sweden. Similar occurrences unfolded across other European regions. Within a matter of days, the Kingdom of Neptune was inundated with European merchants arriving from far and wide, seeking to purchase spices. Chapter 61. Truly a woman capable of inciting Ji Yanche to the point of exasperation. Sweat and Didera gasped as they witnessed Onoki being taken down by the enemy in a single encounter. Outside, a vehicle passed through the winding flower street. As it turned a corner, its headlights illuminated the room, momentarily brightening it. Wu Jin requested a travel itinerary from Chu Chu for a brief excursion to the imperial capital, after which he returned to the floating city to continue his training. Yang Rui found the situation somewhat peculiar. However, it was evident that his parents were unwilling to disclose any information, and as their son, he felt it inappropriate to press for answers. According to the rudimentary star map etched in his memory, the farthest route from the floating city could even reach the capital of the empire. Amidst the twinkling lights, the Ferris wheel turned slowly, pterosaurs circled gracefully above the city, while wildcats elegantly strolled across the vibrant shops. Having concluded the call, Gushi glanced around before making his way back to the director, a carefree smile adorning his face. As if the earlier gravity of the moment had been but a mere illusion, guests were promptly escorted to the CEO's office, and if it was their first encounter. Introductions were made, followed by the serving of tea, after which the attendant would withdraw. The interval for a second serving of tea was set at 15 minutes, while the third serving would follow after 20 minutes. Yan Xie had no desire to return home, yet she was uncertain of where to go. After much hesitation, she reluctantly got into the car. To be frank, Su Wushuang had already begun his internship before his rebirth, achieving commendable scores. During every holiday or break, he frequented the company for practical experience, fully aware of its operations and processes. Henry refrained from mentioning the Department of Homeland Security, as all its personnel had perished during the recent confrontation with the players. At that moment, Lu Rongting's subordinate arrived in a flurry at the city gates, whispering urgently, "My lord, a considerable army has been spotted outside the city, estimated to be a battalion, equipped with numerous artillery pieces." Gu Lingyu stood quietly, observing with keen perception. He was not mistaken. Indeed, the emperor detested the actions of Prince Ning, who relished in the misfortunes of others, and had issued reprimands for 2 consecutive days. As night gradually descended, beneath the vast sky, the heavy snowfall had ceased, yet the biting wind continued to howl relentlessly. On Mount Song, a thick layer of snow had accumulated, and the winter's sun cast an orange-yellow hue, rendering the once pristine snowfield somewhat dim, oppressive to the breath. Cui Feng exhaled a heavy sigh, preparing to close his eyes and cultivate his mind and abilities. However, at that moment, a fierce tremor abruptly surged forth, propelling the burrowing beast into the air. With a thud, it knelt down, and he could not help but let out a roar towards the heavens. Why? Why does fate treat me so cruelly? But we must find a way to restrain the submarines of the Chinese National Defense Army. Otherwise, in the future, suggested Shiyuan Temple's K. Moku. Go and take a look. The burial goods of a golden core cultivator will surely not disappoint, smiled Xiang Shanha. Furthermore, occupying a strategic advantage, they could employ alternative tactics to shift the current situation. Shi Daoran, reflecting on Sun Changjiang's words, fell into profound contemplation. How should he confront the person he had wronged the most in his life? How could he atone for his sins? Gao Fei's survival instincts urged him to curry favor with Hu Huan, reminding him that the primary task was to flatter her splendidly regarding this incident. He shifted his gaze and picked up the report card, striding forward. Ming Zhanyuan, engrossed in his phone, opened the account of Black Cherry, revealing a video that suggested he and Bai Lanyu were a couple. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to listen in or feign ignorance. To be cautious, Xiao Yao and Wu Shuang changed seats, with Wu Shuang by the window and Xiao Yao in the aisle, ever vigilant. To simply eliminate the elder would be too merciful. Yi Xingchen wished for him to experience the agony of slow slicing. A single footfall left a deep imprint in the hard concrete. Another foot hovered in the air as he ascended the stage. Collecting his thoughts, Hu Qin's image grew increasingly vivid. Initially, in Tian Chang's mind, Hu Qin was merely a senior with entrepreneurial aspirations. However, as the match progressed, he gradually recognized that this senior was far from ordinary, transcending the role of a mere ruler. Yet, she did not anticipate that the Demon Star's entrance was solely to deliver an item imbued with a strikingly familiar aura. These 3 ultimate techniques were the Heavenly Absolute, an Earthly Extinction Great Purple Sun Palm, the Heavenly Withering, and Earthly Exhaustion Great Fierce Sun Method, and the Heavenly Shift and Earthly Transformation Great Relocation Art. A middle-aged man, exuding a chaotic aura and bearing significant injuries, was captured, struggling in midair. After half an hour, he finally reached the western city gate. Unexpectedly, to prevent her escape, some young nobles had set up a blockade there. Fang He, how do you feel today? Among the 5, aside from Wang Yan, Fang He's injuries were the most severe. Wang Yan approached and asked softly. Jian Jun grabbed the severed arm of a thug, yanking and pressing it with a sudden scream followed by a faint crack, restoring the thug's arm to normal function. With this affirmative response, Xiaoling Yun and Kai Guanke entered with a young man. Lacking in taste, Loli shot him a fierce glare, ignoring him as she leaned on the railing. Gazing at the sunrise, lost in thought, Fang Zhengwu was equally delighted to see Yu Xinyuan and the others. Captain Yu, a true honored guest, welcome. However, the construction site's conditions were rudimentary. While rice and steam buns were plentiful, the vegetables were scarce, just cucumbers, eggplants, and pickled vegetables. As for meat, Fang Zhengwu appeared somewhat troubled. Chapter 62. Both sides race against time. The young Master Duan was correct. Although the exquisite pearl fish appeared delectable, they simply did not enjoy fish, thus avoiding any risk of poisoning. Thoughts. Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, realizing Yun Ci was seeking her opinion. This implied that Yun Ci had acquiesced, for if the master had disapproved, he would have outright rejected it. Why, then, had he come to consult her? Reflecting on Yun Ci's silence that morning, Chu Xiu surmised he had deliberated carefully. I, the second master, have yet to comprehend that my elder brother is an impostor, orchestrated by our father. If this matter were to spread, the emperor would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Milken's trembling gradually ceased as he lay entranced against Chun Liangya's chest, enveloped in tranquility. Sister-in-law, it may not be appropriate for us to meet at such a late hour. How about I call you Shi, and we both come to see you together? Qin Feng suggested. Introduction. The ancient guardian of the forest, sealed by the king of the undead with formidable powers, has become a harbinger of destruction, unleashing chaos upon the woods. The king of the undead, wielding the cry of the ghosts, transformed it into a bloodthirsty being, commencing a massacre of humanity. Qin Feng pushed against the door, discovering it was indeed locked. With a cold laugh, he directed his internal energy to the lock, shattering the mechanism, and with a gentle push, the door swung open. After a long absence, he finally saw Murongsheng, who had now married, and it was rumored that the fifth prince's consort was also with child. The floor of the room was teeming with snakes, eliciting a shudder from anyone who dared to look. In a fierce confrontation, the White Tiger King sustained 2 heavy blows, barely managing to deplete the Tiger King's vitality. Only through this battle did he truly comprehend the stark disparity in power between the early and late stages of innate realms. I was unaware that my arrival to perform this piece was solely prompted by the words of a predecessor who urged me to come here. As for his circumstances, I was in the dark. Some claimed he had succumbed to madness and departed from the Fuyue villa, as the immortal lady stated. Half an hour later, Fan Le hurriedly appeared at the Alchemist Guild. Upon his arrival, he wasted no time and directly requested a 6th-grade spirit herb. After Lu Tianming stepped out of his chamber, he immediately noticed the presence of the Valley Master, feeling a sense of relief at having maintained vigilance. Avoiding the peril of practicing the ancient celestial sovereign technique at such a time, which would have been difficult to explain, not to mention the onlookers who thrived on chaos. Even Sheng Su and Ao by displayed signs of alarm, their expressions betraying their composure. However, it seemed that prolonged surveillance would no longer suffice. Henceforth, one must be mindful of the timing of their perceptions, ensuring they are applied where most needed. On the 3rd day, Emperor Qinqing prepared himself for the memorial service. Yet a piece of news brought by Jing Ge left him utterly astounded. Initially, they exchanged attacks, but before them, Lu Yi was as intangible as the air. Their strikes passed through him and struck their own kin. Ultimately, the authorities found themselves compelled to issue a clarification, releasing an independent statement asserting that the high-level task of the previous night had no affiliation with the official website and enumerating all the tasks he had completed. This was a royal breed, noble in lineage and formidable in strength, should it truly aspire to reign supreme. Even if it could not dominate the entirety of the Third Realm, it could easily assert its supremacy over a singular domain. Yet, the populace began to resist. Soldiers atop the skyscraper raised their weapons, wielding the Russian-made RPG-29, renowned as the most potent shoulder-fired rocket launcher. This weapon had famously obliterated armored tanks in trials, and the Blitzkrieg forces of World War II had suffered significant losses at its hands. After listening to Miao Li's explanation and observing the townspeople who distanced themselves, as if shunning a plague, Bai Shu no longer found the situation peculiar. Beside the bed of the youth, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, a weathered red lacquer table bore several faintly stained porcelain bowls, remnants of medicinal concoctions, which filled the room with a subtle aroma of herbs. Witnessing the courteous smile on Zhou Hanyun's face only intensified Su Jie's discomfort. Although the competition was organized by reclusive individuals, the American authorities, as hosts, unabashedly intervened. As the two beasts continued to be at an impasse, on the 3rd day, Cheng Tian decided to step in and unveil their true forms. If they were merely ordinary spiritual beasts, he would personally intervene to resolve the matter, sparing himself the anxiety of prolonged anticipation. With a formidable and unpredictable Yuanling realm cultivator by his side, he felt somewhat reassured. You may have misjudged. They likely intend to capture us rather than hunt us down, Debbie remarked. As anticipated by Chitian, the 4th and 5th contenders were Wu Fei from the Demon Heart sect and Li Feng from the Pure Bright sect, both at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. The colossal demonic shadow loomed over the crowd, whose expressions abruptly shifted in horror as a chilling laughter reverberated from an unknown source, filling the air with a sinister bloodlust. Merely observing the 3 brown jade boxes containing the Taoist foundational spells hinted at their considerable value. Once the official briefly introduced the remarkable attributes of these spells, Xiaowen discerned that they were evidently far superior and more costly than the 10 or so spells of the first tier. With the departure of these individuals, Kuenping's situation became even more precarious. Relying on his subordinates to persevere was nothing short of a farce, for encountering even a few chaotic deities could spell his doom. Chapter 63. Mother actually hung up on him. The group gazed at the now silent village, staring vacantly at the captives caught by their companions. Such matters, intertwined with the future of others, commanded Chun Tianhao's respect. One cannot interfere with another's destiny simply because they have given more gifts. The Liaoning citizen promptly nodded, saying, "You are too kind, military officer. I am just an ordinary person, hardly deserving of such respect." Turning around, they beheld the villa behind them, its shape identical to that seen in reality. The door through which they had exited was conveniently located at the villa's gate, now appearing as a double door. He was certain this was a pivotal matter, yet the emptiness in his mind left Xuan feeling quite helpless. At that moment, many, including Zhao Wudao, still harbored a sense of hope, believing that Shimin Yan's call for this individual did not pertain to bestowing divine medicine, but rather served another purpose. However, if these 60,000 were all constructed using the latest technology for greenhouse effect plantations, the situation would be markedly different. As the figure passed before me, it suddenly paused for a moment, revealing a pair of exquisite bejeweled shoes upon the silk carpet at my feet. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Okita Tsuji was feeling quite disheartened. Initially, he believed that there were others in Chaldea who shared his plight, only to discover that their affliction was easily treatable, leaving only her to suffer from the persistent cough of blood. What shall we do now? As the sound of sirens grew ever closer, Xiao Qingqing found herself at a loss, witnessing the lecherous man collapse to the ground, only to dissipate into white light. Li Qian realized that Zhang Tianxi had intervened, and with a sense of relief, she redirected her focus to those around her. Thus, the errant Qin Guan did not attract the attention of the crowd. Those who had previously graced the Forbes list were solely fixated on the meteoric rise of others. If we had commenced our offensive on the Western Front while maintaining a defensive stance on the Eastern Front, would we not have surrounded the entirety of Japan's forces by now, sealing their fate? Marshall inquired of Hu Bin. After the announcements concluded, Hu Yun informed everyone that they could return to rest, though they were welcome to remain and wait. The results from the 8 divisions would be compiled and announced once more. However, even if they returned to their quarters, they could still receive updates through the echoing array within the dormitory. Initially, he may have approached the investigation with a mere sense of curiosity, but as the expenditures mounted and the Bureau underwent significant personnel adjustments within the criminal police team, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. Despite being restrained by an invisible force, whether it be the primordial stone, the 9 nether serpent, the ancient god's corpse, or the demon tower, they continued to loom high above in the starry sky, rivaling the sun and moon. Scholars of later generations have debated whether Columbus discovered the Americas, while others assert it was Zheng He. In truth, the one who truly discovered the Americas was the carefree prince of the Ming dynasty, Tang Lang. This pleased the boss immensely, yet the designers beneath him lamented their fate. According to his predetermined objectives, the following week and the week thereafter were to be dedicated to selecting models for the Group's autumn debut. He held the position of deputy director at the departmental level, while his former subordinate was a deputy captain at the same rank. For him, that rank was the pinnacle. Yet for his former subordinate, it was merely the starting point. Upon receiving a call from his promising former subordinate, Shi Xianghui felt a surge of joy and promptly sat up in bed. This was also the reason why Zhou Jing and Li Jian had dragged Qin Guan here. Engaging in casual conversation about careers was merely ancillary, for the true purpose lay at the nearby television studio recording site. She wept silently, her frail back trembling, evoking a sense of compassion even from the elderly doctor. You are inherently kind-hearted, and considering that you have yet to master the 9 Dragons Zhongyang technique, you remain at the first level of the Grandmaster realm. In truth, the effects of splashing the liquid directly would be more effective, but time was of the essence. Should the ink be misapplied, it would lead to complications. This is the annual auction of the Antique Association, where select items collected over the year are offered for sale. In a moment of sheer terror, as Jiang Yuru's blade lunged toward him, he had no time for contemplation and instinctively dodged. Jiang Qinyang called out to me. And devoid of the threat of my shattered bottle, he displayed a smug expression. In truth, he was uncertain about locating his family, and there was no guarantee that they would recognize him. The Princess Jinyang could only offer such consolation to Su Baozhu. Without hope, how could they endure? In my perception, since Tingyun had lost all influence and merely served as a pawn for Zhao Tianci, he held little value. When the fourth elder struck, his palm summoned a formidable gust, ruffling Xia Qingwan's hair. The appearance of the bead was unremarkable, much like the others. After a brief glance, I handed it to the natural simpleton, inviting him to examine it. Before Mu Jijun could finish speaking, the venerable Mu Patriarch, leaning on his cane and supported by Mu Dongyu, entered, sweeping his hand across the dining table, sending bowls and dishes crashing to the floor. Chapter 64. Encountering Yu Qingji, who draped his arm over Qin Ji's shoulder. After rising to exercise and refreshing himself with a shower, he descended to the breakfast area, where he fortuitously ran into Zhen Wanting. She seemed to have anticipated Yu Longtian's arrival, having already ordered 2 breakfasts, and waved him over. Yu Longtian nodded, and as Sun Hongying emerged, he promptly mounted his motorcycle and sped toward the Shao family villa, with Sun Hongying driving closely behind. Upon hearing this, he finally reacted, abruptly lifting his gaze to scrutinize me. It was evident what he was recalling. I quickly waved my hands, assuring him it wasn't so severe. He exhaled, fetched some medicine for me, and prepared a glass of water, half warm and half cool, perfectly suitable. Seeing her curiosity piqued, Menglu did not conceal her thoughts and proceeded to recount the events surrounding Xia Tian, embellishing the tale in hopes of improving Xia Tian's standing. Under the cover of flames, Lu Qingyu sprang into action, twisting his short sword to launch an attack on the 3-headed beast. The Xiaoyao sect boasts countless peaks, yet only 5 are considered principal: Jinqi Peak, Muling Peak, Shuihao Peak, Huolai Peak, and Tuxian Peak. Is it not said that the real is but an illusion, and the illusion reality? Observing the retreating old trickster, Mian suddenly realized that his empty clarity fist was indeed an unparalleled martial art. In the East Earth Divine Domain, the Mo2 mountain range is lush with verdant trees, accompanied by the melodious babbling of springs along the way. Layers of thin clouds drift in the depths of the mountains, exuding an air of mystery and dread, as if an exalted presence resided there. With 2 individuals and a beast walking side by side, these 30 enigmatic figures in black, should one of them charge forth, could easily contend with the sect leader. Evenly matched, the Jinlin Academy ranks 3rd among the 5 major academies, surpassed only by the Tianyin Academy. Both institutions uphold an aggressive ethos, rendering their rivalry particularly fierce. After grilling the first platter of wagyu, I poured sake for the 3 individuals, and the server temporarily withdrew to prepare another dish. What he Xiao had not anticipated was that beneath her seemingly assertive and bold exterior, she harbored genuine misfortune and vulnerability, which is precisely why Xie Jian indulged her and provided her with a sense of security. Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled something and quickly retrieved her phone, reopening the article translated by machines. Whenever she thought of her mother's appearance before her passing, her resentment toward Dantai Gongming deepened. Yu Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly as the Yin Shuang Zhanzun halberd seamlessly entered his primordial spirit space, quietly resting beneath a radiant glow, drifting in and out of consciousness. The sleeping chamber bore little in the way of extravagant decorations, instead exuding an air of ancient elegance, characteristic of Jiang Susu's style. Accepting the circumstances, Lei Tuo took a more relaxed view, realizing that since returning was no longer an option, he might as well fully embrace life as experiences. When the original body first encountered Wen Qingqing, she too embodied a similar simplicity, albeit adorned in far more luxurious brands, to align with the original's frugality. Wen Qingqing gradually adjusted her spending habits. In less than a second of eye contact, Lan Junyue's eyes regained their usual clarity and tranquility. Upon noticing the atmosphere had eased, Wu Yu took several deep breaths, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Had it not been for Yi Kuan's timely intervention, he feared he might have crumbled and wept uncontrollably on the ground. The 4 wise men, loyal retainers of Sikong Yanfei, immediately grasped the implication of his words. Casting wary glances toward Pu Qi, the disheveled bed had been tidied, with fresh sheets laid down, as Mu Yingchen gently placed her upon it. As she withdrew her gaze, She caught a glimpse of Di Qin's half-turned face, marked by confusion and discontent. Hesitating briefly, she seemingly casually glanced toward Yi Qingtian's direction. Mu Yingchen merely shot them a cold glance before striding deliberately toward Lin Hui. Within mere days, the members of the Mingluo merchant group were well aware that their master was negotiating business with Madame Yu, showing utmost respect upon encountering Han Yue. He smiled silently, lowering his head to fiddle with his phone. I understood that he was acquiescing, that the signing of the contract was a facade, but the rekindling of old flames was genuine, wasn't he it? It seemed that every time she was with that young man, her cognitive faculties would diminish, causing her to forget what she ought to say or do. Xiao Yingying looked on in shock at Guan Zhuer, whose face was flushed with anger, her mind teeming with retorts that remained unspoken. Yet, the words lingered at her lips, unuttered. Guan Zhuer glared back at Xiao Yingying, involuntarily recalling Chu Shuaxiao's resolute act of slamming the door in frustration, yet she could not bring herself to do the same. The two could only engage in a silent stare-down. Han Yue struggled desperately, her robe becoming disheveled, revealing her fair skin, which glimmered under the palace lights, resembling a helpless white martin. The moment I touched her hand, my heart trembled violently, as if I had withdrawn a pair of hands from the refrigerator. Maze clenched his fist and raised his muscular arm, delivering a powerful punch toward the approaching man. The artwork was exquisite. It was only a day after being posted that someone reported it, Feng Lu interjected. However, the blade wielded by Xiao Luo was not aimed at cleaving flesh. He did not advance. Having concluded the transaction with the merchant, Li Lin resumed his journey with Elena back to Mon City. Auntie, I must confess that I take offense at your words. Why should family dwell on such matters? In truth, Su Yunlu had contemplated having her shop's offerings, yet upon reflection, she dismissed the idea, realizing that the flavors of cold dishes, predominantly composed of scallions, garlic, and Sichuan pepper, clashed entirely with sweets. Thus, when he first laid eyes on Bing Mingqi, a deep-seated urge to protect her surged within him. Many began to flee in a frenzy, while Gu Hao pursued relentlessly, leaving the demon infant behind. Contemplating the hardships endured by the children, Li could only weep silently, consumed by sorrow and worry, yet it was of no avail. Some officers, driven by greed, even allied with certain underworld superhumans, orchestrating grand schemes to swindle the common folk. Opening his eyes, Wang Pan moved his body, performing a series of bizarre maneuvers that surpassed the limits of human capability. Gu Shi, encountering Wu Shuang, had many inquiries to make. He then chuckled softly, bidding farewell to her mother. A sudden creaking sound echoed behind Si Feng. Who? This sound did not seem to originate from outside the door. Si Feng's eyes darted, instinctively glancing toward the entrance, but as anticipated, the door remained securely shut, devoid of any figures. Chapter 65. You had better remember your identity as Mrs. G. Alarmed, Lu Xinjie broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly embracing the wounded soldier who lay on the ground. It was merely a reflexive action, yet he understood he was doomed. Unexpectedly, however, he felt a rush of warm air sweep past his back, accompanied by the terrifying roar of Iron Wolf in his ears. A Taoist from Maoshan? A holy light priest? Yet, typically, such characters are benevolent. They likely would not enter a dungeon. Even if the prices were comparable, they remained exceedingly rare. Only when the value of a rare item surpassed that of an ultra-rare one would the chances of success significantly increase. I apologize, Qian Lucian sighed within, employing the Ice Heart Jade Body technique to shield himself as the tumultuous waters surged toward an unknown horizon. Xiao Mu unleashed an energy beam with his left hand while conjuring a 40-meter-long great cleaver with his right, advancing boldly. If you join us, perhaps the master could also attain such physical prowess, Zhang Xian stated plainly. After firing, he turned and ran, reaching a position near the gas canister as he ducked behind a sandbag barricade. Though I yearn to be the one who ages with you slowly, I am acutely aware that such a dream is unattainable. Xiao Mu calculated that it was about time for Ronan and the Kree to make their entrance. Perhaps these individuals sought his assistance. Regarding the precautions in the sword-washing pool, Shen Xiai had long since sought counsel from Fu Yuxing. Nevertheless, he remained deeply grateful for Elder Ping's kind reminder. Though it was night, Grandfather remarked that he had scrutinized the faces of those individuals, noting that they bore no remarkable difference from ordinary people. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable sense of dread, perhaps stemming from an innate belief that these individuals were nefarious in nature. A master of the Sword Soul realm? Nidhan pondered, considering that the Lin family was undeniably one of the three prominent clans of the empire. It would be utterly implausible to assert the absence of a sword soul expert among them. Despite the passage of countless years, these rare metals continued to shimmer brilliantly, seemingly untouched by the relentless march of time. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Tao felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, commanding the troops to establish their camp in the deep valley, patiently awaiting the right opportunity. "You mention a few, and so it shall be," Du Zhong said, his voice barely above a whisper, his demeanor defeated, his posture slumping, the vibrant crimson attire accentuating his flushed cheeks, reflecting a fleeting beauty. An aged voice cried out in anguish, seemingly struck by a grievous blow, as fragmented mental energy coalesced into a skull-like shape, though it had diminished significantly, losing its former ferocity. Li Xuanli recounted his experiences in Yunnan, mentioning the seven-leaf bright mushroom, thereby rendering his journey to Yunnan inevitable. "Is there more?" "I wish to partake as well." Su Xia finally succumbed to the tantalizing aroma, casting a bashful glance as she spoke. "Make him cease." Lung Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chu Anxuan to abandon everyone. His weathered face, marked by the passage of time, bore no visible signs of age save for the profound wisdom reflected in his eyes. Were it not for the faint wrinkles that formed at the corners when he smiled, his age would be indiscernible. Having delivered the individual to the He family, Song Sheng's task was complete, leaving behind 3,000 taels of silver as per her father's instructions, signifying that although they were not beholden to her family, it was only right to express gratitude for the unfortunate incident that had transpired. The children, having been cooped up indoors all winter, longed to descend and play, yet the elders' repeated requests were met with my firm refusal. The ring of life. Losing Song could not help but exclaim, for such storage spaces were exceedingly precious. He had once witnessed one at an auction, a mere 20 square meters demanding a price exceeding 10,000 spirit coins. As for Xia Beibei's fate, how could it possibly be recalculated? If it were, would that not expose the deeds of He Hui from before? I am uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong. God has warned us that as humans, we must not take a life. Yet now, I have resolved to take a life to save another, and should this lead me to damnation, I shall bear it without regret. Yi Jinsua found refuge in Nangong Huoqi's embrace, observing the surroundings with keen interest. At that moment, she had discreetly relayed orders to Feng Yin and Feng Hua, who were on standby upon her departure. As Lung Ji led Song Sheng into the gathering, all eyes turned towards them, curiosity and skepticism etched upon their faces. "Very well, I sincerely wish to acknowledge you as my master. You can undoubtedly perceive my sincerity and capability." Lin Kaiping nodded gently and tucked the jade vial into her sleeve. If the Ouyang family truly harbored that malevolent aura, this heavenly demon could serve as a reminder, conveniently nestled within her garment. She conveyed her thoughts to Xiao Fei, who found her reasoning quite compelling. It also provided a plausible explanation for why Xiao Fei had spent nearly an hour without sensing Jing Xiangyu's mental energy. The Yi residence, shrouded in the clandestine protection of 3,000 hidden guards, coupled with the recent daylight events, rendered the nights at the Yi household more serene than usual. This unusual tranquility, however, foreshadowed an impending storm. I'm sorry. The burly man quickly scrambled to his feet, tugging the camel back. The camel desperately nudged closer to Qingqing, who, startled, shielded her face with both hands, for the deceased camel had extended its tongue, eager to lick her visage. Chapter 66. A fist struck his face. Chen Xueshan, while driving, clearly recalled the man's eyes, which seemed to have bewitched her. Su Feng smiled faintly, saying, "As long as your majesty the demon emperor is pleased, that is sufficient." In truth, Su Feng felt a quiet elation. Seeing the demon emperor in such high spirits assured him that matters concerning him and in you were nearly foolproof. Should this situation displease the emperor, he believed that his and in Yu's nuptials would be irreparably jeopardized. According to data gathered by Han Xian, the top 100 companies in the United States collectively possess approximately $12 trillion in offshore assets, evading over $200 billion in taxes annually. How can you expect me to believe that I am entangled with something vile? This must be a jest. Surely, I have overlooked something, which is why I cannot discern the truth. Long Outyin attempted to seize him, but discovered that any exertion would evoke the previous sensation throughout his body. I trust the words of the king of the underworld. The spirits of the netherworld are indeed subdued by him. He undoubtedly cannot stray far from the underworld. and what stands before me is likely but a mere manifestation. A sharp pain pierced my chest as Xiao Zhang left my embrace, a dark dagger embedded in my breast, blood gushing forth. Yet, I paid it no heed, my gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Zhang. Upon arriving at the domain of the serpent people, I remained unaware of the whereabouts of the nine-headed serpent and found myself entering a tavern. A throng of people? A sudden ominous feeling gripped Chen Yu as she observed Zhu Shui squinting, saying, "Is it truly necessary to send a letter with so many individuals?" She feared there might be additional complications awaiting her. Including Bai San, the others felt themselves lifted and then unceremoniously dropped to the ground, their vision obscured by descending shadows. Only upon landing did they realize they lay upon the desolate outskirts of the dark town, most bewildered as to how they had been expelled from it. However, if one cannot act swiftly, and a downturn in jade prices ensues, selling at a favorable rate would become exceedingly arduous. Indeed, I too relish in comfort, yet your family offers it freely, and even then, it is spurned. The two matchmakers joined forces to drive away the troublesome individuals, contemplating the outcome of their endeavors. At this moment, numerous creatures, their limbs stiff and flesh slowly melting away, emerged from the previously silent restaurant, all clad in the attire of the establishment staff. Andy's chilling smile left Ice Heart with a profound understanding. This grin was undeniably malevolent. She firmly believed that the basic equipment was not easily acquired, thus resolved to withhold it. Other players, however, could not extract anything from their companions' inventories. Subsequently, Gao Shun left 1,000 troops to guard the city and led the remaining 3,000 to rally the 6,000 soldiers of the Pang organization to march towards Luoxian. The commander of Luoxian, caught off guard and lacking intelligence, was deceived into opening the city gates and fled in a panic, abandoning his post. Yet, victory was unnecessary. I could not prevail, nor could they impede our advance, Yufei waved dismissively. Amidst the clash of hot and cold, the blood coalesced into a vivid crimson cloud. Soaring as Xie Bongyi's gust of wind surged forth, effectively concealing the sun. We exerted ourselves with all our might, yet remained immovable, unable to budge. Observing Su Junyao, who had previously stood defiant before Reno, now displaying signs of anxiety, Meng Shui approached her, offering words of comfort. The vast majority of the Gu immortals did not genuinely submit to the tyrant. Upon receiving this information, they promptly rose up across the 5 domains. A multitude of Gu immortals uniting to encircle the valley. While it was simple to eliminate Chen Zhufeng, ensuring everyone accepted it wholeheartedly proved to be a daunting challenge. Shi Qishanhong and Jiang Zhaoyan were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a complex array of emotions. Lin Chen appeared behind him in an instant, his hand transforming into an exceptionally sharp claw as he reached for the back of Mingzhu City's head. The 12-story decrepit building owned by Pavtrov was considered one of the tallest structures in the area. After witnessing a video of American weaponry attacking China's space station, someone couldn't help but speculate. Director Liu, this is roughly the situation. Have you heard of this Yang Ji? Lin Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. He glanced at Lei Shimiao, who was lightly made up and donned a short skirt, her long legs exposed even in the depths of winter, and found her appearance less appealing. The streets were bustling with couples, even elderly pairs contemplating the Qixi festival. Ning Lingxue, observing the lively atmosphere and noting Song Jini's attentiveness, felt reluctant to act. I am unaware of any collaboration between our families, Lu Qining spoke truthfully. Having been here so long, she had no desire to inquire further. Just as she lay down in preparation, her phone rang. First the team leader, then the director, and ultimately, even the principal and vice principal personally called to inquire. Lao Huang and the troublemaker exchanged glances, and without further ado, began clearing the bones above. Chu Feng also followed suit, assisting the two in their task. Princess Chongping bowed her head in gratitude, concealing the raging fury in her eyes. She had never suffered such a significant loss, blaming Lin Xiaoqing, vowing never to forgive that wretched individual. Yang Su held absolute trust in Lin Fan, yet was acutely aware of his own limitations. His face etched with worry as he scratched his head, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Master Zhang, come quickly to assist me. Upon seeing Zhang Jing and the others had dealt with Nian Ci, Jiang Wen exclaimed. Their words were somewhat tactful, had they been less so. It would have been tantamount to accusing the organizers of foul play. Since you are orchestrating this, do not blame us for escalating matters to the higher authorities in our province. Lin Xiaoqing and Yi Luqi had sprinted for a full 2 hours. only pausing at dawn's first light. As the sun sank in the west, the sky gradually darkened. The stars had yet to emerge, but the mosquitoes had already made their presence felt, swirling just half a foot above their heads, impervious to the waving of arms. Yet, they dared not make a sound. A few individuals merely pointed at the trio kneeling before them. Wu Mingming was currently untraceable, but Wang Zi and Jiang Ye were both engrossed in their studies at Fanqing. Perhaps they had occasionally crossed paths with Yang Lushan. One was devoted to music, the other to art. There was little more familiarity, but it was certain that their parents cherished them dearly, or else they would not have enrolled them in the city's most expensive training institution. Chapter 67. You should not have rushed forward just now. In truth, I could no longer endure this 8 years ago. My continued presence in this position was solely for personal grievances. Xiao Qi withdrew a white sand cigarette from her pocket and lit it. The moment Han Lianyi entered the classroom, the previously boisterous room fell into an immediate hush, all gazes converging upon her. Yet, mere seconds later, whispers and furtive gestures began anew among the students. In light of these happenings, Mo Ming bore some responsibility, for it was he who had instigated the chaos. Upon witnessing Mu Ronglian's distressed expression, he felt a pang of guilt and positioned himself in front of her, offering his sleeve as a gesture of comfort. Observing her retreating figure, Duanmu Yuning first smiled coldly, then furrowed her brow in concern. Jiang Qijie, with her kind heart, was unlikely to be a match for Song Tianyan. She must be taught some fundamental self-defense techniques. While this might not address the root of the issue, it was certainly better than leaving her unprotected, was it not? She, Fan Ai, bestowed her first time upon herself, while Ouyang gradually softened, and together they delved into a state of blissful oblivion. At that time, romantic entanglements had yet to solidify in the school environment, yet such phenomena were beginning to emerge, especially as they entered high school, where it had already taken on a certain scale, with teachers unable to supervise every interaction. However, Nie Meiping remained untouched, no one daring to pursue her. Lu Pingfan was both a protagonist and not merely a minor character caught in the whirlwind of political strife. Alongside the conflicts between the Lone Eagle Alliance and the Liuhe Alliance. Old Zhang, how goes the alchemical concoction of the elixir? Lu Feng closed his eyes, channeling his consciousness outward. Witnessing this, Ouyang could not allow them to depart unchallenged. He picked up an abandoned bike lock and lunged at a tribal leader who appeared to be in his 30s. Both his defensive and offensive capabilities had been slightly enhanced, preventing him from being instantly vanquished. I licked my lips. This was the first creature to ignite my fervor since acquiring the golden set, after all. A level 50 golden beast. The personal guard was dragged out of the hall, and moments later, the sound of military clubs striking echoed through the air. The soldier in front continued to plead and cry out, but as the blows reached over 60, the clamor gradually subsided. By the time the 80 strikes were complete, the guard's back and legs were already a gory mess, and he fell silent, his life seemingly extinguished. However, his indifference did not reflect that of the others. The Fire Cloud Taoist was the first to intervene, and his efforts appeared effective, suggesting that he had the ability to maintain order in such a tumultuous situation. I chuckled softly and resumed my attack on a flicker of sunlight. The blood of this flicker was running low, and I was determined to finish him off in one swift motion. Since the golden armored Taoist is, in essence, myself, wouldn't my active absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth imply that the golden armored Taoist could also absorb it at will? The elder waved his hand casually, dispelling the barriers surrounding the room, and then departed with Luo Ping, soaring towards the back mountain of the Purple Sun Palace, where the esteemed elders resided. The soldier nearly collapsed to the ground. Was this truly the same General Carter from before? How could he be so courteous to these lowly soldiers? Murong Ro's heart swelled with joy. She was certain it was indeed her boss's voice. But where was he? My lord, using this will provide a clearer view, Gao Chong said, handing his telescope to Dai Bin. He also distributed telescopes to the other lords, demonstrating their use to facilitate their observation. Lin Qingmei watched eagerly as Bai Yu and Zhao Ling shot a cold, threatening glance in her direction, making Bai Yu feel both embarrassed and furious. How could she have her cousin serve him? What kind of heart does this crown prince possess, to be so cruel? Anyang, too, had lost her appetite for dinner and directly sought Xiao Jiansheng to take her to see the captured Gu master. Yin Yunhe had also noticed the individuals from the Qigling sect. Their appearance lacked any remarkable features, yet this only heightened his unease, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Just as she prepared to flee, Her assailant swiftly approached and seized her arm, yanking her into the vehicle. Suzy hadn't even had time to react or call for help before a sudden force struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Don't come, for when your joyous day arrives, Mother will surely be present. A faint smile flickered across her pale face. After the constitutional framework had taken shape, Lord Ting and Lord Run finally breathed a sigh of relief, brewing a pot of steaming spiritual tea. In their leisurely conversation, they expressed envy for the carefree brothers Tay and Mai, who remained aloof from the fray, enjoying a life of ease. After dinner, Zhang Yuanchun returned to her bed after a bath, her mind drifting back to the events of the day at school, filling her heart with uncontainable joy. Additionally, there is a statistic unknown even to Chinese football fans. There are 3 referees from China and 4 assistant referees officiating at this year's Asian Cup. At this moment, Xie Cheng had rented a boat to leisurely glide across the lake. Occasionally lifting his gaze, he caught sight of a graceful figure on the riverbank. A silhouette he could never mistake. Despite the heavy winter attire, he could still perceive the exquisite form reminiscent of that day at Xianghua Temple. The voice was sweet and soft, sending ripples through Zhang Longfei's heart, compelling him to respond impulsively. What's the big deal? I usually don't wear clothes. As he spoke, he audaciously scanned Kuer from head to toe. Zhang Salon was far from pleased with her son's name. However, at the time of registration, her husband insisted that a humble name would ensure prosperity. Their son had been frail since birth, even lacking a heartbeat initially, hence the name Yi Wuxin, which they believed would lead to great fortune in the future. Feng Shi remained unaware that her name had already appeared on the list of campus beauties at the Diyun Academy, her popularity rivaling that of Feng Yao. Undoubtedly, Su He's sudden excuse provided Su Qingtian with an avenue for retreat. Mo Yanfei furrowed her brow, though she did not fully comprehend her mother. She understood herself well enough to know that if Zhang Laosi dared to act so recklessly, she would not indulge him. When witnessing a villager poised to toss white snow into the river, I swiftly intervened with a kick, knocking the villager down. The enthusiastic new students toured the campus of Lanzhou University before boarding a vehicle to the Huashan Martyr Cemetery outside the West Gate, where they paid tribute to the revolutionary martyrs interred there, absorbing lessons in patriotism. Chapter 68, Truly Lacking in Decorum. This series of attacks was not a blind assault, but rather a deliberate targeting of the bizarre flesh and blood organization affixed to the Night of Annihilation. Influenced by spiritual turmoil, they had weakened significantly. However, due to the nearly universally dark and grim nature of the original animation, the tales penned by the beloved warrior Lao Su were commendable, yet excessively mature. After interviewing Zhang Yang, the reporter proceeded to interview Iverson, relaying Zhang Yang's remarks to him. Her visage inherited her mother Zhang Yuqing's oval face, characterized by fair skin, while her slender eyes and willow-like eyebrows were gifts from her father Li Lei, endowing her with an air of heroism. Coldly surveying the higher-ups present, Lu Xian took a deep breath and spoke in a chilling tone. The true antagonist, Lao Chongzi, was characterized as a remnant of the previous dynasty, the very villain the protagonist yearned to vanquish upon traversing into this realm. Granny Qin had long been confirmed to serve the Grand Princess. Otherwise, she would have been sent away from the palace by the time the Grand Princess turned 1. It seemed that communication with the people of this empire was futile. In addition to investigating the earlier measuring device, Liang resolved to uncover the origins of this emperor. When Lu Xian had just accepted him as a disciple, he believed he had finally found a supporter and could look forward to a better life. On another part of the deck, Dorothy caught sight of this scene. Tilting her head as if a vision flashed in her mind, she bit her lip and stealthily approached. This individual is truly unreasonable. As though every action taken by his side is entirely justified, he brazenly intrudes upon another's territory, asserting his right without a hint of hesitation, all while evading any interference. The moniker-tailing bug bestowed by Qi Zhou was not unfounded. After spending countless days in each other's company for reasons unknown, Shi Yu felt an inexplicable sense of comfort upon seeing the sturdy silhouette of the towering figure. Having traversed merely 100 miles, Tamik detected a gaze filled with murderous intent directed towards them from below. Could it be that the forces of the British Empire have claimed that territory, thereby rendering it part of their dominion? As the first half concluded, the sound signaling halftime echoed, prompting both sides to temporarily cease hostilities, and the players returned to their respective benches. You may rest and reflect here. I will contend with that nightmare demon. Edward, however, exhibited no signs of fatigue, consistently leading the charge ahead. General Stillwell appeared despondent as he remarked, "Indeed, General Foam, this is an exceedingly dire situation. The Japanese are utterly mad. Not only have they dispatched troops to Asia, but they have also ventured into North America. Should the Helm Monarch triumph in the future, there would be no need for further discussion. Yet should he prevail, the White King must manage his hellish kin, lest Edward take it upon himself to eliminate any threats." This reality incited discontent among many noblemen, who silently grumbled yet dared not confront the matter directly, relegating themselves to corners of frustration. Among them, a second-generation heir mustered the courage to belittle this enigmatic figure, but recoiled in fear at a mere glance from Edward. Following the elder's words, several educators behind her nodded in agreement. Although Delis was not on par with Dillo in rank, Delis's magical prowess was formidable, and as a warrior, Dillo was likely to be toyed with until his defeat. I readily concurred, my heart filled with anticipation for home, yearning to return swiftly, as though someone awaited me there. Simultaneously, I recognized that I had little family left, and those I did had not been in contact for many years. Nightfall was utterly powerless, having not inherited the enchanting song of the merfolk or orcs, remaining mute until 3 years hence. The description of its voice as eerie and terrifying would likely be an understatement. The shadowy figure spoke in a rasp, akin to a throat that had been severed and reattached. As Lu Mingquan reached the wall, before he could climb over, a dozen middle-aged men in plain clothes, armed with guns, suddenly emerged from the corridors on either side. 10 minutes later, Jiolong Dong's phone rang once more. The caller was Chen Baihu, the most disinclined to mediate disputes in the entire Xinhe district. After all, Zhao Gongming and he were sworn brothers, and he would not disclose this matter. As for why the Kongxian trio feared the Hou Yi trio, the exit was blocked solidly by bricks and concrete debris. Ling Xiao ascended to the highest point and pressed his ear against a concrete slab to listen for sounds from outside. After a while, he heard nothing, which further soured his mood. When I accompanied her home, I realized that her grandmother's house was not far from mine. As we parted, Qian Yuan remarked that the next time we meet, she would present a completely transformed self, having decided to end her relationship with Fuji-san and to embrace strength. I was astonished to see a 6-year-old child contemplating such matters. It is no wonder she bears the Uchiha name. The local beastmen on this island are remarkably hospitable and may be eager to welcome them into their tribe. Such fortunate opportunities are rare and precious. The hall, following the recent clash, had descended into a state of utter disarray, with most of the seating and decor utterly destroyed. Yifeng cast a careful glance at Qi Nan but chose not to speak further, watching Yu Su tidy up before preparing to take his leave. Chu Rui narrowed his eyes. Despite the emperor's concealed presence, his keen senses detected it immediately. Perhaps that white-haired youth would glean some clues from his subordinates, yet to him, it mattered little, as long as there was no irrefutable evidence against him. Chapter 69. I no longer want either Jimu Yang or you. All that needed to be said has been articulated, and what should not have been said has been uttered. To continue would be to descend into impropriety. Everyone is perceptive and possesses their own discernment. Perhaps due to her proximity to death, her strength surged, gripping Xue Ming's foot and refusing to let go. Jian Yang had already unequivocally stated his position, no longer considering her of any significance. The somber, oppressive, and somewhat cold tones resonated with his character. She surveyed the entire office before approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, arms crossed, gazing at the scenery outside. The city unfolded before her, with azure skies and wispy clouds, evoking the essence of summer. Before she could fully process this thought, a large bird joyfully fluttered over, wrapping its wings around her. Wasn't it merely a cesarean section and a hospital discharge? Why such a grand spectacle and so many people to greet her? The purple sleeves of Mu Jin were torn open, and the black bat was forcefully struck by Shi Lingjing, dropping a piece of meat to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. How annoying. Why bring up such matters? Yu Xiaomei lowered her head, seeking refuge in his embrace, reluctant to leave. He was well aware that Wan Mingwei was willing to marry him for the sake of her family, even having proactively arranged meetings with him multiple times, revealing her earnest intentions. As soon as the words left his mouth, all eyes shifted from Li Buwang to the general, eager to discover how he would address the situation. Undoubtedly, under the overwhelming force of the chaotic divine stone, the great wilderness spirit god spear was utterly powerless to withstand it. After all, it was the primordial divine stone of the ancient star domain, infused with planar laws and divine essence, wielding extraordinary power. Thinking of leaving? It would not be that simple. Enrique held the moon goddess staff in his left hand, lightly tapping the shaft with his pale right hand. A slender beam of white light shot forth from the top of the staff, racing towards the fleeing Shadow Slayer. Everyone is well aware that the realm of finance is particularly prone to issues, as human nature is inherently greedy. Each year, our company encounters various instances of financial shortfall. Naturally, profit prevails more often than not. However, under my stewardship, I am resolute in preventing such occurrences, striving to maintain our fiscal integrity. The middle-aged man spoke with an air of pride. In this light, my musings about the Empress resonate somewhat. Those blood-swallow nests and the soup are undoubtedly infused with some unknown substance, which has rendered Her Majesty unable to relinquish her hold, resulting in a calamity that has befallen the unborn child and caused the early demise of the Crown Prince. Perhaps it is not mere coincidence. I have always felt that the Mirror of Annihilation is far from ordinary. Given its esteemed rank among the second-grade celestial artifacts, it is certainly no trivial matter, and the star and moon jade may not prove to be its equal. Xuehao's brow furrowed slightly, a grave sheen emerging in his eyes. It is indeed Dongfang Shao, he exclaimed in disbelief. This figure is familiar to him, having previously restrained his own fluctuating powers during the competition. Zhou Bingren nodded, confirming that the Firefly had not spoken falsely. Since this location exists in the capital, it is quite plausible that Tang Kwa is indeed confined here. As the Divine Kings surged into the Divine Tower, a profound and tumultuous space erupted forth, resembling the vastness of a starry sky. With its temporal and spatial laws defying the control of the Divine Kings, casting them about at will. Upon witnessing the approach of the Blood Corpse, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, letting out a collective roar as they brandished their weapons and charged forward. Madame opened the refrigerator in the kitchen, seemingly unsatisfied with its contents, although fresh beef had just been delivered. Xia Zimo, in the restroom, cradled her suit and caught a faint whiff of perfume that felt oddly familiar, prompting her to bring it closer to her nose for a better inhale. Suddenly, she collapsed, her frail body falling to the ground, her long black hair cascading like spilled ink. Didn't we agree that you would take me with you wherever you go? Mu Beichen glanced into Wen Xin's eyes, then at her prominent belly, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. On one hand, he felt compelled to honor his promise to Wen Xin to take her anywhere. On the other, he wished to shield her from witnessing the moment he took a life. Nevertheless, seeing Xia Zimo return to work brought Han Yi joy, though he soon stepped out again. Chen Feng, our actions are driven by necessity. We do not genuinely wish to be your adversaries. It is the Zero King who has incited us to act against you. Even the first Ninth King, when faced with the threat of death, could not maintain his composure and audibly pleaded for mercy. He had intended to invite the Empress of Beichen country today, but unexpectedly, Emperor Bailey Chenfeng came in her stead, indicating her significant place in his heart. This insight could very well be leveraged to our advantage. The terrifying figure of the Demon King began to cast a vast psychological shadow over them. The blood of the giant gold cultivators stained the blade of the ancient sword of heavenly punishment, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ziqian is also a formidable warrior of the one-star martial saint rank, and his strike exhibited considerable might. He grasped the chain resting on the counter, simultaneously dragging a barstool closer, preparing to settle down. An eerie, crimson river transformed into an awe-inspiring serpent, coiling and hissing behind Lu Dian. Concurrently, a surge of power materialized into a blood-red hand, eclipsing the heavens as it descended upon the Lord of September City. In the sky, over 100 ice mayflies, grouped in sets of 12, took turns unleashing frosty breaths upon the ground, rendering it as unyielding as steel. Upon entering the living room, they were struck by the opulent ceramic tiles, contrasting sharply with their humble footwear, which made Zhang Yi and his companions hesitate to tread upon them. The crystal chandelier overhead sparkled brilliantly, while the ebony furniture invigorated the senses, rendering the exquisite luxury of the space almost indescribable. Zhang Yi, devoted to filial piety, had recently lost his father and, overwhelmed by grief, had fainted. It was only through his aunt's constant prayers before their ancestor's spirit tablet that he found solace and protection. Chapter 70. A disregard for martial virtue. The team members suspected that he was not training his subordinates but rather wishing for their demise. This was a matter for Uncle Meng to clarify, as the funds were in his control and thus he should account for their whereabouts. I effortlessly returned the ball with a kick. Indeed, Sisters Yi Yueyu and Yi Yuejia accepted their chosen swords, following Ao Yin's instructions, each letting a drop of blood fall upon their blades. And Yinrong smiled, gently exhaling a smoke ring and watching it dissipate into the air before turning her gaze to Luo Min. Did you speak the truth? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Under the burning of the soul's flame, Luo could not believe that the fearful Laliro would utter falsehoods. Unsure of what to think, Luo shifted her attention to Ao Yin. Gu Qingyi, observing that Xiao Yongye had not answered directly, felt increasingly convinced of his suspicions and chuckled as he turned to leave. Gu Yongye contemplated that if Prince Cheng truly had feelings for the second young lady, it might be prudent to facilitate their union, allowing her to be a concubine, which would be her own fortune. Gu Yongye smirked, dismissing further thoughts, merely acknowledging the difficulties faced by Prince Chun and lamenting the plight of the Kwekeki Han King. Since his father's passing, he had not taken any photographs, only resorting to those of his student ID. Returning home, her spirits lifted. She felt accomplished as she had played the matchmaker, untangling the threads that had bound the two together. Upon his return to the Zhao residence, Zhao Yi had yet to share with Zhao Yun the events at He Jin's estate when a soldier entered the hall, announcing He Jin's visit. Clearly, this ninth brother was already under the control of his palace attendants, unable to escape. If he so desired, he could easily extinguish Feng Zhou's life. Though Xing Changyi wished to cultivate a friendship with Zheng Rui, he could not overlook Rui's demeanor, which was indifferent even towards his own brother. It seemed he would have little patience for his second uncle as well. Captain, this cannot continue. The paths of exit and entry converge here, making it utterly impossible for us to distinguish between them. Kong Lao's voice resonated with helplessness. Xiao Yin smiled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Regardless of the circumstances, the thought of absorbing the primordial imperial energy from deceased bodies was unsettling for anyone. Subsequently, the three engaged in a lively conversation over drinks, reminiscing about the past 2 years of separation. Topics flowed effortlessly, ranging from the rebirth of ancient emperors to the significant movements of the Thundercloud clan, and even the awakening of the 9 disciples of the Ming-Yin divine realm, each a weighty subject. The mental prowess of a Xin-level feng shui master allowed for only 5 engravings in a single day. Upon reaching this limit, fatigue would set in, hindering any further efforts. Thus, to successfully complete a single talisman, a Xin-level feng shui master must engage in continuous engraving for 20 days without interruption. Qing Wei remained perplexed by such progress. Yet it seemed that all was moving in a favorable direction. Currently, there were merely 5,000 mobile cavalry remaining in Guangning County. Should those soldiers fail to sway Zhao, Su Bu would lead his troops to attack Guangning City, launching a coordinated assault from both within and outside the city against the imperial forces. Lost in thought, Yi Wu's astonished voice suddenly broke the silence. Shi Hai looked up to see Yi Wu striding confidently towards him. Moreover, should a research team be assembled, the later stages would focus less on design, allowing those in such roles to transition seamlessly into mobile game development, thus avoiding idleness. Time passed, and 480 million particles transformed into crimson crystals, each resembling a vast world that consumed chaotic energy to sustain itself, facing the powerful beings of the primordial chaos. The ancestor dragon sighed deeply before introducing this esteemed Taoist to the multitude. Dana could not help but lean back in his chair, pinching his brow. At times, he envied Sarutobi Sasuke for having a dependable partner to share the burdensome tasks. At that moment, Zhao Peng wished to voice something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. Have you ever considered whether the most crucial evidence would come from CEO Liu himself, should he be willing to testify? Privately, he also instructed Bai Yi to secure additional sponsorship to amplify the spectacle. After all, Guangda had spent a few leisurely days in the village, perhaps out of guilt, frequently seeking counsel from Xiangyi and Zhenxi. Although no substantial progress was made, the shift in attitude was evident to all. Another figure clad in black, witnessing his companion's injury, immediately drew a weapon and aimed it at Lin Feng. Lu Zhong, the notorious antagonist of this world, possessed the ability of disguise, capable of transforming into any form he desired. Unable to invest further, President Lan found that the original vacancies in the business department were already occupied, leaving him with no choice but to approach President Liu for a transfer. Very well. For the sake of Yin Hong, we shall grant him this one reprieve. Shenlan, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately consented to the course of action proposed by Shui Yun and Qing Er. You are aware that the emperor would not impose his will upon you, nor disregard your desires. Yet, if you still acquiesce to the emperor's wishes, Does that not imply that you have already harbored feelings for ninth brother? On the following day, under the arrangements of Yi, more than 30 disciples, including Chu Xing, Lin Shu, Chu Gong, and Huang Ting, accompanied Yuhan. It was said that during these days when Yuhan was unable to wield his magical powers, their presence would provide better protection for him and bolster their collective strength. I could not help but inquire of Tai Dan, is there any way to rid oneself of the paladin profession? Let go, Zhang Xiaoyu said calmly. Yet the underlying fury in those two words was unmistakable. He raised his head, smiled faintly, and nodded in acknowledgement, greeting me. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt an immense joy. The presence of such a prominent star in his flower shop was indeed an honor. Liang Fei and Qing Er were both lost in their thoughts, remaining silent. After Qing Er had agreed to Liang Fei, the latter felt a slight easing of her worries. Although the awaited day still seemed far off, she had found renewed hope. Chapter 71. Remembering the past, learning for the future. Fortunately, my grasp of strength and angle was proficient, and with our numbers, everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Zhang Meishi understood Robert's threat. He intended to turn her into a test subject, possibly taking her to the operating table to cut open her chest and extract her organs one by one without anesthesia. She attempted to rise and explain, but, forgetting her body was weak and sore, her arms lacked the strength to lift her, causing her to fall back, only to be caught by Lot beside her. One must cherish their own body to escape the palace. Since Yan Sha would not accompany her, she quietly summoned the imperial physician to diagnose her pulse. Suspecting that her unusual condition might stem from having ingested vermilion poison. The next day, the southeastern cultivation realm buzzed with the news that Jiang Feng, the seemingly weak master of Kaiyang Fairy Cave, who did not even possess the ability to form talismans, had astonishingly defeated Zhu Ming, a formidable opponent in the talisman realm, leaving the cultivators in the southeast in awe. Whenever someone uttered the word fool in her presence, she would automatically associate it with mockery regarding her having given birth to a foolish child. Her eyes reddened, and she sprang up from the ground like an agitated hen. Come and try, she exclaimed defiantly. I have attempted every conceivable endeavor in this world. Wu Lu shouted. Cold Moon intervened, separating me from Shun Dali, squeezing between us, and brandishing chopsticks horizontally before us. Mu Feng found himself captivated by Zhao Lin's words, almost wishing to seize her and leave. However, under the scrutiny of many eyes, he had to restrain himself. Resolute in their decision, the two remained hidden beneath the tree, unresponsive to the indigenous shouts across from them, treating the noise as if it were merely dogs barking. Xu Hui had also been suppressing her emotions for too long. She wept profusely in Tu Hengsha's embrace until they finally arrived at the hospital. He then switched on the light, got out of bed, and began to gather the scattered clothes around him to put on. Thus, despite her and Yin Su being professionals, should a high-level demon appear, it would not only be a challenge to triumph but also a question of whether they could preserve their lives. After exchanging a glance with Winnow, Tanaka ultimately focused his gaze on the composed Ashia Hiyu. The outcome of their predicament hinged entirely on her ability to navigate the situation. Otherwise, their most favorable fate would be to endure indefinite rehabilitation, contingent upon their survival. Meanwhile, Gong Mingyuan nodded absent-mindedly, yet his mind was preoccupied with Shin Nua's words, believing that once he recovered, everything would be resolved. This fool, she realized only after entering, had been shielding her with his own body for protection. Xia Weilo was taken aback, astonished that Bai Yinshin would express such sentiments. He was clearly indicating that she should no longer use gratitude to bind him, for he owed the Zhou family nothing. The man, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded a chilling and ascetic aura as he walked. Upon receiving their mission, the players erupted into an inexplicable fervor, shouting about the lucrative large-scale dungeon while adorning themselves with various perilous items, many of which were restricted by Bruce. After all, their previous intent was merely to maintain the stability of Fish City, not to raze it to the ground. The three of them convened with the other esteemed elders of the Imperial Palace, soaring towards the entrance of the Taoist realm's secret domain. However, only someone of Bai Chan stature, from a prominent family, could look down upon those adorned in ostentatious gold. Damn it, how could he kill me in the revival point? The chaotic demon cursed. As her palms targeted another cloaked figure, the tall and lean Zhu Wuning stepped forward, shielding the black-clad man. Lin Ronghua instructed Zhang Yintian to continue accompanying the Wang couple as they strolled through the streets, while she assisted her husband back to the clinic, where a doctor examined Zhang Yi, administered some medication, and refrained from disturbing the resting Zhang Xiao. After a brief respite, they sought out Wang Qing, purchasing various items before returning together. After a while, Li Yin awakened, a routine he followed almost daily, staring motionless ahead. His Majesty the King suffered from insomnia. Unable to sleep soundly, and even when he awoke, he was merely startled and dispirited, yet still managed to maintain his health and sustenance. Glancing at the spatial ring containing 3 souls, Chu Feng felt somewhat speechless, promptly storing it away before departing from that realm. In that case, I shall take my leave, Yu Xing remarked, making his way outside. Last night, we received word that upon returning, the Sun Sect and Moon Sect merged into one, the Yin-Yang Sect. Yi Jian took a sip of tea. Furthermore, if he were to sit down, how should he position himself? Should he take the far left of the sofa, maintaining distance from Cui Zhixuan, or should he sit beside him? Even the monumental work Drunken Three Kingdoms, which he had never watched, had caught his attention. Who could have anticipated that the man would simply run away? Now, everything was essentially clear. The puppet master behind the scenes was Luya, with the objective of summoning celestial beings, thus setting the stage. The film's total box office revenue, according to the latest projections on Maudo, has now reached an impressive 700 million. Standing quietly to the side, Shen Yin gazed at the two with a sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of an old father watching his pig learn to forage for cabbage. As memories grew increasingly hazy, her disappointment in Gu Shao deepened day by day, and by the second day of her rebirth, her fondness for him had diminished considerably. Upon witnessing a streak of light dart across the sky and then return, Su Huan and Wu Gingxian were jolted as they awaited outside the door. Only after it flew away again did they finally enter. Chapter 72, Don't Run Around. Wait for me at the door. The person in the dry well gazes up at the vast cosmos, while those who hold dominion over the world merely survey the high walls that confine them. The individuals within the palace merely serve as a fayade, a shield for you. The true architect of this empire's destiny is none other than you, the calamity that disrupts the great Qin, the wandering star of misfortune. As Tian Yin remarked, from a distance, he noticed that the dog he had brought was avoiding him, as others believed that their own dog was too good to play with a mutt, feeling it beneath their dignity. Due to the necessity of attending to the deceased's injuries, Zhu Pingjin was compelled to alter her itinerary and stay overnight at Feishan Pass. You have achieved merit this time. Zhu Pingjin acknowledged Qin Yi with a nod. Recommended by the venerable Grand Eunuch Chao, Qin Yi was indeed quite capable, possessing an innate aptitude for leadership in covert operations. Consequently, some scions of prominent families emerged to stroll about, among them a young gentleman in a white robe, accompanied by only 2 household guards, seemingly meandering without purpose. Before him stood several bronze and ebony automata, which, after a century of silence, now revealed their menacing blood-red eyes. Lin Yuming was quite confident in his assessment. Even if this project were to be signed, it was likely to involve pre-financing and a majority of deceitful dealings. A myriad of thoughts surged within Lin Yuming as he pondered the significance of Xiao Bing's arrival. Was she sent by the chairman, or had she simply come to indulge in leisure? How should he approach her? Warmly, politely, or with a respectful distance? With these 2 role models before him, Zhou Chong found himself utterly devoted to Fang Yu and hastily sought to visit her parents. The revelation of Yu Pinwang's identity as the founder of Yipinwang had led to Zhou Chong witnessing an influx of affection from numerous senior and junior female students, even beautiful aunts, which stirred something within him. Just as he completed all these arrangements, he suddenly lifted his head, as if discovering something in the distance. A spiritual vessel emerged on the horizon. He was genuinely concerned that Bei, Yishio, and Piaoxua might also be dragged into the line of fire. Who are you? Do you even know what you are doing? Lai Feng finally regained his senses, realizing that these individuals were not those arranged by his uncle. If something were amiss in Shushan, those black-robed figures could very well be sent from there to hunt down Lu Chang'e. Although the discussions among classmates were intentionally suppressed, when gathered together, anyone with functioning ears could still hear them clearly. Upon entering the main camp, Luo Fong remained unaware of the thoughts harbored by the leading guard escorting them. In a fleeting moment, all clues converged, leaving one to ponder. Who, aside from Ling Ruoxue, could account for the rapid ascendance of the Ling divine sect within mere years? Consequently, those sects ranking just below this one would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to supplant them. A venture fraught with peril. It appeared that a layer of energy enveloped the skies above the mechanical star. What could this phenomenon be? Wu Tian gazed at the energy barrier above with a perplexed expression. Among the onlookers, some cultivators deliberately spread rumors. ostentatiously praising the Jade Void Palace while subtly belittling Kunlun Void. Observing the second princess's discomfiture, Mingnan felt a surge of satisfaction. For she often disparaged the Shangwan family within the palace, where most members were men, as Yang Shiming was not the true matriarch. She was naturally precluded from attending royal banquets. Ling Shi, witnessing her indolence, shook his head in resignation and proceeded to the bathroom to fill the tub with warm water. Once the water was nearly ready, he added lavender essential oil and bubble bath. Feng Wanhua followed. For his departure would not significantly impact the Beast clan as it would for the Human clan. Just as the last syllable escaped his lips, Gu Weiran vanished from the doorway, leaving Ling Jiajia helplessly leaning against her head, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. In private, the factory director's resolve proved less steadfast than Captain America's shield, scratching his head with a sheepish expression. Synthesizing information relayed by drones alongside the reconnaissance efforts of Huzi and his team, Yichun gained a lucid understanding. The enemy had divided their forces. While a buying frenzy could be incited here, how many locations had Cui Yu already ignited with such fervor? Lin Zhao's expression transformed into one of enlightenment as he vigorously nodded, followed by a beaming smile. After a notably authoritative explanation, the atmosphere surged once more with chants of team names. Indeed, Wang Feng was not to be trifled with. The fact that President Wang had chosen her as the one to steal secrets indicated he recognized her capabilities. Gu Manman raised her gaze and calmly assessed the situation. With a decisive thud, Zhang Xiege slammed the door shut and resumed the act of reloading a spent shell. "You will confront Long Zhantian in Long City," said Yu Yuran, her voice tinged with apprehension. Thus, after 3 days of contemplation atop Mount Amei, Qin Bai resolved on his next course of action, a journey to the legendary realm described as the horrific underworld, the realm of the dead. What remained were endless traps, deceptive shells, and the machinations of the king of demonic potions. Upon arriving at the Taosno, one villa, Qin Bai could distinctly sense an unusual atmosphere permeating the grand residence. The power of the phoenix could bestow its wielder with unparalleled speed, even achieving the speed of light, provided the user's body could withstand it. Reaching her level of cultivation, ordinary elixirs had lost their efficacy. Only rare medicinal treasures could heal her. In the direction of the 4 divine temples, the 4 elders were momentarily taken aback by Wang Shiden's fortune before their gazes converged on a particular point, uttering soft exclamations of surprise. Across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a Boeing 777 operated by American Airlines glided through the azure sky, leaving behind a long, trailing white line. In Chapter 73, "Those who commit great injustice will ultimately perish," Feng Yu paused for a moment, deep in thought. He had sensed the unexpected occurrence long before, but had chosen to remain silent. Now, witnessing 2 individuals advance ahead, he sought to validate his suspicions and refrained from approaching them. When she departed, she appeared fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Accompanied by her parents and her distinguished uncle, Chairman Chun, who took time from his busy schedule to assist her with her luggage, she was enveloped in familial support. For an extended period, Zhu Ziqiang had maintained a stance of neutrality and silence, yet he was now stirred to action. With a movement of his fist, he surged forward. He intended to inform Rong Ruo of the situation, hoping she would summon Rong Ru and Nalen, allowing him, as her brother-in-law, to play the role of a benefactor by settling debts with Yao Tianmu, a familial obligation he deemed more acceptable than other debts. Uncertain of how to console her in this predicament, he felt that silence might be the only solace. Consequently, throughout their journey, the normally chatty pair exchanged not a single word. As Gai Zetian relinquished control over his primal instincts, the ancient flame lion let out a resounding roar, conjuring countless phantoms that formed an awe-inspiring array, unleashing an unparalleled surge of energy that bore down on Zhu Yuan without reservation. There are myriad ways to be reborn. And Cheng De confined himself in his mother's room for an entire day, surrounded by her familiar essence. After spending half a day perched in a tree, he gradually descended to the ground, slowly ascending the mountainside. Yi Junlang had unleashed his utmost combat prowess, yet was ultimately no match for the sacred flame. The disparity in their martial realms was insurmountable. The great Zhou Demon Emperor lifted his gaze to Yi Xian. The overwhelming pressure cultivated from his prolonged position of power was palpable, instilling within Yi Xian a profound sense of strain, a testament to the superlative confidence born of authority, radiating an extraordinary aura that set him apart from the ordinary. Of course, she had inquired of another classmate, Zheng Qiaya, who appeared quite fierce, leaving her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Liang Lezhu scrutinized Liang Dahai, her sixth sense whispering that this matter was undoubtedly intertwined with him. Anna stood frozen in astonishment, her vigilant gaze fixating on the symbol. Nestled between her thumb and the greeting card, Su Jinxiu was genuinely frightened and on guard. Her animosity towards Bai Chenghao was both palpable and earnest. Typically, music companies focus solely on the production and recording of albums, while the transformation of those albums into countless products on store shelves is the domain of distribution companies. Yi Xian also noticed the unusual commotion and promptly shouted, "Daoist, please do not engage." As he called out, he stepped forward, unwilling to conceal himself any longer, fearing that this sinister force might extinguish him without hesitation. By taking the initiative to appear, he hoped to evade a grim fate. In 1985, the China Optical Association was established here, followed by the founding of the nation's first optical research institute. Lu Kaiqing felt the dawn of a new day and opened her eyes, only to be startled by a magnified face before her, causing her to quickly shut her eyes again, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. At that moment, Shiman Mingho swung a fist, striking Feng Zihong's handsome face with a resounding thud, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, he was surrounded by a throng of people, glimmering blades flashing dangerously close to his face, yet Huang Banxian remained unfazed. Changshan County, the ancestral home of Zhao Yun, though regrettably, Zhao Yun was born into a humble family, which limited his influence. "Mom, we have free breakfast." Qiu glanced at Yin Shenfeng behind Shen Lingfei, and after Yin Shenfeng gestured a reassuring sign, Qiu finally smiled with relief. By the lakeside stood several weeping willows, their slender branches swaying gently in the breeze, sending ripples across the mirror-like surface of the lake, a sight most enchanting. It was midday, with the fiery sun blazing high above, radiating intense light that scorched the earth below. The temperature within this life and death space was exceedingly high, enough to wither an ordinary person under its relentless heat. Some matters cannot simply be evaded, Yi Weian lamented helplessly. However, it appeared that all of this was merely a ruse by the enigmatic demon clan. Their true intention was not the red shuttle, which was but a trivial distraction, while Wang Cheng clearly aimed to divert Wang Yi's attention, creating an illusory specter that swiftly approached the blood-red well. Such a scene signified an assault with a forbidden weapon of 10-fold or 20-fold the strength of the previous attack. Zhuo Juni, being a doctor, harbored an insatiable curiosity for medical knowledge above all else. "Oh, godmother, I did not misspeak. This is my godfather, and you, as his wife, naturally, are my godmother. Please allow me to pay my respects," she exclaimed, bowing down to the ground in reverence. "Impossible. At your level, you cannot kill Hugo. You must have employed some despicable, insidious scheme," Basby roared, as if deeply insulted. Thus, on the day of departure, 3 carriages could be seen stationed before the Duke's residence, making their way towards Biyun Peak under the curious gazes of onlookers. "Masters, we must not hesitate any longer. Ma Lu has already made his intentions clear. If we do not agree to submit within 3 days, they will eliminate us outright, leaving us no chance for survival." The bandits clamored relentlessly. "You are Rao Peyo?" Rancinian suppressed his overwhelming joy, striving for calm as he inquired, eager to confirm whether he had indeed not misjudged, wondering if his facial blindness showed signs of improvement. Chapter 74, The Deceptive Tongue of Men. It was not just her fear of death. The others left behind by the esteemed and Yuesian had also been silenced. Otherwise, they would not have exerted such effort to prevent others from inheriting an Yuesian's legacy. Several times, he narrowly escaped the clutches of that old monster, compelled to take extraordinary risks and employ the secret technique of blood shadow escape, which allowed him to finally elude his pursuer. "Thank you for your warning, but it is you who should consider retreating," Wu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 saints shifted dramatically, prompting them to hastily follow in Luo Feng's footsteps, with the 4 divine beasts, including the azure dragon, closely trailing behind. A hint of embarrassment flickered across the face of the white bone-old demon. It was not that he refrained from striking, but rather that he had no opportunity to do so. Zhao Bufan ceased further discussion, raising his right hand, from which a dark, turtle shell-like star plate emerged and soared into the air. His fists collided powerfully in the void, resulting in a thunderous clash between 2 colossal entities formed from the essence of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiu's handsome visage was suffused with murderous intent, his sword-like brows furrowed, emanating an imposing aura as he bellowed and charged towards Su Huang. One could envision that as the older generation of powerful beings gradually withdrew, the Yi family would soon confront a situation devoid of successors. Young master, I believe it is prudent to refrain from taking action for now. We should return and report this matter to the family head. This concerns the honor and disgrace of the Wan family, and the elder will undoubtedly take measures, rest assured. The young master shall have his vengeance, Shobo suggested gravely. No, I understand. When my kin were imprisoned and slaughtered, my hatred for them was profound. However, slaying them will not restore my family. Ling Huyu shook her head, hoping that Gui Dai could let go of everything and begin anew. Finding a reference point made things considerably easier. He aimed the gun directly at the doorway where potential intruders might appear and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It seemed as though he merely sought to toy with them, having overturned their vessels without any intention to continue the assault. There is no room for negotiation. I can manage the jewelry exhibition on my own. It is not for others to dictate, Mr. Modis stated, his tone imbued with an irresistible authority. No. Even if you and the boss lady are martial artists, it is insufficient. Should anyone truly engage, they would undoubtedly be fully armed. No matter how formidable you are. Can you withstand bullets? Du shook his head. Upon hearing this, Li Chang finally managed to settle his racing heart. Yet such tales often concluded unfavorably. You see, this is the master one you all idolize. Is he truly so remarkable? She scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Wang Mu before mocking the surrounding crowd. Have you taken your leave? It seems you're off to eat hot pot. You might need to extend your time off. Zai Qing texted to confirm. Old Xia. It's your treat today, he declared imperiously before hanging up the phone. Before I could set down my device, the phone rang again. Upon returning home, I reclined on the sofa like a lazy shrimp, watching television and fiddling with my phone. On the table, a solitary steamed bun lay forlornly. It seemed that hunger truly does not lead to picky eating. My lord, you should not question these knights. Their convictions are even more steadfast than those of noble family knights. Rena furrowed her brow as she spoke. A truly ancient family, having amassed an overwhelming amount of power, embodies a terrifying arrogance. Even if Su Yin refrains from direct engagement, he can undoubtedly envision this sentiment in his heart. Qin Yin believes that, had it not been for his closest companions, discerning this would be an arduous task, even for Shun Qinyu and her associates. Recognizing him at first glance would likely prove challenging. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, scrutinizing each other's appearances, before turning their attention to Eli, preparing to express their gratitude. He understood that his cousin's visit today was far from a casual chat. Rather, it was surely of significant importance. Just as the Waha trademark, without substantial advertising funds, would scarcely be valued at more than 10,000 yuan. So it is, Guan Yu remarked. Dan Finjian surveyed the room, yet found no discernible clues. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. The outcome will ultimately depend on your own fortune, Yi Bu said. The adaptation of songs is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in enhancing the essence of the piece post-revision, elevating its artistic depth. Lin Lei, with remarkable keyboard proficiency, produced virtual sound effects while engaging the audience with his jovial banter. Bai Xiong was aware that although Musen Company primarily dealt in seedlings, its assets now approached 100 million yuan, and owning 40% of the shares amounted to over 40 million, a gift that inevitably stirred his interest. Regardless of whether Murong Land's intentions were genuine or feigned, what was once overlooked, discarded, or deemed unworthy could never be reclaimed. General, I truly cannot fathom this. Although there are numerous fog-like poisons, enveloping a camp spanning several dozen miles is utterly impossible. I cannot recall anything of the sort, Zhao Dianhuan stated after a prolonged contemplation. Shaking his head resolutely, two lecherous old men staggered into the valley, their arms draped around each other's shoulders, while other medical experts observed them in silence. The penetrative nature of the situation was somewhat overwhelming. The nurse's grip on the case file had become rigid as she slowly turned her gaze. Following this, Xian Lian leaped from the steps in front of the shop, and before Han Lai could fully comprehend her actions, he noticed a snake coiled around each of her arms. Time rewound to the moment Yi Sujuan appeared. Yiji's shock was fleeting, and upon realizing the troops were composed merely of commoners, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression was particularly serene, resembling that of a porcelain doll, as the dust around her sparkled increasingly, as if she carried starlight descending from the heavens. However, Li Mu discerned that this card bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, suggesting it was anything but simple. It would be fortunate if no connoisseurs were present at the scene. Chapter 75. This sum of money was a necessity for her. Upon Wu Zhongwang's declaration, the proposing demon clan nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Xiao Fan made a gesture to halt, and indeed, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. As Yu Beibei spoke, Madame Yu was suddenly reminded of her time in prison, her heart racing with fear. I told you there is nothing wrong. So stop asking me. It's quite bothersome, you know. Jiang Chujian replied with impatience. For instance, Lin Moer, the dear friend of Dongfang Ruoxua, manages the Shui Mo Xian, which has branches not only in Suzhou but also in major cities across Beijing, North China, and Southwest regions. A profound silence enveloped the room, for it was widely acknowledged that the demon race was exceedingly cruel. They would show no mercy simply because their prince was marrying the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. All right. Gu Xueqiao took a deep breath. Though impulsive by nature, she was also someone who took responsibility for her actions. So it was only fitting that she handled this matter herself. The dark magic from the other side shattered under the force of the sword intent, causing the surrounding space to erupt. And those carbonated drinks, those junk foods, do you realize the harm they inflict on children? How can you treat them as treasures to be given to kids? Yifeng exclaimed angrily, pointing at the 3 children consuming drinks and snacks. The players on both sides were bewildered, pondering whether AI Mudgela had been so traumatized by the deletion of his character that it drove him to madness. Leading the light cavalry into the fray, I was met with a howling northern wind, the tumultuous atmosphere starkly different from my previous experience within the formation. Following the tactical maneuvers taught by Guojia, I charged ahead with my troops. This was an astute remark. If Lu Feidong won, everything would be splendid. Even if he lost, he could claim he hadn't exerted his full potential, and it was highly likely that Yifeng would counter his hero, making it an impeccably diplomatic response. Upon hearing this, Cui Shanfu's expression darkened considerably, while the other ministers could not help but gasp in astonishment. What transpired yesterday was mere trifles. I only recall waking from my dream this morning, standing by the willow-lined bank under the remnants of the moonlit dawn. Guojia remarked with a smile. In Shun Kang's room, Meng Fanqing, still in her shoes, wrapped herself in a fragrant quilt made from tattered clothes and promptly fell into a deep slumber. As he spoke, he adjusted his flamboyant outfit and took out a folding fan, lightly waving it as he left, feigning elegance. Lin Qingji, trembling with fear, tossed another compressed biscuit into the coffin as if shooting a basketball and then leaned in to inspect it from a safe distance. Relieved to find that the biscuit remained unchanged, indicating all was well. After more than 200 days, Eddie had fully dealt with the gang leader and, as a result, achieved his goal of becoming a senator, now preparing for his next step toward a presidential election. Yifeng brought Lu Qianxuan to a Volvo dealership. Compared to other luxury brands, the Fade was rather modest and unremarkable. Shinkong got out of the car at the village entrance and, upon encountering locals, inquired about the families with the surname Li, eventually arriving at a thatched cottage as directed. Shinxian wore a guilty expression, which, to Xiaohan and others, was utterly distasteful. With merely a gentle touch, Chen Xiaojun sensed a subtle energy permeating through the fruit's skin, flowing into his body. In an instant, a wave of clarity and chill coursed from his fingertips to his right arm, and in a moment of dazed awareness, it felt as though a force had been infused within him. Lung Bingxin took a few steps forward, approaching the individual closest to her, and hurriedly placed the child in his arms. Master Zhao and his companions had been walking for what seemed like an eternity. This passage appeared endless, devoid of anything but the path stretching forward. The surroundings remained eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps and mingled breaths breaking the silence. As Xiaohan and Limon infiltrated the Winslow household for the second time, in another part of the police station's interrogation room, Lu Xiao was momentarily stunned, standing there like a fool, evidently caught off guard by this wandering spirit. He also heard He Xiuyu's voice. Dismounting his bicycle, Xiao Qingyu had long since jumped down. Could currency be earned through such means? Xiaohan pondered, having always believed that currency, like survival points, could only be obtained by participating in events. Yun Daohua remarked, Master, over a decade ago, I found myself in dire straits. Had it not been for your guidance, I would not have achieved what I have today. Hence I have come to repay the favor. Memories of the past flickered through his mind like smoke. For even though she once had an engagement with Qin Qinglang, they had never shared an intimate relationship. Her first experience was with Bai Qianma. Just moments ago, when the ink master received a phone call. She sensed a change in him, as if something was amiss. "Brother, let us fight," shouted Ho Zhanshan, his mountain-crushing hammer vibrating slightly, emanating waves of magical energy. Bai Qianma was held in high regard by the elders of the Bai family. Thus the bond between father and son was inevitably strained. After some contemplation, Fei decided against disturbing Mr. Shimos, as he intended to reflect on his future direction that evening rather than add to his woes. Sensing his gaze, Jianya, who was retracing her steps, glanced back at Yin Kai, who lay sprawled on the ground. Chapter 76. Uncarved wood is beyond sculpting. Today marks a momentous occasion. Having just finished a call with my wife, who is at her mother's home with the children, I feel at ease. This morning, it was announced that our nation would go to war against the Zhao Kingdom, and as a citizen of this country, I too shall be embroiled in the conflict. My wife informed me that the call for war resonates strongly within the homeland. At this very moment, the gloomy expressions on Xue Rubing and Xue Xiaoyun's faces vanished, replaced by an exhilarating fervor. He had a premonition that ultimately, he would need the creation jade talisman. Thus it was imperative to begin gathering primal energy forthwith. Zhao Xian cast a deep glance at his seemingly earnest nephew before turning away with nonchalance. About an hour later, as the clock approached midnight, Zhao Kai, resembling a snowman, trembled and knelt before Zhao Xian. Even if Columbus did not witness the opulence he envisioned, he would still announce to Spain and the world that he had discovered the Indies. Leaning against the headboard, Ning Yi unknowingly succumbed to slumber, drifting into a peculiar dream devoid of coherence. Long Yin observed Gui Jia's impassive countenance, uncertain whether he had absorbed the words spoken, a wave of unease washing over him. Instantly, he drew a dagger from his waist, startling Zhang Liao, while Wu Song swiftly unsheathed his sword. Emerging from the murky hall, a gentle spring breeze, imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass, caressed my face, alleviating my restless spirit. The lords of the federal city could no longer stir up any significant turbulence. The amalgamation of the city had become an established fact, leaving the subsequent matters for Zheng Guofeng to ponder. Zhao Jie, stroking his bald head, shook it in confusion. "Lady Yu, do not attempt to provoke me with your words. I, Zhao Jie, am no fool. If you have a purpose, simply articulate it." With that, his gaze burned intensely upon me and Mou. Jiang Wu was taken aback, yet soon realized there was nothing peculiar about it, for she had never intended to embody the character of the original owner. Her demeanor was markedly different, and it was no surprise that Xie Zhang had discerned this. A sudden rush of warmth surged within me, as Sun Yin's face blossomed with a smile, her arms tightening around the warm, delicate figure in her embrace. "I have awaited Zhang Lang for a century. Now that I have finally encountered him, why do you obstruct my path to happiness with Zhang Lang?" she shrieked, revealing a face of sorrow from her flowing sleeves, her gaze fixed upon Wu Sui with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. The night had grown late. The air had turned somewhat chilly, and the sheep, having feasted to their fill, were gradually succumbing to deep slumber. Fei Sai exhibited remarkable vigilance, daring not to let his guard down while pursuing the Liu brothers. Lu Zetian noted that Fei Sai's speed had noticeably diminished compared to the outset, his eyes occasionally darting in this direction, for the concealed weapon had originated from here. The Mad Tiger Gang was constructed against the mountains, heavily fortified, prepared from the day of its establishment to withstand the relentless assaults of the Blood Wolf Gang. Each level was governed by different overseers, who operated independently of one another, each wielding equivalent authority. They had perused similar materials before, often dismissing them as mere jest, with some even using such things to ridicule the pseudo-historical factions. The accounts were well articulated, particularly that of the eyewitness. After reading through Lu Lin's narrative, one might almost mistake it for their own experience. How much? Everyone was alert, eyes fixed in anticipation, for their standing was to be determined through their achievements. It was still Mingyue who intervened, urging the crowd to remain calm. Huang Liang had repeatedly provoked the anti-Zhao faction in public, an act not limited to 1 or 2 occasions. Should a conflict arise recklessly, it would only serve to empower him. After a straightforward explanation from the enigmatic figure, and with the consent of Yi Qingjue, they utilized medication to extricate the child from Luo Wuxing's body. During the process, Luo Wuxing, already on the brink of death, suffered significant blood loss. Distrusting Mingyue, Yi Qingjue could only repeatedly place his hopes in the realm of illusion. Lin Wei, whose face typically bore a gentle smile, now morphed into a mask of ferocity. He knew he must demonstrate his true prowess. Having just assumed the position of the leader of the shield, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of embarrassment before their own members. Even the most astute individuals would likely find it unbearable. A kiss traced from Luo Wuxing's eyes to her nose, finally resting upon her lips. Yi Qingjue held Luo Wuxing's hand, gazing quietly, awaiting her awakening. As Ning Fuchan approached the antique market, he sensed something was amiss. Typically bustling with vendors and stalls, the throngs today were overwhelming. Was something amiss? There need not be a reason. Why must there always be an explanation? The prohibition against leaving was simply that, no leaving. Mei Zhaoling's icy demeanor turned towards him with ire. At that moment, he squatted down on the spot, retrieving fish and shrimp from the basket, cradling them in his hands, offering them up. In that instant, the staff meticulously arranged the artworks, with those deemed unworthy naturally being removed. The armored horse king itself was a rare breed, endowed with an innate memory tied to the very essence of the world. The expression upon that handsome face resembled that of a child engaged in mischief, devoid of any guilt, appearing exceedingly innocent. It was only upon a reminder from Jing Wangduan that he belatedly recalled the trials awaiting him upon returning to the court, faced with the daily torment of morning assemblies. He found himself overwhelmed. It was no wonder that the Exercise Command Center mandated the use of cold weapons for engagement, had they followed conventional methods. The simulated Blue Army would have retreated to the city without a fight, given the overwhelming advantage of the border camp acting as the Red Army. Without time to ponder why Mu Yun, in the face of his opportunity to score, would instead assist him, Mata resolved not to disappoint Mu Yun, who had placed their trust in him. Chapter 77, Yu Qingji. Sit down. Alongside Dang Zhou, two diplomats, both superior and subordinate, departed, accompanied by a strategic officer from the Celestial Army and 10,000 elite soldiers, a necessary gesture to formally establish diplomatic relations. Moreover, Duan Ke harbored a degree of concern, fearing that the other party might be lizardmen sent to probe their defenses, which would not bode well. The Linga Valley, known as the Valley of Death or the Gates of Hell, has always been shrouded in an enigmatic allure, accompanied by a peculiar legend. In the ancient tongue of the gods, Guding signifies the name of a powerful divine residence, reflecting the high expectations this couple has for their child. Suddenly, Jin Yi soared through the air, trailing a streak of light, darting like lightning towards the red serpent demon behind him. At that moment, Jin Yi distinctly sensed a flow of metallic essence entering his body at the point of their convergence. A momentary shock coursed through him, and he understood clearly. The enchanting figure wished to assist him. Such intentions could not be taken lightly. Ming Huang promptly retrieved a pure steel object resembling a pot lid, placing the dragon essence within. Immediately, a cacophony erupted, resonating for over a minute before finally subsiding. Had he not vowed never to harm her again? But now, who is it that continually inflicts harm upon her? Ultimately, her transformation into this state is a consequence of her own actions. And Ninchu obediently donned her pajamas, casting a mournful glance at Qin Mukin. Very well, as the senior sister suggested, let us first join forces to confront Brother Duan tomorrow, and then we shall compete. Genie originally intended to turn the tables, and now he seamlessly agreed to Ming Yao's proposition. Did they hear correctly? This disciple named Yanbei, who is at the foundational level, actually came to enlist a newly initiated disciple, whose cultivation is virtually non-existent, to manage the Chiwu courtyard. Did Miss Lianhua write this? Lu Feng inquired, turning to gaze at Lianhua. At that moment, he had regained the dazed expression he previously wore. Xia Furong had also accurately deduced that the Taoist had failed to clarify his statements, leaving the matter of right and wrong for them to unravel themselves. However, unlike the previous collaboration in the Gelong wine cellar, this time the alliance consisted solely of 3 guilds, without inviting those rogue experts. Moreover, it seems that the man in white has a good relationship with Cheng Siyuan. Otherwise, they would not simultaneously be thorns in the eyes of these individuals. Peng Lai had initially contemplated the mundane task of counting stars, unaware of when the dark clouds rolled in from all directions, engulfing the clear night sky in less than a quarter of an hour. The sea surged tumultuously, countless fish flipping onto their backs, releasing a pungent aroma of fish flesh. The entire ocean resembled a colossal broth, but the overpowering stench rendered it unpalatable. Back in the day, the Right Chancellor and Murong Tsang had ensnared the Dongfang family. As grievances have their origins and debts their rightful owners, he was now naturally intent on exacting his revenge, and his son was more than willing to assist him. Upon mentioning Dongfang Wenshe, Tang Ning's eyes flickered. The soldiers all wore expressions of surprise, bewildered as to why the lord, who usually held such respect for the imperial father, now scolded him so harshly. This Central Plains truly is a peculiar place, filled with individuals who demand their own bows and kneelings. Even taking a bite of food or a sip of wine requires standing and sitting repeatedly. They then realized that Luo Qingyan was perfectly wrapped in her quilt, leaning against the bed. Apart from her slightly flushed complexion and rapid breathing, she seemed entirely unaffected. After considerable effort, their 3 households had finally achieved their current standing. He must not allow a moment of weakness to plunge them back into the predicament faced during the new year. In summary, if they wished to raise an army at this moment, they would be more than capable. This is a secret between the blue attire and blue rain. Even Chu Li, Morong Cheng, and Zhao Feng were unaware. The only person in the know was Linger. However, Linger had already regarded Blue Rain as her life and her reliance. She would never betray Blue Rain. You seem rather peculiar. Liang Tongtong furrowed her brow but did not dwell on it, opting to take the elevator with Qin Xian. Just as he was lifting the Qingtian dragon scale sword to introduce it, a sudden clatter emanated from the shelf, the sound of metal striking the floor. A sword had fallen behind him. She pondered whether Pu Shi's full-force slap would directly send Huoxian flying. However, Huoxian held a different opinion, looking down upon Pu Shi with an expression full of disdain. Today, his grandmother donned an entirely new outfit, her hair meticulously arranged, with an improved standard of living. Her health had notably strengthened. His uncle and aunt greeted his mother, Wang, who had come to pay New Year's respects. He understood that Yi Tsangtian, desiring his legacy, would refrain from taking his life. As long as Yi Tsangtian was uncertain whether his ring contained any secrets regarding his inheritance, he would remain unharmed. Below, Qin Xian was blissfully unaware of the situation on the airplane, merely attempting to direct its landing. Zhu Di also recognized that Old 20 was correct. He lacked the patience to bicker with those ministers, and Old 20 seemed to have a deep understanding of his thoughts, even guessing his intention to personally lead an expedition in the future. Consequently, a single remark from Fu Qiuying silenced the raucous family of Dong Liping. The old man led Tian Lao, Tian Zun, and Pingxi Yang to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. When would they arrive? Shanin was momentarily taken aback by Chio's question. But after opening his mouth, he remained silent, continuing to feign muteness. At that moment, all the signal lights in the military headquarters turned red, prompting everyone to immediately adopt a state of vigilance. However, what Green Jun did not anticipate was that as He Qingjia entered the Kongwang mansion, Princess Li Chuansu of Yicheng followed closely behind, carrying a basket of vibrant green plums. Chapter 78 showed no regard for her husband. May I ask, esteemed elders, are you currently constructing the teleportation array? Chu Jinbao inquired with a narrowed gaze and a smile. For those below the advanced level, as long as one possessed a higher level formula to craft items, they could directly advance a rank upon achieving proficiency. Yet, complications arose at the advanced level, though that was a concern for a much later time, and not something to fret over now. Do not forget, your role in this drama was secured through whom. Now that the play has concluded, you seem displeased. Initially, you were desperate to burrow into my pants. Mr. Li irately tugged at Lin Lin's hair while his other hand struck her cheek. Xiong Hui nodded. Under normal circumstances, very few could withstand such a moment. Humans are inherently selfish creatures, instinctively choosing to protect themselves when faced with danger, and at such times, one must ignite their fire. Yi Wutian glanced up to see an elderly lady, supported by a maid, emerging, her wrinkled visage ablaze with fury. When Tang Hua cast all the materials into the sex furnace and obtained the 7 reverse heavenly flags, he finally felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Yet, he had no intention of harming anyone to transcend tribulations. The sect leader had clearly stated that the flags merely increased one's success rate in overcoming trials, not a magical talisman that allowed one to rest without worry after using them. Forget it. You may enter first, and we can discuss it inside. Duo Air had surrendered. How could one save others while also rescuing a piece of dogskin plaster? Zhang Mingming harbored such thoughts and appeared capable of accomplishing this seemingly insurmountable task. Zhang Yuanhang decided to support her, believing that if she succeeded in this endeavor, it would elevate his long-standing reputation among the goblin merchants. The 7 individuals in question were part of the group that Jiang Chun had previously sensed harbored ill intentions. However, Fang Pingying failed to consider why Luo Zuolan continued to conceal the truth, believing that the matter of her lost child could remain hidden indefinitely. The temperature in the room rose steadily. Despite my bare torso, sweat streamed down relentlessly. Fortunately, the classrooms in the teaching building were occupied with class meetings, leaving the corridors and staircases deserted, allowing her to maintain her dignity and avoid becoming the subject of ridicule among the students. Otherwise, as the head of her grade, how could she ever uphold her standing before them? Observing Zhang Jin's confident demeanor, Wei Jiahui felt a wave of relief. As a leader, he cherished seeing his subordinates brimming with confidence and vigor, ready to engage in battle. When he spoke, the scene fell into a profound silence for a moment. The entire Tianjin mountain was as quiet as a pin drop. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. This master appeared quite affluent, which suggested he possessed genuine skills. At that moment, Jiang Chen's soul seemed to explode, instantly transforming into an endless swarm of dark, ethereal particles, resembling a dense cluster of black dots. I blinked fervently, striving to see more clearly. It should still be the Black Rock. Well, Zhou Mengshan shrugged helplessly. Although somewhat skeptical, Zhang Jin's response was impeccable. The essence of Confucianism lies in education, and the achievements of students taught by Ma Quan reflect well upon him. Was it the inner sanctum or beneath the shorts? His gaze swept across her bosom, filled with lewd and audacious intent, as he reached out to explore. Moreover, Chun Bo's skin possessed a hint of capability, at least allowing Chun Yu to enter his home effortlessly, making an outing for a stroll a trivial matter. Old Song provided a brief introduction to the sect. In truth, I had some understanding of the Maoshan sect from those zombie films. Upon entering the virtual realm, Ini immediately spotted an enormous rabbit head. It sat with its back to her on the grass, its long ears drooping down like two fuzzy braids, appearing exceptionally docile. After Chen Yu, Song Lingyao, and Guan Yu approached, it felt as if autumn had suddenly descended. Guan Luoluo, Xia Jinyong, Liang Ningyan, Zhao Qingran, and Shui Wanling's gazes fixated intently on Chun Yu and Song Lingyao. However, Chen Xiaoqing was quite furious. She felt a twinge of fear and dared not speak further, only casting a fierce glare at Song Jintong, watching her cheerfully approach her agent. The evidence bag contained a rusted kitchen knife, its blade marred by two significant nicks. As a member of this world, he felt a responsibility to contribute to the Soul Society, such as safeguarding this perilous power within his grasp. The expressions of several individuals darkened. They were speechless, glancing between the king of Guangping before them and the emperor behind, uncertain of how to proceed. Jing Zixue felt a surge of urgency. She was certain her suspicions were correct, yet persuading Xia Ke was no simple task. Without tangible evidence, Xia Ke would remain unconvinced. Su Qianxuan and Lin Air distinctly sensed the temperature around them plummeting to sub-zero levels, causing shivers to run through their bodies. Su Qianxuan's complexion turned ashen, the sensation of being gripped by the hand of death nearly overwhelming her. Chapter 79. I am Mrs. G. Afterward, Tang Yingnan followed Wen Yutian out of the crowd's sight. Given her actions, neither Tang Guanyin nor Tang Huaijin would seek her out. Subsequently, the group began preparations for battle. As the members of the alliance took the initiative to strike, most displayed excitement in the formidable warriors, accompanied by their respective teams under the guidance of Zhang Tian and others, headed southwest. As long as this piece remained in Tang Guanyin's possession, he would always be the true helmsman of Tang Ming. Even if Tang Huaijin reclaimed everything, it would change nothing. Tang Guanyin was the one capable of annihilating the Tang Ming group with a mere word. Those so-called elders were likely in seclusion, unaware of our presence. Could we forcibly breach the barrier? It would certainly be easier than confronting it head-on, the Black Tower interjected. The Black Tower had once ventured into the periphery of the two clans and now, being at the core, understood that it was beyond the capability of just 3 individuals to escape. Raising his eyes, Qi Zhongheng greeted an approaching man. The newcomer was not in uniform. Yet the humility in Qi Zhongheng's tone suggested he was of some importance, around 30 years of age, dark-skinned, of modest height, with a cynical demeanor. You are my servant. If you do not dress more elegantly, you bring shame upon me, Yi Qing remarked casually. Though he was oblivious to the irony that his own attire had always been comprised of inexpensive garments. Nan Yu sighed in relief. Being rejected so bluntly by her husband was undeniably embarrassing. It was barely past 3 o'clock, with the sun blazing outside. Li Yuming rummaged through her bag, retrieving a sun umbrella, and prepared to hail a taxi. As luck would have it, A cab was conveniently parked at the hospital entrance. Very well. Have her go for the interview tomorrow. As long as she possesses a certain level of expertise and capability, there should be no issue. She nodded. But the prerequisite was to pass the interview, at the very least to clear the basic review. Gradually, she exited politely, only to burst into a vigorous stride as soon as she was outside. Is anyone else in the residence besides my mother? Jiang Nuan took the delicate jade bowl to rinse her mouth, then took the wrung cloth from Xiao Xiao's hands to wipe her face, before sitting at the mirror as Xiao Xiao styled her long hair. The great Sui dynasty has fallen, yet the canal continues to flow across the eastern lands. Indifferent to its creators and the means by which it was established, it flows on, unperturbed by the relentless passage of time, nurturing the myriad lives along its banks. Cultivation, step by step, though there are methods to ascend to great heights swiftly, resembles a towering edifice without a foundation which is prone to collapse. Li Meng, having finished his drink, wiped his mouth and remarked, logically, I should address you as Imperial Uncle, yet the words elude my lips. I wonder if fate will grant us another meeting in the future, at which point I shall certainly call you so. It was inconceivable. The voice emanating from the Qingling flame realm belonged to Li Zimu, Bai Feng's second disciple, a youth in his early 20s and a paragon among his peers, whose gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Xian. After speaking, Qi Yuntian made a gesture to proceed, which reassured Xiao Lingyan, prompting her to lead the way. As the foremost authority in the study of overlapping games within the country, the commander-in-chief was acutely aware of Qi Ying's role as a participant in the game. The entrance lay before them, yet entry proved challenging. Around them, fierce beasts displayed no signs of awakening, yet an unsettling sense of foreboding lingered in the air, as if a significant event loomed on the horizon. How could one's entire hand be injured, with faint traces of blood seeping forth, indicating a serious wound? When the light on the third level vanished, many anticipated that someone had entered the fourth level, yet instead of the anticipated illumination, multiple figures emerged from the tower, revealing their failure. Not long after, a seemingly inconspicuous piece of news appeared in the next day's broadcast, concerning discussions among the prominent figures regarding education. A fireball began to coalesce in the elder's palm, pulsating with explosive energy. Han Mo carried a tray to the adjacent room of Ma Ruoxue, igniting the candlestick with a fire starter before sitting down to casually eat 2 pieces of beef, while one hand deftly removed the seal from a jar of wine. Su Yang and Li Lingling relished the experience, savoring a treatment they had never enjoyed, nor even dared to imagine, prior to their rebirth. In an instant, Li Xingyun was astounded, having merely acquainted himself with the ancient martial realms, only to trigger a system upgrade and acquire martial arts techniques. He felt the sudden influx of 5 esoteric manuals in his mind. However, this was to be expected, as the breeding farm fell under the jurisdiction of the Agricultural Bureau. Although not directly governed, it was indeed part of the same system. As the group moved away, no one paid heed to the battered individual left behind, pondering whether he would survive the fall of a meteor. In the courtyard, vibrant green leaves and red flowers flourished, and as thoughts of returning to Penglai to visit his esteemed master occupied his mind, he collided with his father, whose face bore a dark scowl as he strode forward with purpose. Netizens expressed their confusion regarding Mo Yuan's statement. Yet Su Chun could not suppress a charming smile that crept across his lips. After class, I initially intended to have a candid conversation with Zhang Xingting. Since she had sent me a note, I presumed that speaking with her would pose no issue. However, upon leaving the classroom, I heard someone calling my name from outside. And to my surprise, it was Su Yuchen. I hastily stepped outside. My words were nearly shouted, causing everyone in the office to fall silent, their expressions filled with astonishment, clearly intimidated by the sudden intensity one exuded. I paid little heed to the bewildered stares and unceremoniously discarded that wretched woman on the ground before striding out of the office. On the shore, the strategist Maki, witnessing this scene, promptly reported the incident. Kanda, being responsible for this area, quickly mobilized his team upon receiving the news. In Chapter 80, he remained as radiant as ever. Chang Lu understood the implications of Xiao Chu's words. Indeed, the Empress had endured much suffering within the palace over the years, and her current position was solely the result of her relentless efforts and capabilities. Conversely, Gu Chengbin had managed to pressure everyone into submission. Though he himself suffered a minor setback, losing a lock of hair in by Yi's final counterattack, resulting in a rather imposing new hairstyle. Qi Fei seized the moment to feign a pitiful demeanor, seemingly fearful that Shen Mingxian was unaware of her grievances. Those outside were startled and quickly covered their ears as a cacophony of items crashing echoed from within, prompting everyone to turn a blind eye. Deng Haiyuan felt a pang of guilt for never having visited Su Shihai, reflecting on the embarrassment he had felt during his youth, believing that pride trumped all. Meanwhile, Liao Mujing, upon hearing of the incident involving Mu Qingsu, set aside his own matters and rushed over without delay. Chu Cheng set aside his belongings and took a seat, remarking, "If I were to speak up, perhaps matters would be resolved. Now, Li must be wondering why we have treated her with such kindness." Chu Shi, observing his mother, noted that even in their household, it was typically his mother and Mo Li present, thus it would be more fitting for her to handle this situation. "Boss, let's leave it at that," Ne Wufeng suggested softly. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, every person present heard him. And they understood that the heir of the family was no longer the ineffectual youth he once was. Other passengers, noticing that nothing was missing, watched with a sense of anticipation to see how Peng Yingkai would respond next. The Xia and Chu families were not easily accessible, yet their significant influence allowed for certain inquiries to be made. Furthermore, an even more pressing matter lingered. What kind of sword did he truly seek on the path of sword cultivation, beyond the arduous journey of training? With countless trials and experiences, it would be most advantageous if he could gradually discover his desires through the continuous forging of swords. A mass of violet and blue energy began to coalesce above the head of the thousand-eyed demon lord, manifesting into a form adorned with countless delicate tendrils and dotted with myriad eyes, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Meanwhile, the lid of the tea bowl under Tian Luo's command finally developed a crack, which widened until it shattered with a crisp sound, resembling an ordinary teacup that had been carelessly dropped. With a sharply defined jaw, a prominent nose, elongated eyelashes, and finely sculpted brows, her complexion was nonetheless pallid, devoid of any color. Xiao Yuan yearned for a demise within the confines of his home, wishing his parents would forever remember the version of himself that had once refused to bring his sister into existence. He opened the oven, and smoke began to waft from it. After approximately 3 minutes, it had become sufficiently heated to cook anything thoroughly. After all, the Kelmrisu water monster could remain preserved for millennia without issue. After a day of relentless activity, the tense and weary Jiang Yu lay exhausted on his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. The soul stone was ultimately taken away for 11 mid-grade spirit crystals, while the subsequent few items, though rare, were not overly valuable, resulting in no significant disputes as they found their new owners. Without a shred of mercy, Shirin unmasked her Fade. However, Luo Min held a different perspective, believing that if the two children formed a bond, it would be quite favorable. Furthermore, a scholar was not required to present a travel permit anywhere, could formally employ servants, and could meet officials without the necessity of kneeling. 3 individuals approached: Lu Weipo, Lu Mingyuan, and Lu Yinshi, with Lu Mingyuan bearing a considerable number of gifts destined for the Lu family. The marriage certificate had been securely locked in a safe. How could it possibly be false? Initially, it had merely been a ruse to hasten Kinnie's marriage, but she had genuinely desired to wed him from the very beginning. At this moment, Du Ming was exceedingly frustrated. After much effort to obtain the examination questions, he encountered the calamity that was Lin Feng. Upon glimpsing the blood-red eyes of Bloodslayer, Lin Feng immediately sensed a shift in his surroundings. During previous rehearsals, it seemed he had never seen her before. Had she just arrived today? Zizika inquired. Denying Xiaoling another opportunity to speak, I deliberately stumbled past her, feigning unconsciousness. Recalling how Xiaoling had previously framed others and pretended to faint, I thought it prudent to remain modest during our first encounter. Zizika could hear the approaching footsteps, and ultimately, she was unable to escape her fate. Even the adorable Sun Wu unleashed her abilities to disrupt the enemy's mental prowess when it reached its zenith, forcing them to surrender. Although puzzled, Mu Ling understood that he currently wished to avoid conversing with her. Although she held little fondness for the elderly lady, being the eldest member of her family, she felt compelled to appease her. Zhao Zhao gently shook her head, indicating another meeting was imminent, and she would return later. Her tone bore a hint of complaint. Just as she believed she would fall and injure herself, she abruptly landed in a familiar embrace. Her back arched like a shrimp, propelled by a whirlwind of energy, crashing forth with fervor. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Lu San was once again sent flying. The ancestral figure of the Lu family was not so much afraid of Yi Wuchen as he was apprehensive about Yi Wuchen's relentless pursuit of vengeance in the event of his demise. He understood that when Yu Bufan and the others returned, they would undoubtedly act against the Lu family in defense of Yi Wuchen. In his heart, he recognized that Lu Rukin paled in comparison to Yi Wuchen. As before, Wu Shuang personally received her beneath the Black Swan, and it was already nearing 2 in the morning. This time, Wu Shuang held her aloft with both hands, cradling her from the aircraft to the vehicle and all the way back to their quarters, never releasing her grasp. While Xinyu's tears flowed incessantly, the flames were overwhelmingly fierce. Gu Tianqiu's hair, clothing, arms, and flesh were all reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Xiao Fan swung his mighty fist, unleashing a golden energy that surged forth and struck down upon the blade's radiance. With a single blow, he shattered the blade's light, and the brilliance of that punch intensified as it absorbed the energy from the blade, instantly colliding with CXIN's arm, which exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a mist of blood, seemingly entertained by the spectacle. The octopus propped itself up with 4 of its tentacles while the other 4 descended upon Ma Long in a flurry of strikes. What? You intend to summon Lord Kaidong? I oppose this. Lord Kaidong must guard the sacrificial elder and cannot leave lightly. Kaihua immediately rose to prevent Kaishi from proceeding. Chapter 81. Truly mad, utterly insane. Given the current circumstances, he could not envision any future hope for the Imari group. He did not believe that Imari could truly reclaim the patent for the Jifei Qinghua tablets from the Tomi group. He wished to disengage from the conflict with Li Zhaojun and simply depart. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan merely sought to avoid bloodshed. As the Dun sect was now considered one of his subordinate factions, with an ever-increasing number of its members either coerced or willingly joining his new alliance. Jiang Chun, brimming with ambition, dismissed the abyss of demons as insignificant. Otherwise, the tension within Xiaoruo would not dissipate so easily today. On one occasion, when their Red Dragon Brigade received commendation from central leadership, Xiao Nantian sensed a similar aura among the central guards, an unsettling feeling creeping upon him. You cannot forcibly enter another realm. The spirit guardian maintained a faint yet confident smile, exuding an air of control over the situation. She understood that Yi Fan did not intend to possess her in a domineering manner to ensure her compliance, yet she provocatively expressed such thoughts, challenging the feelings he harbored for her. The heavenly tribulation and the thunder tribulation were not to be equated. The former embodied a far greater and awe-inspiring natural force, encompassing the will of the heavenly Tao. The two engaged in further discussion regarding Fang Huairan's cultivation to the Tao ancestor realm amidst the trials of his inner demons. Yet, akin to Zhou Tong, once the illusion of the inner demons shattered, Fang Huairan could recall nothing of how he attained the Tao ancestor level. Ha ha ha, serves you right. After taking a moment to regain his composure, the Emperor of the Mysterious Star burst into laughter upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and turbulent winds, a grand palace of opulent gold and jade, adorned with exquisite tiles and glazed bricks, began to rise majestically from the depths of the earth. The spectators were utterly astounded by the scene before them. What magnitude of force did Chu Hen's punch possess to fracture Bai Lian's battle armor? Greetings, please hold on, said Justin, the boy's father, who hurried after Lu Qingming, expressing his profound gratitude. Yi Luo reached out, grasping several storage rings from Huo Wu, and after scanning their contents with his mind, a satisfied smile graced his face. It was indeed the fire dragon we had previously encountered. As it emerged from the depths, flames erupted from its body. I harbored another suspicion, that the vortex was somehow connected to the fire dragon. Perhaps Jiang Shaoyan aimed to capture it, triggering some mechanism in the process. Zhou Ping'an spoke with a smile, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. Those unfamiliar with his character would undoubtedly be deceived by his facade. In this world, to alter the tide of battle, enhancing overall strength is paramount. However, forging a divine artifact capable of rivaling those of the Eternal Kingdom is of equal importance. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed such tranquility. She inhaled deeply, savoring the profoundly familiar atmosphere. Esteemed senior, this way please, Lu Qingming gestured to Amon, indicating a desire for a private conversation. Their family had once been burdened with insurmountable debt, the couple barely managing to scrape by with 2 meals a day, subsisting on discarded vegetable leaves scavenged by his wife from the market. Where would they find the means to treat their child's injuries? It was indeed a moment when neither heaven nor earth would respond to their pleas. The exquisite alchemical equipment crafted by Morin boasted a standard enhancement effect of 50%. According to Zhang Yun's plan, Taiwan would establish a government, yet it would not belong to any province. Rather, it would be directly administered from Hainan Island, which would then establish 10 counties, 100 towns, and several thousand villages. When Su sighed deeply, realizing that whatever he said now would be futile, he silently picked up the dead lamb from the ground and hung it on the jujube tree, contemplating returning the lamb borrowed from the Guangqin family in the afternoon before skinning this deceased one. Observing the situation, Zhang Yun mistakenly believed that Yang Qingxian had completely persuaded Lu Yuanming earlier, thus finding no surprise in his current demeanor. Within the hospital, Fei Yu held the dimly glowing dark evolution trustworthy, while a multitude of alien beasts suddenly exploded, sending a surge of energy into the dark evolution trustworthy. Converting into transformation energy, she had revealed her name and candidly exposed his identity to demonstrate her mental acuity, affirming that she had not erred. Yet, the more she insisted, the more it confirmed her inebriation. In such circumstances, Zhang Yun found himself at a loss for words. He could only firmly pat Tinia's shoulder before casting his gaze towards Jinishan. It is worth noting that upon initially entering the Glacier Mountains, he had remained vigilant of his surroundings, fearful of being targeted by magical beasts. However, as his encounters with these creatures increased, he gradually grew bolder, no longer concealing his presence and striding confidently onward. After their departure, Zhang Yun contemplated who should lead the expedition northward, knowing they were to engage in banditry, thus necessitating a rather formidable general. When Shiqing remarked with a smile, "A white horse is indeed a white horse, beautiful as it may be. However, if you were to learn of the exorbitant price paid to ruin such a fine steed, your heart would find some solace." The rope was released only at one end, causing an uneven distribution of force on the wooden framework, which subsequently altered the point of collapse, signifying that Huang Xiaohong could not pass through the previously designated gap. Theoretically, provided the energy is sufficient, with a high enough rate of energy output and a powerful enough engine, the battleship's speed would continuously accelerate toward the speed of light. Initially, his thoughts were quite straightforward. If the so-called new emperor did not exist, none of these conflicts would arise. Chapter 82. The Doomsday Skynet System. Shen Su'er was somewhat surprised to see him, managing a polite smile. It has been quite some time. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. And Jin Xiu remained silent, merely observing her attendant. Those chosen by her to accompany her to the northern territories were deemed loyal and commendable, yet unexpectedly, Bai Chengze had found a way to secure a spy for himself. Wasn't the holy elixir consumed each year an antidote? Chu Nen was bewildered. Why was he still consuming the poisonous holy elixir the following year? After a discussion, Diao Yongyun and Lin Juinxiang ordered their forces to concentrate towards the northeast, awaiting Lin Juinxiang's command. Meanwhile, the Japanese forces and their puppet army at the mountain's base waited to ensnare their prey, fortifying various potential escape routes with formidable firepower, anticipating the descent of those from the mountain to their demise. As Li Yan approached, a palpable aura of menace surged toward him, starkly contrasting with the dignified presence of Qin Xiong and his companions, evoking the sensation of facing 8 ravenous, bloodthirsty wolves. The Empress was taken aback, not expecting Hui Fei to openly defy her wishes, continually advocating for that girl. What could Hui Fei's intentions be? What favor had that girl bestowed upon her to elicit such support? Presently, only 2 types of talismans appeared in the skill panel, and Li Yan understood that as levels progressed, the system would introduce a plethora of talismans. Mage and Maijiro employed 2 divisions to delay the majority of the new First Army, while leading 4 divisions directly toward the Irgina River at the Sino-Soviet border. Such tranquil moments made Ru Yi feel as though she might drift into slumber. If she were to awaken and find the world still balanced between herself and the moon, how delightful that would be. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you conjuring? Is your bone itching again, requiring me to assist in loosening it?" Tuoba Haobo shouted, his face flushed with indignation. "No, that is too crude." Qin Feng shook his head, pondering who could fathom that a person dubbed mad would consider such coarseness. "Noble ones have disrupted us. The king has commanded a thorough inspection of the populace entering and exiting each city. Thus we must conduct a preliminary check," the soldier stated with a firm resolve. Communication, information, and biotechnology, new high-tech advancements abound with glimmers of hope everywhere. Accustomed to flattery, Ing found himself caught off guard by an unexpected setback. His countenance shifted dramatically, the authority of his position surging forth, as his gaze involuntarily turned towards Ini. The wind and rain masters set forth immediately, arriving before Hui in the blink of an eye. upon realizing the return of the yellow badger. Gu Xingshi lowered his head slightly. Inexplicably, after the initial joy of reunion, a sense of melancholy washed over him. My fellow companions, no need to see me off. We shall meet again, he declared as individuals gradually departed in pairs, their faces aglow with excitement. Chu Yun conjured a feast using his soul energy, presenting an array of culinary delights reminiscent of his former world. If the Eastern Kingdom is the bastion of human prosperity, then the western land of Kalandor stands as a desolate counterpart. In Feng Qian's expansive purple mansion space, the vastness of the purple lake was now filled to the brim with liquid spiritual energy. To reach the pinnacle of innate perfection, it was imperative to expand both the lake and the space to accommodate more energy, thereby allowing for further enhancement of one's capabilities. Galtai turned to Ding Yu and remained silent for a while, the atmosphere resonating with laughter. Yin Jun expressed gratitude to Qin Jingqiu, stating, "I shall wait outside." Yin Jun then instructed, "Zhen Rong, please hold the umbrella for Master Qin," as he set the lantern down and took the quilt and food box from Zhen Rong. Moving towards the iron gate. Surely, there is nothing amiss? Shui Han contemplated the aura of 739, noting its ferocity, yet it was merely her inherent disposition. At least for now, there was no animosity emanating from her. Perhaps she indeed felt gratitude for my assistance in liberating her from those of the night. The assassin group under General Ji Wuye of Korea operated with remarkable speed and exceptional lightness of foot, each member compelled to forsake their birth names in favor of avian-inspired titles. The organization strictly prohibited any actions that would infringe upon Ji Wuye's rights, no matter how trivial. Lin Yifun's commotion had certainly attracted the attention of the entire sect. Those filled with curiosity would undoubtedly arrive to witness the situation and determine whether the promoted individuals achieved their advancement unscathed. Explanations had been provided, but from this moment forth, the waitstaff dared not approach Shui Han and her companions lightly, except when it was absolutely necessary to serve. Upon seeing Ding Yu and Simone enter, Falco instantly transformed from a fierce tiger into a docile cat. The first to draw, of course, was the Enlightenment Tree, believing itself quite formidable, and thus sought to challenge Lin Yifan by setting a high difficulty level, curious to see if Lin Yifan could construct a superior array capable of surpassing its own. Ultimately, Lin Ming and Guan Shirwei, aboard a hovering vehicle, met Mia in a revolving restaurant atop a city skyscraper. Moreover, the curvature of the floor was minimal, rendering the space for bungee jumping exceedingly limited. Shen Fian regarded Shun Qiulu with a cold, unfamiliar gaze, despair reflected in his eyes, piercing Shun Qiulu deeply. Shun Qian understood this principle well. Hence, he often entered directly when he wished, knowing his master would not fault him for it, and his actions were not overly audacious. From the onset, he meticulously laid the groundwork, weaving an intricate web from which no one could escape. Baize sought to unravel the reasons behind his designation as a scoundrel by this embodiment of resentment. Shin Shilua found herself perplexed by his behavior. Just moments ago, he had displayed contempt towards her, attempting to coerce her into submission through intimidation, yet now he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Beneath his gaze lurked a tempest, one that harbored no qualms about rendering her foolish, as he was prepared to take on the responsibility of caring for her. It was akin to the instinctual fear a cat experiences when encountering a mouse, an ancestral dread that manifests physically, causing confusion, resulting in either frantic attempts to escape or a complete paralysis of movement. The vampires, unable to evade their fate, would disintegrate into crimson wisps upon being struck, subsequently absorbed by Mars. In the previous simplicity, the ability to condense an entire starry sea within one's consciousness attests to inherent talent. As for the reasons behind failure, could it truly be the will of the great Brahma? Feng Wu could not help but exclaim softly, supporting her mother Yuling as she advanced with Feng Yujing towards the cave wall. The team uniforms, typically vibrant, must be unified and meticulously crafted for more formal competitions. Hanzhong City boasts a rich football heritage, with a passion for the sport far surpassing that of basketball among students in various educational institutions. After an extensive period, Yak had yet to find a suitable candidate, a realization that surprised even him, as he had not anticipated that casting a film role could prove so challenging. Indeed, this self-proclaimed deity not only possesses unparalleled martial prowess but also exhibits extraordinary intelligence and insight. I, a humble monk, have finally come to respect and willingly submit to his authority, becoming the highest law elder of his divine search team. when myth and death converge. Will he still recognize Bu Jingyun, the once fiercely defiant soul who dared to defy his designs? Hu Jingjue? Director John McNaughton appears eager to showcase his remarkable intellect, crafting a film that unfolds like an enigmatic riddle, leaving the audience bewildered even at its conclusion. The sharp strike of the mantis blade sliced through the air, its power manifesting as the very fabric of space was cleaved, descending upon Lin Feng in an instant. Kua Fu, are you certain it is a mighty river? Chang'e inquired impatiently of Li Kua Fu. For countless years, the inhabitants of the enclosed city have ventured into the celestial caverns, encountering little peril. However, creatures like the formidable Vajra, even in their juvenile stages, possess significant lethality. If they had always existed within the caverns, their presence would not have gone unnoticed until the arrival of outsiders. Among them, Yiling Feng's cultivation remains a notch above Ling Wu and Fan Jing, having attained mastery in blood refinement, while Ling Wu and his companions have also embarked on that path. Yi Che sighed softly, understanding why Wu Liang harbored such a fervent desire to join the team, beyond his personal aspirations to pursue a professional career. The presence of Luo Qianli was of paramount importance. He was acutely aware that achieving mastery over the ink pupils in such a brief period would inevitably attract attention and suspicion. However, in order to inherit the Dragon and Phoenix legacy as soon as possible, it was imperative that he first become a master of the ink pupils. Mu Feng felt an urge to curse. How dare one so casually belittle his efforts? Yet, given that it was Cheng Nuan addressing him, he could only swallow his indignation. Jin Guangyan, why do you not yet arrive? Mu Feng truly did not wish to face Cheng Nuan alone. When have you ever seen me flustered? Lu Xingyi arched an eyebrow, her tone rising slightly. She felt invigorated. The medicinal bath had alleviated her physical burdens considerably, reducing her fatigue. I am Mu Feng. Why are you still here so late? Before Mu Feng could finish, the sound of a notification echoed from his phone. He stared at the device, astonished that she had not heard him introduce himself. Suddenly, its wings flapped vigorously in the sky, conjuring a transparent cube that materialized in midair. It cast the spell of oblivion within, disregarding it entirely. After perusing several tomes and committing their contents to memory, Gao Cheng descended from the third floor and began to browse Buddhist scriptures on the first floor. The old monk, noticing his descent, discreetly made his way to the third floor, eager to discover which exceptional techniques he had perused. In the holy city of Traz, an old carriage driver scrutinized the young boy accompanying a cat. That cat belongs to you, does it not? Despite the boy's apparent identity, the driver remained vigilant, wary of the vague identity of a mere tourist. If they were to be discovered by the official forces at this moment, the consequences would be dire. No. How could that be? After all, they are your grandparents. They have long wished to see me. A hint of sadness tinged Hui Yuelan's voice. Now, we have all reconciled, and the past is no longer mentioned. I should have sought them out years ago. If I had waited any longer, they might have departed. Whom do you intend to settle scores with? Who sent you to be a pawn? At that moment, Wu Chu entered, followed by He Xiang, who carried a fruit basket and 3 bouquets, glaring menacingly at Qin Feng. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yinghan, seated on a chair beside the bed, regarded Gu Qiyu with a frosty gaze. It was evident that Su Zui was the mastermind behind it all. She must have been the one who instructed the ruffians to drug the original host, seeking to ruin her reputation. After all, Zhu Yong from the future was acutely aware that historically, Lu Xiangxing had perished in battle against the Tartars near Jiazhuang in Julu. Regrettably, Zhao Gao, having emerged as a formidable force, had become the most dazzling blade in the hands of the second generation. His 2 strikes had been swift and lethal, reducing both the shepherd and Zudi to their original forms. Despite the deep-seated resentment harbored by the elders and disciples of the 7 Absolute sect, they lacked the courage to defy Chu Yunduan's command. She parted the curtain on the western side to reveal a couch in the bedroom, where Ma Zhang lay on his side, blissfully asleep, initially believing that most candidates had dispersed from the examination hall, preparing to return and gather their belongings before going out for dinner with Zhang Jingjing. Feng Yiming was surprised to find that at least half of the individuals remained in the classroom, engaged in fervent discussions about the exceptionally challenging mathematics examination, their complaints and laments echoing throughout the room. Maki Nishikino shyly wrinkled her nose and shot him a glare, believing that this lecture was deliberately teasing her again. Wishing she could bite him, Haojun immediately activated the bidirectional wave device, linking it to Han Sun's phone, temporarily transforming his device into a listening apparatus. Among the bodyguards dispatched by Huang Fuqi, one towering nearly 2 meters tall rushed forward without hesitation, delivering a punch. Suddenly, the space around the stone platform rippled as if stones had been cast into a still lake. A blinding white light flashed, and Siyu appeared out of thin air on the stone platform. Chapter 84. Do you now realize your mistake? Yu Xi's words bore no hint of menace. Yet to Han Yu's ears, they became a death knell. Wang Xianyuan had mentioned that he had been watching videos at home, which was why she acted this way. Pulling him to relax. Let her despise me if she wishes. Since someone must play the villain, let it be I who takes on this role. He lowered his head, a smile lingering on Pei Yao's lips, his eyes gradually reddening with blood, glowing fiercely, while arcs of chaotic thunder crackled around him. A crimson figure pushed open the door and, guided by the attendant, strode directly towards the private room on the second floor. Coco had to admit that her luck was exceptional, granting her peace of mind, leading her to firmly believe that she could live an even better life. With this thought, her smile grew even more enchanting. Your reasoning is indeed sound. Yet you must understand that the Emperor will not openly declare that he will execute them. It is merely a matter of whether they can perceive this truth. You see, not only the Emperor, but many are in this predicament. Whether one speaks or remains silent, the outcome remains unchanged, Feng Yong remarked calmly. It was unclear how long he had rested before he finally gathered his weary body to prepare to return to the main world through the world gate. Silvery strands of hair, smooth as satin, cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering with a faint, jade-like luster under the sunlight. Ultimately, it was under Yang Guang's painstaking persuasion that the three prominent, extraordinary families of Xiashi reluctantly contributed, allowing the formation array to be set up not long ago. In contrast to reality, every seed here appeared exquisitely translucent and remarkably plump. In her astonished gaze, the beams of light converged high above, gradually forming a 9-pointed star formation capable of enveloping the entire city. Master Jin Wu paced back and forth before General Ping Yang, wielding a hand fan, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Shou Zhe, having lost a significant portion of his spiritual energy, felt his legs weaken, collapsing as if utterly drained. When Li Yu decided to escort Liang Qian back to Kyoto, he was fully prepared for potential ambushes along the way. However, he did not anticipate that the assailants would be so audacious as to strike less than 10 miles from Kyoto. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Qi speculated whether it was indeed him, hurrying along despite his limp, only to find the white tiger pinning down Li Shang, roaring like thunder, its sharp fangs nearly sinking into his throat. A resonant roar shattered the silence of the tranquil forest, reverberating with a palpable intensity as the fool, after much contemplation, finally uttered this proclamation. He promptly readied his weapon, the Mingfeng Yin, in anticipation of combat, yet glanced apprehensively at the precious companion beside him, fearing her potential flight. Indeed, it was a grave oversight to have overlooked the avarice lurking in Shun Dongran's gaze, inadvertently digging a deep pit for himself. I find the actions categorized by gender quite distasteful. It implies that I must share a dressing area with Jiang Aiying, which is rather vexing. The diminutive tiger swiftly approached, seizing his adversary's head and forcefully slamming it against the wall in a series of violent impacts. However, the emergence of this perplexing maze is, in some regard, fortuitous, as it affirms that the three children and the red-haired creature still roam within the dense woods. In today's world, those with a modicum of wealth often hire trustworthy bodyguards or enforcers to ensure their safety. Curiously, the very streamer who once vociferously advocated for scientific belief and denounced superstition now operates under a new moniker. Master Dao leads you to cultivation. Fortunately, many teams were well prepared. Some armed themselves with wooden boards, while others wielded iron pots to shield against the arrows that rained down from the darkness. The Luoshin Shield Insurance Building, a venture initiated by the Fei Luoshin following the Luoshin Group, focuses predominantly on the escort business. He now eagerly anticipated the conclusion of the auction, yearning to meet Master Fan for tea and conversation, to express his long-held sentiments of missing him. The classification system consisted of 4 levels, with heaven and earth as the 4th tier, the celestial tier being the highest. For instance, the blue wolf puppet that Jin Qianji utilized in the fierce battle against Li Bai and the giant spirit spider was merely of the mysterious grade. Observing the enemy's maneuvers, it seems they intend to cut off our supply lines, thereby placing the right virtuous king's forces in the north in dire straits. There were inquiries directed at him regarding military tactics, including whether tank drifting was a reality and if he could indeed change magazines with one hand. Luo Yunfeng divided the entire top floor into a gym, a garden, a laboratory, an experimental field, and a lounge area. Perhaps every former underdog experiences a psychological transformation upon achieving success. Living in opulent mansions, driving luxury cars, and courting the most beautiful students are experiences one must savor. After parting ways with Fu Biao, Li Jifan made a phone call to the company, reaching out to Fu Biao's manager, urging him to keep a close watch on Fu Biao to prevent any mishaps during his weight loss journey. Sun Bu'er, accompanied by 3,000 loyal soldiers, dismounted before Zhao Wuming, respectfully bowing as he reported, "The 3,000 elite soldiers are now assembled." Instantly, the entire group was invigorated. Some disembarked from their vehicles, while others contacted nearby patrols, all bustling with activity. Regardless of the veracity of the intelligence, SHIELD would likely act swiftly. And I believe we must seize the initiative. Madame Viper collected her tablet and coldly remarked, still remembering the grievances from their last encounter. Chapter 85. General Ji defeated by his own wife. Rising swiftly from the ground after a brief tumble, one would scarcely believe he was in his 30s. Old brother Peng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With a begrudging glare at the Shin family, Shin Jiyu seethed inwardly, convinced that they could not remain in this place indefinitely, vowing to himself that he would have his reckoning. Towering a full head above her, he gazed down with keen interest, even leaning in closer, encroaching upon her space. The great white bear roared, lacking its usual ferocity, though anger coursed through it. The sound resembled more a lament than a roar. Zhang Kersen, upon realizing she could leave the room, found herself devoid of emotion. At that moment, she had become numb. Hizuda, perhaps aware of the overwhelming power of the Mongols, recognized the formidable challenge of defending Xianyang. Yet his concern for the young lady Guixiang weighed heavily on his mind, compelling him to abandon his previous promises and venture into this land of turmoil. Suddenly, as Ashio reveled in his triumph, an excruciating pain surged through his backside, an immense force overwhelming him, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly. Today, in Haiqingling village, dozens had gathered around Su Lang, primarily the original villagers of Haiqingling. Those wishing to join later found the entry assessments exceedingly rigorous, many watching eagerly yet unable to succeed. Zhong Zenu momentarily lost his train of thought, the image of Su Ziki dancing gracefully by the seaside flashing before him. His heart fluttered as he looked at the crystal heart, its translucent shell revealing the electronic core within. Yet, compared to natural crystals, this heart was undeniably artificial. Otherwise, why would the southern factions clamor for independence? Why would the traitors within Ningcheng and Bailey Yuanlong's armies choose to surrender to the forces of Bailey rather than switch allegiances directly? What significance did the engagement hold? It could simply be annulled, and if needed, a mere financial settlement would suffice. What did it matter? Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Helan Yanxi, brimming with excitement, stood on tiptoe, eagerly watching the contest on the stage where men fought with all their might. Those who lost were thrown from the platform, making way for new challengers. Yet, she recalled that Hong Li had once mentioned that the Southern Garden was merely one of the royal hunting lodges, occupied only during the hunts, while others were designated to manage it year-round. Are you truly so dependent on men? Mo Sahan lifted her chin, his voice strained as though forced through clenched teeth. Li Fengling nodded, her gaze reflecting on Qin Yin, who had transformed from a mischievous child into a potential friend. He had become quite admirable. Aunt De spoke with great vigor, incessantly chattering into Gao Xiangwan's ear, causing her head to throb with irritation. With Dr. Chen present, there is nothing to worry about. You need not be overly concerned, Hong Li reassured her. Reflecting on the past, both had once graced the rankings of eligible bachelors in Jincheng. Zhu Wuyo collected her thoughts. The journey would afford her a chance to glean insights about Mo Sahan's parents. Considering all that had transpired since her arrival in this world, she found this to be the most tranquil moment within her heart. Hanju nodded gently, his expression unchanged, as if the entrance of the four sages stirred not a ripple in his composure. Within the glass enclosure, the fox, Avalanche, unhesitatingly devoured Dr. Qiao Rui's prized possession, igniting a pang of sorrow within the doctor, yet simultaneously kindling a flicker of exhilaration. As he rolled up his sleeves to gently wipe the sweat from Bai Xiaozi's brow, Tang Tang squinted her eyes and smiled softly, her gaze shimmering with a delicate luster that mirrored the rippling surface of water. Her countenance, though not breathtakingly beautiful or exceptionally graceful, perpetually radiated a joyous aura. The arc of the ball was impressively high. After soaring over the net, it descended slowly into an enviable position. At which moment Jiang Feng Yin felt a twinge of regret. Before long, twilight descended, and obscured by the dim moonlight, the path became indistinct, compelling the group to seek refuge for the night in a dilapidated temple atop a high mound by the roadside. Zichen's stomach indeed grumbled with hunger as he gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, unable to suppress a swallow. When Yufantian's palm struck the gigantic sword in his grasp with ferocity, Zichen's heart surged with madness, overwhelmed by excitement. Such a colossal weapon was not something that an ordinary person could contend with barehanded. Faced with a Taoist heart, he found himself struggling, and now, with the emergence of three more, the formidable power displayed was beyond his capacity to withstand. It seemed inevitable that this would culminate in a grueling battle, and alas, the misfortune would likely befall him. Luo Qin's explanation elicited a soft gasp from Elder He, who too perceived the uncanny coincidence of the events from that day. Although this was not a martial art, it stirred the fervor within male cultivators even more than any technique could, eliciting rapid breaths and drooling anticipation. The Ice Tiger Legion was ruthless in its operations, with few adversaries surviving their onslaught. Thus, the Ice Tiger King had garnered a notorious reputation across the neighboring star domains. Indeed, the over 200 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion responded in unison, promptly ceasing their retreat to seize advantageous terrain and prepare for a counterattack. When combined with Sirio's four-phase innate technique, Wind Shadow, it could produce an exceptionally slow yet seemingly existent afterimage. Meanwhile, aboard the investigative starship, the captain had just granted entry permission and opened the hatch when he received a warning from the escort team, but it was too late. The shuttle had already penetrated the chamber. Chapter 86. She lost, utterly defeated. After temporarily encasing the frenzied shark in ice, Lin Wu did not halt his actions, for he was acutely aware that this would not restrain the creature for long. Thus, after unleashing the extreme ice wave sword, he leapt fiercely into the sky. Of course, for the other competing factions, this was unequivocally disastrous news. The mere presence of a demon scorpion, Lucifer, was already a significant headache. And now the emergence of an even more formidable Albert Lucifer eclipsed the former, leaving no glimmer of hope for victory for the other competitors. Lin Ruo, seated within the tent, refrained from meditation, instead pondering how she had entered a state of enlightenment. If she could grasp the essence of this breakthrough, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation and also aid those around her. Old man, do you know the way to Qingling Mountain? At last, within an ancient mill, Qin Feng encountered an elderly man nearing his 50s. This revelation enlightened Qin Siming regarding the profound disdain the orthodox cultivation world harbors towards demonic cultivators. Should the latter proliferate, the very essence of the primordial realm would no longer sustain the existence of the orthodox sections. For instance, as he manipulates the water enchantment at this moment, it transcends mere droplets, evolving into vaporous clouds and solidified ice, elements that are palpably real and tangible. Lin Ruo, averse to owing anyone a debt of gratitude, particularly to this individual, maintained a remarkably tranquil demeanor without raising her gaze. With a gentle motion of her delicate hand, she allowed the fallen leaf to slip from her palm, carried away by the stream, twisting and turning as it drifted into the distance. Upon hearing Meng Xishuan's words, Han Feng Shue paused in surprise. It seemed he had scarcely interacted with her, merely exchanging fleeting glances. Could it be that she had developed affections for him? Your Highness, what brings you to Mist City? After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Ilili spoke first. Professor Ryan cast a skeptical glance at the visibly embarrassed Lu Xiuyan, furrowing his brow before approaching to pat his shoulder, signaling him to step outside for a conversation, whether to apologize or offer a recompense. It was clear she did not particularly desire either, yet how could one be so indifferent? The gathered reporters were predominantly from the city, with some having arrived from neighboring locales to partake in the commotion, and others tasked with reporting international news. Muron Wei, disinterested in her, noticed that among the other gift boxes was an exceptionally fine pound of blood swallow, alongside an assortment of other valuable items like snow lotus. And Lingshin's fingers lightly tapped the glass table, the crisp sound resonating in the ears of the three, intensifying their already restless hearts. Tang Li couldn't help but wonder if Song Baiyan had concocted a fabricated history to persuade Xiao Minglan to accept her. The current situation was already chaotic. She was at a loss for how to rein in her subordinates, and yet they continued to stir up trouble. She could not impose her thoughts upon others, as those here might not grasp her perspective. A sudden pang of anxiety struck Liang Ran, recalling how she had long forgotten this matter, while Lu Xiuyan appeared to remember it vividly, seemingly unable to let it go. Yet, she could not articulate to him that the married man was indeed himself, urging him to extricate himself from the sea gate. The fervor of newly converted adherents, or rather the loyalty of those who have strayed, has always been a fascinating subject in psychology. Bai Yi sighed deeply, while Jiao Shilua shot him a disapproving glance, stating, "We, the wicked, shall return to Jiuli, while your Na'vi brother deserves to perish today." The two formidable seals appeared oblivious to Xie Tong's words, relentlessly tormenting the avatar of the dead saint, each attack releasing tendrils of dark energy that the seals competed to consume. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. The ancient soul could sense the sacred artifact within its body, and this ancient fiend might truly possess the capability. One could attempt and see. Wukong remained unaware of how deeply he was embedded in the ground. As a colossal golden-armored puppet held him firmly in its grasp, the force of battle having torn the puppet to shreds, and just before its destruction, it delivered a powerful strike to the earth. "Was it you who saved me?" Aunt Fan inquired softly, to which Yi Yinfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you Yi Yinfeng?" Aunt Fan asked again, and Yi Yinfeng continued to nod. However, for this matter, Izzy could only contemplate silently, for voicing it would only deepen the guilt of those who cared for her. "Let our undercover agents return immediately from the vicinity of the village, lying low in the town until further orders before resuming their actions. If they remained below, it might mean Long Yang had not conveyed the full message, but the implications were clear. Nevertheless, it was already evident who the most formidable contender in this generation's contest for supremacy was, the one whom everyone sought to avoid, Yang Yu. Even with the emergence of a new champion, none could rival him. He had achieved invincibility. The term undisputed king aptly describes his current state. The injured illusory moon lion cast a furious glance, letting out a roar. Thankfully, the illusory moon lion could not transform into a human, otherwise, its expression would have been exceedingly grim. Were it not for the bloodstains on its arm, one could scarcely believe it had once bled profusely. A radiant, multicolored celestial light suddenly shot forth from the distance, magnifying a billionfold in an instant. "No, Qin Dong, I absolutely will not let you off tonight. Since I cannot deal with Jiang Wanru for now, I shall make you suffer," Jiang Wancheng declared menacingly. However, upon entering this vast forest, Jima and Qing Ju found it hard to believe that any intelligent life could exist within. This forest was strikingly primitive, with a chaotic array of flora, leaving no discernible path for human passage. Bai Ming pointed at Chen Dong, cursing vehemently. The earlier display by Tian Hong had already irked him, and now Chen Dong appeared as a convenient target for his frustration. Li Feng, unwilling to be outdone, formed a defensive stance with his hands, bracing himself against the potential impact of Chen Dong's fist. Hoo-ha! The white wolf unleashed a thunderous strike, producing a chilling sound as it sent one adversary flying. Heavenly artifact masters, even celestial artifact masters? Xiao Hongru trembled. He understood precisely what such titles signified. In the prime position of the VIP area, a grand chair was meticulously crafted, adorned with exquisite materials. The chair's back featured intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, with a bright yellow, plush cushion below, accompanied by two handrests embroidered with golden threads. From afar, it exuded an air of regal elegance. This red-armored flame dragon belonged to the same breed as the fire dragon that had once commanded the beasts to assault the island months prior. Chapter 87. Regret so deep it turns one's guts green. When the first golden chain of light pierced through Yin Yan, Duo suddenly exhaled a long breath. "You foul creature! You have ruined my splendid opportunity by daring to intrude," the lecherous bald man bellowed, brandishing a firearm seemingly produced from thin air. After resting at home for a day, he returned to work the following day. The test results had yet to arrive, but fortunately, the elderly couple had remained calm, no longer brandishing oil and lighters in a bid for mutual destruction. Among the few individuals present, the most remarkable transformation was that of Zhao Gongming, who astonishingly ascended to the realm of Tai Xianxian. This revelation left Yang Yi utterly astounded, for he understood that with Zhao Gongming's aptitude, achieving such a state was not a feat that could be accomplished in a brief period. Moreover, Yang Yi discerned that there were no signs of overexertion in his progress, which only deepened his bewilderment. Shunan observed silently for a while, his visage devoid of any warmth towards the guests, remaining expressionless behind Ling Qingqiu. He felt it sufficient for them to announce their presence. After all, he was merely a son-in-law, with all pertinent matters entrusted to Lung Qingqiu. The coincidence of exchanging glances with Qin Xiaoying left Chunin momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Chuan, still silent, approached Lianer with an air of fearless confidence, completely disregarding their presence. It was at this moment that he regained his composure, yet the return to reality only amplified his trepidation. As beads of perspiration cascaded down his back, Zhang Jiahui chuckled, remarking that since the truth was already known, there was no need to feign ignorance any longer. Furthermore, he claimed no wrongdoing had occurred, and it was merely his previous reluctance to speak that had held him back. Chunin inhaled sharply, realizing the formidable prowess of the coach, who could easily best him in a few exchanges with Yan Yongxin. According to Lu Wuqing, it was likely that this Nangguang coach could defeat him with a single hand. Zhuo Panyu recounted an incident from a few days prior, when the Blizzard internal guards apprehended several spies, and through interrogation, they uncovered their operational methods. Ultimately, the Daydreamer emerged contentedly with a golden prize, while Liu Hua felt compelled to keep his word, thinking it only courteous to present a token of goodwill upon their first meeting. The cloaked figure laughed again, but just as the laughter reached its peak, he abruptly turned, wielding his axe, which sent a wave of force slicing towards Li Nan. Han Shui'er, who had masked her feelings with indifference and animosity, found herself utterly powerless before Jing Mashuan. Under the immense pressure exerted by Jing Mashuan, her fade unraveled, revealing her fragile vulnerability unreservedly exposed beneath his piercing gaze. Even Pu Mo had to contemplate the consequences. Thus, exchanging a worthless object for some ancient stone milk proved to be highly advantageous, a clear case of repurposing waste, at least in its eyes. Above the waters of Luo, radiant lights danced in the sky, with colorful clouds painting a stunning panorama. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was adorned festively, as the goddess of Luo passed by in a fragrant carriage, accompanied by celestial deer and harmonious phoenixes, with myriad birds flocking towards her. Could it be that the ill-fated couple, Chao Ji and Zhenmi, after enduring countless tribulations, finally witnessed the clouds part to reveal the moonlight? After their period of adjustment, whenever Wang Zhifei prepared a cup of hot tea for Pan Guangyan, the latter would unburden himself of the indecisions that plagued him, not necessarily seeking Wang Zhifei's counsel, but rather to stimulate his own thought process. Is this for me? Song Yuan mused, gazing at the old yellow cover inscribed with the characters for the 9 Revolutions Thundercloud technique. A group of burly men encircled Lu Dali, exchanging harsh words, and as Lu Dali's pleas grew more desperate, they began to wreak havoc, smashing objects around him. The words of Yu Qilin were chilling, so cold that they sent shivers down one's spine. The outer disciples who were relatively close to him felt as though they had just taken a swig of icy water on a frigid winter day. The stark contrast between Wu Yi and Minghu Eng's tones plunged Yuan Y's heart into an icy abyss, leaving her with a profound sense of coldness. I did not mention the competition. I merely did not anticipate that those fervent fans would be so unwavering in their devotion. Heng Dao interrupted her with a low voice. Even the expressions within the game took on a melancholic hue, as their gazes fell from the horizon to the ground. Jiu Jian, will anything go awry if this continues? Zhang Lu finally lost her composure and urgently prodded Jiu Jian at his ear. Wang Qiui, as she spoke, felt her beautiful eyes mist over. Harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Wei Bao, who had been so forward with her the day before, yet now wore such a countenance. She refrained from confronting Yihua Ao and returned just like that. A sense of disheartenment washed over her, as she suddenly felt that all of this was the fault of the head of the Meng family. Why did he save her? Why did he bring her up here? Why did he allow her to see Lan Shiru once more? Yet, Yin Minhao merely took a brief respite, showing no further outrageous behavior, and resumed driving. Upon hearing the sweet and melodious voice from across the way, Dong Hanyang's face flushed crimson, as he unexpectedly felt a wave of shyness. She stealthily approached and playfully tapped Summer Yihao on the shoulder, as if launching a sudden ambush. Their essay spare, Jean-Lan said, cradling Su Xie with one arm while using the other to shift the pot of orchids from the windowsill, revealing a key beneath it. Chapter 88. I've divorced your father. Who even cares about you now? The commoners mingled with the warriors, their tone devoid of envy or excessive reverence. Jun Luotian and the others chose to remain at the inn to solidify their cultivation, preparing to venture out to the plaza the following day to witness the commotion. Particularly, Fong Lin harbored no fondness for Xin Yu since the latter had publicly declared his intention to join the Taiji sect after showcasing his alchemical prowess at the Alchemist Association. Lin Yi searched through Mo Ba and Mo Jiao, finding no leads on the demonic sect. He then conjured a fiery blaze to incinerate the corpses of Mo Ba and Mo Jiao. Although the weaponry wielded by the members of the Ultimate Investigation Team possessed considerable power, they remained individual arms akin to firearms. They might ultimately limited. Otherwise, human control would prove untenable. In such a place, the Ultimate Investigation Team lacked the audacity to employ large-scale weaponry akin to nuclear arms to suppress the court tree. Qin Sai's body trembled slightly as she uttered, "That corpse, that head, I dare not look at. I feel dizzy now." Upon hearing that Li Ying had a boyfriend, the smile on that man's face instantly froze, as though he had been slapped. Long Yangjun, narcissistically admiring her graceful figure under the moonlight, remarked with a playful smile, "After Qin Di played a trick on me in Xianyang, I was filled with hatred towards you. However, after you saved my younger brother, I found myself grateful towards you. Sister, as soon as I have the time, I will start paying attention to your every move." The most renowned site here is the Lily of the Valley Stadium, a venue for the regional tournament held in the Sinnoh region. During certain months, it becomes a bustling hub, attracting countless tourists and vendors alike. Melding his form with the surrounding gusts, Beta cleverly enhances his speed. Thrusting his sword with fervor, he is unable to unleash any long-range sword energy, relying solely on close combat to overcome his adversaries. The yellow dog, evidently trained with remarkable intuition, nodded vigorously after listening to Shun Linfeng. Moments later, a patch of wild grass trembled violently, and a robust yellow dog leaped forth from the thicket. Naturally, once the foundation is firmly established later on, the focus will inevitably shift to pig farming. After all, in terms of return on investment, pigs yield the highest returns, but that is a matter for another time. Zhu Beiji, though I am unaware of how you achieve this, what you have done is indeed a noble act. Consequently, you will gain early mastery over the Xianwang power. At least in this world, you will wield this power with ease, declared Taishang Laojun. Is Nevsky truly foolish? No, he is not only not foolish, but rather exceptionally astute. Or one might say, remarkably intelligent. The space fissures torn open by the two celestial ancestors are not the usual portals to the void. In addition to the ordinary void, there exists a labyrinthine passage, the most concealed and perilous trap within the void. Once ensnared, escape becomes nearly impossible. The portly man seemed oblivious to this reality, chuckling awkwardly as if he had never encountered someone of Hong Qingzhou's high rank before, his sycophantic smile betraying his eagerness to please. Since we have arrived here, I have long since cast aside concerns of life and death. We must venture into the Sankai Cave. What about you? Tianming inquired with an air of nonchalance. Li Qi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, but chose to disregard it. His sole aim now was Fang Junin, and under his calculations, Lu Gaoong was charging forth, nearly encircling Fang Junin. Luo Qian observed Nin Yoma's silhouette, his lips twitching slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. However, reality is often astonishingly unpredictable. Just because you did not anticipate it, does not mean others cannot achieve it. Witnessing their transformations, I felt every hair on my body stand on end, not out of fear, but rather due to their truly eerie appearance. Everything transpired so abruptly that she found it difficult to accept. The skies over Florence gradually darkened, as a chilling wind howled mercilessly through the streets. Stepping outside the shop, Qian Ruorua straightened her posture, aimlessly gazing elsewhere. Just as she turned her head, a familiar face came into her line of sight. Her eyes narrowed instantly, an aura of vigilance emanating from her being. The soldiers surrounding the general were taken aback, hastily rushing forth to encircle their commander. Xiao Chong, walking to the side, overheard their conversation and secretly chuckled, maintaining a facade of calmness. He then gathered all the resources at his disposal and arranged them around his body. With considerable effort, he managed to crawl to the illuminated area, where Li Nan reached out and discovered a ventilation duct situated several floors above. Throughout the journey, his heart was filled with trepidation. On one hand, he feared being recognized by acquaintances, and on the other, this path was one he was reluctant to revisit. What nonsense about golden diamonds! Such worthless trinkets could hardly be deemed treasures. Have you lost your mind in your quest for wealth? Qi Feng sneered with disdain. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of fire techniques, had been dispatched to battle the mist ninjas, who excelled in water techniques, illustrating the extent of their personnel shortages. In such dire circumstances, revival was not merely a product of life essence. Even a single drop on the most rudimentary of plants would not suffice to restore it to life. The reason he abandoned the title of Master of Creation in favor of his original name was due to the tribulations he faced after departing from the three realms. The others felt deeply ashamed. As members of the Nine Heavens War God Hall, they lacked the confidence of a newcomer to the hall. How to articulate more formal statements to create a sense of variety is a test of the participants' responsiveness. Chapter 89. What a disgrace. Fatitsong, witnessing the scene drenched in blood ahead, instinctively shrank behind Xingzi, but his rotund figure was hardly able to conceal itself behind Xingzi's frail frame. No one could have anticipated that Song Ju would utter the words of self-dismantlement. While being resolute is commendable, Xiao Sheng's emotions fluctuated wildly before taking action. He was consumed by rage, to the point of losing his sanity. Yet, once he acted, Xiao Sheng suddenly regained his composure, only to be overwhelmed by an endless sense of dread. Before he could steady himself, Zhang Feixiang abruptly slid back a step, driving his elbow into Lu Xiaoyu's chest. Of course, his curiosity was innocent, devoid of any nefarious thoughts towards another wife. Zhao Bo had already departed the capital, though he remained low-key. He did not wish to take risks. The capital was the domain of Haishi, and it would be no challenge for them to dig deep into the earth. Thus, it was wiser to find a tranquil place to cultivate his skills before emerging again. The Will King understood that at the time. Yi Zhanqing was not yet skilled in martial arts and could not assess Zhao Bo's capabilities, relying solely on hearsay. Zhuo Jingning chose not to comment further, instead offering a few words of comfort to Li Wanru. After a brief moment, as a result of the intense exertion earlier, Zhuo Jingning felt a pang of hunger and called for the kitchen maid to bring some food. The goodwill of the Qin court, for the government, was best left unacknowledged. It was preferable to decline outright rather than agree and ultimately fail, thus preserving a semblance of face. These 100 tribes could at most only project their power onto the surface of their bodies, invoking the natural energies of heaven and earth to impose a form of oppression upon Yi Fan and the others. Compared to the exquisite control of aura exhibited by the practitioners of Shenzhou, it was simply on an entirely different level. The screen was slightly shifted, and the pain immediately surged through Hui Zhu's leg, eliciting a soft groan from her lips. Upon hearing her cry of discomfort, Ying Zhan's expression darkened once more. He raised his head and cast a cold glance at Lu. The two exchanged a furtive look, a shiver of trepidation coursing through them, and they hurriedly approached to assist in lifting the screen. Hui Zhu smiled silently, casting a sidelong glance at the gently swaying curtain, before redirecting her focus and diligently feeding Hong Li. Xing Tian and his companions promptly knelt before the three ancestor witches, after which Xing Tian recounted the series of events that led to his arrival. All eyes turned towards Shui Ruahan, who descended from the platform with an air of nonchalance, a frivolous smile adorning his face that left many perplexed. Wang Hua felt a sense of curiosity arise within him. Typically, such phenomena did not occur when Wang Chen practiced his martial arts. Pondering the unusual occurrence, Wang Hua fixed his gaze intently on Wang Chen. Subsequently, the police took Moriya Mari into custody, with Officer Moku expressing admiration for Yamaki Yoko's reasoning, though Yamaki merely smiled without elaborating further. Despite his seemingly lewd appearance, the old man possessed a remarkably agile mind, often providing ingenious solutions to the challenges that young Qi Tian encountered. The expanse known as Hanhai was not an ocean, but rather an endless desert, referred to in the Xiongnu language as Erduspan, meaning land of demons. It was called Hanhai due to its vastness. Stretching 800 miles across the steppe, a panorama dominated by yellow sands that resembled the ocean itself. In an instant, he was left bleeding profusely, nearly severing his entire arm. After retrieving the body, Li Fuchun made his way towards Jiangcheng, while Lu Ming lingered nearby, contemplating that he did not require assistance. The elemental rules of earth and fire instantaneously transformed the surrounding space. The markings above were considerably fainter than during the day, and it was believed that they would completely merge in a matter of days. Upon seeing Feng Jian, Ningbin discarded Zhao Ming onto the ground, where Zhao Ming gasped for breath. At a command, 1,000 tracking projectiles were swiftly launched from the cannon, hurtling towards their target at the North City Gate. 2,000 meters away, with a breathtaking momentum. With no one else around, what was she still doing here? Was she intending to remain and provide nourishment for the mosquitoes? They wished to depart, yet were unable to do so, for the household regulations dictated that offending a guest would incur punishment. Ningbin's unexpected arrival disrupted their previously serene mood, leaving them anxious that the bank would refuse to release their funds. A soldier of the zombie clan approached slowly, sitting down with a glimmer of purple light in his eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. As the morning competition concluded, spectators gradually streamed out, and before long, the vast Tianyuan arena was left with thousands of empty chairs. Lian Yu gently seated herself, gazing at the tightly closed eyes of Hua Taifeng, her heart filled with profound emotions. Her own brother had been rescued by her husband. Both of them bore the marks of the same disaster, as if the heavens had long ago orchestrated their fates. In the celestial domain, the four-star entities could cause considerable distress, and that venerable ancestor of the Ji family could not entirely eradicate the four-star zombies, while the five-star entities could utterly annihilate the surrounding star regions. Soon after, countless fissures spread outward from him, and to make matters more alarming, beneath those cracks appeared glimmering talismans. The Peacock Emperor's spiritual energy surged wildly, causing those talismans to radiate even brighter, ultimately intertwining into a cohesive whole that enveloped the entire imperial palace. Chapter 90 delivered a resounding slap to Ji Muyang. Meanwhile, the Qingyuan mansion had even fewer forces, likely no more than 4,000 or 5,000, with the number of valiant warriors not exceeding 2,000. Wu Yong was already well versed in the circumstances of Goryeo and recounted them in detail. Before long, a robust female chef entered to greet Jiangda. Upon inquiring about her name, Jiangda learned that the chef was surnamed Gao and called Gao Yu, as she was the only one in her family. Some referred to her as Aunt Gao. Very well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the Heartless Flower and Heavenly Crystal Essence? Chu Feng queried directly. I do not wish to elaborate further on the celestial spirit. You should hasten to bid farewell to this world. Ban Zhoushan said as he released his grip on the celestial spirit's neck. The spirit gazed at him and replied, I have nothing further to say. You may kill or spare me as you wish. With that, the celestial spirit closed her eyes. The ultimate battle unfolded, a scene of unspeakable carnage. As both sides fought with fervor, the human kings clashed with the once ascendant deities, causing the wastelands to tremble and emit mournful cries. Although no substantial physical harm was inflicted, Bison felt that if things continued this way, he would inevitably become charred flesh. Thus, he resolved to have instant noodles with ham for dinner that night. Upon arriving, Bison found Andre already wearing a look of impatience. For such a hot-blooded fool, waiting was the most tedious endeavor imaginable. After learning of the situation, Du Jiao rose in the dead of night and departed from the Ramman tribe, heading south to seek refuge with her cousin's tribe, the Zhurong clan. Fortunately, their camp was located on the outskirts of the capital, preventing their large assembly from being discovered by prying eyes. Moreover, having just graduated from university and lacking employment, she was reliant on them for sustenance and shelter, which certainly bred concerns. Her father donned a black down jacket that had seen better days, while her mother wore a similarly worn yellow down jacket. Your name is Gu Qianqian, is it not? Zhou Jinghui inquired leisurely while piloting Arthur, knowing well that he had gone to great lengths to uncover who had abducted his grandfather. At present, he found himself in a critical period. Should he be implicated, the prince's essence could be compromised, and his potential might be harmed. Thankfully, his marriage was essentially secured, allowing him to converse about matters that pleased the elderly, which in turn brought him ease. This seems to be the spark that ignites, causing the very fabric of the pitch-black world to begin to crack, the sounds reverberating relentlessly. A thunderous roar leaving traces that shatter space, as a terrifying turbulence surges forth. Upon witnessing this, the shopkeeper Qian exclaimed in alarm, No, dear Aunt Shui. This mink coat is not for sale. At that moment, a considerable number of students from various grades had gathered, densely packed, amounting to hundreds. Lenny pondered. Why are there so many rooms for accommodation within the abandoned official buildings of the imperial city? That night, Tinjiner slept particularly soundly, while Mama Bai boasted to Bai Jijun, who had just returned from escorting Grandma Bai home. When Zhao Xinping saw him, he was engaged in combat training with a soldier, honing his reaction speed. Had it not been for Yao Yao previously sacrificing a month of weakness to establish a powerful isolation barrier in the training grounds, the entire area would likely have been reduced to rubble by Dean's onslaught. This illustrates its formidable power. Just as Cheng Yiping finished speaking, he noticed Wang Hu's expression contorted, and then he raised his arm, striking fiercely at the corner of the table. She merely wished to fulfill her grandmother's dying wish. yet she never truly contemplated how to accomplish it. Zhong Qing felt that Guai Guai held far greater significance in her heart than the average person, especially after hearing its final message, which evoked overwhelming gratitude. At that moment, Mengzhen discerned Jiang Yunjia's composure amidst such earth-shattering events. Realizing that the downfall of the Ming family was, in fact, foreseeable, Jiang Yunjia's cunning and ability to distort right and wrong were unparalleled, perhaps unmatched by anyone in the realm. Zhong Qing was already so excited that she struggled to steady her spoon, having attempted several times to scoop up a piece of meat without success. The 4 champions and the multitude of monkey demons were elated, dispatching their subordinates to inform the 72 demon kings, who were summoned to offer their congratulations. Da Wang stood awkwardly to the side, attentively observing the surroundings, his sword trembling slightly in his grip, a result of excitement. This was the first time in his life he wielded a sword against something, albeit just a tree. Yet it filled him with uncontainable exhilaration. And Qianyan glared at Li Hongyuan, feeling exasperated with her beloved. At times, he drove her to the brink of madness. Yet there was no escape, for in this lifetime, he had taken her heart, her body, and half of her soul. There was no possibility of separation. She murmured, 3,000. Weak waters 3,000, momentarily forgetting to continue inquiring about the celestial being's service in which palace. Her demeanor was exceedingly natural, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Upon raising her head, she appeared perplexed by Xie Pingmao's astonished expression. Li Cheng returned to the foot of the mountain, gazing at the steep steps, heaving a sigh, taking one step, pausing, and slowly ascending. With the influx of numerous members, an overwhelming oppressive aura enveloped everyone within Lingyun Valley. These words had long been contemplated. Zhang Baolai knew that when they met, he would not fail to send someone to the capital to investigate the truth. The tale of the 4 individuals causing an uproar at Ziyun Tower has spread through the streets, becoming an undeniable fact. Rather than conceal it, one might as well speak openly, which only enhances one's integrity. As I remain silent, you ought to cherish the present moment. Lu Junchuan sighed, captivated by Yan Wan's innocent and adorable demeanor, which was a sight to behold. Elder brother, what brings you here? In a moment of surprise, Qi Tong and the others anxiously looked towards Xiang Nanfeng. Li Qing, oblivious to Oba Qishan's words, felt an intense surge of energy gathering within him, akin to a raging inferno, boiling like water in a cauldron. He was drenched in sweat, and had it not been for the elder's reminder, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. When Yao Jia mentioned Sun Jian, it struck a chord with Sun Tzu, who, if given the choice, would prefer not to bear the mantle of a tyrant. Unlike Sun Jian's ambition, he was devoid of such aspirations, and lacked the ambition of his brother, Sun Quan. Having made an unfortunate start, one could hardly blame Qian. Lin Di was left to handle the aftermath alone. After Guanzai departed, the people in the courtyard made a commotion for a while before each took their tools and returned home, gradually restoring tranquility to the yard. After a while, Su Nuo felt her eyes welling with tears, realizing her lapse in composure. She hastily regained her emotional control. Lu Zhiyu's voice trembled with excitement as he stepped forward to shake Mo Li's shoulders, seemingly seeking confirmation that the latter was indeed safe and sound. Have the security at the entrance settle this month's wages with the finance department. Cui Jingxian, upon hearing President Lung's call, swiftly made her way to the president's office. Chapter 91. She asked me to bring the divorce agreement. From a distance, the road ahead began to narrow, with a range of mountains extending eastward on the right. Standing tall amidst the dense forest, the summit of the mountain revealed sparse vegetation, displaying a dusty yellow hue, occasionally accompanied by the distant sound of a dragon's roar. Zhang Fenggan was understandably taken aback, yet he felt a sense of joy at his sister's growth, though her leap from the city wall left him somewhat astonished. Qin Yang recalled the decree bestowed upon him by Yuan Etian, pondering if employing it to suppress himself would ensure his safe descent to the bottom of the pond. No need. Huaxia is a forbidden zone for mercenaries, and armed forces are prohibited. Armored vehicles would attract too much attention in Huaxia, which would be counterproductive, Qin He remarked. The teleportation array exploded, unleashing eerie crimson light and mist, and once the mist dissipated, Qin Yang and the others vanished, their fates unknown. Fear, despair, and sorrow seemed to emanate from Mu Huanshua's eyes, reflecting all of humanity's negative emotions. Indeed, today, Milan's aunt had arrived, which explained her frequent urge to vent her frustrations. Owing to the privilege of a direct route, the convoy did not linger long at the city gate. Once granted passage, they drove through the gate. immediately spotting the distinctive architecture within the city. Kangxi found himself once more reminiscing about the moment when Sumalaga struck Ao by for him, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. I will gladly allocate time to elucidate matters for you. Li Xian remarked. The Blood Crow Demon Saint had spent a considerable 6 months in the company of the Kuan Saint and the Xuanwu, feeling quite familiar with the dual saints. However, Feather was aware of this matter, yet found himself disinclined to elaborate. Thus, Qilin did not don the dark alloy armor, but instead wore a pristine white military uniform that clung closely to her graceful figure, accentuating her exquisite silhouette and exuding an air of gentle charm that evoked an overwhelming sense of protectiveness in others. Go fetch my bone tablet. It's in my chest, and I forgot to bring it along. I must retrieve it, Jag replied succinctly. There could be no better outcome than this. Li Qingya's heart brimmed with gratitude, and she greeted everyone with a radiant smile that left no doubt of her good spirits. Following the relentless onslaught of the Terror Organization, many aspects of life on Earth had transformed, with even the attitudes of other planets in the galaxy shifting towards Earth. Do you truly believe this Emperor has survived all these epochs without cause? Countless supreme beings have met their demise at my hands. Wu Xin's words were pointed, as he firmly believed that Bailey Xinyuan could not protect Ning Huan for eternity. For Jiangxian, you would resort to the most despicable acts to harm one who has never borne you any malice. Yet, I do not regret my choices. Were I to start anew, I would choose the same path. He reached out to seize the wine jar, only to find Nan He's gaze fixed upon him, her body slightly leaning to one side. He was certain that if he attempted to grasp it, she would deftly evade him. Then he perceived a hint of his stubbornness and lightly tapped his arm, lowering it to retrieve the items he had brought back before entering. Within the lotus platform, the spiritual energy had thickened to the point of liquidity, with the golden light being the only visibility, obscuring the forms of the two. In life, you were my plaything, and in death, you shall remain so. Allow me to consume you obediently. The arrogant voice of Xia Yong echoed from below. Although Ji Fuchen's past held little value within the Yi clan, it nonetheless belonged to them. Their current actions could be deemed as theft of the Yi clan's possessions. And should their kin discover this, even with their formidable powers, they would ultimately find themselves overpowered, suffering the consequences. Feeling the intensity of a gaze shift away, Nanny peeked through her fingers and saw Dihi staring intently at the doorway, prompting her to lower her hand. The group arrived at the largest tavern in the city, and their revelry extended from noon until evening, only concluding when they could barely stand. He even felt fortunate that he had merely lost a hand. Otherwise, he might have faced the loss of his entire body. Clearly, it was foolish to leap into the air to evade the threat of blades, sacrificing stability on the ground. Ironically, in the southwestern border, Thailand began relinquishing its previously occupied territories, retreating into the interior. Even the lands surrendered by Myanmar and Laos were directly abandoned by the Thai military. After a moment of steadiness, she opened her eyes, placing a hand on the copper frame of the bed to sit up slowly. The words of Han Zimo resonated in Yi Xiangchen's ears like an indelible imprint, plunging him into deep contemplation. Yet, I never anticipated that there would come a day when he would no longer even ask me to reveal my flaws to him. Even more surprising was his willingness to heartlessly bestow me upon another. At that moment, he found it perplexing, considering the formidable backing of Li Mofan. He should have sought a way to salvage the situation, even if he faced accusations. The wind picked up, and amidst the curtain of rain, the wisteria trees swayed violently, their remaining blossoms swept away by the gusts. Every first experience, I had surrendered to him. I loved him, yet I understood that upon his return to the imperial city, he would embark on a new life, a life that starkly contrasted with the one I yearned for. We were destined to remain apart. Nanfeng Xuet, aware of Yi Xiangchen and Yi Xiangwen's knowledge regarding Luo Jiahao's affiliation with the Tianying Chamber of Commerce, understood the reason behind Yi Xiangchen's remarks. Raising my gaze, I spotted Xiao Xiaofeng standing at the alley's entrance, observing me with a calm demeanor, a cigarette in hand. I felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The unfamiliarity of my body and the mental alignment rendered my movements awkward. In contrast, Xiao Xiaofeng's kissing technique was undoubtedly impressive, leaving me feeling utterly weak, as if I were melting into his very being. Could he be a formidable presence from the ancient realms? Yi Xiangchen inhaled deeply, pondering internally. The footprints, bloodstains, and felled trees all indicated that someone had passed through this place. The deeper one ventured, the more frequent these signs became. Thus, It was certain that Hua Linyuan would grow anxious. With anxiety comes fervor, and with fervor, his injuries would worsen. The next Seoul contest would be held in Mingdu. And this year's competition would feature sect teams, a scale unprecedented. In that moment, I could no longer dwell on his previous peculiar behavior. I directly commanded my shadow to morph into a circular silhouette on the ground, appearing before him. For instance, if an opportune moment for poisoning arose, one could feign the creation of a new flavor of fine wine, lacing it with poison before offering it to that venerable emperor. You haven't signed the divorce agreement yet, have you? In the future, this I must not be recklessly exposed unless you possess sufficient strength. Elder, you hastily cautioned. What a pure-hearted intent to kill. The silver figure's eyes suddenly appeared to illuminate. At that moment, Xiao Zifeng hesitated, reluctant to gaze upon the oddly shaped individual before him. Yet he discerned the typical physique of a portly person. After careful observation, he ultimately confirmed the identity of the hefty figure. Do not resist. I must delve into your spiritual sea for a thorough examination. Elder Ming urged promptly. He had not thought too deeply at the time. He merely believed that since the other party had bestowed upon him the gift of rebirth, he must find their child to unravel their emotional entanglement. Zhang Ling nodded vigorously and stepped a short distance away, refraining from disturbing Yi Feng, and diligently resumed her practice. Yang Ling took the bag and immediately opened it. As the contents were revealed, 1,000 blue spirit coins lay before him. Please, I beg of you, spare us. Our family relies on us, the man said earnestly. By all means, let us know your demands, and we shall do our utmost to fulfill them. At this moment, Zhua Feng, sporting a few adolescent blemishes on his forehead, rushed over from behind and addressed the leading youth, Yi Xingtian. The first sight that caught their attention was Wan Sisi and her servant, Xiao Chu Chu, lying motionless on the ground just a few paces away, seemingly unconscious. My master embodies the phoenix, possessing wind attribute attacks, which classify it as an elemental beast. Such rare creatures are indeed a treasure, and I sincerely hope you can channel such a magnificent entity, Mu Yi remarked. Tong Nai scanned the surroundings with a casual air, pursed her lips, and deftly tiptoed over to retrieve a beautifully packaged item from the shelf, making her way towards Yilu. Although the strength of the sect level in the Tianyu capital could be deemed ordinary, on the continent, such power could indeed instill awe. Even the master of the Penglai Manor, Wu Ling, is merely at the 6th stage of the martial sect, yet commands countless formidable subordinates, dominating a significant territory within the empire. The crowd held no clear understanding of the 500 Jin bowman's strength. However, Nan Muxiang, having served in the military, was aware that archers with such might were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, he had discovered ways to enhance an archer's prowess. Yilu covered his face, feeling overwhelmed by Tong Nai's infatuated demeanor. His sister, typically proud and aloof, could not restrain herself when it came to games involving sisterly themes, revealing an utterly smitten expression. This feat was remarkably simple to achieve, a notion that many within the human empire would find immensely valuable. The examinees were abuzz with speculation, eager to discern the strength with which Lu Qi would approach this medical assessment. In the second year of Tai Chi, under the leadership of General Zhong Ziyo, the human expeditionary army swore an oath at the Jiexing Mountains, embarking on a campaign into the demon realm. From that point onward, this battle-hardened force vanished from the annals of history in the dragon-human continent. As his warm arms enveloped her, Yuji leaped into his embrace, weeping openly. She clung to him, tears streaming down her face, her sobs echoing through the air. The Luo River flowed gently under the setting sun, as a grand flower boat drifted downstream toward the city of Luoyang. Ouyang Sweki nodded, falling silent, and the two found themselves enveloped in an awkward quietude. Perhaps this was the source of Ouyang Sweki's embarrassment. She and Fan Yinyin shared little common ground, and it was the emergence of the Xiahou Wu organization that had brought them together. Without that factor, there was little left for them to discuss. A rustling sound came from outside the window, as large raindrops pelted against the blurred glass, creating a deafening noise. Lin Xiaoxi gazed anxiously into the depths beyond the window, shivering involuntarily. Whether it was the chill that seeped in with the wind or the coldness in her heart, she felt extraordinarily fragile at that moment. Humph. Since you dare not accept that $100,000, let us depart, he provocatively declared, casting a scornful glance at the surrounding officers, a smug smile playing on his lips. No sooner had he spoken than a convoy consisting of Rolls-Royces and Hummers sped towards them. The 9th prince had never aspired to be the crown prince. However, He could not refuse the imposition of the favored consort. He recognized the truth in her words. Survival within the palace demanded a modicum of status. Without it, one would be disregarded. She brushed her hand against her head, preparing to turn over, only to be enveloped in a broad embrace. The scent emanating from him brought her a sense of reassurance. Li Tianyu turned to gaze at the strikingly handsome man before him, whose eyes, however, betrayed a sense of irreverence. It flitted about, evading capture, fortunate that it was not the type to indiscriminately consume human flesh. Yet, Eugene Lin affirmed that he indeed was Eugene Lin. Mu Tianlei regarded Daodu and conceded her assertion. Even twins could not be identical in every aspect. Mo Li felt a shiver under Chu Shi's gaze and slapped her palm over his face, exclaiming with stubborn exasperation, "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll devour you." It was rather embarrassing to be scrutinized so intently. Just as she believed all was lost, and they were to be riddled with bullets from the ominous guns before them, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Senmu Shirya lit a cigar, discarding the mask that had obscured his face. In such a glorious moment, there was no need for concealment. Then, both sides' abilities collided in midair, resulting not in a one-sided affair, but rather an explosion upon impact. Yet he refrained from inquiring about Lu Lianxue, for this matter held immense significance. And any mishap could not be allowed. It was imperative that the demon slayers remained unaware of his connection to Lu Lianxue, lest her safety be jeopardized. Young Master Zishan seemed slightly stirred, his gaze fixated on Bue, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening, though it bore no warmth, instead emanating a chilling aura. At that moment, Tixin suddenly roared, his body swelling once more. His previously dark figure turned a vivid red, as if on the brink of exploding. Jiang Yuqing's furrowed brow showed no signs of easing, his eyes fixed intently on her injured arm. Though the wound was shallow, the blood that had flowed earlier had already congealed, halting further bleeding. Chapter 93. A minor character seizes the opportunity. Though Mozgov hailed from a warrior nation, being a warrior did not grant him the liberty to topple all that stood before him. He was ensnared by Pachuria, allowing Green to effortlessly claim the defensive rebound. He had yet to reveal his ambitions to dominate the world, and thus, the generals had no reason to oppose Bai's righteous intentions. If one were to aspire to become one of the 3 high officials of the court after Bai, then the generals who followed him would not merely be his personal retainers. They might very well ascend to the same court as ministers of the Han dynasty alongside Bai. In other words, to become Gu Yu's wife, one must first secure his consent. Without it, any vow of devotion holds no weight. Teacher Zhang contemplated for a moment, then reiterated his explanation in simpler terms. Those matters can be addressed later, but may I inquire why both of you have chosen to remain? Du Yanhang did not directly respond to her question. Instead, he countered with one of his own. It is said that this all-star weekend has drawn a multitude of Chinese tourists to New Orleans, nearly depleting the city's supplies, even leading to a shortage of sanitary products, prompting local media to exclaim about the power of China. The mayor of New Orleans even delivered a televised address, expressing gratitude to the Chinese for aiding the city through its hardships. The following afternoon, the Sanluo Battle Hall arrived at the gates of hell, which is recognized as the 3rd most perilous place in the world, the entrance to the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountain. With hearts both exhilarated and apprehensive, they stepped inside, their emotions intertwining with the very fabric of heaven and earth. However, the polar bears were not an option. These 2 bears were undeniably a hot potato, as both the director of the Cheongqing Oceanarium and his equal had been suspended due to their presence, thrusting the aquarium into the limelight of public scrutiny. Indeed, you are my beloved sister. I adore you. The gentleman immediately opened his arms and rushed forward, though it was all in jest, and Skaha effortlessly evaded his playful lunge. Su Yin, we 2 old fellows have fought to this age. It is time for a resolution. Today marks the day of doom for your Su clan. Wei Xiao, seeing the major factions cowed by his presence, let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting to Su Yan as he spoke ominously. Li Jin, why are you still defending her? Hasn't she just bullied you? She often tormented you before, which led to your fall into the water. Who would have thought that divine retribution would bring about her demise? Zhang Sanxiong was perplexed. In his view, he should confront Jiang Chun directly, negotiate for more time, secure a green light, and then strive to amass a substantial fortune for future endeavors. Although she had sworn, he had already uncovered the truth and recognized her deception. Ling He shook his head in disbelief. On the screen, Ling Bingon appeared to be on the brink of death. Something had taken root within his heart, like a cat's claw scratching at his insides, causing an incessant itch. It turned out that only his death shroud remained beside Yi Tian, while the summer attire Yi Tian had worn was nowhere to be found. Across the realm, while the Sword Emperor reigned supreme, and the name of the mysterious palace struck fear into the hearts of all in Qingzhou, occasional frictions arose, and the undercurrents, after a period of calm, seemed increasingly unpredictable. At that moment, in the distance, Jian Feiyang suddenly stirred. A dragon's roar erupted from his sword, unleashing an immense wave of sword energy that surged forth once more. Dear second sister, I am fully aware of my father's treatment towards me, and there is no need for you to express it here. Moreover, by what authority do you speak to me? As the era of cataclysm descends upon us, despite the dwindling number of formidable figures from various factions, the legacy remains intact, allowing for the cultivation of exceptional talents. Qin Yi narrowed her phoenix eyes, reluctantly acquiescing to her father's coercive demands, which led her to visit the Prime Minister's residence. Observing him depart in his vehicle, Nicole promptly followed suit, arriving at the laboratory's location shortly thereafter. Amidst Yi Jingma's contemplations, Xia Qiqi, upon hearing his words, furrowed her brow and immediately interjected without a moment's hesitation. The war in the Lionheart Kingdom persists, with both nations now at an impasse, each suffering grievous losses. Let it be. I shall not dwell on it further. Regardless of who the fisherman may be, this operation has claimed numerous Japanese lives while my comrades remain unscathed. One can only anticipate that the alliance between the Kingdom of Mai and the Kingdom of Lingyang will inevitably lead to the downfall of the Zhonghui Empire. Ultimately, the distinctions on this playground are starkly evident, compelling even the most impatient to exercise restraint. The sixth transformation of the transformation realm represents the pinnacle of the mid-tier, where several practitioners of the fourth and fifth transformations pose significant threats to ordinary sixth transformation cultivators. For nearly 10 millennia, during the Washing Heaven ceremony, our disciples of Chongqing Hall have secured a single spot at the third tier. Indeed, what Lord Decai has proposed is quite agreeable, and thus it shall be settled. Major Yamada nodded with a smile. The eternal force of existence can transmute into various forms of energy, regardless of how much is lost. It will inevitably restore itself to its maximum capacity. Its relationship with the soul and spiritual power differs in that it is independent, existing beyond any specific era or space, yet capable of manifesting in any time or place. No, I cannot remain idle. With a grim expression, Emperor Tang resolved to send forth another group to seek enlightenment. Ouch! Helise gasped, clutching her shoulder with her other hand. This was due to a deafening explosion, as the sixth node triggered a chain reaction of immense proportions. Chapter 94. You and I shall obtain the divorce certificate. Grandmother shook her head, and I exhaled in relief, thinking that if he truly governed the Liu family, escaping his grasp would be impossible. 007 remained silent, only now realizing the depths of its seemingly unambitious and nonchalant host. Indeed, His Majesty has grown bored and wishes to meet the princess. We shall fetch her now, remarked eunuchly, having grown familiar with one another. Cheng Qianan spoke candidly, without reservation. The repugnant man before me perceived nothing. Energy readings were absent, and in this ethereal realm, no matter how high the energy, it could not exceed 10,000, leading Wang Taizhu to deduce that this individual was not a living being. Indeed, at the outset, Liu Bowen set up a grand formation that could harness the forces of heaven and earth. Shi Muzi chuckled, observing the other laser sword wielded by Shang Wanhong, and calmly closed his eyes as the laser grazed his forehead. At that moment, Lord Su Yunqi happened to pass by, and upon hearing the inquiry from the servant Xia Shan, he interjected, stating that it was the heavens punishing him before moving on. Meanwhile, the manager, noticing Lin Nalian's somewhat unusual behavior, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The subsequent ice crystal phoenix drawn was also of national significance, and the lava beast Xiao Han was equally a formidable entity, which was quite peculiar. In truth, she was not disdainful of her surroundings, but was instead surveying the terrain, preparing to find an escape route in case of any unforeseen events, all the while hoping to catch a glimpse of that scoundrel Yan Kai. As the cabin door opened, you pushed her toward the entrance, and then the two leapt down, an experience that Tang Tang would never forget. The old woman died with her eyes wide open, blood gushing from her severed artery, her life not yet extinguished, with sounds of blood surging from her throat mingling with gurgling gasps, a scene as terrifying as purgatory. In the midst of it all was a figure with white hair and a commanding presence, though raggedly dressed. even while seated. He exuded a grandeur akin to that of the majestic mountains, likely a hermit of Huangshan like Ning Daoqi. During his university days, he often fantasized about strolling through campus with Mo Qingyan, watching films together. However, after moving away years ago, he had not seen her since and could only harbor those thoughts in his heart. Yet, Your Majesty, the hunting grounds are perilous, and ordinary men dare not enter. I fear for Ziyue, she whispered, tugging at the sleeve of Su Guifei, but Hongxia's woofing remained unmoved. Huayan snapped back to reality amidst the chaos, only to realize that it was Xiao Minglang who had just rescued her. She gasped in horror, unable to fathom the consequences had she truly collided with the emperor. Glancing at the half-box of fabric, she pondered that Xiao Han had indeed called upon her for needlework, and now even her New Year's garments were under scrutiny. Under the influence of Yi Feng's sword intent, the swords of those below began to tremble, as if an invisible force were tugging at them. She tumbled out of bed, crashing to the floor, the pain beneath her preventing her from recalling the events of the previous night. In a moment of desperation, Pan Shizhong struck Pan Minglang with such force that it exceeded even Pan Yuan's blow, leaving Pan Minglang bleeding and collapsed on the ground. In the alley, only a lone carriage stood silently in the midst, the surroundings devoid of life, presenting a stark contrast to the earlier commotion. Moreover, he was well aware that his extravagant lifestyle was entirely supported by his elder brother and father. Upon witnessing Chun Yuan assume the stance of the demon subduing 38 forms, the specter was terrified, its spirit dissipating in fear. She leaned against the door, slowly crouching down, clutching the ring hanging from her neck, silently weeping. Moreover, even ordinary plants, should they thrive in the primordial world brimming with primal energy, would likely exhibit some degree of mutation. Xia Yi and his companions were invited into the conference room within the base, where a meeting was already in progress. Over a dozen military generals from the island nation, along with several Americans, were gathered around a model of Mount Fuji, gesturing and deliberating on some matter. The one who unleashed the punch was the self-assured heir who, taking advantage of Zhou Feng's momentary lapse, aimed to deliver a crushing blow to the detestable young scamp. Yet, before his fist could make contact, he discovered that Zhou Feng had vanished. The battle-hardened heir who sensed that something was amiss, as a gentle breeze stirred behind him. The choice of this location was deliberate, as its climate closely resembled that of a primordial tropical rainforest, akin to the origin world. I did not demand they reclaim the ancient lands of Liaodong. Merely holding the fort should not necessitate an annual supply of 5 million in provisions. From a distance, Lu Xian observed the sudden surge of aura emanating from Qin Chang'an, a look of surprise gracing his face as he spoke. Once a cultivator attains the 7th tier, it becomes exceedingly difficult for conventional technological weaponry to bring about their demise. Even those formidable weapons capable of razing cities and obliterating landscapes cannot match the mobility of a high-level cultivator. When Ren's laughter lacked insistence, he understood the simplicity of the mountain man and feared that this tainted object might tarnish the purity of his heart. Chapter 95. When do you plan to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau? Zheng Ye made no choice, instead confronting the enthusiastic enrollment officers from various universities with a calm demeanor. Neither subservient nor arrogant, courteous yet non-committal, merely stating that he would choose diligently. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt a stirring within. To investigate the depths of Jinwu City and befriend its elite practitioners, what could be more convenient than participating in the relief efforts for disaster victims? This place was truly a paradise for professional gamers and mages. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. Bai Tong had indeed fallen asleep, utterly oblivious to her daughter quietly descending the stairs adorned in a moon-blue, plain outer garment. It could be said that he was a fierce warrior among film critics, a formidable presence in his own right. The old man, rumored to have long perished, suddenly re-emerged, causing the Wu family to change color in unison. Even Commander Hu's expression shifted at the sight of him, for it felt as though the very space around them was subservient to his presence. This individual was shrouded in mystery. One could only wonder from whence he came. Was the seal of the Sand Sea's blessed land finally destined to be broken? The master of Peach Blossom Island murmured as he gazed at the direction Lu Fei had vanished, witnessing his side suffer grievous losses, yet still failing to breach the encirclement. Du Chong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, muttering to himself. Although Di Qing's 5 cavalry brigades of the Prairie Legion had similarly defeated the 60,000 Hu cavalry that besieged them and had annihilated or captured over 300,000 Hu cavalry, They themselves had suffered nearly 20,000 casualties. At this moment, do not underestimate your ability to resist, even with a slight advantage in strength. Zhang can employ this force to overpower his opponent. Should the defender make a move, the consequence will likely be a foul. A few days later, at precisely 9 in the morning, Lu Fan arrived punctually at the office area of a medium-sized media company in the bustling metropolis. Exiting the inner palace, Su Qilang made his way to the Prime Minister's residence. As Lord Su was a frequent visitor, no formal announcement was necessary. Fei Hong, are you ready? Your brother is eagerly anticipating the sight of you wielding your power. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Fei Hong called at that very moment. However, in this timeline, Tong Lia's fate took an alternate path due to Cheng Xiqing's reckless actions. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Jiang delivered a knee strike, producing a dull thud that echoed ominously from beneath the second brother, sending chills down the spine. Ultimately, they abandoned their pursuit of Xiao Junlin, departing with the corpses of Yang Jian and 2 others. Now, should Hu Ge change his affiliations, with the resources and upward momentum of Mo Long Media, coupled with Hu Ji's already formidable strength, elevating his status would be far from difficult. Li Kai instinctively ran to the center of the square, and in the next instant, several notifications appeared in his mind. As for the rationale behind hiring Westerners at a great cost, Zhuozhan possessed his own unique insights. While technology knows no borders, scientists do have nationalities, rather than allowing them to develop weapons that could be used against them in the future. It is wiser to employ them for the Ming Dynasty now, creating a dynamic of mutual growth in technology. If an ordinary student were to arrive here, they might succumb to the miasma of the undead before even embarking on the quest to vanquish evil. Wu Ji nodded, with Shi Qian's agility and skills. The casino's accounts could be examined at will. The notion of being struck down by a thunderous calamity was impossible once the tempest passed. I would claim your life just the same, and Ida Pu remarked coldly. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, both of them lacked an appetite, merely taking a few bites before setting their utensils aside. Meng Hu nodded in satisfaction. There was a semblance of spirit emerging, indicating that after 3 grueling battles, these recruits had matured significantly. From this point onward, they had transformed into veterans in the truest sense, yet they still fell short of the standards of battle-hardened soldiers. The discussions and curses from in front of the television were lost on Gao Shi, yet he could hear the sounds from the venue quite clearly. Regarding what Nasha had said, Farrick had been nodding in agreement until she reached the end, at which point he interrupted her, having suddenly realized something. In that fleeting moment of thought, 2 swords materialized silently, one on either side of him, piercing through the darkness with remarkable swiftness. The ferocity of the strikes was such that not a breath of wind was stirred, indicating that the wielder was far beyond the level of a mere mediocre expert like Yan Lin. Throughout the performance, as the audience sighed, cursed, and expressed their frustrations, they ultimately found satisfaction in witnessing the inevitable cycle of justice and retribution. As he spoke, he rose and headed towards the upstairs, appearing genuinely intent on retiring for the night. It was only then that Yi Jingxing realized what he should truly be concerned about. Weighing the aromatic pouch in his hand, Dong Yang smiled with eyes narrowed, respectfully taking her leave, departing joyfully with others. However, Liang Yifei chose not to engage in the conversation initiated by Ren Peng, who, aside from venting his frustrations, likely harbored other thoughts. Yet, Liang Yifei was not inclined to meddle in the affairs of others. Huang Qing, with a gesture as rough as if tossing an object to the ground, swung his arm and sent Wang Tong sprawling. Before I could contemplate the current intentions of the shaman outside, a series of shouts echoed from beyond the door. Logically, Peng Yin and Huang Qing should have been able to escort Huang Shiyu out of the city before Yu Ji completed the formation. Once they left Wuwei City, they would be safe. The 4 bodyguards exchanged knowing glances and shared a faint smile, fully understanding the implications of Yu Shang's words. I am aware of the kindness the young master shows me, yet our paths diverge, each serving our respective masters. Xiong'er slowly inserted the key into the lock. Initially, the indigenous people greeted Columbus with goodwill, leading to a Thanksgiving celebration. And what followed? Goliath remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 96. Mother, what are you doing? If you are unwilling to meet me, then I shall not insist. I merely wish to marry you, regardless of your appearance, Su Qing stated. Sun Feng'er instinctively reached for the Guanyin statue when she saw it returned, while Hu Huanshi held on tightly, sighing internally, if you don't want it, just give it back. I need it. My elderly lady is still causing a ruckus. Thus, When faced with the cheerful demeanor of Shi, I too felt emboldened. Perhaps the reason the opponent refrained from displaying their true strength was due to the presence of our guild leader, Kazina. If it were to escalate into a genuine battle, it would not merely be a trivial skirmish. The fragrance of Xiangyun and Xiangru seemed overwhelming. Upon hearing those words, we exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. After lunch, under the gentle persuasion of Yunxiao and Yunman, Baiwei rested for a while before rising to bathe, with Lady Quanfu assisting her in dressing and applying makeup. In this day and age, no profession is without its challenges. If you aspire to become a sought-after star, you must devote time and effort to self-improvement. Only through dedication will you reap rewards, so keep striving, Bai Mushui encouraged with a smile. Meanwhile, Uncle Yang discreetly wiped the corners of his eyes, which were slightly reddened. It was evident that he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Wang Sudong's attentive care for Su Wanqi. Upon seeing Yang, the vice-general was momentarily dazzled by her mature and enchanting beauty, completely forgetting that night when Yang escorted supplies to Tianqing Pass, where they had curiously observed her as well. Well, although you are divorced from your wife and lack a legal relationship with this child, from a moral standpoint, you are the closest person in this world to him. Besides your ex-wife. Come with us to the police station to see this child, the officer stated as he stepped outside. Coincidentally, he had come to dine that day, intending to discuss the allocation of funds with Lu Qinglian. Upon contemplating the transformation of his beautiful and gentle cousin into her current lamentable state, a flicker of murderous intent inevitably flashed through the young man's eyes. Qi Jianmin had little interaction with Gao Zhengsheng and was unaware of the extent of his capabilities. He turned his gaze towards Wuxia. Yu Mingxin, meanwhile, leapt out of the circle, brandishing a short sword that glided gently across her snow-white arm, causing crimson droplets to burst forth like blooming roses, scattering through the air like petals in full bloom. This seemed rather normal, as at the conclusion of competitions, we would also be subjected to interviews in the changing rooms. If they did not acquire the information they sought, they would not easily let us off during the press conference, Wade remarked. These individuals, resembling diminutive humans, had evidently already harnessed the power of the Crimson Web and had taken up the ethereal guns to join the fray. A grand estate had been established in this precious land, sprawling over thousands of square meters, adorned with traditional Japanese wooden houses and cherry blossom trees. Embodying the essence of the Eastern Island nation, Su Yang let out a primal scream from within, as the consciousness and spirit that were on the brink of dissipating held on once more. Though it seemed they could not endure for long, this was an assault. And persistence was not simply a matter of will. The crowd erupted into louder cries, the paladins trembling in their hearts, as the potency of their shouts rendered it increasingly challenging for them to maintain their pride in being the champions of justice. Indeed, this encapsulates the gains made during 2 days back in the countryside, having reconnected with countless relatives after 2 decades of silence. His ability to recall their names was largely due to the lengthy discourse he had given to his troops following their surrender. In the live broadcast room, it felt as if a pot of water had come to a rolling boil. The sight of these individuals left Zhao Zhonghua astounded, an elderly man, past 70, wielding a sword with the grace of a hero, completely defied common understanding. 2 individuals had already interceded on Lin Jingyuan's behalf, while the others remained silent, fearing they would draw fire upon themselves. Clearly, the alchemist could ascertain their true level of cultivation through the Heavenly Spirit Monument. Although Lin Wanshu found Shi Surong's gaze somewhat unsettling, her previous encounters with a myriad of individuals in her past life had dulled her fear. The 5 branches of spiritual energy were fully complemented, manifesting in Meng Yi in their original, most exquisite form. Meng Yi commanded his senior cannon fodder to unite with hundreds of thousands of low-level cannon fodder to capture the Demon Slayer Corps members who had ventured out for work and transform them into virus computing fiends. The sapphire atop the staff radiated brilliance, and immediately, 100 fishman warriors and archers sprang forth from the marshes. Lu Yi felt a slight shock within. Zhao Mingtang was clearly deceiving him, yet her intuition was remarkably accurate. The jewelry and ornaments sold at Fenghua Tower were primarily purified artifacts of demons, hence their unparalleled splendor that surpassed mundane items, forming the foundation of Fenghua Tower's existence. Lin Wanshu, fearing that the previous torrential rain might have swept away his belongings, did not hesitate and resolved to investigate first before proceeding further. In the hearts of all, Gao Sheng is believed to have ascended to the Central Organization Department solely based on his own merits. However, according to Lu Fan's remarks, Even the most naive would realize that the Gao family manipulated the medical examination. Shen Xinxin remained silent, her mind replaying the scenes from their training, where the instructor's voice was grave and resolute, incessantly reiterating how to respond in the event of capture by bandits. Now, with Tang Zhan's sudden decision to accompany them, Xiao Lang harbored concerns that Tang Zhan might impulsively attempt to assassinate the Emperor of Yuehai during the negotiations. Therefore, all officials, particularly the leaders within the organization, placed great importance on this pivotal New Year's Eve. There's no issue. This weekend, Wu Quan and the others are planning some activities and insist that I participate. If you're available, you should join us. I'll invite Xian Rue as well, encouraging her to engage in more activities, which would be beneficial for her leg injury. Lu Fan remarked with a smile. All right, we understand. The other students reluctantly set down their microphones, gradually making their way outside. Lian Chen's affection was restrained. Yet it was not a deliberate suppression. He did not conceal his feelings, but neither did he express them overtly. The party expressed sincere apologies to the astonished owner of the Mercedes, lamenting the damages caused and their emotional distress, extending an earnest offer of further compensation. Chapter 97, Mrs. G's Unexpected Wealth. Initially, upon witnessing Jin Yu's performance, she had presumed Jin to be deceased, only to be surprised by the opportunity for reunion. Yet, their scheme swiftly met with failure. As he stepped away from the row of VIP seats, Zhao Cheng's piercing voice resonated through the microphone. Long Mingyao opened his eyes, surveying the desolate surroundings. The nearest bookshelf was 4 steps away, rendering it impossible to reach without moving. Fire Cloud's desire to take Lei Zian was not solely driven by her beauty, but also aimed at coercing the Lei Yun sect to submit. For the Lei Yun sect was not like other factions that could easily yield to the Firely sect. Moreover, the other spirit realm cultivators were equally burdened. The relentless pace without rest was exhausting, and more alarmingly, they were still far from their objective. Noticing Yu Ran's concern for him, Mo Zhang suppressed the overwhelming pain, attempting to offer Yu Ran a reassuring smile, yet the current circumstances made that impossible. Climbing onto the bed, he intended to meditate, but faced with the threat of pursuit, his mind was a tumult of chaos, preventing any semblance of tranquility. He lay back, contemplating various thoughts. Cheng Huayu glanced over, inwardly scoffing. Chen Xiaoqing likely had yet to grasp the situation and was not afraid of being cast out by Li Chenin. As the saying goes, transforming an enemy into a husband is the highest realm of a demonist battle. Yu Luona weakly retorted. What solution? Gao Shu questioned, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. He firmly believed that amoral would never harm him. Yet why did he suddenly sense an ominous event looming? As Mo Qiufeng galloped at the forefront, he glanced up and observed that the formation of the Yuzhou cavalry had dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 ranks. His daring charge had successfully delayed their assault by at least 10 breaths, and with Zhang Xing leading 500-foot soldiers in support, he hoped to save a significant number of civilians. With the growth of his cultivation, although the power of Zhu Tianxia continued to awaken and evolve, its effectiveness left much to be desired. As a mature man, he understood the intricacies of such a process. For those lacking comprehension, a viewing of Japanese adult films might provide some insight. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and dashed down, unaware that Qin Qin was keeping pace with him. The early departure of Asha left her oblivious to subsequent events, only to discover the following day through online images that Tang Yu had been at a restaurant. It appeared he too was unaware of the origins of the light of intelligence. Gao Shuai observed the mixture of shock and confusion on Lobanov's face, silently reflecting on the absurdity of being one beneath the heavens, above 10,000, and the hollow allure of wealth and glory, all of which Qin Mu could dismiss without a second thought. However, once Qin Mu had fortified the planet of Epoch to extraordinary heights, the creator would undoubtedly seek him out. The revelation of Lobanov's immense power astounded Gao Shuai. But even more surprising was the implication that a Furoshenko seemed to share in this strength. Later, upon hearing of the incident, Wei Yuan and Lu Lei could not help but exclaim in delight, for it was in this very subject that Chang Wei had faltered, resulting in a score that fell short by several points, forcing him to endure his college years at an ordinary institution. And this was merely the beginning of a more tragic tale. Sensing that her third uncle was not far, Yu Shanshan immediately understood he had come searching for her. Through the whispers of the wind, she also detected a whiff of blood, causing her heart to tighten. Was her uncle injured? You are indeed here. A familiar voice called from behind her. Ding Jingxi offered no reply. simply raising the cup to his lips once more. Questions loomed. Why were they so powerful? Why did they operate in secrecy? And what motivated their desire to eliminate Yu Mingqing? This was rather constraining if Ao Xing truly acted on a whim. Why would he deliberately conceal his intentions? Curiosity overwhelmed Yun Xiao, and he could no longer contain himself, rushing eagerly into the inky darkness of the passageway. Ridiculous. I was merely startled. He protested. They are my most cherished family. I would rather die than see them harmed. Do you understand? If you dreamt that I perished, would you not weep? Questioned Jiu Shi. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Xuanyang and Yun expertly kindled a fire, setting up a grill to roast some meat. The Pope suddenly grew anxious, subtly signaling to the elderly locksmith inquiring about his departure. Then, he began to struggle violently. It was still due to the ingredients. The cost was merely half that of the original meat cans, yet the price remained the same, thus yielding greater profits. Yiqi leaned on her cane, slowly making her way out of the hospital room. The corridor was filled with individuals wearing sorrowful expressions. Some were patients enduring the ravages of illness, while others were anxious relatives and busy nurses and doctors, all seemingly devoid of any reason to smile. Once I marry the second young master, I shall grant you this request, but only this once. Do not expect more. Qi Rou pointed at Cheng Qingyun's nose, gazing at the imposing figure before her. Feeling a sense of dread, unable to fathom how she had become entangled with him, and it seemed there was no end in sight. It was indeed Qing Yin who initiated the conflict, yet Ren Jingshu's public exposure of another's secrets was equally deserving of reprimand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a special trip here. In Lin Cheng's memory, the hospital remained as starkly white as ever, but compared to many years ago, it appeared to have many more patients now. Just as she set her hand down, the door swung open, and Su Yao instinctively looked over, her almond-shaped eyes inadvertently sparkling with light. Enough. Let us get to the point. No need for flattery. Xiao Yiqin exhibited his customary impatience toward these businessmen. As Murong Changqing helped Enai Yexin rise, a new layer of urgency washed over his face. Suddenly, Enai Yexin coughed up a considerable amount of blood. Explaining why he had choked, the blood trickled from the corner of his mouth down to his neck, staining the blanket. There's no need for such elaborate measures. After all, when you see me, you'll need to cleanse yourself with bathwater, replied Pao Yi, referring to the earlier incident of being stabbed. After such a long time, the sensation had long faded, and Zhao Qing quickly withdrew her hand, shaking her head. Yes, Commander. Wait. Commander, Gu Qinghuang has arrived. Reported the individual sent to assess Lian Cheng's situation to Jiang Minan. Chapter 98. 16 billion received. Xie Dongfeng and Xiao Yuanzheng observed the worried expressions on the faces of the several bandits formed by the Holy War Brigade, uncertain of how to proceed. This was a bag of holding devoid of blood oath ownership. Lin Yi effortlessly probed inside with his consciousness, discerning the celestial fire crystal clearly. He fixed his gaze on Su Huai for several seconds before bursting into boisterous laughter, which was imbued with a palpable sense of triumph. The interior of the tulip was lavishly decorated. Apart from the area designated for haircuts, the surrounding space resembled a lounge. In truth, Luo Chun had been infuriated from the very beginning. This person had brazenly attacked both him and Qing Ji without cause. In the skies above Chaoga, within the sea of fortune clouds, a divine dragon broke through the clouds, extending its massive head towards the western wilderness, its eyes ablaze with fury. The dragon's mouth emitted a silent roar, transforming into a tremendous wave of sound that surged outward in all directions. Indeed, others chimed in, expressing their sincere intent to shield the Tsangmu domain from this calamity, as long as it would benefit their descendants. 2 storage rings of disparate sizes glimmered in Su Huai's hands as he tossed them back and forth, dazzling with brilliance. In the next moment, Lin Feng apprehended the 3 major figures, sealing them within the 100 Flowers secret realm. It is said that some of the barbarian tribesmen have pilfered inferior techniques from the demon race, even managing to cultivate certain demonic thoughts and skills. However, these methods are evidently primitive, and no expert of 4-star rank or above has ever emerged from the barbarian lands. Given the current circumstances, and with the interference of the intelligent beings, the odds of facing the remaining 9 droplets seem rather bleak. The group of trial participants selected overnight entirely meets Wei Yi's requirements. Their mission is to assist him in establishing a stronghold within the trial space and to explore and clear the environment surrounding the spatial portal. The ceremony of the bridal chamber is of utmost importance to Qingya. She has earnestly contemplated her desire to wear a night-walking outfit beneath her wedding gown, realizing that such a plan is utterly impractical. The only feasible solution is to change into another attire upon entering the new chamber. A lantern-bearer illuminated the dim surroundings. And to Qingya's astonishment, she discovered that her sisters from the Amei sect had been captured by Chai Gua, with several gleaming swords poised at their throats. Without hesitation, Gua Yitian rose from the haystack. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering Buddhist statues echoed from behind. Just as the subtitles began to appear, Chu Fei, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired about Gua Tailai's impressions of the film. Bai Su had lost interest in continuing the discourse with this group, for, as previously mentioned, debate was not her forte. She endeavored to empower herself, hoping that one day she could proudly bring her parents back to Hangzhou. The interior was devoid of any yellow sand, remarkably clean, with a massive structure resembling an altar at its center. At that moment, a strand of crimson primordial mist coiled into a ring, within which the space continuously morphed, ultimately transforming into an expanse of void. You may not comprehend, but it matters not. I act in your best interest, and thus I bear no regrets. The confidence of Governor Ho is something Su Zijing feels she cannot match. Due to the interruption in the restroom, Chen Xiaowei remained somewhat distracted throughout the film. Her gaze was distant. If it were merely Orochimaru, it would be manageable. But against Uchiha Sure, even if she could not contend, the previous agreement would at least ensure her survival. Mu Yun remained non-committal, discarding the sheet wrapped around him. The dark liquid rendered his suit unrecognizable from its former white. Su Zijing sensed a shift in Qin Jing's emotions and instinctively grasped her hand as she turned. A human head slowly ascended, followed by shoulders, chest, waist, and thighs, gradually revealing a complete human figure. Before Zhou Beishan could finish his sentence, Jiang Wan had already struck again, each blow ruthless and unrelenting. The fate of orphans is tragically grim. Not only do they suffer from hunger and cold, but they may also be seized by certain individuals to serve as experimental subjects. Thus, apart from essential moments, they spend most of their time sleeping. On the final day of their excursion in Taihu, upon returning home, they discovered Hong Qigong reclining on a chair in the courtyard. A strange sound emanated from nearby, abruptly interrupting Uchiha Sure's contemplation. He became alert, and without a second thought, sprang into action, leaping into the treetops to conceal himself. Yi Chun watched as his points dwindled, the useless cards in his hand multiplying, his hand trembling uncontrollably. From a distant vantage, they appeared to plummet into an abyss, devoid of any will to resist. Shun Yinong observed the innate vigor radiating from Qin Shao, his countenance reflecting composure and resolve, revealing that he too harbored a sense of pride and integrity in his heart. In the 5th year of the Jingguan era, Emperor Li Shimin ordered the execution of Zhang Yonggu, the vice minister of the Dali Temple, accusing him of corruption and deceiving the sage. Consequently, the atmosphere in the Dali Temple grew tense, leading to stricter judgments. At this moment, the main force of the Tubo tribe was still 3 hours away from Yunzhou City, with their commander, a Yelin, leisurely riding a steed of extraordinary lineage. When Li Chengxian entered, the wheelchair beneath him instantly captivated everyone's attention. What would you do if someone were to disturb you again? Lin Ruoyan inquired with curiosity, mischief dancing in her eyes. Chun Xuxin contemplated, choosing not to rush over, instead taking advantage of the night to ascend to the rooftop of the central courtyard.